Chapter 401. In the end, Bizen couldn't beat Blue to the title of fiancé, but seeing Blue walking happily with Annie, Bizen's eyes practically spit fire. They had lingered on Neptune Island for a while, and it was too late to set off for the Eye of Poseidon, so they decided to wait until early the next morning. That evening, Blue took Annie for a stroll on Neptune Island. Neptune Island was like a floating city, brightly lit even at night. Especially near the dock, there was a huge market, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Blue picked up a comb from a stall and handed it to Annie, saying, "This is made from walrus tusks. It's crystal clear and won't break easily." Annie took it and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's so pretty. How much is it?" The stall owner was a little girl, who looked much younger than Annie. She said in a childish voice, "2 silver coins." Annie was about to take out her money when Blue beat her to it, handing the little girl a gold coin and saying domineeringly, "Keep the change." The little girl happily accepted the gold coin, thanking him gratefully repeatedly, "Thank you, Prince Blue. Thank you, Prince Blue." Bizen, standing behind them, scoffed, "So generous. He wouldn't even buy me a pancake normally." Blue's eye twitched. "What did you say? If you want pancakes, I'd let you eat your fill later." Annie held the comb with obvious delight, completely oblivious to the brothers' bickering. However, her attention was soon drawn to other things. In the distance, a group of people were gathered together, occasionally applauding and cheering. Annie quickly ran over, wanting to see what was inside, but there were too many people, layer upon layer, and she couldn't see what was going on inside at all. Seeing Annie's interest, Blue half squatted down in front of her and said, "Sit on my shoulders, I carry you up to take a look." Before Annie could move, Bizen straddled Blue's shoulders first, laughing, "Brother, I want to see too, carry me up first." Blue was furious and shouted, "What are you doing here? You've seen it before, get down and let Annie see." Bizen crossed his arms and wouldn't move. "No, I won't get down." "You?" Blue was speechless, but helpless. Annie covered her mouth and smiled, pointing her finger. A stream of water surged upwards from below, hitting the soles of her feet and lifting her more than a meter high, just enough to get over the crowd and see what was happening inside. Seeing this, Blue pinched Bizen's thigh hard, causing Bizen to yelp in pain. "Why did you pinch me?" Blue snapped, "Aren't you getting down?" Annie's already gone to see it herself. Bizen reluctantly jumped off Blue's shoulder, rubbing his thigh and complaining, "Could you be a little gentler? You bruised my leg," and saw a large open space in the center of the crowd, where people were performing. It seemed to be a play, depicting the battle between the sea god and the sea monster. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, and finally, the sea god unleashed his divine power, slaying the sea monster and sending it to the bottom of the sea, and watched with great interest, unaware that her behavior had attracted the attention of the crowd. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this little girl's magic is truly profound. She's been releasing water elemental magic to support her body for several minutes now." "Several minutes? It's been over 10 minutes. Judging from her appearance, she doesn't seem very old. Whose daughter is she?" "I don't know. We know all the young masters and ladies from the elders' families, but we've never seen this before." After the performance, Annie slowly landed back on the ground. Blue laughed, "Annie, you're really something. You showed off right away." Annie glanced at the crowd of onlookers, a little embarrassed, and said, "I didn't notice. I just wanted to stand higher so I could see further." "Sorry." Blue waved his hand, "It's all right, it's all right. Everyone's praising you." Suddenly someone nearby asked, "Prince Blue, who is this young lady? We never seen her before." Blue proudly replied, "Haha, of course you haven't seen her. This is a friend I haven't introduced before, Annie." Before Blue could finish, Bizen interrupted. Blue glared at Bizen, who kept his eyes down, pretending not to see, and waved obligingly, "Hello everyone, nice to meet you all, I'm Ann, please take care of me." The crowd began to murmur again, "Ann? That name sounds unfamiliar. Hey, didn't a white-bone sailboat dock at noon today? That girl must have gotten off that ship." Yes, I was there too. I saw her disembark with Prince Bizen." "Could she not be from my endless sea?" "Possibly. Could she be an envoy Prince Bizen brought back from the Austin Empire?" Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out, "TCH, who knows where this wild girl came from, daring to show off her skills in my endless sea? Doesn't she know that the strongest magic in my endless sea is water elemental magic?" Blue frowned, looking at the speaker. "Madeline, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak." The man named Madeline scoffed. "What, did I say something wrong?" This girl isn't from my endless sea, is she? Where did you pick her up from? What is my endless sea? A nursery? Insolence! Bizen roared. This is a distinguished guest of my endless sea. How dare you insult her? Apologize now. Pa! Madeline spat. Apologize my ass. Little girl, I see you have considerable magic power, but don't be too proud. In my endless sea, no young water elemental mage can rival me. Blue stepped in front of Annie, glaring at Madeline, and said, don't go too far. You just entered the magical realm earlier than us. It's just one round. We surpass you sooner or later. Where does your sense of superiority come from? Surpass me? Madeline scoffed. Forget it. You just got lucky entering the water realm. You come out the same as before. What's the difference? Blue's stubbornness was also ignited. He rolled up his sleeves and said, I show you today if there's any difference. Seeing the tension rising, Annie asked Bizen beside her, who is he? How dare he talk to you like that? Bizen, his eyes blazing with anger, said, he's the Grand Elder's son, commanding the nearby Sea Patrol force. He's frequently seen on Sea King Island. Today is truly unlucky. We run into this annoying guy again. Annie continued, I think they're about to fight. How strong is the other side? Can Blue beat him? Madeline entered the magical realm around ahead of us, Bizen said. He's already at the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Plus, with his family's secret treasure, Brew is probably no match for him. Annie was speechless. Then how can he be so confident in fighting him? Bizen smirked, glanced at Annie, and thought to himself, it's all because you're here. Just then, Brew and Madeline started fighting. Brew leaped into the air, throwing a punch at Madeline's face. Madeline laughed and dodged. Is that all you got? Go home and go to sleep. Missing his attack, Brew turned and launched a whip kick at Madeline's lower body. Madeline's magic surged, creating a small water shield between them. Brew's right leg slammed into the water shield, causing ripples, but it didn't shatter. However, all of this seemed to be within Brew's expectations. He used the force to turn to the side, his left fist transforming into a palm strike towards Madeline's ribs. Madeline hadn't expected such a move, and was momentarily flustered, quickly raising his hand to block. Their arms collided, the immense force sending both of them staggering back several steps. Brew tilted his head back. TCH, you're nothing special. Madeline's eyes darkened. He was a whole realm higher than Brew, yet he'd been knocked back in front of everyone. It was humiliating. Brew, I think I teach you a lesson today, or you never know how powerful I am. With that, he switched from defense to offense, unleashing a water arrow. Brew dodged to the side, reaching out to grab at the air, conjuring a trident in his hand. Madeline grinned maliciously, also conjuring a water elemental blade. The two officially entered into close combat. Once Madeline got serious, Blue was immediately at a disadvantage. Madeline wielded his water elemental blade with impenetrable speed, each strike aimed at Blue's vitals, showing no mercy despite Blue being the son of the Sea King. Blue gritted his teeth and persevered, but soon revealed an opening. Madeline deflected his trident with a single strike, and then swung his blade at Blue's arm. Blue was terrified. This strike would surely sever his arm, rendering even his father's intervention useless. Just then, a water arrow suddenly shot towards Madeline's eye from the side. The arrow flew straight towards him, and Madeline immediately noticed something was wrong. He quickly withdrew his blade and retreated, creating distance between himself and Blue. However, the water arrows seemed to be able to curve, still pursuing Madeline. Madeline was also taken aback. He directly swung his blade, shattering the water arrow. The arrow was blasted into a mist in midair, dissipating in a short while. Who? Would shameless attack me? Madeline roared. Annie calmly replied, would shameless bullies the weak? Madeline glared at her, you little brat, you're quite the talker. I thought your arrow strike just now was pretty good. How about we have a little spar? That's exactly what I was thinking. Annie showed no fear, stepping forward to stand in front of Blue. Blue felt his face burning. His long training had given him some confidence. He thought that even if he wasn't as good as Madeline, he wouldn't lose, and at worst, he could retreat unscathed. Who knew the gap between them was so vast? Annie stared directly at Madeline, her voice icy. I don't care who you are, but you spoke to the prince in that tone, insulted my status, and used excessive force in a sparring match. Any one of these things is enough to prove that you're a scoundrel. You? Madeline's eyes narrowed, his trembling finger pointing at Annie. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Annie's words were indeed reasonable. Although the two princes were usually approachable and unpretentious, not just anyone could insult them. not even the Grand Elder's son. Although Annie wasn't from the Endless Sea, since she was brought back by the princes and had already met the Sea King, she was a guest of Sea King Island and couldn't be insulted. The crowd had witnessed the fight. In fact, the fight had ended the moment Blue's trident was knocked away. Mattle's subsequent strike was completely unnecessary. Looking at the whispering discussions around him, Mattle felt embarrassed and shouted angrily, "Enough talk. Make your move. Don't say I'm bullying a child." Annie slowly raised her right hand. "Then watch out." Suddenly magic erupted, and a stream of water shot out, heading straight for Mattle's face. Mattle was completely unaware of the danger until the water approached him, at which point he realized something was wrong. This is a water prison? This was no longer just a water prison, but a low-level magically enhanced water prison, more powerful than a traditional water prison, yet still capable of being cast instantly. In Annie's hands, this low-level magic was as powerful as a mid-level spell. In a panic, Mattle tried to cast a water shield to defend himself, but the waters seemed sticky, failing to impact the shield at all. Instead, it was like a gaping maw, swallowing Mattle and his shield whole. Once inside the water prison, escape was impossible. Annie gave him no chance, continuously pouring in magic. The water elemental power relentlessly compressed Mattle's body. Mattle, who had been struggling to hold on in the water prison, finally couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth, and a mouthful of water poured in, shattering the water shield in front of him. After the first gulp, there was a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh, and an eighth. With a splash, Annie put Mattle down. Mattle, his eyes rolled back, lay motionless on the ground like a dead fish, lifeless. This was all too common in the Endless Sea. It was just drowning, wasn't it? Blue went up and stomped directly on Mattle's chest. With a plop, Mattle spat out a mouthful of water, then began coughing violently, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly pathetic. "You lost," Annie said calmly, standing beside him. Mattle coughed, his words slurred. "You cough cough. Who cough cough cough? Who are you?" Cough cough cough. The onlookers were stunned. Mattle's strength was renowned throughout the Endless Sea, yet this girl had defeated him in a single move, using only the most basic water elemental magic, the water prison. It was unbelievable. This made everyone even more curious about Annie's identity, but out of respect for the two princes, everyone speculated privately, not daring to ask aloud. Bushin secretly gave Annie a thumbs up. He knew that Annie had recently broken through to the transformation realm, fusing with a high-quality secret realm origin. Her current strength should be at the third level of transformation realm, making defeating Mattle a piece of cake at the same level. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Annie straightened her chest and said decisively, "My name is Annie, from the Norma Empire." Chapter 402. The Norma Empire? Someone asked doubtfully. "Where is that?" Those around shook their heads. "Never heard of it. It's probably a small country." News travels slowly in the Endless Seas. Ordinary people know very little about the mainland, only about Austin, the Holy See, and the Adventurers Guild, and perhaps Veles, since Veles's southern part is also by the sea, and their shipping routes can bypass it, albeit at a longer distance. Due to the mainland's blockade of the Norma Empire, no trade or exchange is related to it. Therefore, it's normal for the common people of the Endless Seas to be unaware of the Norma Empire. However, Mattle, lying on the ground, was different. He naturally knew what the Norma Empire represented, and also what the name Annie represented. "You cough cough cough. You're Annie, wanted by the Holy See in Austin? Cough cough cough." Mattle's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. "And had nothing to hide." "That's right. I'm wanted by the Vatican and the Austin royal family." "What? You have a problem with that?" Mattle didn't speak, but instead gave a strange smile. Blue sensed something was wrong and quickly pulled in away. Bizen, however, didn't notice anything amiss. Before leaving, he made a face at Mattle and excitedly chased after Anne, saying, "Anne, I knew you win, but I didn't expect you to win so decisively. We're nowhere near as good as you." And waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing. If we can successfully cooperate, you can also obtain those cultivation resources, and your cultivation level will naturally rise." Blue said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen." And laughed, "What's the big deal? Haven't I had my share of trouble? Besides, that Mattle doesn't look like a good person. It's a good opportunity to teach him a lesson." Bizen also clenched his fist. "Yeah. That felt good. That guy is always so arrogant, taking advantage of his age and strength to bully us behind our backs." Blue looked worried. "Now that Mattle knows your identity, I'm worried he'd tell the Grand Elder." They were already on good terms with Thompson. What if the papacy or the Austen royal family finds out about our family connections and sends people after you? Bizen retorted indignantly, let them come. Are we afraid of them? Blue sighed, we're not afraid. After all, we have the advantage in naval battles. No matter how strong the papacy is, they can't do anything to us. But this would give the Grand Elder even more reason to deal with Father. And said, let's not think about that now. Once Lord C. King convenes the council, I try to persuade them. What if you can't persuade them? Blue asked. Anne's eyes dimmed. There's nothing I can do then. This is my only option now. If I fail, I leave immediately and won't cause you any trouble. Bizen shook his head. No, you will succeed. Early the next morning, Blue had already prepared the ship, planning to set off for the Eye of Poseidon. And was excited, wondering what kind of magical place the Eye of Poseidon was, and she was determined to show it to Dao Quang. Having lived for countless years, there was nothing he didn't know. He took this opportunity to explore the secrets of the Eye of the Sea God. Just as everyone boarded the ship, a commotion arose from the shore. Maddle, leading a group of men, rushed over, pointing at Annie and shouting, attack her. Take that woman down. Blue, enraged, stood directly in front of Annie. Let's see who dares. Maddle, what are you doing? Didn't you lose face enough yesterday? Maddle retorted angrily, stop talking nonsense, Blue. You're pushing the endless sea into a fire pit. This woman is a criminal jointly wanted by the Holy See in Austen. You dare bring her to the endless sea? What if you attract the Holy See and Austen's armies? Can you bear the responsibility? Blue waved his hand. In the endless sea, we've never been afraid of anyone. Austen has been eyeing us for centuries, yet hasn't made a move. Why do you think that is? Because they simply don't dare to move, not even the Vatican. On our territory, we are invincible. Maddle laughed angrily, what a joke. They can't defeat us, but you brought war to the endless seas, that's undeniable. Now hand that woman over to me, and I send her to the Vatican. There's still room for negotiation otherwise. Shut up. Bizen glared, and is our guest. What nonsense are you spouting? We in the endless seas have never given away our guests. Maddle ignored him, what guest? Stop protecting her. This matter can be clarified even in the council. Get off the ship now. Blue gave Bizen a wink, and Bizen nodded, ran to the deck, and anchored the ship. The ship slowly left the dock. Maddle roared, come back. You gone too far. I'm going to complain to the council. You just wait. Watching Maddle roar on the shore, Blue curled his lip. My endless seas actually produce such a shameless scoundrel. It's a disgrace to be related to him. And smiled, he's not wrong. If the papacy and Austen's armies really come, the endless seas will surely suffer. Bizen laughed, naval battles aren't like on land. Even if the Pope is strong, he can't fly. And even if he could, it's only for a limited time, he can't fly forever. But we're different. We can. Fighting directly at sea, that's our advantage. A century ago, Austen tried to invade us, but we annihilated all 3 of his fleets in one fell swoop, and he never dared to come again. That's true. Without sustained combat at sea, even seizing some islands is useless. Eventually, you'd be trapped and die on those islands. The papacy and Austen probably saw this, which is why they haven't made a move against the endless sea. Now, using the Thompson family to sow discord within the endless sea is another method the Austen royal family has devised to invade. They exploit the internal conflicts within the endless sea, cultivate puppets, and ultimately bring the endless sea under their control. And glanced back at Maddle, who was furiously raging on the shore and sighed. This kind of person probably doesn't yet understand the true purpose of the Austen royal family. He thinks he has already gained power, unaware that he has stepped into a trap set in advance. Maddle didn't give up. Instead, he immediately boarded another boat and gave chase. Bruce was also annoyed. Why is this guy so persistent? Bizen chimed in, yeah, so what if he suffered a little loss last night? Being defeated by Annie isn't anything shameful. The opposing boat was smaller and faster, and gradually the distance closed. Maddle laughed wildly, ha ha ha, you can't escape. My father will arrive today. If we can keep you here for another half a day, he'd be here. Blue was getting annoyed. I already said we're not running away. This council meeting is to discuss Anne's matter. We're going out for a bit, we'd be back soon. Maddle was taken aback. Huh? Discuss her matter? What's there to discuss? Just hand it over to the papacy. Maybe we can even get their support. Bizen sneered, you wish? The papacy reveres the goddess of light. Are you going to betray the sea god? You're talking nonsense. Maddle retorted angrily. How could I possibly betray the sea god? Don't make false accusations. We can cooperate with the papacy. We're not going to be subservient to them. Blue retorted, the Vatican doesn't care about cooperating with you. Their influence spans the entire continent. Now, among humanity, besides us, who doesn't believe in the goddess of light? Even if they don't believe in their hearts, they still say they do. Madel waved his hand, but at least it can ease the tension with them a little, which is better than you completely offending them. Blue shook his head and chuckled, if you don't tell anyone, who will know Annie is here? Annie will bring more opportunities to the endless seas, allowing us to gain the respect we deserve on the continent, things the Vatican and Austin can't give us. If the Vatican or Austin comes looking for us this time, it will definitely be because of you, the traitor, who informed us, and I will report it truthfully to the council. Mattier shuddered. After learning Anne's identity yesterday, he immediately sent the message to the other side, which was probably already on its way. If all went well, they would encounter Austin's or the papacy's fleet in 3 days. He hadn't even had a chance to tell his father about this. Yesterday's crushing defeat filled him with resentment, and anger had temporarily clouded his judgment. Only now did he realize that he had perhaps acted inappropriately. But soon, his expression turned crazed again. What's there to be afraid of? It's just war. Austin and the papacy can't do anything to us. I just say they lure the enemy here, and who would know? Thinking this, Madel roared, speed up. Catch them. The crew below rowed even harder, the small boat rapidly approaching Blue's large ship. Blue's eyes flashed coldly. Once the enemy was close, he drew his trident from his back and shouted, if you dare come any closer, I attack. Don't say I didn't show mercy. Madel was fearless. Come on, you bastard. I don't believe I can't take you down today. Blue didn't hesitate. Magic instantly concentrated on the trident. This trident was a divine artifact of Sea King Island, said to have been passed down from the sea god. Originally in Will's possession, it was given to Blue a few years ago when he was about to enter the magical realm, and had remained with him ever since. At this moment, Blue possessed a divine artifact, which was naturally extremely powerful. A raging wave immediately swept towards Madel's small boat. Madel roared and his magic power surged wildly. The two magic powers collided and exploded with a roar like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami. In this absolute contest of strength, with the aid of his divine weapon, Blue managed to fight Madly to a standstill, successfully halting Madly's pursuit. Madly was still unwilling to give up. He didn't know if there would be any problems with Annie leaving now. What if she didn't return? What if Austin's men arrived and didn't find Annie? Wouldn't he be in trouble? Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let Annie escape. Madly whistled, and a glider leaped out of the water with a splash. Madly leaped onto its back, let out a long cry, and the glider shot out like an arrow, charging towards Blue's large ship. The glider's short-range sprint speed was incredibly fast, far exceeding that of the small boat, making it perfect for pursuit. Blue immediately swung his trident again, creating a giant wave that crashed towards Madly. Madly dodged left and right, avoiding several waves, while simultaneously slashing horizontally with his long sword, blocking several hidden attacks. Soon, Madel reached the side of the large ship. With a leap from the finfish, Madel was tossed into the air. He flipped in midair, reached forward with his right hand, grabbed the railing, and landed directly on the deck. Bruce coldly said, Madel, are you really going to go this far? Madel sneered, Heh, Bruce Bizen, if you two brothers had stayed put, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It's your own fault for courting death, so don't blame me this time. Annie slowly stepped forward. You think you can catch me all by yourself? Madel looked resentful. Don't be so smug. I was careless yesterday. If it really came down to it, I might have been able to beat you. Today I show you what I'm capable of. And smiled and nodded. All right. I give you another chance. If you can defeat me, I go back with you and be at your mercy. Madel's eyes lit up. Really? Annie laughed. Of course. But if you lose, get back here right now, and don't cause any more trouble, especially not with the Bruce and Bizen brothers. Madel didn't care at all. Ha ha ha, it's a deal. He then pulled out a pair of gloves from behind his back, and put them on. Blue's eyes narrowed, and he roared, Madel, you shameless. Madel chuckled, if you can use a divine artifact, why can't I? Go ahead, and give her the trident. Annie frowned and asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the gloves? Bushin replied, it's a divine artifact. He got lucky and brought it out of a magical realm. I saw him demonstrate it before. The gloves seem to speed up casting. Most spells below intermediate level can be cast almost instantly. Annie also became serious. Her advantage originally lay in her abundant magical power and fast casting speed, but now that her opponent's casting speed had also increased, her advantage was less pronounced. However, Annie wasn't worried. Since her identity had already been exposed, she didn't care what elemental magic she used. She stretched out one hand, and a dark magic circle appeared in the air, emanating a sinister and terrifying aura, the aura of the underworld. Maddel's eyes widened immediately, and he assumed a defensive stance, waiting for some kind of terrifying undead to emerge from within. However, not long after, a skeleton soldier stumbled out of it. It was Bon. Chapter 403. That's it? Maud Deli's eye twitched, feeling insulted. Blue and Bizen both looked at him with pity. Others might not know, but they knew this skeleton soldier named Born was no ordinary man. His cultivation level might be lower than Annie's, but his actual combat strength was in no way inferior. Maud Deli grinned. Humph. You think you can deal with me with this crappy skeleton soldier? Who do you think you are? Born was still a little dazed after coming out. He had been cultivating in the Temple of Death when he was suddenly summoned and hadn't recovered yet. Seeing Maud Deli in front of him, he asked blankly, Annie, who is this idiot? Idiot? Maud Deli was stunned. No one had ever called him that before. Annie smiled and said, Never mind that, Brother Born. This guy's trying to bully me. Teach him a lesson. Born was taken aback. Huh? Someone dares to bully you. I see what this kid's got. He slowly walked towards Maddel. Maddel was completely stunned. A talking skeleton soldier, what did that mean? A conscious undead, at least a Lord level 1. An undead enhanced by necromancy might even be stronger than the summoner's original form. So what kind of monster was this? Brown, you're colluding with necromancers. Another crime has been added to your list. Maddel gritted his teeth and said viciously. Born chuckled. What about undead? You look down on undead? Then he casually shot out a bone spike, which whistled as it shot straight towards Maddel's throat. Maddeli was startled and immediately conjured a water shield to block the bone spikes. Oh! Not bad, instant cast. Born raised an eyebrow, his figure flashing as he appeared before Maddeli. Maddeli felt a chill run down his spine. He had never seen such speed in the entire Endless Sea. Water elemental magic wasn't known for its speed, and the isolated environment here rarely gave him opportunities to fight other elemental mages, leaving him completely unprepared. Born calmly raised a foot and kicked Maddeli in the chest. Maddeli felt as if he'd been rammed by a tauren. A sharp pain shot through his sternum, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the deck. TCH, pathetic. Born clapped his hands and said casually. Maddel was furious. Twice in a row. He had been defeated twice already. And by the same person, whose strength was nearly equal to his own, yet he had been defeated within 1 or 2 moves each time. This was a blatant denial of all his years of hard work and cultivation. He couldn't accept it. Maddel roared, leaping to his feet. He stretched out his hands, unleashing a barrage of water arrows, like a storm upon Born. This time, he was smarter. He wouldn't engage in close combat, but would instead use the difference in their cultivation levels to win through long-range attacks. Born sneered, Kid, I may not have reached the transformation realm yet, but you can't bully me like this. With that, he flashed forward, simultaneously conjuring a bone shield to deflect wave after wave of water arrows. The bone shield was strong, but it couldn't withstand such a fierce onslaught. 3 shields were quickly destroyed, but Maddel continued to unleash water arrows, as if his magic power was inexhaustible. This kid's magic is pretty powerful. Born cursed, no longer willing to take the beating passively. His soul-severing blade flashed, and he unleashed a slash through the air. Maddeli, caught off guard by this sudden attack, hurriedly dodged to the side. The blade grazed his nose, sending a chill down his spine. However, in that instant, his attack opened, and Born, without hesitation, kicked him again, sending Maddeli flying. He crashed through the ship's railing with a loud thud, and fell into the sea. Born clapped his hands and said, Done. I'm going back. Annie asked, Brother Born, what have you been up to lately? When I summoned you before, you always said poker out. Are you very busy? Born laughed, Of course I'm busy. Do you remember Asmodeus I told you about? I found his new clone a while ago, and am preparing to help him build a new legion. I'm the acting commander now. Annie nodded, building a new legion, that's indeed a huge project. Asmodeus has many enemies. How do you plan to deal with them? Born shook his head and said, If they don't provoke me, I naturally won't bother them. But if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me. I currently have agreements with the Balzib and Mammon legions, which haven't expired yet. These two legions won't attack me. But now there's a new problem. The location of the new legion's birthplace is somewhat awkward, right in the heart of the Samel legion's territory. Samel? Who's that? Annie asked. Born sighed. He's a very powerful undead lord. His main body is in the high-level undead region, and his clones in the low-level undead region are also extremely powerful. I haven't had a direct confrontation with them yet, but there are quite a few things to deal with. Annie nodded and said, then go ahead and get busy. Be careful, and remember to call me if you need anything. Born responded and returned directly to the netherworld. Meanwhile, Maddle was frantically rescuing the drowning Maddle, naturally having no time to continue the pursuit. The following days were much calmer. Few people came to the Eye of the Sea God, so they were the only ship on this route. The surroundings were quiet and peaceful, the sea calm and tranquil, a picture of tranquility. After traveling for about 2 days, Annie, who was cultivating, was awakened by Bizen. Annie! Wake up, we arrived. Annie opened her eyes, and stepped out of the cabin. She saw that a sea wall seemed to have been built in the waters ahead, with some small boats patrolling around. These patrol boats immediately approached when they saw Blue's large ship. Blue immediately stepped forward and waved, saying, "Hello, I'm Blue. Please let us through." Prince Blue? The patrolmen were also surprised. "What are you doing here?" Blue smiled and said, "I'm here to see my great-grandfather. Is that not allowed?" The patrolman smiled wryly. "Prince, please don't joke with me. The ancestor hasn't shown his face for decades. Even if you go in, you won't see him." Bizen also came onto the deck at this time, waving to the patrolman, "Don't worry, we're not going in to do anything bad, just let us through." Seeing that both princes had arrived, the patrolman naturally had nothing to worry about. Although the Eye of Poseidon was a sacred place, there wasn't anything particularly special inside, except that the ancestor was hiding somewhere. The ship slowly passed through the gate and entered a more tranquil area of the sea. This area was distinctly different from the outside. The water was a deeper, more somber color, as if leading to the deepest hell, inspiring awe and fear, and stood at the cabin door, gazing into the distance. In the distance, she could vaguely make out a line. That must be the other side of the sea. Annie marveled inwardly at the wonder of the endless ocean, how it could enclose an entire stretch of water with a floating bridge. "This is the sacred ground of our endless sea, the Eye of the Sea God," Brew introduced. "Don't be fooled by the fact that there's nothing here. The water elemental power here is incredibly pure, and the depths below the surface are unimaginable. No one has ever truly reached the bottom of the sea since ancient times." Annie exclaimed, "Then the underwater space is endless?" Bizen nodded. "Yes, that's why we guessed that great-grandfather was underwater, but we didn't know where. Father also came to look for him, but unfortunately, he couldn't find him." Annie asked, "Why didn't you send more people to search?" "More people means more power." Brew shook his head. "It wouldn't work. This place possesses the sea god's divine power. Those who haven't been blessed by the sea god can't stay here for long, and right now, in the entire endless sea, only my father has the sea god's blessing." Annie looked around. "So, are we considered to have entered the Eye of the Sea God now?" Bizen took off his shirt and laughed. "Of course not. We're only considered to have entered once we're in the water." He then plunged into the water. Blue explained with a smile, "By soaking in this seawater, you can feel the powerful magic it contains. However, we can't absorb this magic. It can only be used to activate children's magical adaptability." Annie raised an eyebrow. "So amazing?" She then summoned Born again. Born landed on the deck, looked at the boundless sea, and asked with a smile, "What? We arrived already?" Annie nodded. "Yes. Let's quickly let Senior Dao Quang see what secrets this place holds." Dao Quang's voice immediately rang out. You only remember me when you need something. Why don't you call me usually?" Annie covered her mouth and laughed. "Wasn't it because I didn't want to disturb your rest? By the way, Grandpa Dao Quang, this is the Eye of the Sea God in the Endless Sea. It's said to be very magical. Take a look and see if there's anything special about it." Dao Quang carefully sensed it, and slowly said, "It is indeed a little special, but not very obvious. Little skeleton, go into the water and take a look." "Huh?" Born was taken aback. "Won't my skeleton sink to the bottom immediately?" Dao Quang scolded, "Don't you have water elemental magic? An undead being afraid of water? I'm speechless." Born chuckled and leaped into the water. It wasn't that he was afraid of water, but he had a lingering fear from the Nether River, always feeling that something was approaching underwater. Seeing this, Annie and Blue jumped into the water one after the other. As soon as they entered, Annie's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Such pure water elemental magic." Huh? Why can't I absorb it? Bourne frowned as well. There's definitely something strange about this. Not a single bit of this purity of magic is leaking out. If you don't go into the water, most people wouldn't even notice it. Dao Quang was silent for a long time, then suddenly spoke up. Kid, you hit the jackpot again. What? Bourne didn't react for a moment. Teacher, are you talking about me? Dao Quang laughed and cursed. Of course it's you. A treasure is hidden in this sea, and this treasure will be of great use to you. Bourne scratched his head. What treasure is it to me? He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening suddenly. Teacher, you mean? There's a heavenly soul here. Bourne trembled. The benefits the earth-shattering heavenly soul and the punishing heavenly soul had brought him were unimaginable. Now, even at the Qiyuan realm, he could easily contend with someone a whole realm higher, all thanks to the power of the heavenly soul and the soul fusion chapter. If there really is a celestial soul here, that would be an incredible stroke of luck, and he would absolutely not let this opportunity slip by. Annie immediately asked, where is that celestial soul? Dao Quang shook his head. This celestial soul is extremely intelligent. It knows how to conceal its presence. This sea area is vast. Finding it won't be easy. Seeing Annie and Bourne silent in the water, Blue and Bizen were somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, Annie turned and asked, Blue, do you know if there's anything special here, like a main hall or a seal? Blue shook his head. I don't know. These things usually don't appear in the sea, right? Bizen also said, even if there is, it's on the seabed. But no one has ever reached the seabed. Nobody knows what's there. The seabed? Annie's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go to the seabed. What? Blue and Bizen exclaimed simultaneously. Annie, are you kidding me? Blue said solemnly. Perhaps I didn't explain clearly before. Although this is a sacred place, it's also fraught with danger. People lose their lives here every year, and the deeper you go, the greater the danger. And insisted, it's alright, don't forget, I'm an adventurer. Adventurers never fear risks. You can wait for me here. Bourne and I will go down and take a look. Don't worry, if there's any danger, I come back up immediately. I won't stay down there for long. Brown objected, no, we can't let you go down alone. I'm going with you. Bizen, you wait here. Why? Bizen immediately shouted, I'm going too. You can't leave me behind. Why are you so disobedient? Brown said angrily, and doesn't know the danger, but don't you? If something happens to me, you can still inherit father's mantle. But if we brothers both die, who will help father? Bizen turned his head, only you are allowed to die, but I'm not? Why? I won't accept this. Annie was exasperated. What do you mean by die? What are you talking about? I just want to go down and take a look, not risk my life. Don't worry, I'm an experienced adventurer, I'd be fine. Seeing that Bizen insisted on coming along, Blue said helplessly, alright, we just go and take a look. If there's any danger, we have to come out, understand? Bizen and Annie nodded at the same time. Blue sighed, there are still powerful magical beasts in the eye of the sea god. Hopefully, we won't encounter them this time. We need to prepare enough compressed air bubbles, otherwise, we can't breathe underwater without air. Annie didn't know how to prepare compressed air bubbles, but Blue and Bizen were experts at this, and quickly made 3. Bourne was an undead, so he naturally didn't need any compressed air bubbles. Once the 4 of them were ready, they simultaneously dived underwater. Chapter 404. Submerging into the water, Annie felt enveloped in water elemental magic, as if all surrounding sounds were blocked out. The 4 could only communicate through gestures and eye contact. As they descended deeper, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. Occasionally, a few unidentified small fish would pass by, but nothing else. I feel the aura of the heavenly soul is becoming increasingly clear, which means the heavenly soul is underwater, Dao Quang said. Hearing Dao Quang's words, Annie and Bourne felt even more certain. If their previous assumptions were guesses, now it was confirmation. Blue and Bizen approached, each holding a waterproof lamp for illumination. However, in this deep underwater world, the lights could only illuminate an area of less than 2 meters. Bourne slowly released a soul flame. The soul flame was formed from pure soul power. Even underwater, it could continuously flicker without interference, and was also effective in detecting powerful creatures, very useful. They had been descending for an unknown amount of time, yet they still hadn't reached the bottom. Annie was astonished. The eye of the sea god truly lived up to its name. It was indeed unfathomable. The surrounding pressure was now immense, and everyone was circulating their magic to alleviate it, otherwise, they would have been crushed into mincemeat by the immense water pressure. Suddenly, the soul fire in Born's hand flickered violently. He immediately frowned and signaled for everyone to stop. "What's going on?" Annie asked through telepathic communication. "Something's wrong." Born's empty eyes stared at the flickering soul fire. That fluctuation just now was definitely not accidental. "There's a powerful creature nearby. Everyone be careful," and conveyed Born's message to Blue and Bizen through hand gestures, and the group immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings. But what could the naked eye see in the pitch-black depths of the ocean? After waiting a while, nothing unusual happened, and Born breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems the other side is still quite far away, or maybe they're just passing by. Let's go down and check again." The group continued their descent, and about half an hour later, the surroundings became even darker. The waterproof lights in Blue and Bizen's hands were almost completely useless, with visibility less than a meter, barely enough for them to see each other. Moreover, during this time, the soul fire in Born's hand showed no further abnormalities. Blue began to feel uneasy. They had reached the deepest point their family had ever reached, and if they continued to descend, their compressed air reserves would run out. He grabbed Anne's hand, pointed upwards, indicating it was time to go back up. Annie was somewhat unwilling to give up. After all, they had come this far, and it wouldn't be worth it to give up now. Born patted Blue on the shoulder, and pointed to the soul-severing blade at his waist, indicating there was no need to worry. Blue didn't understand Born's meaning, but Annie knew the soul-severing blade had a vast internal space, now open to the 4th level. Most importantly, unlike ordinary spatial artifacts, it could hold not only inanimate objects, but even living ones. However, with Born's current level, he would probably have to come out after a while, but that would still be enough time for Blue and the Bizen brothers to compress air and come out. "Hey! That's right." Annie suddenly remembered something. "Brother Born, what good things did you get on the 3rd and 4th levels of the soul-severing blade?" Born smiled mysteriously. You know what? The previous owner of this soul-severing blade was really something. He had so many good things. I already used the treasure from the 4th level in the underworld. It's a mobile castle, capable of autonomous defense and attack. I gave it to Judgment. That kid needed a free vessel anyway. It's perfect." "A mobile castle?" Annie became interested. "There are things like that? How does it work?" Born shrugged. "I don't know. My teacher said it's a kind of magical machine, driven by magic. I'm using it as the base of my new legion now. Asmodeus's clone is inside. Next, we build the Lord's Tower." Annie clicked her tongue in amazement. "I never heard of such a treasure before. What about the 3rd level?" Born didn't answer, but gave her a look, as if to say, "Guess." Annie stomped her foot angrily, ignoring Born, and swam downstream on her own. Born smiled, about to give chase, when suddenly the soul fire in his hand flickered and then went out with a poof. Born felt a chill run down his spine, frantically screaming in his mind, "Watch out." But then, a huge yellow light emerged from the pitch-black seabed, like a bright moon, its eerie glow illuminating an area of nearly 100 meters. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying scene. Bizen even accidentally swallowed a mouthful of seawater, his face turning bright red as he frantically covered his mouth. This is an eye?" Annie felt a chill run down her spine. The largest creature she had ever seen was the 2-headed demonic whale in the magical realm, which had already amazed her, but this eye completely shattered her understanding. Judging from the distance, the eyes seemed to be over 100 meters away, but even so, the ferocious light emanating from those enormous eyeballs was enough to stop everyone's hearts from beating. Rumble. The owner of the eyeballs seemed to have noticed Annie and the others, and began to move slowly. When both eyes were fixed on them, they could see clearly that it was a dragon. A gigantic dragon. Annie swallowed hard. Dragons were already enormous creatures, but this dragon was even larger than the golden dragon, many times its size. Even the 2-headed demonic whale looked tiny next to it. Without hesitation, Annie immediately began paddling vigorously in the water, urging everyone to move quickly. Blue and Bizen also rushed upwards without hesitation. However, they hadn't gone far when a huge dragon tail descended from above like a small mountain. It didn't seem fast, but it struck Blue and Bizen with perfect precision. They had no way to dodge, and could only use all their magic power to defend themselves, but they were still thrown back by the immense force, blood spilling from their mouths. "Oh no!" Annie sensed something was terribly wrong. This dragon's strength was clearly beyond her comprehension, and it was underwater, its territory. The 4 of them were likely doomed. At that moment, Born drew his soul-severing blade, pointing it at the dragon's head. "Annie, you take them away. I hold off this dragon. If we can't defeat it, I return to the underworld myself." Annie knew this was the best course of action, so she nodded and quickly swam towards Blue and Bizen. Born simultaneously swung his soul-severing blade, a flash of lightning beneath his feet creating a series of bubbles in the seawater that shot towards the dragon's head. The dragon's eyes narrowed sharply, as if it had spotted something interesting. Its scales unfurled, emitting a ghostly blue light, a manifestation of water elemental magic, demonstrating the terrifying power of this dragon. The dragon opened its gaping maw and unleashed a powerful breath of water. Born's gaze sharpened, and he activated the heavenly soul of retribution once more. With a deafening roar, a deep-sea thunderclap exploded to Born's left, evaporating the surrounding seawater into a vacuum. Born used this force to instantly shift nearly 10 meters to the side, dodging the dragon's breath. The dragon, its attack missing, grew even more eager, roaring and unleashing another breath attack. Born, still relying on the power of the heavenly soul of retribution, dodged left and right, constantly closing in on the dragon. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. You stupid dragon, prepare to die. Born swung his soul-severing blade, simultaneously activating the heavenly soul of retribution and the heavenly soul of earth-shattering. A layer of hard rock armor quickly covered his body, and lightning crackled on the blade as he slashed fiercely at the dragon. A look of disdain flashed in the dragon's eyes, which was exactly what Born wanted to see. Against an opponent whose strength far surpassed his own, the more careless the opponent was, the more opportunities he would have. However, the next moment, a huge bubble fell from the sky and enveloped Born with a poof. Before Born could even react, his limbs were already immobilized, and he could only watch helplessly as he slowly fell. After trapping Born, the dragon didn't continue its attack on him. Instead, it turned its attention to Annie and the others who were rising to the surface. Born was terrified and quickly transmitted a message, "Watch out below." Annie's heart skipped a beat, and she unconsciously quickened her pace. However, in the sea, no matter how hard the three of them tried, they couldn't outrun the speed of a sea monster. The dragon caught up almost instantly. In this seawater filled with pure water elemental magic, unless one possessed a celestial soul like Born, it was impossible to use magic of other elements. Annie tried her best, but she could only release enhanced ice spikes. However, these ice spikes were no match for the dragon. They shattered with a clang upon hitting the dragon's scales, causing no damage whatsoever. It's over. Blue felt utterly hopeless. In this situation, they had no chance of escape. He regretted bringing Annie here. Now they had all lost their lives. The dragon opened its blood-red maw and swallowed all three of them whole in one gulp. Born's eyes widened in horror at the sight. He struggled frantically in the bubbles, but to no avail. He could only plead with Dao Quang, "Teacher, what do we do? Help me. Annie has been eaten." Dao Quang replied, "Kid, I want to help too, but with my current strength, I'm afraid I can't handle this guy. I suggest you escape as soon as you get the chance." Born said unwillingly, "How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? This should be a deep-sea dragon. Logically speaking, such creatures no longer exist in this era. It is very likely the guardian beast of the heavenly soul," Dao Quang said. At this moment, the deep-sea dragon that had swallowed Annie and her companion slowly swam back, its enormous yellow eyes mockingly fixed on Born, as if laughing at his weakness. "Damn it, you stinking dragon, spit Annie out right now," Born roared. "Undead. How dare you?" Suddenly, a thought entered Born's mind. This was a common way for undead to communicate. Born was startled, only then realizing that the dragon in front of him was speaking to him. "You? How could you? So you can communicate with soul power, huh?" The dragon sneered. "At my level, what can I do? Undead. Tell me, what are you here for?" Born swallowed hard, unsure how to answer. Should he say he came to retrieve the heavenly souls hiding here? Looking at Born's expression, the dragon sneered. "You don't need to say anything. I know you must have sensed the aura of the heavenly souls here. After all, you also possess heavenly souls, and two of them at that." Born was startled. It seemed he had been seen through. Then what do you want?" The dragon spoke calmly. "If it were before, I would have devoured you without hesitation, absorbing your heavenly soul power, so I could break through the shackles and regain my original power." Born's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean the dragon wasn't planning to devour him now? The dragon continued, "But things are different now. So many years have passed, and my strength has recovered to about 70 to 80%. Rather than focusing on increasing my strength, I rather find a way to break the restrictions." "You also have restrictions on you?" Born asked curiously. The dragon smiled faintly. "It seems you already encountered the guardian beast." "Who was it?" Born shrugged. "I don't know its name. It was a cave spider, or rather, a death spider. When I encountered it, it was only at the Qiyuan realm. Later, it was killed by the restrictions of the Broken Earth Palace. It was him. A look of reminiscence appeared in the dragon's eyes. The last death spider in this world is dead. You're really lucky, kid. If he were at his peak, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Bourne smiled bitterly. Even without recovering his strength, killing me would have been simple. I only managed to defeat him by utilizing the characteristics of the Broken Earth Palace. The dragon sighed. Since you already been to the Broken Earth Palace, you should know that we guardian beasts do indeed have restrictions. These restrictions are fatal, connected to our souls. If we can't break through these restrictions, even if we break through to the Yuan realm, it's useless. We'd be reduced to ashes the instant we reach the God realm. So you want freedom? Bourne asked. Nonsense. The dragon said irritably. All that talk was a waste of breath. Bourne scratched his head awkwardly. So what do you want me to do for you by keeping me here? The dragon's gaze swept towards the soul-severing blade in Bourne's hand. Your blade is Ka. Hey! Little bug. Blade Maniac's voice suddenly interrupted the dragon. The dragon's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing the voice, and it suddenly roared, its scales standing on end as it assumed a fighting stance, its expression extremely tense. Little bug, don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. Blade Maniac said calmly. Since you want to escape, I help you, but you have to obey, understand? The dragon tensed completely. You are Ka. I am Blade Maniac, remember that, don't get it wrong. Blade Maniac's voice was unquestionable. Chapter 405. The dragon paused, seemingly understanding something, and answered in a trembling voice, okay. But its expression remained unusually tense. You know me? Dao Kuang suddenly asked. The dragon swallowed hard. I worked under Lord Poseidon back then. Alright. Dao Kuang interrupted. Since that's the case, then it's easier to talk. We help you sever the restrictions, and you help this kid fuse with the heavenly soul, is that alright? The dragon nodded. Sure, that's what I was thinking anyway. That heavenly soul is useless to me, it's just a shackle binding me. That heavenly soul is? The raging wave heavenly soul. The dragon replied. Lord Poseidon tried to forcibly fuse with the heavenly soul back then, but failed. To prevent others. Having obtained it, I sealed it here, and I have guarded it ever since. Dao Kuang asked, won't you be punished when someone else took that soul? The dragon replied, so many years have passed, and no one from above has ever come to check. They've probably forgotten about it long ago. Now, I think freedom is more important. Once I enter the God plane, it will be at my disposal. Who can find me then? Dao Kuang chuckled, you're quite open-minded. Lead the way. The dragon responded, carrying Bourne and the bubbles in its mouth, and slowly swam towards the deeper seabed. Bourne quickly said, hey, can you spit out my companions? They'd be digested soon. The dragon chuckled, don't worry, look to the side. Bourne turned his head and saw Annie, and the other two lying quietly in the dragon's throat, not yet inside its stomach. All three were unconscious, but appeared to be out of danger. Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the dragon had planned this all along, making him worry for nothing. Luckily, he had the blade frenzy and the soul-severing blade, otherwise, an ordinary person would surely be eaten. Thinking of this, Bourne suddenly asked, by the way, has anyone been here before? The dragon replied without hesitation, yes. An old human. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Huh? You ate him? The dragon shook its head. Old men's flesh isn't tasty, so I locked him up down there. Sometimes when I get bored, I go and tease him. Bourne felt a chill. He hadn't expected this deep-sea dragon to have such a hobby. He's not dead, is he? The dragon laughed. Don't worry, he won't die. He seems to be making breakthroughs lately. He doesn't want to leave, said the dragon. Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. It's good he's not dead. I want to bring him out this time. Is that all right? The dragon casually replied, of course, no problem. I'm leaving anyway. What's the point of keeping him around? Soon, Bourne saw a layer of milky white, unidentified, wispy substance, resembling clouds, but not quite. Passing through this cloud, they finally arrived at the underwater world. Numerous jagged rocks stood side by side, and many strange sea creatures swam about. These creatures were even more peculiar in appearance, varying in size, some even transparent. In a clearing surrounded by coral reefs, a pale blue orb of light floated within, surrounded by concentric magic circles suppressing its violent power. At the edge of the magic circles, an old man, shirtless, sat with his eyes closed on a rock, his expression indifferent, as if he had entered a meditative state. The old man's muscles were bulging, and he was incredibly strong. Although he was old, he was full of energy and exuded a powerful aura. Seemingly sensing the dragon's approach, the old man slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Born in the dragon's mouth, his eyes narrowed, a hint of doubt appearing on his face. "Divine Dragon, why did you bring a skeleton in?" the old man asked. Hearing the old man call him Divine Dragon, the deep-sea dragon felt somewhat smug. He first put Born down, then said, "This isn't an ordinary skeleton. Whether I gain my freedom this time depends on him." "Freedom?" The old man was taken aback. "Divine Dragon, are you leaving?" Born was speechless. This old man must be Blue and Bizen's great-grandfather. Judging from his demeanor, he didn't want the dragon to leave. This wasn't captured, he simply stayed here on his own. The dragon nodded. "Yes, I stayed here long enough. My strength is almost back to its peak. It's time to go to the god realm." Born stepped forward and said, "Hello, I'm Born. Are you the great-grandfather of Blue from the Endless Sea?" "Blue?" The old man was taken aback. "You know him?" Born nodded to the dragon, who understood and spat out the three people from its mouth. The old man was startled. "Oh dear! What are Blue and Bizen doing here? This is ridiculous." "What? What happened to them?" The dragon replied, "Don't worry, they're fine. They were just stunned by my magic. They recover in a while." The old man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Annie, asking, "Who is this girl?" "She doesn't look like one of my people." Born said, "This is my summoner named Annie. She's here to cooperate with the Endless Sea to fight against the Holy See and the Austin Empire." The old man frowned. "Are the Papacy and the Austin Empire going to attack us again?" Born sighed. "This time it won't be that simple." He then recounted the power struggle between the Grand Elder and the Sea King, as well as the collusion between the Thompson family and the Grand Elder. The old man grew increasingly angry as he listened, slamming his hand on the reef. "That gander is getting more and more outrageous. I've been gone for less than a century, and he's already betraying his people's interests to gain power, even trying to seize his brother's position. It's infuriating." "Brother?" Born was taken aback. "The Grand Elder and the Sea King are brothers?" The old man sighed. "They're cousins, I suppose. Their father was too weak and died young, so they each inherited their positions from the previous generation. Alas! How did things come to this?" Seeing the old man's dejection, Born comforted him. "Don't worry, they are, after all, your descendants. As long as you intervene, this matter can definitely be resolved." The old man nodded. "That's all we can do." "All right," the dragon said impatiently. "You two can talk later, skeleton. I take you to fuse with the heavenly soul. Are you ready?" Born's soul fire flickered, and he nodded. "Okay. Don't worry, I fused with the heavenly soul twice already, I have experience." The dragon laughed. "That's good. Don't let the heavenly soul control you, or I be finished." Just as the dragon was about to lead Born closer to the heavenly soul, the old man suddenly spoke up. Wait! You want to fuse with the raging wave heavenly soul?" Born then realized he hadn't told him about this yet. "Oh right, I came here for the raging wave heavenly soul," the old man said solemnly. "Do you know how vast the energy of the raging tide heavenly soul is? Countless of my ancestors tried to absorb its power, all ending in failure. They either died or were crippled, unable to continue cultivating for the rest of their lives. Moreover, this is a treasure of my endless sea, and you—" Born bowed slightly. "I apologize, but I must try this time. The raging tide heavenly soul is extremely important to me. But rest assured, once I successfully fuse with it, the endless sea will be my eternal friend. You can ask me for help with any difficulties you encounter." The old man remained silent for a long while, then slowly said, "Since you are chosen by the divine dragon, I naturally have no doubts, even if you are an undead. Come, let's go together." Born looked up at the dragon, who nodded and said, "Don't let his appearance fool you. His strength is quite considerable, though a little weaker than mine." The old man laughed. "Divine dragon is too modest. You are far stronger than me. If it weren't for the restrictions on you, you would probably have already left this continent." Since the dragon had no objections, Born had even fewer. A dragon led the way, and Born walked side by side with the old man. "Senior, may I ask your name?" Born asked. The old man smiled. "Stark Curry, the 49th patriarch of the Endless Seas, now just a decrepit old man." Born said, "I am Born, commander of the Netherworld's Elite Lance Legion, and acting commander of the Asmodeus Legion. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Oh, a necromantic lord, huh?" Stark laughed. It seems this little girl Annie has considerable talent, able to summon you. With such a powerful figure appearing in the Norma Empire, it seems they are truly poised for a resurgence. Bourne waved his hand, saying, We're still far from it. The strongest in the Norma Empire right now is only at the transformation realm. We can't possibly contend with the Holy See or the Austin Empire. We can only rely on the power of other forces. Stark asked, So, which forces have you secured support from so far? Bourne counted on his fingers, the Adventurers Guild, the Duchy of Sharia, and the Velis Empire. Oh! Stark raised an eyebrow. You won over the second and third strongest in the world? Bourne smiled wryly. No, not at all. Those kinds of powerful figures wouldn't even meet with insignificant people like us. We only reached agreements with their leaders. Stark nodded. That's true. I suppose Elena and Yatiko. Stark wouldn't interfere in such trivial matters unless the Pope and those old guys took action themselves. Bourne's heart stirred. Senior, do you know the Adventurers Guild president and the Desert Eagle? Stark smiled. I do know them, but they're far stronger than me. These are the top experts on the continent. Perhaps only the dragon god can compare to them. The dragon snorted from the front. TCH, let them come. Watch me beat them to a pulp. Stark smiled and said nothing more. However, Bourne knew that Stark was probably right. At least based on the current intelligence, the Pope's strength had reached the terrifying peak of the Supreme Realm, with 1 foot already in the god plane. To ordinary people, such an existence was no different from a true god. Soon, they arrived in front of the raging wave's heavenly soul. The dragon made way for Bourne. As soon as Bourne faced the raging wave's heavenly soul, he instantly felt a vast power surge towards his face. This feeling was completely different from when he faced the earth-shattering and the punishing heavenly soul. This power was immense, making him feel as if he were in a raging torrent, teetering on the brink of being swallowed whole. As expected of the raging tide heavenly soul, its power is indeed domineering. Bourne exclaimed. The dragon spoke. To fuse with a heavenly soul, one must have unwavering will and gain the heavenly soul's approval. Are you ready? Bourne smiled. He never considered these things when fusing with a heavenly soul, directly activating the soul fusion technique. The surrounding water elemental magic surged instantly, startling both the dragon and Stark, who were wondering what Bourne was doing. However, they were astonished to see the raging tide heavenly soul actually moving towards Bourne on its own, something unprecedented. What's going on? Stark's mouth gaped open. The dragon frowned, pondered for a moment, then its eyes suddenly lit up. Ah! It's that technique. It's that technique. What? Stark was completely bewildered, not understanding what the dragon was talking about. However, the dragon had no time to explain. It immediately released its magic, stabilizing the surrounding space and suppressing the power of the raging wave's heavenly soul, preventing it from escaping the pull of the soul fusion chapter. The raging wave's heavenly soul seemed to know its fate and began to struggle frantically. But suppressed by both the magic array of the area and the deep-sea dragon, its power was reduced to less than 1/10, forcing it to gradually approach Bourne. Bourne seized the opportunity, extending a hand and pressing it firmly onto the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul writhed, instantly enveloping Bourne's arm. Bourne felt his mind explode. A vast power surged into the soul fire, automatically activating the earth-shattering and punishment heavenly souls, which had been hidden within the soul fire, and launching attacks on the intruder. Boom! Boom! Boom felt like his brain was exploding with explosions. His skull was about to be blown off, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, the soul fusion technique continuing to operate without pause. Stark snapped out of his daze, and quickly released his magic to help. Although this power was nothing compared to the raging wave's heavenly soul, it was better than nothing, and Boom immediately felt the pressure ease somewhat. However, it was clear that the restrictions here were much weaker than those in the Broken Earth Palace, and without the original owner's help, Boom's attempt to fuse with the raging wave's heavenly soul would not be easy. Boom! Another shockwave surged into the depths of his soul, sending Boom flying backward, his feet leaving the ground. He was completely dazed, his consciousness beginning to fade. Bourne, enduring excruciating pain, scrambled to his feet. But the moment he opened his eyes, he froze. He wasn't underwater, he was in a forest, and before him stood a gigantic red lizard, its eyes fixed on him menacingly. Bourne swallowed hard, about to move, when the lizard opened its massive jaws and swallowed him whole. Huh? Bourne was bewildered. This feeling was strangely familiar. Almost instinctively, he channeled his magic, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes that instantly pierced the lizard's heart. He then slowly crawled out of its mouth, shaking off the slime, and looked up to see Annie? Yes, it was Anne. And Anne at 8 years old. Chapter 406. Bourne was momentarily stunned when Annie approached him, tears welling in her eyes. Brother Bourne, you're finally here. Bourne scratched his head, wanting to reach out and pat Annie's head, but he was covered in the slime of the giant lizard and found it disgusting. Annie, let me wash up first. I smell awful. Annie wiped away her tears, smiling as she pointed behind her. There's a stream over there. Go wash up there. I go with you. Bourne remembered. Wasn't this the Misty Forest? Years ago, after Annie was driven to Misty City, she hadn't been able to summon Bourne again because her strength hadn't improved. Later, Nickel brought Annie to find the Arctic Demon Flower, but they got separated along the way. Annie encountered a fire lizard and was almost eaten, but luckily she broke through her current strength and summoned Bourne. Bourne easily reached the riverbank and leaped into the water, carefully washing off the slime. Annie squatted on the bank, chatting with him casually. The water flowed gently, and the only sound in the tranquil forest was Annie's giggles. Bourne felt a sense of peace. These days were nice. If Annie didn't bear so many burdens, perhaps she could truly be a carefree adventurer, traveling the world, exploring unknown realms, living a free and unrestrained life. But reality was cruel. Bourne knew that soon Annie would leave Misty City to study at the Norma Empire's Magic Academy. Later, amidst the turmoil of the Empire, both Annie and he would be drawn into the power struggle. Things became increasingly complicated, and Annie's responsibilities grew. The little girl who had been abandoned after awakening the power of death had become the future hope of the Norma Empire. The entire responsibility for the Empire's revival rested on her shoulders. Yet, thinking about it now, she was just a girl not yet 18. Looking at Annie's happy face, Bourne felt a pang of heartache. Annie, after everything you've been through, are you tired? Huh? Annie was taken aback. Why are you suddenly asking that? Bourne shook his head with a wry smile. Never mind, aren't we still going to find the Arctic Demon Flower? Let's go! He tried to stand up from the river. However, as soon as he tried, he found he couldn't move at all. His body seemed to be firmly sucked in by the water. Due to his unstable center of gravity, he fell backward and tumbled back into the river. What's going on? Bourne was shocked. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. Instead, he was pulled tighter. Annie on the bank watched him anxiously, calling out something, but Bourne couldn't hear her. He remembered that at that time, Annie hadn't yet mastered the method of soul communication. Bourne suddenly activated his death power, beginning to resist the erosion of the surrounding river water, but this seemed utterly useless. The river water was like tentacles, beginning to drill into his brain, seemingly trying to take over his consciousness and seize his body. Damn it! Bourne roared, feeling a sharp pain in his head. His vision blurred, leaving only Annie's anxious face before him. He desperately reached out a hand, but couldn't touch her. Annie! Annie! Suddenly, a loud shout rang in his mind, Brother Bourne, I'm here. Bourne's thoughts snapped back to reality. It was Annie's voice, and not the 8-year-old Annie. That's it. I was fighting the raging heavenly soul, not this strange river. Bourne's gaze sharpened, and the soul fusion technique began to operate frantically once more. Crack! 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 A series of teeth-grinding sounds emanated from Bourne. The river water that had been enveloping him shattered at a visible speed. Yes, shattered. The river twisted in an abnormal way, the scene before him shattered, and Bourne was back in the dark underwater world. But this time, Annie was right in front of him. Annie's eyes were fixed on Bourne, and she emitted rings of light from her body, a sign that the spirit division technique was in operation. So that's how it is. Bourne was overjoyed. With the help of the spirit division technique, the difficulty of fusing with the raging wave heavenly soul had decreased by another level. The dragon clicked its tongue in amazement. Truly, heaven is on my side. These two juniors are actually cultivating that technique. It seems we got this in the bag. Stark, however, asked, what kind of technique is that? It's so domineering. It can even refine and fuse with a heavenly soul? The dragon glanced at him. You don't need to know yet. I tell you when we break through the void and reach the god plane. With the soul-splitting and fusion technique operating at full power, the raging wave heavenly soul had no chance and could only obediently be refined, turning into a pale blue energy ball, floating inside Bourne's soul fire, reflecting the light of an earth yellow and a deep purple sphere, slowly rotating around the center. Phew. Bourne let out a long sigh of relief, finally succeeded. That was close. Annie also looked exhausted. Fighting the raging wave heavenly soul was extremely exhausting, But the gains were also great. The moment Born successfully fused with it, he directly broke through to the transformation realm, and his strength had finally caught up with Annie's. "When did you wake up?" Born asked. Annie smiled. "Just when you called me." "Huh?" Born was taken aback. He thought for a moment, but couldn't remember calling Annie. He shook his head and said, "Never mind, I'm so grateful you intervened in time, otherwise I would have been in real danger." Annie asked, "You stayed in the Prime Plane for quite a while this time, and I didn't see you return to the Netherworld. What happened?" The dragon explained, "There's a spatial barrier here. He can't go back from here." "I see." Annie understood. Born said, "Senior Dragon, thank you for helping me fuse with the Heavenly Soul. In exchange, I now help you sever the restrictions." "Wait!" The dragon and the blade maniac said almost simultaneously. Born was taken aback. "Wow, what's wrong?" Dao Quang's eye twitched. "Do you know how to cut it?" Born scratched his head. "No." Dao Quang was speechless. "If you mess around, this old dragon might lose its life. Let me handle it." The dragon also breathed a sigh of relief. He was more at ease knowing Dao Quang would do it himself. A wisp of green smoke slowly drifted out from Born's soul fire, condensing into the phantom of an old man. Although it was somewhat indistinct, its outline wasn't particularly tall, yet it exuded a powerful, oppressive aura. The phantom casually flicked its wrist, and the soul-severing blade was drawn with a clang, landing in the phantom's hand. Born asked with some worry, "Teacher, you only just recovered somewhat. Will using your soul power again be dangerous?" Dao Quang laughed. "Don't worry. I'm confident. After this is over, I'd probably sleep for a while longer, but it's alright, it won't damage my core." Although Dao Quang said this, Born knew in his heart that casting magic in a soul state was extremely dangerous. Last time, just fighting a single Thunder White Tiger had caused Dao Quang to fall into a deep sleep for several years, only waking up once. However, Born had no time to stop him. Dao Quang let out a soft shout, and with the activation of his soul power, the soul-severing blade let out a whistling sound, plunging into the underwater magic circle. The magic circle immediately shone with a blue light, instantly illuminating the entire underwater world. The dragon felt its breathing quicken. The magic circle had been activated. If Dao Quang failed, the outcome would be utter destruction, its soul scattered, rumble. The magic circle was slowly accumulating power. Perhaps due to its great age, the array needed some time to activate. In a place unseen by the naked eye, a thread was slowly extending, winding towards the dragon. The dragon couldn't see these threads, but it sensed the danger. Its massive body began to tremble uncontrollably. Dao Quang's gaze sharpened, and with a swift movement, he severed the silken thread with a slicing sound, shouting, "Retreat!" The dragon immediately swam upwards at the sound of his command, while the magic circle, as if stimulated, suddenly erupted with a dazzling blue light, countless blue tentacles lashing out at the dragon. Dao Quang immediately leaped into the air, yelling, "Little skeleton, let's go!" "Huh?" Born was startled, then remembered that Dao Quang was in spirit form, and couldn't stray too far from him, so he quickly followed. Dao Quang moved with lightning speed, swiftly entering the magic circle. Wherever he went, the blue tentacles were annihilated, but the magic circle continued to operate frantically, new tentacles constantly appearing, a sight that sent chills down everyone's spine. "Roar!" The dragon roared, bursting through the white mist, and leaving the underwater world. As the dragon departed, the magic circle deflated like a punctured balloon, its light gradually dimming until it vanished into nothingness. The mad blade also sheathed his sword, his entire being like a drawn sword, his aura astonishing and his sharpness fully revealed. Born swallowed hard, giving a thumbs up and saying, "Teacher, awesome." The mad blade chuckled, sheathing the soul-severing blade and returning it to Born's soul fire. "Kid, I'm going to slumber for a while. Be careful." Born patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, teacher, you recover peacefully. I be fine." The mad blade then fell silent. Born looked up and said to Stark Sr., "Why don't we go out too?" Stark nodded, carrying Blue in one hand and Bussing in the other, and left the underwater world with Born and Annie. Upon reaching the upper level, they encountered the dragon that had just broken free. "Ha ha ha! I'm free! I'm free!" The dragon roared wildly, swimming rapidly in the sea, appearing extremely excited. Born smiled, "Congratulations, Senior Dragon." Seeing Born emerge, the dragon quickly greeted him, "Ha ha ha, thank you so much. Without you, I don't know how many more years I would have been trapped." Born hurriedly waved his hand, "Senior, you're too kind. Didn't you also help me fuse with the Raging Tide Soul?" Stark then asked, Dragon, when are you going to the God Plane? The dragon paused, pondered for a moment, and said, My strength hasn't fully recovered yet. It will probably take another year. For the time being, I will continue to cultivate here. Stark sighed. You've been in the eye of Poseidon for 10,000 years, the guardian dragon of our endless seas race. Now that you're gone. Alas. What guardian dragon? The dragon laughed. I merely had some dealings with some of your ancestors, and I haven't helped you much. Your true reliance was on the raging tide soul, but that raging tide soul has been absorbed by this undead brat. Born scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I'm sorry, senior. Stark waved his hand. It's all right. That soul is more effective with you than it is with us. But I also hope that once you become stronger, you can help my people. Of course. Born laughed. Bruce and Bizen are good brothers with me. Their affairs are my affairs. Stark nodded. I'm relieved to hear that. Your compressed air is running out, isn't it? Hurry back to the surface. Don't suffocate in the sea. Annie also said, I feel a huge drain on my magic power as soon as I came out. Brother Born, I can't support you staying in the prime material plane any longer. You should go back. Born nodded and vanished in a flash. The dragon carried Annie and the others quickly to the surface. Once out of the water, Annie felt completely refreshed, breathing in large gulps of fresh air. However, because of the rapid ascent, she still felt somewhat unwell. If it weren't for the magic protection, her heart would probably have been crushed by the water pressure. Stark tossed Bruce and Bizen onto the boat, then turned to the dragon and said, Dragon, please rest here. I will order my men not to disturb you. The dragon nodded and dived back into the sea. Annie climbed onto the deck and patted Blue and Bizen's faces. Hey, how long are you two going to sleep? Whether woken by Annie's patting or because it was time to wake up, Blue and Bizen both groggily awoke at the same time, looking around in confusion. Bizen murmured, I'm not dead? Blue asked, equally puzzled. How did we get back to the ship? Annie stood in front of the two, hands on her hips. We escaped death. We're back from the bottom of the sea. You two can really sleep. Huh? Blue slowly sat up. What happened? I remember being swallowed by that deep-sea dragon. How did we escape? Where's Born? With a splash, Stark also jumped out of the sea and landed steadily on the deck. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, Ah! The air outside is so good. I haven't breathed so freely in ages. At this moment, Stark's long blue hair plastered to his face, his beard unkempt, and his clothes tattered, made him look like a beggar, but his imposing aura was undeniable. Blue and Bizen were stunned. Their mouths slowly opened wide enough to fit a goose egg. Great-great-great-grandfather. Even though they had never met him, the old man in front of them looked about 80% like the great-grandfather their father had mentioned. Most importantly, there was a portrait of him in the family. Blue and Bizen had seen it countless times, so they recognized him at a glance. Chapter 407. In the council hall of Sea King Island, Sea King and 17 elders sat around a table. Will sat at the head of the table, his face somewhat gloomy, and the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. Suddenly, an elder slammed his hand on the table and shouted, What utter nonsense! I think that Annie is a fraud, trying to drag our endless seas into this mess. We absolutely cannot agree to this. Another elder chimed in, Fifth elder is right. Remember what the ancestors said back then? The Norma people are all frauds, not to be trusted. An elder to Will's right spoke up, Seventh elder, that was hundreds of years ago. How can you attribute the actions of the Norma first emperor to his descendants? The seventh elder retorted, Second elder, haven't you heard of a rat's son digging a hole? They're all cut from the same cloth. The fifth elder roared angrily that Annie said she wanted to cooperate, but she disappeared on the day of the meeting. I bet she ran away. The first elder, sitting to Will's left, slowly said, She didn't leave. Blue and Bizen took her to the eye of Poseidon. What? The fifth elder stood up abruptly. That's the sacred ground of my endless sea. How can anyone just come and go as they please? Sea King, did you authorize this? Will frowned. Fifth elder, are you questioning me? The fifth elder immediately shut up and sullenly sat back down. The grand elder chuckled, Hee, let's discuss this. Don't get so worked up. Leaving aside whether we can cooperate with the Norma Empire, the fact that Annie is currently in our endless seas is already a serious problem. As everyone knows, Annie is now a wanted fugitive by both the Holy See and Austin. If the Holy See and Austin find out, we might face war before we even get to cooperate. Will said calmly, Annie came secretly, no one knows. Right now, besides everyone here, Only Blue and Bizen know that Annie is in the Endless Sea. However, I heard that Maddle had a conflict with Annie yesterday. I wonder if he also knows Annie's identity. The Grand Elder chuckled. Maddle is a child we all watched grow up. He has a bit of a temper, but his character isn't bad. Even if he knows Annie's identity, he won't go around spreading rumors. But you said Annie came secretly? Is it possible that this news has been leaked? Nobody can say for sure. The elders began to whisper among themselves. The Grand Elder's words made sense. Annie said she came secretly, but who could guarantee that the news hadn't leaked? If it really brought war to the Endless Sea, that would be troublesome. Currently, the Endless Sea has few strong individuals and insufficient combat power. The only Supreme Realm expert is still cultivating in the Eye of the Sea God, and his whereabouts are still unknown. If a war really breaks out, the losses will be devastating. Just then, the door opened, and a soldier rushed in, whispering something in Will's ear. Will's eyes widened, and he shouted, "What did you say? An Austin Empire fleet has been spotted outside the island?" All the elders turned pale upon hearing this news. The fifth elder slammed his fist on the table again. "See? I told you so. That Annie is a fraud. She's just here to cause us trouble." Will waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that now. How many people are there?" The soldier replied, 5 ships. Judging from their style, they all seem to belong to the Thompson family. The first elder frowned. "Only the Thompson family? It's uncertain, just speculation. Further investigation is needed. Lord Sea King, should we stop them?" Will stood up and said, "Immediately dispatch the Sea King Island fleet to intercept them. Elders, regardless of whether it's because of Annie, the Austin Empire's audacious intrusion into our Endless Sea is a blatant disregard for us. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I request that you all accompany me to see what they intend to do." The 17 elders stood up in unison and left the meeting room. A massive warship was already prepared at the Sea King Island dock. Will led the powerful figures of the Endless Sea onto the warship, setting sail with 5 warships and 20 vessels from the Sea King Island fleet to intercept the Austin warship. On the warship, the 5th elder continued his incessant chatter. It must have been Annie who leaked the news when she came, letting the Austin Empire know. Now we don't know if the papacy will come too. The 2nd elder said, "We're not even sure if Annie leaked the news herself." "How can you not be sure?" The 5th elder retorted. "There are only a few people who know she's in the Endless Sea. Besides herself, who else could it be? Do you think we elders, or the brothers Blue and Bizen, would do such a thing?" "I didn't say that." The 2nd elder immediately said, "What I mean is, their intentions are still unclear. It's too early to draw conclusions." The 5th elder snorted coldly. "Humph. What's unclear? We do have disagreements with Austin, but that doesn't warrant sending a warship, does it? That Annie is a menace. We must sever ties with her from now on." The 2nd elder frowned and said, "That's going too far. Annie helped Blue and Bizen in the magic realm, and without her, the water realm wouldn't have been opened. Our entire Endless Sea should be grateful to her." "Grateful my foot." The 7th elder retorted. "I think she planned this all along. Blue and Bizen might have been brainwashed by her. We must question them thoroughly when they return." Soon, Austin's 5 ships appeared in the distance. Will stood at the bow, his brow furrowed, and gestured for them to stop. The opposing ship also stopped, and the 2 sides remained in a standoff for a while. Will then signaled his ship to continue forward, slowly approaching the other ship, while a large ship opposite them began to sail towards them. The 2 ships approached each other in the middle. Will could already see the people on the other ship and shouted, "You have trespassed into the territory of the Endless Sea. You are hereby ordered to leave immediately, or you will face the consequences." A middle-aged man slowly stepped out from the other ship and called out to Will, "I am Marquis Rand Thompson of the Austin Empire. According to intelligence, our empire's wanted criminal and goer is on your island. Upholding friendly principles, we do not wish to engage in direct conflict with you. Please hand over." The 5th elder slammed his hand on the railing and said fiercely, "See? I told you. They're here to find Anne. That brat must have exposed their whereabouts. She's really got us killed." The 2nd elder frowned and said, "Not necessarily, is it?" The 7th elder said sarcastically, "Why not? Do you think it was the Brew and Bizen brothers who exposed them? You?" The 2nd elder exclaimed angrily. "Enough." Will interrupted, "This isn't the time to discuss this. What do you think should be done? How else can it be done?" The 5th elder said directly, "When Annie returns, just arrest her and hand her over. Maybe Austin and the Vatican will remember our favor." "No way." The 2nd elder objected, "Betraying friends is not something we in the Endless Seas do." The seventh elder scoffed. Friends? Who acknowledges her as a friend of the endless seas? I certainly don't. At this moment, seeing that Will hadn't responded, Rand continued, you should have seen our sincerity by now. We only brought 5 warships this time. We're definitely no match for you. But if you're unwilling to hand them over to Annie, then next time, there will be more than 5 warships. This was a blatant threat, and many people on the endless sea side showed anger on their faces. The second elder was so angry that his face turned red as he said, look at him. What kind of person is he? A mere marquis dares to threaten us so openly. How can he possibly take the endless sea seriously? The first elder waved his hand with a smile and said, oh, how can you say that? He's just on official business. To capture a wanted criminal, his tone naturally won't be very polite. Let me talk to him. Someone, launch a small boat. Immediately, a crew member slowly launched a small boat into the sea, and the first elder boarded the boat alone. The second elder looked worried and said, why don't I go with you? It's too dangerous for one person. The first elder smiled and said, thank you for your concern, second elder. It's all right, there are so many of us here. He won't dare to do anything reckless. With that, he took only one soldier and rowed a small boat to the side of the other side's large ship. The other side also lowered a ladder, allowing the first elder to board the ship alone. Due to the distance, no one could hear the conversation between the Grand Elder and the other side. After the elder boarded the ship, they could only wait anxiously. Will remained frowning. The current situation was not good. Although the other side only had 5 ships and posed no real threat to the endless sea, if they actually attacked, it would be a complete breakdown in relations. The Austen royal family would definitely not let this opportunity pass, and would certainly rally the papacy for a large-scale attack, which was something Will did not want to see. However, he couldn't bring himself to hand Annie over. He had already met Annie and confirmed her purpose. Based on Annie's previous actions, he had determined that she was a trustworthy ally with great potential. If the Norma Empire's counterattack succeeded, it would be a major event that changed the world order. As an ally of the Norma Empire, the Endless Sea would also benefit from this change, changing its situation of being constantly bullied. But who can say for sure? This is a huge gamble, and Will is finding it difficult to make a decision, betting the fate of the entire Endless Sea on a girl who is not even 18 years old. Before long, the Grand Elder finished his discussion with the other party, and returned to Will's ship in a small boat. Everyone gathered around, and the 7th Elder stepped forward to examine him, asking with concern, they didn't harm you, did they? The Grand Elder smiled, and shook his head, no, don't worry. Their target is only Annie. It has nothing to do with my Endless Sea. I already made it clear to them, telling them not to rush, and to wait here for a day. We will give them an answer. The 5th Elder immediately clapped his hands and shouted, ha ha ha, the Grand Elder is truly amazing. He intimidated them with just one move. Now, as long as we hand Annie over, the crisis is over. The other elders chimed in. The Grand Elder is not only incredibly strong, but his negotiation skills are top-notch. I heard that Marquis Thompson isn't someone to be trifled with, but he cowered at the sight of the Grand Elder, ha ha ha. The praise flowed freely, instantly enlivening the atmosphere on the ship, and dispelling the previous gloom. A sly glint flashed in the 12th Elder's eyes, as he suddenly spoke, Grand Elder, did they say how they knew Annie was in my Endless Sea? I want to see which traitor leaked the information. The Grand Elder hesitated, pondering for a long while before reluctantly saying, alas, let's not talk about this. The 5th Elder urged, hey, why not? We all want to know. Seeing he couldn't persuade them otherwise, the Grand Elder said, Rand said that a few days ago, Bussing sailed from the Thompson family's port, and someone saw a girl resembling Annie on his ship, and reported it to him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 5th Elder pounded his chest and stamped his feet, exclaiming, oh, how could Bizen be so careless? He's such a grown man, yet he has no sense of awareness whatsoever. He's ruined us all. The other elders all looked at him with disappointment and frustration. The 7th Elder said, yes. I think Bizen needs more guidance. He should learn from Ma Deli. The 12th Elder added, Ma Deli is quite good. His strength has improved recently. I think he's a rising star of our Endless Sea. Blue, Bizen should both learn from him. The 1st Elder clearly enjoyed these words, his face beaming with joy. Meanwhile, Will and the 2nd Elder's expressions grew even more somber. Blue and Bizen are princes, while Madel is the eldest Elder's son. Compared to that, doesn't it show that the Sea King has failed in his parenting? Stop talking such useless things. The 2nd Elder said. Since we have a day, let's go back and discuss a plan. The 5th Elder said, what's there to discuss? Just hand Annie over. The 8th elder said, but Annie isn't on Sea King Island. Where are we going to find her? The 7th elder said, didn't they say Blue and Bizen took her to the Eye of Poseidon? If we send people there, we can find her. The Eye of Poseidon isn't very big, and they can't go underwater. Just then, a crew member stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, elders, news from the port says that Prince Blue and Bizen have returned. What? Everyone's spirits lifted. Then what are we waiting for? The 7th elder exclaimed. Let's hurry back and bring Annie here. We don't even need to wait until tomorrow. The 1st elder glanced at Will, then smiled and said, No rush. Let's go back and see what's going on. We can't completely trust their side of the story, can we? All the elders nodded in agreement. The 1st elder is indeed very insightful. The Austinians are indeed untrustworthy. Let's go back and find out more. Maybe it wasn't Prince Bizen who leaked the information? The 2nd elder's chest heaved violently. He was about to speak when Will stopped him. Will's face was expressionless. He simply waved his hand and said, Let's go. We talk about it back there. Chapter 408. In the main hall of the Sea King Island Palace, Blue and Bizen sat listlessly, while Annie rested with her eyes closed. Bizen said worriedly, I heard Austin sent warships. Are they going to attack us? Blue frowned. Why would they choose this time? Could Annie's whereabouts have been exposed? Bizen shook his head. It shouldn't be. We ran into Quentin on our way here. That guy tried to cause me trouble, but ended up getting hurt. Could it be because of that? Blue thought for a moment and said, No, the Thompson family knows our strength. Just their family alone. They can't conquer our endless seas, but since they dared to openly send warships here, they must have a good reason. I think it's very likely they're here for Annie. Bizen asked doubtfully, Then how did they know Annie was in the endless seas? When Annie escaped across the sea from Divine Beast Mountain before, the Holy See personally sent a Grand Protector, but they found nothing, didn't they? Blue shook his head. I don't understand. Never mind, let's wait for Father to return. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the entrance of the hall. Blue turned to see Will leading a group of elders striding in. Blue and Bizen immediately went to greet them. Father! I have good news for you. However, before they could finish, Will interrupted them, putting everything else aside. Where is Annie? Annie had also woken up and slowly walked to Will, bowing. Lord Sea King, I'm here. The 5th elder immediately stepped forward. You're Annie. You troublemaker. Seize her. The soldiers nearby immediately rushed forward to attack, but Blue and Bizen were taken aback and quickly stepped in front of Annie, anxiously asking, 5th elder, What's going on? Why are you arresting Annie? The 5th elder angrily retorted, You two are still protecting her. Don't you know she's a wanted criminal by Austin and the Holy See? Austin has already come knocking on our door. Blue inwardly cursed. It seemed things were indeed as they appeared. Austin's warships had come for Annie. The 2nd elder then spoke up. Don't rush, 5th elder. You're not worried about a little girl running away, are you? If Annie wanted to run, wouldn't she have already done so? Why would she come back? Who said I'm afraid? The 5th elder immediately retorted. The 1st elder looked at everyone, smiled, and gestured for them to sit down. Hee, all right, stop standing around talking. Sit down and discuss it. We still have a day. The 5th elder then snorted and sat down in his seat. After everyone was seated, Will spoke first. Annie, the Austin Empire has sent warships from the Thompson family to arrest you, and they've given us a day. What do you think? Annie gave a wry smile and asked, How many are they? 5 warships. So 5 warships from the Austin Empire can sweep through the entire endless sea. Insolence. The 5th elder slammed his fist on the table. What do you know, you little brat? The endless sea is best at naval warfare. Don't worry about 5 warships. Even 50 wouldn't faze us. Annie laughed. If that's the case, what's there to worry about? If they really knew I was here, then they definitely sent more than 5. The 7th elder sneered. So, you mean we can just ignore them? Then you just run away when Austin and the papacy's armies are on our side. Bruce said, 7th elder, Annie came here to cooperate with us. There's no need for her to harm us. Once we're truly allied, we fight together against Austin and the papacy, and restore the endless sea to its former glory. Humph. The 5th elder snorted. Her? A little brat, who hasn't even grown her first hair, thinking she's something special just because she stirs up trouble in the magic realm. She's far from it. And wasn't surprised by this, calmly saying, the elder's concerns aren't unreasonable, but the fact is, the endless sea's current situation isn't good. The best solution is to cooperate with our Norma Empire. Personally, my strength is meager, Nothing in front of you elders, but I have the entire Norma Empire behind me. I'm here representing the Norma Empire's sincerity to discuss cooperation. The seventh elder scoffed, the Norma Empire is nothing. It's long gone from being a powerful nation. How dare you presume to discuss cooperation with us? It's laughable. Do you even have a Qiyuan realm expert? Annie nodded solemnly, yes. The seventh elder was taken aback, then burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Little girl, do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Everyone in the world knows that your Norma Empire has at most one Liyuan mage. Annie took a deep breath. Since we laid it all out, I won't hide anything from you. My Norma Empire now has nearly 1,000 Liyuan experts, dozens of Qiyuan experts, and several Huayuan realm experts. The elders all gasped simultaneously, and Will's expression changed as well. Is what you're saying true? The sixth elder, who had remained silent until now, asked. Annie bowed slightly. This junior dares not lie. I previously brought out a batch of secret realm origins from the magical secret realm, numbering approximately several thousand. The sixth elder was moved. So, you possess a spatial artifact? Annie nodded, and took out her breastplate. This is my Uncle Nickel, the Grand Mage Protector of the Norma Empire, who possessed this artifact. He later gave it to me. It has a large storage space inside. Greed gleamed in the eyes of the elders. Spatial artifacts were rare on the continent, and even if one possessed one, it was generally not shown to others, much less given to others, not even close relatives. At this moment, the Grand Elder chuckled and said, Little Annie, you are indeed exceptionally talented. It's truly remarkable that you led the Norma Empire to its current achievements. However, I must remind you that if the Norma Empire becomes too powerful, it might stand against the entire continent. Have you thought this through? Annie nodded solemnly. Thank you for the reminder, Grand Elder. I already considered this. My Norma Empire has been feared by our fellow humans for a century because of that unfounded ambition for power, resulting in everyone's strength being stagnant. This is unfair. I want to break this current situation, to bring down those who are high and mighty, who trample on our dignity and despise us, and to create a world where everyone has equal opportunities. I know the Endless Sea has existed for nearly 1,000 years, and was once glorious, with countless powerful figures. But what about now? It can only occupy a quarter of the world. Who on the continent cares about you? Even if the Austin Empire bullies you now, do you dare to retaliate? Don't you want to change this situation? Everyone fell silent. Will's face showed admiration. It was truly remarkable that Annie had the courage to speak such powerful words under such circumstances. He knew his two sons couldn't do it. After a long pause, the first elder clapped his hands lightly and said, Good. Good. Heroes emerge from among the young, with lofty ambitions. Excellent. Then he changed the subject, however. Even though the Norma Empire has grown strong, it still lacks top-tier experts. How do you plan to fight against the Holy See and the Austin Empire? The fifth elder immediately said, Yes. You don't even have a single Fengyuan expert, let alone a Ziyuan one. Go to sleep and stop daydreaming. And smiled calmly, if you want to stand up, you can't get used to lying down. We reached an agreement with the Adventurers Guild, the Duchy of Sharia, and the Velis Empire to jointly fight against the Holy See, the Austin Empire, and the Harry Empire. With the three sides joining forces, I think we have a 30% chance of winning. If you can agree as well, our chances of winning will be even greater. What? The elders were once again shocked. Holy crap! The Adventurers Guild's been dragged into this. Is it a lie? Probably not. We heard the Adventurers Guild has always had a special relationship with this Annie. The first elder's smile faded, and the seventh elder quickly said, How can we believe you with just empty words? If we're fooled, we'd be laughed at. Everyone calmed down and watched how Annie would answer. Annie remained composed. I opened the water realm, which hadn't been opened for hundreds of years, bringing opportunities to water elemental mages throughout the Endless Sea and even the entire continent. I also brought out the water elemental spirit, so anyone entering the magic realm from the Endless Sea will be protected. Isn't that enough to show my sincerity? I consider Blue and Bizen my most trustworthy friends, which is one of the reasons I came to the Endless Sea, because I trust this place. But if you don't trust me, I can simply leave. But you must understand, this is an opportunity I'm giving you, not the other way around. Arrogant! The fifth elder shouted, A little girl like you dares to spout such nonsense? What do you think this place is? Annie remained unfazed. I'm just telling the truth. If I can't convince you this time, then so be it, I leave. The seventh elder sneered. Leave? What a joke. Austin's warships are still lurking outside. How can you leave? Do you think you can fight against a Fengyuan expert? Annie glanced at him indifferently. Since the other party is from the Thompson family, there should only be one Fengyuan expert. As long as he doesn't make a move, I never been afraid of anyone below Fengyuan. Such arrogance. The seventh elder stood up. I'd like to test you out and see what you're really made of. Will slapped the armrest and shouted, Seventh elder, why are you arguing with a junior? Don't you have any manners? However, Annie waved her hand and said, Lord Sea King, I also want to learn from the elders of the Endless Sea. If they're too weak, then my trip here was in vain. The seventh elder was furious. Sea King, you saw it. This guy asked for a beating, don't blame me. With that, he leaped up, a blue light emanating from his palm, and slashed out a water blade, sweeping towards Annie. Annie pushed her chair back, stretched out her right hand, and suddenly grabbed, conjuring 3 ice spikes out of thin air. One spike shattered the opponent's water blade, while the other 2 continued to shoot towards the seventh elder. The seventh elder let out a soft heh, you do have some skill, but it's not enough. He drew his curved sword from his waist, slicing the ice spikes in 2 sharp sounds, and prepared to close in. He realized that Annie's cultivation level was almost the same as his, but such a thin and small girl was definitely not good at close combat. Closing the distance was the best option. However, his eyes widened suddenly as a large, dark hole appeared before him. A skeleton soldier slowly emerged from it, glanced at him indifferently, drew his sword with one hand, parried his curved blade horizontally, and then kicked him in the chest. The seventh elder felt as if he couldn't catch his breath and flew backward, smashing the chair behind him. Seventh elder. The fifth elder rushed forward to check on him, and found that the seventh elder had only been kicked down and was not injured. The sixth elder frowned and said, Rumor has it you're a necromancer, and it seems true. But how can you also cast water elemental spells? Born stood beside Annie, and greeted Blue and Bizen. Annie replied, I must keep this a secret, but the seventh elder is indeed powerful. If I don't use the power of death, it will probably take quite a bit of effort. The seventh elder's face flushed red. Losing to a junior was a great embarrassment to him. The fifth elder roared, Humph, daring to injure someone in my endless seas. You're truly audacious. Sea King, how can you let someone like that go? Will said calmly, that was just a friendly spar, and seventh elder attacked first. Besides, seventh elder wasn't injured. How can you blame him? The fifth elder looked pleadingly at the first elder, who coughed lightly. Let's discuss this without ruining the harmony. I think this alliance is a serious matter, and we can't draw conclusions based on just one side's opinion. I suggest we vote by raising our hands, Sea King. What do you think? Will frowned and nodded. All right. Now, those who disagree with forming an alliance with the Norma Empire, please raise your hands. Immediately, 7 elders, including the first elder, fifth elder, and seventh elder, raised their hands. Will sighed and then said, those who agree to the alliance with the Norma Empire, raise your hands. He slowly raised his own hand, followed by 5 elders, who usually sided with Will. Including Will himself, that made 6, one less than the first elder side. Just as Will was feeling disheartened and preparing to announce the results, the 6th elder, who usually remained neutral, suddenly raised his hand, startling everyone. The 5th elder shouted, You, 6th elder. What are you doing? The 6th elder sighed and said, I think Miss N is right. If we continue to be complacent, groveling and trying to prolong our family's existence by appeasing the Austin Empire, then sooner or later the Endless Sea will be swallowed up, becoming a complete vassal of the Austin Empire. How will we face our ancestors then? How will we face the efforts of our forefathers? So I choose to take a gamble. I believe in Miss N. This brought the votes to a tie, with 4 elders abstaining. The situation was completely unexpected. Chapter 409. The first elder's face finally darkened. He had thought the matter would proceed exactly as he planned, but Annie's words had unexpectedly swayed the previously neutral 6th elder. This was a surprise to everyone and disrupted his plans. What to do now that things were at a stalemate? Unless they could win over one of the 3 currently neutral elders, but if it were that easy, they wouldn't have waited until today. Will was also completely taken aback. The 6th elder had never taken sides before. All his decisions were based on what was beneficial to the Endless Sea. Therefore, this choice truly surprised Will. The first elder spoke up, reminding him, 6th elder, you better think this through. This move is not easy. If you don't make it right, you lose everything. The 6th elder nodded solemnly. In the Endless Sea, I see no hope for growth or a way out. How can we reach the peak without taking the risky path? I've seen countless people, and I can tell Miss Annie is a trustworthy person. She wouldn't risk her life or the rise and fall of the Norma Empire. Well said. The second elder exclaimed excitedly. Sixth elder, I didn't expect we have to rely on you at this crucial moment. The fifth elder snorted coldly. Don't be too happy yet. It's 7 votes to 7. According to convention, if the votes are tied, the proposal should be abandoned. The second elder frowned again, looking at Will with concern. This was indeed the case. In the Endless Sea Council, this was an unwritten rule to prevent major disagreements. Some things were better left undone than done, leading to internal chaos. Will spoke up. If it were a normal matter, it wouldn't matter, but this concerns the future fate of the entire Endless Sea, so this method is inapplicable. The Grand Elder asked, then what does the Sea King mean? Will was momentarily speechless. He didn't know what to do in this situation. At this moment, Annie said, Elders, there's no need to be so conflicted. Since you can't make up your mind now, how about we wait until tomorrow? The seventh elder snorted coldly. Tomorrow? The Austin Empire has given us tomorrow. If they can't hand you over by tomorrow, they take action. Annie smiled slightly. Don't worry, they won't take action. After all, with the Grand Elder's connection, what guest would dare to wreck the host's house? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. In the Endless Sea, not everyone knew about the Grand Elder's relationship with Thompson. In fact, besides the Grand Elder himself and the Fifth Elder, only Will had discovered some clues during his recent investigation. What nonsense are you spouting? The Fifth Elder shouted. The First Elder is impartial and selfless. How could he possibly have any connection with the Thompson family? Even if there were, it would only be a normal business relationship. And smiled. Yes. I was just talking about a normal business relationship. What? Isn't that right? The Fifth Elder was speechless, only able to glare at N. The First Elder waved his hand. Young friend, you are indeed perceptive. I do have a business relationship with the Thompson family. The Thompson family owns many ports, and many goods shipped from Austin these days depart from Thompson family ports. Seeing the First Elder's calm demeanor, and continued, but I heard that the Duchy of Harrington also has many ports. Why don't you depart from the ports of the Duchy of Harrington? The Fifth Elder roared. Where we source our goods is none of your business. Annie shrugged. I may not care, but the others in the Endless Sea do. The Austin Empire has imposed a maritime ban on the Endless Sea. All ports are prohibited from trading with it. Why is it that only the First Elder is allowed to trade? And why is it only the Thompson territory? Hasn't anyone considered this? All eyes instantly turned to the First Elder, filled with doubt, confusion, and a hint of suspicion. The Seventh Elder stammered. You wouldn't really. The First Elder's face darkened considerably. Shut up. You believe such unfounded claims? At least I brought resources from the mainland. Otherwise, what would you eat? What would you wear? The Seventh Elder immediately fell silent, but a trace of doubt remained in his eyes. The Sixth Elder spoke solemnly. Elder, I wanted to ask this for a long time. The Austin Empire suddenly severed formal trade with us, yet you were still able to bring back supplies from the mainland. How did you manage that? The Elder coldly replied. Shouldn't we be discussing something else right now? Will said, I trust the Elder's character. He certainly wouldn't betray the interests of the Endless Sea. In that case, what's wrong with revealing the method? The Elder's face had darkened considerably. I'm just afraid that revealing it will cause some people to lose face. The Second Elder urged, Don't worry, as long as it benefits the Endless Sea, who cares about appearances? No one will object. The Elder's lips curled into a smile, and he coldly said, Everyone should know why the Austin Empire severed trade with us. It's because we drove back the Austin envoy last time. The Second Elder roared, that actually wants to establish a transit station in my Endless Sea. That's utter nonsense. Our land cannot have their strongholds, or the consequences will be dire. The Sixth Elder nodded in agreement. Besides, that guy was arrogant. While hitting him was indeed inappropriate, it was his own fault, and we can't blame Lord Sea King. The First Elder waved his hand. I'm not blaming Lord Sea King, but after this incident, our relationship will inevitably sour. I personally went to mediate for the overall benefit of the Endless Sea, and that's how we secured the opportunity to continue trade. However, their condition is that they will only trade with us. The Fifth Elder immediately said, The First Elder is truly remarkable. He has a great sense of the bigger picture. Otherwise, our situation would probably be even more difficult. The Second Elder said, I don't believe the Austinians would be so easy to talk to. What benefits did you offer them? Do you believe me if I say there are no benefits? The first elder said calmly. You? The second elder was speechless. If the other party wouldn't speak, he couldn't force him. The seventh elder, regaining his composure, said, the first elder is always skilled in negotiation. This kind of thing should be a piece of cake for him, requiring no reward. Will looked at, and, admiring her tactic of shifting the blame, but that wasn't enough. And nodded to Will and said, I know the first elder is highly respected, and everyone is more inclined to believe him than me. However, I have a question. Why did the Thompson family chase after us? Why didn't the Austen royal family, or the papacy come? The fifth elder immediately said, Isn't it because of you? Bizen took you from the Thompson territory back to the endless sea, and their people saw it, so they came after us. Annie raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? But when we set off, Quentin of the Thompson family sent ships to hunt us down. Although he failed then, logically, he should have immediately organized a fleet to pursue me, not waited until now. The only explanation now is that they didn't know I was in the endless sea at first, but someone passed on the information after I arrived. Who do you think that person could be? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Who else could it be? The only family in the entire endless sea connected to the Thompson family is the Grand Elder's family. The elder's eyes narrowed sharply. Young lady, you can't speak carelessly. When I arrived at Sea King Island, you had already gone to the Eye of Sea God. This is our first meeting. Besides, what benefit would I gain from bringing the Thompson family here? If I can't hand you over, it will bring disaster to the entire endless sea. We are indeed meeting for the first time, and said calmly, but your son, Maddle, and I are not. Everyone recalled hearing rumors of a conflict between Maddle and Blue when they first arrived on the island, even a fight, with Maddle apparently suffering a loss. This incident itself seemed insignificant, but placed here, it appeared rather strange. Maddle was the eldest elder's son, and while he had minor disagreements with Blue and Bizen, they had never escalated to the point of violence. This time, not only did he fight, but he also damaged some facilities at the dock, causing quite a commotion. And continued, if someone can maintain constant contact with the Thompson family, then their relationship is more than just trade partners, isn't it? The fifth elder immediately roared, You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? The evidence is simple. And laughed, Marquis Thompson is at sea right now. Why don't we just go ask him? The fifth elder sneered, Do you think we didn't ask? He already said it was Bizen who leaked the information. Bizen's face flushed red. He believed he had been extremely careful in his previous actions, and couldn't have leaked anything, but with the elder accusing him so openly, he dared not refute. And said, It's simple. I can make a bet with everyone. Do you dare? Everyone fell silent, wondering what and was planning. Will spoke up, and tell us what the bet is. And slowly said, I can go directly to Thompson's ship and confront him. If his information indeed came from Bizen, then I have nothing to say, and will willingly go with him. But if his information came from Maddle, then I hope you see the truth. Who is truly betraying the interests of the endless sea? The first elder was already cursing Maddle in his heart. He couldn't understand how he could have given birth to such a fool. Bringing the Thompson family here under these circumstances was the worst possible move. He could have used Annie's identity to strike at will, but now, if Annie used herself as bait to lure Rand into revealing the truth, things would be in serious trouble. Will frowned. But Rand is a Feng Yuan expert. Are you confident? Annie nodded. Of course I'm confident, but I need Sixth Elder's help. Sixth Elder said, Tell me. I'd do my best as long as it's within my power. And said, To get Rand to tell the truth, we need 2 steps. First, I need the Sixth Elder to go to Rand and use my information as bait to request a secret meeting. Second, the location of this meeting needs to be carefully chosen, suitable for other elders to hide and eavesdrop. The Sixth Elder thought for a moment and said, I thought of a place, the shipwreck reef not far away. There are many abandoned ships there, perfect for a secret meeting, and the surrounding environment is complex, so even if people hide, they won't be easily discovered. Will waved his hand and said, Good. In that case, it's settled. Thank you for your hard work, Sixth Elder. The Sixth Elder waved his hand and said, Whether it's hard work or not doesn't matter. The main thing is to understand the current situation. I believe everyone thinks the same way, right? The First Elder and the Fifth Elder both had gloomy faces, but they couldn't say anything more at this point, since Anne was willing to use herself as bait. To ensure the plan's success, they began their operation that very night. The other elders went ahead to hide on the shipwreck reef, while the Sixth Elder, carrying Annie's adventurer's identification token, arrived at the Thompson family's warship. When Rand met the Sixth Elder, he was also surprised. He had heard that the Sixth Elder had no allegiance, supporting neither the Sea King nor the First Elder. So why was he suddenly visiting him so late? May I ask what brings the Sixth Elder here tonight? Rand asked first. The Sixth Elder took a deep breath and, using the lines he had rehearsed with Annie, said, "Tomorrow is the appointed time, but we haven't found Annie's whereabouts. I hope you can grant us some more time." Rand was taken aback, then frowned and said, "No trace of Annie? Do you think I believe that?" The Sixth Elder gritted his teeth, hesitatingly saying, "It seems we can't hide it from you anymore. We do have some clues, but we haven't found Annie." Rand immediately became interested. "Oh? What clues?" The Sixth Elder pulled out an identity token from his robes and handed it to Rand, saying, "We found this at the nearby shipwreck reef. Annie probably left it there." Rand took the token, glanced at it briefly, and his eyes widened instantly. "It really is here. Where did this come from?" The Sixth Elder said, "The shipwreck reef isn't far away. How about I take you there? But you have to go by yourself." "Why?" Rand asked. "I came here secretly. If you make too much of a move, it might attract attention." Rand thought for a moment. The Sixth Elder's strength wasn't at the Feng Yuan level. He was definitely no match for him. Even if there were ambushes at the shipwreck reef, he wasn't afraid. He could still escape. He nodded and said, "All right. I go with you. Lead the way." The two immediately boarded a small boat, leaving the fleet and heading southeast. On the way, Rand asked, "Sixth Elder, since you had a lead, why did you come to find me secretly?" The Sixth Elder sighed, "Your Excellency, you may not know, but the internal power struggle in our endless seas is severe. If we discussed everything, nothing would be possible. What we need most right now is to avoid conflict with you, so I took it upon myself to do this. Please forgive me." Chapter 410. Rand nodded. Based on his understanding of the Elder, he knew he wouldn't agree to this. He would definitely use Annie's information to demand more benefits and maximize his gains. As for Will, Annie was a friend of Blue and Bizen, and had done a good deed for the Endless Sea. Will would never hand over Annie's information, so he had no doubts about the Sixth Elder's words. Shortly, the two arrived at Shipwreck Reef. It was still some distance from Sea King Island, and there were abandoned ships everywhere, making it easy to hide people. The Sixth Elder led Rand on a winding journey until they arrived at a wrecked ship. Pointing inside, he said, "We found Annie's identity token here, but it was too late to continue the search." Rand nodded and said, "Annie knows we're here to find her, so she certainly wouldn't dare return to Sea King Island. Hiding here makes perfect sense." Rand's heart was burning with excitement. If they could really find Annie here, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement, giving the Crown Prince another bargaining chip. Just then, the Sixth Elder suddenly spoke up and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask, how did Your Excellency, the Marquis, learn of Anne's whereabouts?" Rand focused solely on finding clues about, and paid little attention to the Sixth Elder's question. "I received a secret report a few days ago." "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The Sixth Elder smiled. "Oh, no problem. Your Excellency, the Marquis, is indeed incredibly resourceful, managing to obtain such information." Rand waved his hand. "Sixth Elder, no offense, but if you had agreed to the royal family's suggestion and allocated an area for Austin to resupply or transit ships, things wouldn't be like this now. But we already provided a transit station. Why build our own?" The Sixth Elder countered. "Well, our own is definitely more convenient," Rand said. "What if we stop using yours one day? The royal family won't budge on this. It'd have to be built sooner or later. I advise you to stop insisting and try to persuade your Sea King." The Sixth Elder smiled slightly. "Persuading the Sea King alone won't work. We have 17 elders. For such important matters, all the elders discuss them, especially the First Elder. His opinion is paramount." Rand smiled and said, "Then you can rest assured, the First Elder will definitely not object." "Oh?" the Sixth Elder asked doubtfully. "I know the First Elder has trade dealings with you, but he would never betray the interests of the Endless Sea." "Sigh." Rand waved his hand. "How can this be called betrayal? Once the base is built, our trade will become even more frequent. It's more complicated, which is good for both sides. Otherwise, in a few years, you won't even be able to open the entrance to the magical realm." The Sixth Elder frowned. "According to you, we have no choice." Rand smiled casually. "It's not shameful. The Endless Sea is remote and resource scarce, relying on supplies from the mainland. Our Austin Empire has always been your trading partner, right? But this always creates a barrier, increasing the cost of our trade. Why don't you just join us directly and cooperate more deeply? Since we already laid it all out, I won't hide it from you. Your Grand Elder already agreed to this, and he was the one who sent someone to tell me about Annie's situation in the Endless Sea. Otherwise, how do you think I knew? Upon hearing this, the sixth elder's expression changed. Just as I thought. At the same time, a loud shout suddenly came from a pile of scrap wood nearby. Brother Rand, run. The first elder leaped forward, striking out with a palm to the side, but before his hand landed, Will had already sprang up, returning the blow with his own palm. Seeing this, Rand realized he'd been tricked. He glared fiercely at the sixth elder. You lied to me. The sixth elder waved his hand, and several elders immediately surrounded Rand. Rand, you colluded with my internal forces, attempting to divide the Endless Sea. Your intentions are despicable. Rand smiled contemptuously. So what if you know? You think you can stop me? How laughable. At this moment, the first elder and Will had already exchanged 2 blows. Then, the first elder suddenly rushed towards them, easily knocking down 2 elders, and shouted, Run! Rand knew that the enemy outnumbered them, and this wasn't the time to be reckless. He followed the first elder and rushed out. Gondel! Will roared, Are you really going to betray the Endless Sea? The Grand Elder slowed his pace, turned back, and gritted his teeth, saying, I haven't betrayed the Endless Sea. I'm searching for a new way out for it. Fighting them like this is useless. We're resource poor here. Our only support is the Austin Empire, yet you're choosing to fight them. You're the one leading the Endless Sea into the abyss. A flicker of pity crossed Will's eyes. Gondel, come back. The Austins have always been eyeing us covetously. Once they establish strongholds, they have transit and supply lines. These strongholds can serve not only merchant ships, but also warships. Then we'd be surrounded by the Austin fleet, slowly devoured, reduced to something like the Norma Empire, or even worse. Is this the way out you're talking about? Rand tugged at the first elder's sleeve. Stop wasting time talking to him. Let's go back. This matter has become complicated. I need to report to the first prince. The first elder trembled. If we succeed in the end, can I become the Sea King? A hint of mockery flashed in Rand's eyes, but he said solemnly, yes, of course you can. The Endless Sea will be yours to manage. You can do whatever you want with it. The first elder's eyes were filled with madness. He suddenly looked at the fifth elder and shouted, Fifth elder, come with me. All eyes turned to the fifth elder. His face was conflicted. Although he supported the first elder, the thought of leaving the Endless Sea and going to Austin with him made him hesitate. What are you waiting for? The first elder roared, instantly startling the fifth elder. The fifth elder quickly moved and ran towards the first elder. Seeing this, the sixth elder immediately tried to stop the fifth elder, but the first elder roared and unleashed dozens of water arrows, blocking the sixth elder's movements. Rand frowned. Why are you bothering with him? Let's go, he said, grabbing the first elder's sleeve and preparing to leave the shipwreck reef. Will, filled with both anger and helplessness, gritted his teeth and said, Everyone, attack together. Stop them. Boom. A dozen or so streams of water elemental magic erupted, like dragons emerging from the water, hurtling towards Rand and his companions. The first elder's expression changed, and he raised his hand to block, but was immediately entangled by the other 3 elders. The fifth elder fared no better. With a single blow, he was sent flying and crashed into the wrecked ship's logs. Rand frowned. Will, do you really think you can stop me? Will brandished a trident with a flick of his wrist. Whether you can stop me or not, you find out soon enough. Rand drew a long sword from his waist and thrust it straight at Will. Will dodged to the side, but the trident arced through the air, slashing horizontally from the right. Rand roared, his sword flashing as he delivered a horizontal slash of his own. Will was startled, his movements faltering as he parried the attack with a vertical thrust of the trident, simultaneously leaping backward. Rand, aren't you afraid of death? Will asked, frowning, after regaining his footing. Rand sneered, I'm more fearless than any of you. What? Are you scared? With that, he charged forward again. Will dodged, shouting, Stop resisting. The 3 of you can't escape. Surrender? Rand continued his actions, laughing, Ha ha ha, surrender? That's wishful thinking. Look at that. Will looked to the side, and saw 7 or 8 small boats slowly approaching on the shimmering sea. Will was shocked. You brought others with you? Rand laughed arrogantly, of course. You always have a backup plan. I just didn't expect you all to be here. Perfect, we wiped you all out this time. Will was extremely anxious. He was the only Feng Yuan expert on their side. The others were all Huayuan realm cultivators. They had the numerical advantage and could fight, but now the enemy had reinforcements. Things were probably going to get bad. Soon, More than a dozen people jumped off the small boats, including Quentin. They had already received orders to come, and seeing the fighting had begun, they immediately joined the battle. Several elders, who had initially maintained a good relationship with the Grand Elder, and hadn't yet made a move, joined the fray upon seeing more members of the Thompson family arrive, and a fierce battle ensued. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's group swiftly struck one elder, sending him flying backward and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Will was furious. Gondel, do you have to be so ruthless with your own people? The Grand Elder remained unfazed. We already torn off all pretense of civility. Can they still be considered one of us? The situation instantly reversed. With the Grand Elder and Rand, two powerful Feng Yuan experts, present, the Thompson family began to press the Endless Sea's forces. Will wasn't afraid, but the other elders were struggling to hold on, with injuries occurring frequently, making the situation extremely unfavorable. Just then, a chill suddenly appeared from nowhere, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Simultaneously, ice crystals began to condense on the sea's surface, and even the air seemed to freeze. Rand's expression changed drastically. Advanced magic? The Grand Elder was equally astonished. No one in the Endless Seas has ever cast such magic before. Who is it? However, they soon found the answer. Annie slowly emerged, followed by a skeleton soldier. It was Bourne. Will's face showed a bitter expression. Annie's help was indeed a good thing, but if they couldn't capture all these people, they would inevitably face a furious retaliation from the Austin Empire. But capturing them was no easy task. Sure enough, as soon as Annie appeared, Rand's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Annie is here. This is truly heaven's help. Everyone, attack together. Whoever captures her will receive 1,000 pieces of gold. Everyone reacted quickly, glancing at Annie, eager to see if this wanted criminal, jointly pursued by the Holy See in Austin, truly possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. However, upon discovering Annie was just an ordinary girl, they couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. One of the Transformation Realm experts drew his sword, eager to claim the credit, and glanced at him indifferently. Before he could even get close, Bourne vanished from his spot in a flash, reappearing directly in front of him the next moment, his soul-severing blade slashing horizontally without any fancy flourishes. The attacker was taken aback, but seeing that it was just a skeleton attacking, its blade deathly pale, seemingly a bone blade, he relaxed. His weapon was forged from refined iron, incredibly hard. It could easily cut through even ordinary weapons, let alone a bone blade with extremely low hardness. Then things didn't go as smoothly as he imagined. Bourne's soul-severing blade, almost without a sound, severed the opponent's weapon, decapitating him in a swift motion. Blood gushed out, and the headless corpse fell heavily onto the shattered deck. Shocking. Everyone was shocked. Even Will's mouth gaped open. He knew Annie was strong, but he never expected that a Transformation Realm expert couldn't even withstand a single move from Annie's summoned undead. Rand's eyes widened. He knew his subordinate's strength. The one just slain was at least a Transformation Realm level 2 expert. Even if their cultivation was inferior, they shouldn't have been killed so quickly. It was clear just how powerful that skeleton soldier was. Quentin, who had initially intended to rush forward, immediately halted upon seeing his companion slain, standing frozen in place. Bourne glanced at him, and he immediately raised his weapon in anticipation of the impending attack. However, Bourne didn't move. He merely focused on sensing the power of life. Having learned of the mysteries of life force from Asmodeus, this was his first time absorbing the life force of the prime material plane, and as a Transformation Realm expert at that. The feeling was incredibly peculiar, leaving him no energy to concern himself with anything else. And already aware of the importance of life force to the undead, had deliberately adjusted her mindset when summoning Bourne, directing her attacks directly at the Thompson family. This way, the enemies Bourne slew would provide him with life force. Quentin! Come back! Rand roared, you're no match for him. Quentin glanced at the corpse on the ground, swallowed hard, and obediently retreated to Rand's side. Rand frowned, gave another of his men a signal, and the man understood, raising his spear and attacking Bourne. This man was a 9th-level Transformation Realm expert, a formidable general under Rand, and his strength was more than enough to deal with Bourne and Annie. Will and the others wanted to rush to their aid, but they were also facing enemies, and couldn't spare the time. They could only pray that Annie and Bourne could withstand the attack. Annie took a deep breath and smiled, asking Bourne, how's it going? Can you beat him? Bourne smiled back, let's try. Maybe. Chapter 411. The opponent was far stronger, and Bourne was indeed unsure of himself. However, having already killed someone, his ferocity had been unleashed. He hadn't had a proper fight since breaking through to the transformation realm, and this time he was determined to have a good fight. Annie, provide range support. Don't get too close, Bourne warned. Annie nodded, but as a necromancer, she didn't know any magic to enhance undead combat power, and could only use offensive magic to support him. Bourne twirled his soul-severing blade, then gave a soft shout, and thrust it straight at his opponent. His opponent, wielding a spear, had a greater attack range than Bourne and was naturally unafraid. He also thrust his spear, the sharp tip aimed straight at Bourne's chest. Bourne chuckled, "Brother, you forgot I'm an undead." He then slightly adjusted the angle, causing the spear tip to pass through his ribs without causing any harm, while his soul-severing blade was already at his opponent's feet. The opponent was startled. Having already witnessed the sharpness of the soul-severing blade, he dared not be careless. He abruptly shifted his body, unleashing a sudden burst of power, causing the spear to vibrate violently. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and two of Bourne's ribs snapped. Bourne sheathed his blade and retreated, frowning as he looked at his broken ribs, sighing, "That was ruthless." The opponent slammed his spear into the deck, coldly saying, "Just a skeleton soldier, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Today I will grind you to dust." Bourne sneered, "Let's see if you have the ability." He then glanced back at Annie, who nodded at him. Bourne felt reassured and moved with ghostly speed towards his opponent. The opponent immediately raised his spear to defend, but Bourne simply stepped onto the spear, using the recoil to propel himself into the air. Completely absorbed by Bourne, the opponent failed to notice that Annie, directly opposite him, had completed her spell. A gigantic, malevolent phantom appeared in the void, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Rand, witnessing this during a lull in his fight with Will, was horrified and cried out, "Watch out!" But it was too late. The phantom slowly opened its maw, unleashing a soul-chilling roar, a woo. The opponent's mind went blank, a profound fear filling his entire body, causing his eyes to roll back and rendering him immobile. Bourne somersaulted in the air, slightly adjusting his stance, then raised his soul-severing blade high, delivering a powerful, heavy slash towards the opponent's head. "How dare you!" Rand roared, forcefully pushing Will back 2 steps. He then unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Bourne in midair. As a Feng Yuan expert, even a casual lightning bolt possessed considerable power. Bourne dared not underestimate him, twirling his soul-severing blade to parry. With a boom, the lightning struck the blade, scattering into arcs of electricity. Bourne was sent flying, spinning twice in the air before landing. "Brother Bourne, are you all right?" Annie asked worriedly. Bourne shook his head. "I'm not seriously injured." His ribs had healed, but his hand bones were fractured, demonstrating the power of Rand's attack. Having had time to catch his breath, Bourne slowly regained consciousness from the shock of the evil spirit's roar. His body was drenched in cold sweat. He understood what losing focus in such a battle meant. He had resigned himself to death. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself still alive. "Get your act together," Rand roared. The man finally came to his senses, but the impact of the evil spirit's roar was so strong that even after regaining his senses, he still felt dizzy. Bourne wasn't going to give him a chance to catch his breath, and immediately launched another attack. Annie wasn't idle either. Ice spikes, bone spikes, fireballs, and wind blades rained down on him like beans. The man was busy parrying, and with his mind somewhat muddled, his movements were clumsy. Several times, Bourne almost caught him off guard, and the situation was extremely critical. Rand panicked. He hadn't expected Annie's combat power to be so formidable. With her summoned undead, she had no difficulty fighting a late-stage transformation realm expert. He glanced at the battle around him. The Grand Elder was doing all right. After all, he was also a Feng Yuan realm expert, but the others were struggling. Firstly, their opponents were elders of the Endless Sea. While these individuals might not be physically strong, they were proficient in water elemental magic, giving them a significant advantage in naval combat. Secondly, Bourne had just instantly killed a transformation realm expert, which instilled fear in them, naturally weakening their fighting strength. Rand gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quentin! Let's go!" Quentin had long since given up on fighting and immediately ordered his men to board the ship. Although they couldn't win, escape was still an option. Rand knocked Will back with a single strike, snarling, "Will, listen up. This isn't over. You're harboring a wanted criminal. Just wait for the Holy See and my Austin royal family's armies to deal with you." Will was somewhat helpless. In this situation, stopping everyone was unlikely. At most, they could only capsize 2 or 3 small boats. If the enemy escaped back, disaster would befall the Endless Sea. Just then, Annie suddenly shouted, "Senior! It's your turn." Everyone was puzzled. Senior? Which senior? After a moment's thought, Will and the Grand Elder's expressions changed. Will was overjoyed, while the Grand Elder turned pale. He, well done, little girl. Leave the rest to me. An aged voice rang out, and more than a dozen water elemental tentacles suddenly emerged from the sea, each as large as a ship, instantly surrounding the Thompson family's vessel. What is this? Rand was also shocked. He had never seen such powerful magic before. The Grand Elder slumped to the ground, muttering, "It's over, all over." Rand grabbed the Grand Elder by the collar. "What did you say? What happened? Tell me now." The Grand Elder looked despairingly at the tentacles emerging from the sea. "Do you know that there is still a supreme being in my endless sea?" Rand's eyes narrowed sharply. He hasn't shown himself for decades, has he? Didn't you say he was dead?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "I only guessed he was dead, but in reality, in the eye of the sea god, no one knows whether he's alive or dead. Now it seems he's not dead." Rand dejectedly released the Grand Elder, taking 2 steps back. He knew all too well what supreme being represented, the end of the mage ranks on this continent, the pinnacle, an insurmountable chasm for countless primordial beings. Although Rand was arrogant, he knew in his heart that he was no match for a supreme being. Rumble. The enormous tentacles began to move, lashing down like whips, smashing the Thompson family ships to pieces. Instantly, screams and cries of agony filled the air. The frenzied attack lasted only about a minute. Only floating ship debris and severely wounded Thompson family members remained on the surface, including Rand and the First Elder. Both were bleeding from their mouths and noses, with several broken ribs, and were already unconscious. Will immediately ordered, "Quick! Pull them all up, tie them up, and take them back to the island." Several elders immediately set off, and Annie summoned Akeem and the others to help. Working together, they finally managed to pull all the enemy soldiers aboard and tie them up. At this moment, Blue and Bizen arrived with their men from Sea King Island. Seeing that the battle was over, they quickly disembarked. "Father, what happened?" Will smiled wryly and waved his hand, saying, "This isn't the place to talk. Quickly get them onto the ship, we talk about it back on the island." Blue nodded and directed his men to hurriedly carry all the prisoners onto the ship. At this moment, an old man slowly emerged from the sea. Will, seeing this, quickly stepped forward, knelt down, and bowed his head, saying, "Grandpa." The other elders and people of the Endless Sea also knelt down, addressing him as ancestor. Stark laughed loudly, "Ha ha, get up, get up. Will, you grown up." Will was already in tears. "Grandpa, where have you been all these years? I sent people to look for you, but we couldn't find you anywhere." Stark helped Will up, saying, "Grandpa was cultivating in the Eye of Poseidon. See, I come out now. Don't worry, you're the Sea King now, why are you crying?" Will wiped away his tears, forcing a smile, and said, "This time, thanks to Grandpa's intervention, otherwise our endless sea would have truly been in turmoil." Stark glanced at Rand, who was being carried onto the ship, and said coldly, "The Austins are too arrogant. Do they really think the endless seas are powerless? Gandalf is the same. I knew he was treacherous back then, and not grooming him as Sea King was the right decision." Will sighed. He was also after the endless seas, but he went down the wrong path. "Grandpa, what should we do with these people?" Stark smiled and said, "You are the Sea King. You should decide how to deal with them. Don't ask this old man." I retired. After returning to Sea King Island, the Thompson family members, the First Elder, and the Fifth Elder were all imprisoned. Those who had initially supported the First Elder, led by the Seventh Elder, all came forward to plead guilty. They had initially thought the First Elder was simply better at negotiating, and had a better relationship with Austin to obtain exclusive trading rights, but they hadn't expected him to have sold out the endless seas for profit. With the ancestor already revealed, there was no turning back. Will pardon them all. Although these people had indeed done wrong, they were the cornerstone of the endless sea. Without them, the endless sea's strength would be greatly diminished, which would also be detrimental to future management and unity. Of course, these people weren't without consequences. All the benefits and resources they had obtained from the Grand Elder had to be handed over to the Council for redistribution, serving as the foundation for the development of the entire Endless Sea. Stark greatly appreciated Will's decision, but he added a condition: all the elders would be confined for a month. The elders, naturally, dared not utter a word of complaint, and obediently went to the Eye of the Sea God for confinement. Now only 10 members remained in the council, making 11 with Stark. Their next meeting was to discuss how to deal with the Thompson family. The second elder spoke first. According to the interrogation, Rand's information came from Madeline. Although this matter is unrelated to Gander, it reflects his close ties with the Thompson family. Rand set off immediately after receiving the information, presumably intending to capture Miss, and to curry favor with the Austen royal family. Will nodded. This actually makes things easier for us. At least the news of Anne's presence hasn't leaked. The sixth elder asked, so what should we do with these people? Kill them all? Will thought for a moment and said, no rush, keep them locked up. Given Rand's status, he's quite influential in Austen. He might be a bargaining chip in future negotiations. Now we need to decide on the cooperation with the Norma Empire. After last night's events, we will hold a new vote today. Those who agree to an alliance with the Norma Empire, please raise your hands. This time, no one hesitated, everyone raised their hands, including Stark. Unanimously approved, and was overjoyed. Finally, she had completed her mission. The alliance's strength had increased again, and one of the Austen Empire's henchmen, the Thompson family, had also suffered heavy losses in this battle. It was likely that Evar wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Having been bullied by the Thompson family before, they would definitely seek revenge now, perhaps even annexing the Thompson territory outright. The progress was beyond their expectations. Blue and Bizen were also very happy. Just 2 days ago, they had been worried about what to do if they couldn't persuade the council elders, but now all their problems had been solved. Stark asked, Annie, are you going to act immediately? Annie shook her head. What we lack most right now is time. If we can wait a little longer, our chances of winning will be much greater. Will nodded. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. Hurry back to the Norma Empire. There are still many things that need your attention there. As soon as you make a move, we will immediately coordinate the landing and attack. Stark said, now that Marquis Thompson has disappeared, the Austen royal family will definitely launch an investigation, and will surely discover their voyage. This matter cannot be kept secret for long, but don't worry, with me here, the Austen Empire won't get any advantage. Annie smiled. Then of course I'm at ease. After spending another day on Sea King Island, Annie set off again to return to the Norma Empire. This time, she didn't pass through Thompson's territory, but landed in the Duchy of Harrington to the south. Evar had previously said that he had made contact with the Duchy of Harrington, so Annie needed to confirm whether the Duchy of Harrington was trustworthy. The moment she set foot on the territory of the Duchy of Harrington, a wave of warm, humid air washed over her, making Anne feel quite uncomfortable. Anne had grown up in the north, and had almost never been to the south, let alone the coastal south. Chapter 412. Bushin remained by Annie's side. Having an extra person to provide cover would ensure greater safety. Due to the current maritime ban imposed by the Austen royal family, officials from the Duchy of Harrington were still checking their documents. 2 soldiers approached and saluted, saying, You two are from the Endless Sea, aren't you? Please show your passes. Bushin shrugged, I am Prince Bushin of the Endless Sea. I'm here to travel to the Norma Empire. I've been here before, so I don't need to check you, right? The 2 soldiers exchanged glances. One soldier respectfully said, So you're a prince? However, according to regulations, a check is still necessary. Please understand. Helpless, Bushin could only pull out a pass from his pocket, a pass given to them by the Austen royal family, bearing a large seal. The soldier carefully took the pass, glanced at it, and returned it to Bizen, nodding, All right, you can go in now, but be careful not to linger. Bizen breathed a sigh of relief, tucked the pass back into his pocket, and prepared to lead Annie inside. Just then, the soldier called out to him, Prince, please wait a moment. Bizen turned around. Is there anything else? The soldier glanced at Annie and asked, Who is she? Why is she wearing a hood? Bizen replied, Oh, she's my servant. The conditions at sea are harsh, and she caught a chill, so she's wearing a hood. It should be all right, right? The soldier nodded. It's fine, but please take it off and take a look. Bizen frowned. There are so many people coming and going here, and the air is quite humid and hot. It might worsen her condition. Are you sure you want to do this? The soldier hesitated for a moment, but still said respectfully, Please forgive us, Your Highness, this is our job. If it's inconvenient here, please come with me to the checkpoint. Because Anne was wanted by both the papacy and Austen, her portrait was plastered everywhere. Although the Duchy of Harrington was relatively marginalized, it was still a member of the Austen Empire. If they were to find her in public, it would certainly cause trouble. What's going on? Suddenly, a red-haired youth approached, frowning as he asked, Why the commotion? The soldier immediately saluted the newcomer, saying, Your Highness, they are from the Endless Sea. We are just conducting a routine check. Prince? Bizen glanced at the newcomer, hesitatingly asking, "Are you Prince Roman?" Roman frowned. "I am Roman, and you are?" Bizen smiled. "It really is you." "I am Bizen. We met in the magic realm." Roman raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I know you." To my shame later, I left the crystal mine directly, without participating in the final treasure hunt. Bizen stepped forward and said, "But I saw you before. When we first entered the crystal mine, our two forces were close together and had a brief encounter." Roman nodded. "I remember. By the way, what brings you here?" Bizen smiled and said, "It's to get to the Norma Empire. For us in the endless seas to enter the mainland, besides this place, the only other option is the Thompson territory. But the Thompson territory isn't very friendly to our Sea King Island right now, so we have to pass through here." Roman understood, then looked at N. "What happened to her?" Before Bizen could speak, and handed Roman a dark red sphere. Roman was puzzled. He took the sphere and sensed it carefully, then his brow furrowed. The sphere was the one Finis had brought out from the fire realm years ago. It was originally filled with pure fire elemental magic, but after so much absorption, refinement, and use, it was almost completely depleted. Now the sphere was just an empty shell, the magic inside extremely diluted. But this thing reminded Roman of Finis. This peculiar fire elemental treasure could only have come from the fire realm. Roman pondered for a moment, then patted the soldier beside him, and said, "Leave these people to me, I handle them. You go, and do your work." Since the prince had said so, the soldier couldn't insist, and could only bow and leave. Roman led the two towards the town. Looking at the bustling streets, Bizen exclaimed, "Everyone says the Duchy of Harrington is a land of plenty, and it certainly seems so now. Even this remote port is teeming with people." Roman laughed. "This is nothing compared to what we have here. Our Duchy of Harrington is a major grain producer. Grain merchants from all over come here to buy our grain. When it comes to wealth, if we say we're second, no one dares to claim first. The climate of the skywalking continent is unpredictable, and many places are unsuitable for farming. The Duchy of Harrington is an exception. Its territory is not large, but it's entirely plains crisscrossed by rivers, facilitating irrigation. The people of Harrington have traditionally relied on agriculture, making it essentially the world's granary. Even the distant Amara's empire in the west sends caravans to purchase grain from them." Bizen's eyes were full of envy. "We used to buy grain here in the endless seas, but unfortunately we can't anymore. I really envy you. With your status, you probably don't have any worries." Speaking of this, Roman's expression darkened. "Who says we don't have worries? It's precisely because we're rich that we're targeted by so many forces. The royal family increases our taxes every year. Ever since our only Fengyuan expert failed to break through and died, the neighboring territories have started encroaching on our land, and one territory was even directly ceded away. Now our Harrington Duchy is surrounded by enemies on all sides." Bizen frowned and said then, "Doesn't the royal family care?" Roman sneered. "Why should they care? Isn't this exactly what they want? Marquis Abate has royal blood. He's in cahoots with the royal family. His decision to divide our territory is very likely on the royal family's orders." Bizen sighed. "I spoke with Marshal Evar before. It seems your situation is quite similar to that of the Duchy of Sharia." Roman raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you also have contact with Marshal Evar?" At this moment, they came to an alley. There were few pedestrians around. Annie stopped and slowly removed her hood. Roman glanced over indifferently. When he saw Annie's face, he let out a long sigh. "Phew. It really is you, Annie." Annie smiled. "Prince Roman, nice to meet you. You know each other?" Bizen was somewhat bewildered. He remembered that Roman hadn't met Annie when they were at the crystal mine. Roman shook his head. "I haven't met Miss N, but I know her. Finis told me, but I didn't expect even your endless seas would get involved." Boo chuckled awkwardly. "My endless seas situation is probably worse than yours." Roman then asked Anne, "Did you really come here just to pass through?" And shook her head. "Of course not. Marshal Evar told me before that the Duchy of Harrington would also participate in this operation, but I didn't know your attitude, so I came to see for myself." Roman's eyes held a complex expression. "This matter is probably a bit troublesome. Father has no objections. After all, even the Adventurers Guild is willing to join, but the other ministers have differing opinions. However, you don't need to worry. Once the operation begins, as long as we gain an advantage in the first battle, these people will have nothing to say." And frowned. "What if we don't gain the upper hand?" asked one of the ministers. Roman sighed. "That would be troublesome. These ministers are all peace advocates, hoping to rely on the Austin royal family to continue their rule. But now the royal family's attitude is very clear. They want to weaken our power. Yet they still cling to illusions. Although I am a prince, I cannot influence their thoughts. After all, my Duchy of Harrington has not fought a war for many years. We lived in peace for so long that we've forgotten how to fight. Bizen then asked, when the operation begins, the entire Austin Empire will definitely be fully mobilized. You certainly won't be able to escape. Are you going to help Austin fight us? Roman replied, don't worry. Since they are unwilling to agree to join the operation from the beginning, they are even less likely to help the Austin royal family. If the entire duchy can remain uninvolved, that would be the best case scenario. And said, that's unlikely. You are the granary of the world. Food supplies are the most crucial element in war. Even if you don't send troops, the imperial household will still demand grain from you. Can you really refuse? Roman solemnly replied, although I can't influence the minister's opinions, I can guarantee that the Austin imperial household and the papacy will not receive a single grain of grain from the Duchy of Harrington within a year. Anne's expression relaxed. That's enough. The Austin Empire's two major grain-producing areas are the Duchy of Harrington and the Thompson Territory. Now that neither of you is supplying grain, our operations have an extra layer of security. The Thompson Territory? Roman was startled. That's the first prince's territory. You even brought it into the alliance? Bizen smiled and shook his head. No, but the Thompson family. The main members of the clan are now imprisoned in the Endless Sea. Hiss. Roman gasped. Are you already taking action? And shrugged. No, it's just a coincidence. We had no choice but to imprison them. Roman asked, I remember Marquis Land was a 4th-tier Feng Yuan expert. How did you capture him? I don't mean anything by it. It's just unbelievable. Bushin glanced at Annie, who nodded. Bushin took a deep breath and said, although we're not allies yet, I can still tell you that my ancestor from the Endless Sea has emerged from seclusion. With him involved, who can't we capture? Roman's eyes lit up. A Supreme Yuan expert? That's wonderful. This will strengthen the alliance even more. And asked, what level of powerhouses can your Harrington Duchy produce? Roman's expression darkened. Our situation is similar to the Shalia duchies. We don't have any Feng Yuan powerhouses. Our strongest is my father, at the peak of the Huayuan realm. However, we have a larger population and twice the military strength of Shalia, giving us a significant numerical advantage. And nodded. In that case, you won't be able to exert much advantage in the early stages of the battle. Perhaps, as you suggested, we should hold back for now, withholding food supplies from the papacy and the Austin royal family, and then launch a joint attack later. Bizen asked, when we land in the Endless Seas from your port, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Roman readily replied, don't worry. And I provide you with plenty of military rations. The three exchanged smiles. Although they had confirmed that the Harrington Duchy's attitude was still somewhat wavering, and knew it wasn't a major issue, as the Harrington Duchy hadn't originally been part of her plan. Roman agreed to join the alliance primarily due to Ever's proposal and Finus's enticement. Harrington's situation was similar to, and even more severe than, that of Sharia. Over a decade ago, the Abate family, originally a vassal of the Harrington royal family, suddenly broke away from the duchy and declared independence. Within a year, the royal family bestowed upon them the title of Marquis, a humiliating act that officially opened the curtain on the partitioning of the Duchy of Harrington. In the following years, neighboring marquisates repeatedly seized Harrington's lands. Although the losses were small, they accumulated to the point that the plundered territory was now enough to establish another territory. If they didn't find a way out soon, the Duke of Harrington might lose his position, and even more powerful nobles might rise in the surrounding areas, replacing the Harrington royal family. Roman said, I arranged for someone to escort you to the border. No one should stop you along the way. And, be careful not to reveal your identity. We'd be passing through 3 territories in the west, all with close ties to the papacy. There are many churches and clergy there, so be very careful. And nodded, thank you, your highness. Let's set off then. Roman dispatched a small team of men, all experienced traders, who frequently did business with the 3 western territories. They had already cultivated relationships with the garrisons in each town, so there was no need to worry about being checked. With these men escorting them, and in her group moved even faster. And having nothing else to do along the way, began cultivating with Bizen. She hadn't had a proper chance to cultivate in a long time. This trip to the Endless Seas had been non-stop, with no rest even for half a day. As soon as she entered a meditative state, the spirit division technique automatically activated, and strands of heaven and earth elements gathered around her. With a thought, She summoned Bourne, Akeem, Poker, and Burford. Akeem, Poker, and Burford already knew the benefits of cultivating in the Prime Plane, so they weren't going to miss this opportunity. Seeing that they weren't summoned for battle, they immediately sat down and began cultivating. Bourne also activated the Soul Fusion technique, the two merging and interacting to form an even more powerful vortex of magic. The Harrington people outside the carriage were all extremely surprised, wondering what was going on inside and causing such a commotion. However, they were only responsible for escorting the carriage and didn't dare to inquire further, continuing their journey with great curiosity. Chapter 413. The original journey was shortened by half, and they soon arrived at the border. Roman's men gave a brief explanation and left, leaving Annie to walk the rest of the way alone. The border was guarded by soldiers sent by the local lord, and ordinary people naturally couldn't pass. But Bizen was different. He had a pass from the Austen royal family. The soldiers here were noticeably less disciplined. After seeing the pass, they initially wanted to check Annie, but after being given a few gold coins, they immediately shut their mouths, waved their hands, and allowed the two to pass through smoothly. After crossing the border, they entered the territory of the Norma Empire, specifically the southern Marco territory. It was also guarded. Without a word, Annie pulled out the Marco family crest. Send someone to tell the Marquis that Anna has returned. The guard, upon hearing this, immediately tensed, gave her a deep look, and then opened the border gate, asking, "Where should the Marquis look for you then?" Annie thought for a moment and asked, "Isn't there a mysterious cave in the southern part of the territory?" The soldier hesitated, then replied, "That's a dangerous place. Those who enter have a near certain death rate." "You? Where are you going?" And nodded. "Tell him I'm going in to investigate. Have him wait for me at the cave entrance." After leaving the border, Bizen asked somewhat doubtfully, "Why not go directly to Marco City? What is that mysterious cave?" And said, "You don't need to follow me anymore. I need to investigate the cave. It's dangerous." Bizen puffed out his chest and said, "You underestimate me. It's just a cave. What's so scary about it? I go with you. I don't have anything else to do right now anyway." And smiled and glanced at him. "You really don't need to come this time. If you have nothing to do, wait for Iliel outside the cave and explain the alliance to him first, so I don't have to explain it again. You really don't need me to go?" Bizen was still a little worried. And laughed, "Don't you know my strength? Besides, there's Bon. But you need to do something for me now." "What is it?" Bizen asked, and took out the Seer's adventure diary from her bosom and handed it to him. "You're fast on your feet, so ride a horse and go to a few villages to the south to inquire about this mysterious cave. I also ask around along the way. We meet at the cave's location." Bizen opened the diary and saw that the cave's location was indeed written there. He nodded, mounted his horse, and galloped south. After Bizen left, and wasn't in a hurry to continue, she determined her direction and headed towards the nearest town. That was Kachi, a major southern town in the Marco territory. It was once a prosperous place, but due to the war, it had declined somewhat in recent years. During the day, security at the city gates was relatively lax, and Annie easily entered Kachi. The city's architecture was quite distinctive, and the population was considerable. Many people wore light gauze clothing, as the climate here was rather hot. The streets were wide, but many vendors occupied part of the road. Annie glanced around. Most sold handicrafts and snacks, with the occasional vendor selling magic cores. It seemed the cultivation atmosphere here wasn't very strong. This place was far from the imperial center, and received little attention. Further south lay wasteland, gradually transitioning into desert, where Velas's territory lay. There were more ordinary people than mages here, and life was relatively peaceful, with little conflict, which Annie found very pleasant. Seer's adventure diary records that the mysterious cave is located in the wasteland south of Kachi City, about 200 miles away, and Kachi City is the closest town to it. If there is any information about the mysterious cave, it can only be inquired from here. And didn't linger. After a short rest and buying some clothes locally, she went directly to the city lord's mansion the next day. The city lord's mansion was located in the bustling southern part of the city. To avoid being seen by too many people, Annie got up very early. But when she arrived at the city lord's mansion, she was stunned. It was already packed with people, a cacophony of voices. People were shouting and cursing, and some were banging on the gates of the city lord's mansion with hoes, making a loud thud. What's going on?" Annie asked involuntarily. A middle-aged woman said angrily, "It's all because that damn city lord is incompetent, protecting the swindlers. We still haven't gotten our money back." "Huh?" Annie was confused. What exactly happened? Seeing that Annie was a stranger, the woman explained, "You're new here, right? It's normal that you don't know. A few years ago, a merchant named Mark came here, saying he had a big business in the capital and wanted to recruit us, promising us a share. At first, we didn't believe him, but he did pay interest to some people. Someone invested 10 gold coins and got 20 back. After that, more and more people went to invest, and everyone made a profit, so they reinvested their profits." Annie smiled wryly. "Isn't that great? His returns are quite high. What kind of business is he doing?" The woman shook her head. "We don't understand either. We just knew that if we invested money, we get a return, so we weren't wary. Many people borrowed money to invest, thinking they could live off the interest in their retirement. Who knew that **** would suddenly say the business failed, and all the money was lost? How could that be? Everyone wanted to settle accounts with him. At first, he said he had a backup plan and told us to wait, but he ran away the next day. We immediately went to the city lord's mansion to seek justice. The city lord was very enthusiastic at first, saying he would capture Markham and give us justice, but after the city lord's soldiers captured Markham yesterday, there's been no further news. They haven't given us any results, so we came here to demand an explanation." Annie understood. It seemed she had come at the wrong time. The city lord must be very busy. She tiptoed and looked inside. She saw the city lord's soldiers standing guard, and some soldiers were loudly pleading, saying things like, "The city lord is interrogating a criminal, please wait patiently." But this did nothing to quell the people's anger. Markham. And felt the name sounded familiar, but couldn't quite place it. Suddenly, the doors of the city lord's mansion opened, and a tall, slender middle-aged man slowly walked out. He pressed his hands down and shouted, "Everyone, calm down. The man has been caught. We deal with the rest later. I give you all an explanation." The crowd immediately quieted down, but someone still shouted, "City lord, since the man has been caught, why not bring him out? Let him tell us where all the money went." The city lord waved his hand and said, "Look at all of you. So many of you, so agitated. What if there's a riot, and he gets killed? Who will you ask for your money back? I know your concerns, but the most important thing now is to find out where the money went and recover your losses. Otherwise, even if you kill him, it won't help, right?" Someone shouted, "Have they found anything yet?" The city lord replied, "We're still interrogating them. We inform you all immediately if there are any new developments. Please go back now, and don't crowd around here. We're not leaving." Someone yelled. "The Marco family is even worse than the Perrin family. It takes them this long to interrogate a swindler. The Perrin family would have finished long ago." The city lord's expression changed, and he shouted sharply, Who spoke just now?" But everyone remained silent. With so many people present, it was impossible to tell who had spoken. The city lord's face darkened. "I know you're all anxious, but I must warn you all, if anyone dares to openly rebel against the Lord, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Although the crowd still had doubts, they knew continuing to crowd around was pointless, so they gradually dispersed, and finally managed to squeeze to the front and said to the guards of the city lord's mansion, "I wish to see the city lord." The guard waved his hand and said, "The city lord has already made it very clear. He is very busy right now, and has no time to see you. Just go over there and register your name and the amount of your loss." And gave a wry smile. They clearly regarded her as one of the deceived citizens. "You misunderstand. I am a friend of Marquis Iliel, here on business, and I would like to consult the city lord about some matters." As she spoke, she produced the Marco family's token. Seeing this, the guard quickly said respectfully, "Oh, my apologies. Please follow me in." Led by the guard, and arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion's dungeon. It was said that the city lord was personally interrogating criminals. Having already done so all night, he seemed to be a responsible city lord. After being informed, the city lord immediately jogged out. Seeing and wearing a cloak obscuring her face, he asked with suspicion, "Miss, may I ask who you are?" And presented the Marco family's token, smiled, and said, "You don't need to know my identity. I'm just here to ask some questions." The city lord immediately replied respectfully, "Please speak freely. Whatever I know, I will tell you without reservation." And stated her question, "There's a mysterious cave 200 miles south of Kachi City. Are you familiar with it?" The city lord's expression faltered. "A mysterious cave? You mean the land of fallen gods?" "The land of fallen gods?" And frowned. "Could you elaborate?" The city lord said solemnly, "It's a very mysterious place, existing for countless ages. The land of fallen gods is within 100 miles of. It was barren, devoid of any magical beasts, a veritable wasteland. Adventurers had ventured there before, but none returned, presumably perished. No one has gone there since. Annie asked, why is it called the land of fallen gods? The city lord replied, it's a local legend. Apparently, a god fell there, creating a powerful magical field. Later, someone built a cave to seal it away. That's the land of fallen gods. A god fell? Annie asked, puzzled. Why would a god fall there? Was the Norma Empire already established then? The city lord shook his head. I don't know, and I doubt anyone else does either. We know very little about that place. Why are you asking these questions? Could it be? Annie waved her hand, interrupting him. Are there any other records about the land of fallen gods, or anyone who has entered it? The city lord swallowed hard, looking towards the dungeon. There are no records, but there is one person. Annie followed the city lord's gaze, her expression somewhat strange. You're not talking about. The city lord smiled wryly. That's right, that Markham entered the land of fallen gods to evade our pursuit, but he escaped later. He probably didn't go very far. Annie thought for a moment and said, is the interrogation over now? The city lord shook his head. The first man said, no, this guy seems to have been prepared. He didn't say anything, and we didn't find the money in his luggage. We don't know where it was moved to. What about his family? He doesn't have any family. It's said that after the Marcello Rebellion, he got divorced and wandered around doing odd jobs. He has very few long-term relationships with people. Annie stroked her chin. I want to see him. Is that all right? The city lord gestured, of course. This way, please. The two entered the dungeon, which looked cleaner and tidier, indicating that the city lord was a man of refined taste. Soon, they arrived at an interrogation room. Inside, a disheveled man was tied to a chair, with 3 jailers guarding him. Because the man's head was hanging down, his messy hair obscuring his face, making it impossible to see his features, the city lord gestured with his lip, and one of the jailers stepped forward and grabbed the man's hair, forcing his head back. Upon seeing the man's face, Anne's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but give a wry smile. What a coincidence! The city lord didn't hear what Anne said, but stepped forward and said, Markham, this is the Marquis's friend. If she asks you anything, you must answer truthfully, understand? Markham's expression was indifferent, his eyelids drooping. He glanced at Anne but didn't speak. The city lord shook his head. He's always been like this, refusing to say anything. It's a real headache. Anne waved her hand and walked up to Markham. Markham, do you remember me? Hearing this voice, Markham's eyes flashed with doubt, and he slowly asked, you know me? Anne smiled. Not only do I know you, I also know Pansy, and I know all the shady dealings between you and Pansy. Markham's eyes narrowed sharply. Pansy is long dead. Why are you bringing him up? Who are you? Anne slowly removed her hood, revealing a beautiful face, long golden hair cascading down like a waterfall, and pale blue eyes flashing with an eerie black light. Markham's pupils dilated violently, and his body trembled uncontrollably. You are? It seems you remember me. Anne waved her hand, and an ice spike was pressed against Markham's throat. The jailer beside her tried to intervene, but the city lord stopped him, and continued, now you're not allowed to speak, you can only nod or shake your head, understand? Chapter 414. Markham's eyes were filled with fear, and he made a gurgling sound in his throat. It took him a while to recover, and he nodded. Very good, Anne said with satisfaction. Then let me ask you, did you swindle money from the people of Kachi City? Markham nodded. Is that money still in your possession? Markham shook his head. Did you give the money to someone else? Markham shook his head. Did you hide the money? Markham nodded. The city lord was shocked. He had interrogated Markham all night without getting any information out of him, but Anne's few words had made Markham obedient. The jailers beside him exchanged bewildered glances. They had tried everything with Markham last night, pinching his fingers, poking his ribs, branding him with hot irons, but nothing worked. How did this little girl manage to do it? And continued, have you been to the land of fallen gods? At this question, a flash of terror crossed Markham's eyes. He nodded first, then quickly shook his head. Annie frowned, pushing the bone spur forward slightly. Did you go or not? Markham closed his eyes, as if recalling something terrifying, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. So you hid all that money in the land of fallen gods, right? Tears streamed down Markham's face, and he burst into tears, sobbing, I'm so miserable. I'm so miserable. What? Annie was speechless. Did I ask you to speak? Markham immediately shut his mouth, But the tears continued to flow. Annie frowned. I'm going to take you to the land of fallen gods. Are you coming? Markham immediately shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with terror. It seemed his trip to the land of fallen gods had left him with a deep psychological scar. Annie smiled slightly. Since you're so unwilling, tell me where the money is, and I won't take you there. Markham cried, Can I speak now? Annie put away her ice spikes. Speak. Markham burst into tears again. I don't know. I just wanted to hide inside for a while, and come out after things calmed down. Who knew there were ghosts in there? I almost lost my life, and the money is gone. I don't know where it is, what? The city lord was furious, grabbing Markham by the collar. You bastard. Now the money's gone. How are you going to explain this to the people? Markham shook his head, saying, I don't know. Annie held down the city lord's hand, saying, The only way. The plan is to go to the land of fallen gods and search there, and he's probably the only one who knows about the land of fallen gods. Markham cried out in terror, I won't go. I won't go. There are ghosts there, ghosts. The city lord roared, What ghosts? Just go. You got yourself into trouble, so you have to deal with it. And comforted him, Markham, you should know that if you can't repay the money owed to those people, even if we release you now, you won't be able to leave Kachi City. Once you leave the city lord's mansion, someone will tear you to pieces. But if you can take me to the land of fallen gods and find the money, you can get out on your own. Then I can plead with the city lord for leniency, or even exemption from punishment. You can be free again. Think about it carefully. Markham swallowed hard. He knew Annie was right, but both paths led to death, and he never wanted to set foot in the land of fallen gods again. When he first arrived in Kachi City, he was penniless. He overheard people discussing the land of fallen gods, how dangerous it was. He didn't believe it, but he could tell the people they were terrified of it. So, he hatched a plan, make a fortune here, hide in the land of fallen gods, wait for the storm to pass, escape, and then use the money to rebuild his fortune. At first, his plan went very smoothly. Seeing the potential profit, the people didn't care about anything else and poured money into him. However, people in this small town didn't have much money. The most they invested was 200 gold coins, and they borrowed a lot of it. Over the years, Markham had saved tens of thousands of gold coins. He felt he had enough, and sometimes he felt a little apprehensive when paying interest to some people. After all, he still needed to earn money. So he chose a day, and under the cover of night, he quickly fled with the money, making his way to the land of fallen gods. Upon entering the land of fallen gods, he was in high spirits. The environment was desolate, and the terrain was complex, making it perfect for hiding. Even if the people of Kachi City came looking for him, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Having picked up some adventure knowledge in Misty City, he used special methods to mark the bare rocks, so he wouldn't get lost when he came out. However, as he ventured a little deeper, he noticed something amiss. He frequently saw inscrutable figures carved into the rock walls. Some resembled humans, others didn't, looking more like monsters. Markham felt a growing unease, but given the circumstances, he gritted his teeth and continued onward. The cave was pitch black. Carrying tens of thousands of gold coins, he couldn't easily carry a torch and had to proceed in the dark. Fortunately, some plants clung to the cave walls, emitting a faint green glow, preventing him from being completely blind. Feeling he had gone deep enough, Markham threw his luggage heavily to the ground and sat down to rest. The all-night journey had left him exhausted, and as soon as he rested, a wave of sleepiness washed over him, and his eyelids closed involuntarily. In his sleep, he felt something licking his cheek, sticky and uncomfortable. He reached up and wiped it, leaving a large puddle of slimy liquid on his hand. He immediately woke up. His hand was covered in an unidentified green liquid, emitting a foul stench, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. Markham couldn't figure out what this thing was, but he felt extremely disgusted. Turning his head, he saw what appeared to be a small river and immediately ran over, scooping up water to wash his face. Having finally washed the sticky substance off his face and hands, Markham breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much better. However, the next moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, a cold sweat shooting straight to the top of his head, for a grotesque face was reflected in the river before him. The face was terrifying, its features were distorted, covered in pustules oozing green fluid, its long tongue lolling out, almost dragging on the ground, and its empty eyes gleamed with a sinister, dark light, staring intently at Markham through the water. Markham was terrified. He quickly turned around, but when he did, the grotesque face vanished, leaving nothing behind him. Everything was as before. Markham's back was already soaked with cold sweat. The scene, he had just witnessed had truly terrified him. He rubbed his face hard, thinking it was just hallucinations from lack of rest these past few days. But then, he heard a rushing sound in the river behind him, as if something was approaching him. Markham froze, his breath catching in his throat. The thing stopped behind him, and Markham didn't even dare to turn around, his body trembling like a leaf. A rotting, foul hand reached out from behind and slapped onto his shoulder. Markham's pupils dilated violently. Intense fear instantly restored his mobility. He jerked his shoulder violently, almost kicking himself, abandoning his gold coins, screaming in agony as he frantically ran out of the land of fallen gods without looking back. However, as soon as he emerged, he was spotted by the city lord soldiers who had been pursuing him. They immediately arrested him and escorted him back to Kachi City. This time, Markham didn't hide anything and recounted his entire experience in the land of fallen gods. Annie listened intently. "That ghost you mentioned, could it be a zombie?" Annie asked. Markham clutched his head. "I don't know, I never seen a zombie." Annie hadn't expected him to be so timid, but the path he'd taken seemed relatively safe, at least the first part was. "Don't be afraid. I go with you this time. Even if we encounter a zombie, I can take it down. Don't forget who I am." Annie smiled and patted Markham's shoulder. Markham trembled, nodding dejectedly. He had no choice now. Fortunately, he knew Annie's character. If she said she could lessen the punishment, she would definitely do it. He just didn't know if Annie could really handle the ghosts inside. The city lord said, "This is a matter for my city, Kachi. How could I trouble you? Why don't I go instead?" Annie waved her hand. "I was going anyway." "Don't worry, those things can't hurt me." The city lord still asked, "Do you need me to send some men for you?" Annie shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, city lord, but no need. Markham and I are enough. It's you who will have to work hard these days. These people have lost money, and they definitely caused trouble. A riot would be bad. You better report this to Iliel, and have him find a way to provide some money to appease the people. After I retrieve the items I left behind in the land of fallen gods, then return it to him." The city lord nodded. "All right, I send someone to report this right away. But you must be extremely careful when you enter the land of fallen gods. There are probably more than just zombies there. There are things far more terrifying. Countless adventurers have died there over the centuries." Annie glanced at Markham, who was still crying and trembling. "Didn't you see anything else inside?" Markham shook his head. "No, nothing. I couldn't bear to look." "Useless." Annie muttered under her breath, then said to the city lord, "There's no time to lose. Take him away now. Please clean him up and change his clothes." The city lord agreed and immediately ordered the jailers to take Markham away. A short while later, Markham emerged in clean clothes, and with his hood pulled up, he was unrecognizable. The city lord's mansion dispatched soldiers to escort the two out of the city, ensuring a smooth journey. As they ventured further from Kachi City, the scenery changed dramatically. The vegetation thinned, revealing yellowish-brown earth that was dry and crunchy underfoot. The climate was also quite hot. Without shade from the trees, the two had to proceed under the blazing sun. Gradually, strangely shaped rocks began to appear around them, some as large as small hills, others as tall as a person, all with bizarre forms. And didn't stop, passing directly through the rock formations and arriving at a village, said to be the closest village to the land of fallen gods. At the village entrance, Annie met Bizin, who was gazing into the distance with a worried expression. Upon seeing Annie, he immediately went to greet her. "Anne, you finally come. Who is he?" Bizin asked, pointing to Markham. And explained, "This is Markham. He's been to the land of fallen gods before, and I want him to guide us this time." Bizin gave Markham a meaningful look, then pulled an aside and whispered, "And are you sure you want to go in? That place is strange," and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what information did you find out?" Bizin swallowed hard and said, "This village is right next to the land of fallen gods, and it's called the land of fallen gods. I learned from the village elders that there are evil spirits in the land of fallen gods that feed on souls. If someone gets caught by them, they die a horrible death." Mark exclaimed, "See? I told you so." Bizin was taken aback. "You seen those evil spirits?" Markham looked miserable. "Not only have I seen them, but I even been licked by one." Bizin gagged. "You're awesome." Annie interrupted their conversation. "Is that all you found out?" Bizin immediately pulled a map from his pocket and handed it over. "I got this from an old man. It cost me 500 gold coins." He was reluctant at first, but he agreed after I said I return it. 500 gold coins for a map?" Annie's eyes twitched. Well, a map is better than no map. Is his map accurate? Bizin patted his chest confidently. Don't worry this. I already inquired about it. When that old man was young, he went into the land of fallen gods with an adventure team. More than half the team was killed or wounded, and he barely escaped with his life. After surviving, he drew this map at home. Although it's a bit rough, it has everything you need. Annie unfolded the map and looked at it. It was clearly not a professional's work. It had many ink dots and doodles, making it very messy. However, the main routes and markers were clear. There were more than a dozen skulls marked on it, presumably indicating the places where his team encountered great danger. Mark said nervously, "You have a map, so you don't need me to lead the way, right?" Annie glanced at him. "What do you think?" Mark pouted. "I only been there once, and not very deep. There's no point in you leading me." Annie put the map away and said with a smile, "Don't think about anything else. Just follow me. I won't let you die." Chapter 415. Malcolm's eyes were filled with despair. It seemed there was no way to escape. He could only go back to the place that had terrified him so much. And turned to Bizin and said, "Wait for me in this village. Ailil will probably be here soon." Explain the situation to him, and he handle it. Bizin nodded. "Okay, are you sure you don't need me to come with you?" And shook her head. "It's all right. You know my strength. Don't worry. Also, if anyone from the papacy or the Austin Empire comes, remember to hold them off for a while." Bizin agreed. "No problem, don't worry." The land of fallen gods was still a short distance from the village, and Annie didn't plan to set off today, so she decided to rest in the village for a day. As soon as Annie and her companions entered the village, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. This remote village hadn't seen any outsiders for many years. Even the Marco family's army rarely visited. Therefore, Annie's group stood out. Bizin chuckled, "That's how the villagers are here. They're a bit xenophobic, always thinking we outsiders came for the treasure of the fallen gods, but they believe no one can take it away." Annie observed the village's layout and exclaimed, "This village is remote, but overall it's quite nice. Look, there are water wheels and fertile fields over there, yet outside the village, not a blade of grass grows. How did they manage that?" Bizin shook his head. "I don't know either. I was curious when I first arrived, but the villagers wouldn't tell me. If I asked, I'd be kicked out. It seems to be their secret, something they can't tell anyone. You absolutely mustn't ask." Annie raised an eyebrow. "My Norma Empire has such a magical place. I wonder if Reiner knows about it." Just then, a dark-skinned man walked by, bumping into Markham and causing him to stumble. Markham angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" The man turned around and glared at Markham, who immediately shrank back and hid behind Annie. The man didn't pursue the matter, simply spitting before turning and leaving. Annie frowned. "It seems the people in this village are really unfriendly." "Who says otherwise?" Bizin complained. "When I first arrived, no one wanted to talk to me. Luckily, I had enough money on me. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, and it seems that's true." Annie asked, "Where are we going to rest now? There won't be nowhere to go, will there?" Bizin patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I already taken care of everything. It's just ahead." He then led Annie to a small courtyard. There were some chickens and ducks in the yard, and a large yellow dog barked at them. An old woman sat by the door, tidying up some clothes. Seeing Bizin approach, she frowned and said, "Why did you bring other people?" Bizin smiled, "They're only staying for one day, it should be fine, right?" The old woman looked hesitant, then sighed, "Hurry up and go in, stop talking nonsense." Bizin grinned, "Thanks, don't worry, money is no problem." After the three entered the house, they saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing and laughing. They stopped when they saw them come in, and looked at Annie, and the others curiously. "Xiao Dong, Xiao Shi, what are you playing?" Bizin greeted them. Seeing this, the two children quickly ran into the room and hid. Bizin scratched his head awkwardly. And teased, "Looks like you're not doing so well either." Bizin retorted, "I haven't been here long enough. If I had more time, I'd definitely be one of them. But the people here are a bit strange, very shy, even the children." Annie shrugged. Since they were only staying for one night, it didn't matter. The thatched hut wasn't spacious, only leaving a small area for the three of them to stand. After sitting down, Annie took out the food she had brought and shared it with Bizin and Markham. Markham took a bite of the hardened bread and asked curiously, "Brother, how did you convince that old woman to let you stay here? I've been here before, and I was kicked out the moment I stepped into the yard, let alone into the house." Bizin laughed proudly, "It's all thanks to my methods. I looked around, and while the rest of the village is relatively wealthy, this one family is extremely poor. You can tell by their thatched hut. I started with this family and learned that the back wall of their house was constantly being eroded by rain and was about to collapse, so I offered to help repair it. The old woman let me stay here out of gratitude. Mark gave a thumbs up and said, "Amazing. I don't know how this village, with its such atmosphere, has developed like this. There are no merchants coming here to do business anymore." Bizen thought for a moment and said, "Based on my observations these past few days, they don't trade with the outside world, but the village's resources are enough for them to live comfortably." And then said, "Speaking of which, the environment around the village is quite harsh, but the village itself is thriving. Not only are the crops growing well, but the people are also full of energy. Isn't that somewhat unusual?" Bizen shrugged. "I don't understand. There are no magicians here, just ordinary people. The strongest are a few hunters, but there aren't many wild animals around, so the hunters actually have a tough time. The man of this house was a hunter. He apparently chased his prey into the land of fallen gods and died. His wife, heartbroken, also died, leaving only the old woman and 2 children." And turned to look at the old woman still sitting outside the door. "So she's a poor soul. How much did you give her?" Bizen said, 1 gold coin a day, that's quite a lot." Mark asked, "They don't trade? What use are gold coins to them?" Bizen explained, "Although they don't trade with the outside world, they still trade internally. These gold coins bring them many conveniences. For example, since they don't have any able-bodied men, they can use gold coins to exchange for food. No wonder she agreed to let you stay. 1 gold coin is indeed more than enough for them," and nodded. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. "Hey, did you let outsiders stay in the village?" a gruff man said. The old woman stood up. "What do you want? This is my home. I can let whoever wants to stay here. Is it any of your business?" The man persisted. "Don't forget, you're a villager too. You should know what you should and shouldn't do. These people are of unknown origin. What if something goes wrong if they stay in the village like this? Can you handle the consequences?" The old woman remained standing in the doorway, blocking their view. "They're only staying 1 night. What problems could possibly arise? They're just some adventurers. If you can keep them, why can't I? Haven't there been plenty of adventurers who came here before? Why didn't you mention the potential problems when you were making money?" The man was speechless after being rebuked, and after a long pause he said, "I don't care about all that. You just can't let them stay the night, or we tear down this dilapidated house." The old woman was furious. "My son died tragically to save the village, and you not only show no gratitude but treat me like this. I never caused you any trouble all these years. Even when my house was about to collapse, it was outsiders who came to repair it. What's wrong with letting them stay 1 night? Get out of here," the man said without further ado, shoving the old woman aside. The old woman lost her footing and swayed, about to fall backward. The 2 children were so frightened that they clung to each other, too afraid to come out. Just as the old woman was about to fall to the ground, a stream of water gushed out, gently supporting her. Everyone was startled and looked into the house, and slowly emerged from the room. With a slight movement of her fingers, the old woman was helped to her feet by the flowing water. "Grandma, are you all right?" The old woman looked at her gratefully and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine," and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that the newcomer was none other than the dark-skinned man who had deliberately bumped into Mark when they entered the village. The man also looked over. "Are you a water elemental mage?" and said calmly, "It's not appropriate for you gentlemen to bully an elderly person like this. Although I, as an outsider, shouldn't interfere in your village's affairs, no one can ignore something like this." The man sneered, "Humph. If you know you shouldn't interfere, then don't. Our village doesn't welcome you. Get out of here," and pulled out the Marquis's token from her bosom. Everyone's faces showed shock upon seeing it. The dark-skinned man frowned and said, "Are you the Marquis's men? Why are you here?" and put away the Marquis's token. "You don't need to know why. We're only staying here for 1 night and leaving tomorrow. Don't bother us again, understand?" The man and his companion exchanged a glance, then said, "Even the Marquis's men aren't allowed. There's an event in our village recently, and it's not appropriate for outsiders to be present," and frowned. "What? Isn't your Godfall village the Marquis's territory?" The man stepped forward, his eyes flashing with malice. "I'm giving you a chance to leave. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave by tonight." The old woman's expression changed upon seeing this, and she immediately cried out, "Heap, they haven't harmed the village. You can't treat them like this." Heap glared at the old woman. "Shut up, you traitor. If you dare say another word, I take care of you too. The old woman immediately dared not say anything more. Heap glared viciously at Anne. I given you a chance. Let's see if you can seize it. With that, he turned and left. After the other party left, the old woman quickly said to Annie, I'm sorry, you can't stay here any longer. You should leave the village tonight. Why? Bizen asked, puzzled. How could Heber be so arrogant? He's clearly not a magician. The old woman shook her head. Clearly, she knew something but dared not say more, fearing it would bring trouble. Don't ask any more questions. Safety is the most important thing. Also, if possible, please take my 2 grandsons with you. Aren't you the Marquis's men? Could you let them work as servants, doing odd jobs or something? As long as they can survive, that's fine. This old woman is nearing her end. I don't know when I die. And frowned. It seems there's definitely something wrong with this village. These villagers dare to threaten mages so brazenly, they must have something to rely on. Grandma, we can't leave tonight. I want to see what methods they use against us. The old woman immediately became anxious. Oh dear, young lady, don't be stubborn. Countless mages have died in this village. They weren't adventurers, lord soldiers, or even clergy from the church. Regardless of their strength, they all died without exception. You? Sigh. I said all I can say. Anne's frown deepened. A group of ordinary villagers killing mages? That was simply unbelievable. Unless it was poison or a sneak attack, but mages' senses are far more acute than ordinary people's. How could they be so easily fooled? Anna? Martin stammered. Why don't we retreat? Even if we stay outside the village for the night, it's not dangerous. I tried it last time. Bizen said irritably, go yourself. There are rooms to rest in, why go and suffer? Mark exclaimed, but it's dangerous. Those people will definitely come looking for trouble tonight. What will we do then? Annie covered her mouth and laughed. You're a 3rd-tier mage now, how come you're still so timid? Where's the energy you had when you chased me? Martin scratched his head awkwardly. Let's not talk about the past. Let's not talk about it. Bizen's eyes widened. Huh? You chased Annie? Don't you want to live? Annie waved her hand. Forget it, we stay here tonight. You guys rest easy. I get Born to help. I have a feeling this might be related to the land of fallen gods. Bizen asked with some worry. Won't they harm Grandma? Sigh. I didn't know living here would cause her so much trouble. The old woman sighed. I'm used to it. If they lay a hand on me, the other villagers will object, so don't worry about that. I can tell you're all kind-hearted and don't want to see you die. I ask you one last time, are you really unwilling to leave the village? Annie nodded. I'm sure, but just to be on the safe side, I set up some protective barriers around the house. That should be fine, right? The room where Annie and the others lived was originally the master and mistress's room. After the couple died, the room was vacant, and the 2 children moved in with their grandmother. There was a courtyard or so between the 2 rooms, about 10 meters away. The old woman nodded in agreement. All right, you can arrange it however you like. I can't stop you. Good luck. With that, the old woman turned and left. And turned and said, while there's no danger now, you 2 should rest. Bizen and Mark nodded and sat down to meditate. And took a deep breath, waved her hand, and a summoning circle appeared before her. Born slowly emerged from it. Chapter 416. Hey little Annie, what's up? Born chuckled, looking at Bizen and Mark meditating on the ground. It was nighttime in the prime material plane, and he wondered why Annie had summoned him. Annie smiled and said, there might be an attack tonight. Since you're an undead, you don't need to sleep. How about you keep watch for us tonight? Born smiled wryly. Me, a dignified undead lord, coming out here to keep watch for you. You really have a wild idea. Annie clung to Born's arm, pouting, Brother Born, just do me this favor. She then briefly explained the situation of the village to Born. Born looked at Mark with interest. He had never seen Mark before. When Mark chased Annie back then, because his cultivation level was higher than Annie's, she couldn't summon him. Are you sure what Mark saw wasn't a zombie? Born asked. Annie shook her head. I don't know, but can zombies survive in the prime material plane? Born smirked. Who knows? Isn't it said that the Western Ghost Realm is connected to the Netherworld? Could this land of fallen gods also be connected to the Netherworld? If the land of fallen gods really is connected to the Netherworld, the Holy See would definitely have discovered it before us, Annie said. Born nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. All right then, you get some rest. Leave the rest to me. I killed countless zombies in the Netherworld. Night fell, and the entire land of fallen gods fell silent. Only the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the breeze could be heard. Annie and the other two had entered a meditative state. Bourne stood alone to the side. As an undead, staying up all night was commonplace. He couldn't remember the last time he slept, and had even forgotten what it felt like to sleep. Suddenly, he heard some commotion in the yard. Especially the dog guarding the gate, barking incessantly, as if an intruder had arrived. "They're here." Bourne immediately stood up. "They're making quite a racket." He didn't immediately open the door, but peeked through the crack, a slight jolt of surprise washing over him. He saw 3 humanoid figures lying on the ground in the yard, biting and attacking the chickens and ducks. Bourne was used to night vision, so even without light, he could make out their features. The 3 figures were completely rotting, their skin patchy and fragmented, oozing a thick fluid. Their eyes were white, without pupils, their hair sparse, and even their scalps had peeled off, revealing stark white bones. Bourne recognized them instantly. They were clearly zombies. But judging from their aura, these weren't ordinary zombies, they were zombies with a certain level of power. Just as Bourne was secretly observing, the 3 zombies suddenly looked up, seemingly sensing his gaze, and charged at the wooden door like madmen. My goodness! Bourne was startled. Judging by the zombies' power, the wooden door would probably shatter instantly. Without hesitation, Bourne waved his hand, releasing a bone shield that firmly blocked the doorway. With a deafening crash, the 3 zombies smashed the wooden door to pieces, but were still stopped by the bone shield. The bone shield Bourne released was extremely hard and thick, even Poker praised it. These zombies naturally couldn't easily break it. The zombies began to bite and claw at the bone shield, making a screeching sound. Bourne raised an eyebrow. Oh! Interesting. They're actually wandering undead without self-awareness, and at the Qi-Yuan realm at that. It's important to know that the strongest in the low-level undead zone cannot exceed the Hua-Yuan realm. Once someone reaches the Hua-Yuan realm, they must go to the high-level undead zone, otherwise they will be repelled by space and might be squeezed into a spatial rift, drifting forever in the endless void. If these 3 zombies were in the undead realm, they would definitely be overlords. Although they are wandering undead, their strength is formidable. Even some large armies might not be able to deal with them. Unfortunately, this time they encountered Bourne. No wonder all the mages who came here before were tricked. It turns out there are Qi-Yuan realm undead here. In the entire Norma Empire, only Nickel has broken through to the Li-Yuan realm. The others are even more vulnerable, and will naturally be slaughtered by these 3 zombies. However, just as Bourne was about to remove the bone shield and launch an attack, the scratching sounds outside stopped. Bourne was puzzled. What happened? They given up already? He went to the door and looked outside. What he saw shocked him. There were no longer just 3 zombies outside, but a whole horde. They were dressed in various tattered clothes, moving very slowly and unsteadily. Their target was clear, the small house they inhabited. Holy crap! What's going on in this village? Bourne was dumbfounded. There were at least dozens of zombies. Even a necromancer couldn't summon so many, and besides, the entire Norma Empire didn't have a necromancer that powerful. Just then, a window on the other side shattered with a bang. Bourne cried out in alarm, but it was too late. A zombie had already burst into the house through the window. The commotion jolted Markham awake. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a zombie face staring at him. My God! Markham screamed, throwing a punch that slammed into the zombie's face. The force was so great that it snapped the zombie's neck, leaving its head hanging precariously from its neck, held together by a sliver of skin and muscle. A truly horrifying sight. Markham's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Damn it! Useless trash! Bourne cursed, kicking the zombie in the rear, sending it flying out the window. He then conjured a bone shield to block the window shut. Annie and Bizant also woke up at this moment. They looked at Markham, who was lying on the floor convulsing, and then at Bourne in confusion. Bourne shrugged. It's not my fault, he just fainted from fright. Annie asked, what happened? What's going on outside? Bourne explained, a large group of zombies are coming over. They're all at a high level, but their strength is average. Look, that zombie just got its head knocked off by that coward's punch. Bizant's lips twitched. That's the power of fear. What level are those zombies? The first 3 were at the Qi-Yuan level. I don't know about the others, but the one that came in just now is probably at the Qi-Yuan level. His. Bizant gasped. Several zombies at such a high level? Let me see. He ran to the door and peered outside, then took a few steps back in fright, pointing outside and asking Bourne, are you sure you didn't bring these? Bourne smiled wryly. If I could bring this many undead, Annie would probably be exhausted. Annie went over to take a look and frowned. Why are they all zombies? No other undead? Bourne shrugged. I don't know. And these are all mindless wandering undead. They look powerful, but when they fight, they only instinctively claw and bite. They're not even as good as the black fire dragon beast I encountered in the netherworld. At this moment, the entire house was surrounded by zombies. The zombies frantically attacked the bone shield, the sounds of banging echoing everywhere. Bushin asked, "What do we do now?" "Just wait in the room?" Bourne said, "No problem. My bone shield isn't so easy to break unless—" Before he could finish speaking, a hole was poked in the wall beside him, and a rotting arm reached into the hole, grabbing haphazardly. "Unless they break through the wall." Bourne rubbed his forehead. This thatched hut was extremely rudimentary, and the walls weren't strong enough. They were easily breached by the zombies. Thud, thud, thud. Several more walls were breached. It was only a matter of time before the zombies stormed in. Annie shook her head. "Forget it. If we wait any longer, the house will probably be torn down. Let's go out and deal with these zombies." Bourne drew his soul-severing blade, and with a single wave of his hand, removed the bone shield at the doorway. At the same time, Annie conjured dozens of bone spikes, which was towards the door, instantly turning the zombies blocking the entrance into pincushions. Without a word, Bourne charged forward. His soul-severing blade traced a graceful arc, instantly slicing through a zombie's neck. A spurt of green liquid gushed out, emitting a nauseating stench. Ugh! How can it stink like that? Bizen gagged, then released a jet of water, washing away the corpses of the slain zombies. The three left the hut and entered the courtyard, immediately attracting the attention of the other zombies, who staggered towards them, their hands raised and stiffly grasping forward. Bourne frowned. These zombies don't have soulfire. How are they moving? Annie noticed this as well. Ordinary undead, even wandering ones, should have soulfire, but these zombies didn't. They seemed truly lifeless. Suddenly, a zombie leaped from behind and pounced on Bizen. Bizen reacted quickly, turning and parrying with his scimitar. The zombie's claws struck the scimitar, a tremendous force sending Bizen's arm tumbling over, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, simultaneously kicking the zombie in the chest, sending it flying. Bourne warned, even though they're not normal undead, they're still very powerful. Be careful, and try to avoid close combat. Bizen rubbed his arms and nodded. Okay, got it. Next time you can say earlier. They then began clearing out the zombies. Even though these zombies were of a high level, they were still far inferior to Annie and the others. Immediately, ice spikes, water arrows, and water jets were launched simultaneously, and the zombie horde was swept down like straw. Soon, only a few zombies at the Chi-Yuan level remained active. Bourne chuckled, "Leave these to me." He then charged forward, his soul-severing blade flashing. The zombies, being slow-moving, were all killed in no time. The entire courtyard was now a mess, littered with severed limbs, yellowish-green sap, and the chickens, ducks, and the large yellow dog that had been killed by the zombies earlier. The door to another room creaked open, and the old woman stood in the doorway, her face filled with shock. She stared at the horrifying scene in the yard, speechless for a long time. Bourne quickly returned to the land of the dead, lest he be seen and mistaken for a ghost. Annie said to the old woman, "I'm sorry for making your yard dirty. We compensate you." The old woman finally came to her senses, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes as she looked at Anne. You can kill these evil spirits. Please save this village." She then knelt down on the ground. Annie was startled and immediately helped the old woman up. "Grandma, there's no need for that. Even if you don't tell me, I will find out the reason. What exactly happened?" The old woman glanced into the night, then pulled Anne and Bizen into the room. The two little children inside were still fast asleep, unaware of the commotion outside. The old woman lit an oil lamp, its dim light illuminating the deep wrinkles on her face. She slowly began to speak. "We, the people of Godfall village, originally fled from all over the empire during a time of war. Otherwise, who would willingly choose to live in such a horrible place? When the first villagers settled here, the environment was extremely harsh. They often went hungry, and many died. But no one dared to go out. There was war everywhere, and going out meant certain death. To survive, some strong young men spontaneously formed an adventure team and continued southward, discovering the land of Godfall. However, almost all of them perished there. Only one person escaped. Upon returning, that person's personality changed drastically. He talked incoherently about gods and ghosts. At the time, no one believed him. They simply thought he had suffered a mental breakdown in the land of Godfall. A few days later, the young man also died, and the villagers hastily buried him. The village lost such a capable young man, making life even harder. Many had given up hope and were simply waiting to die at home. However, one night, a house was suddenly attacked. The young man had returned, like a crazed beast, tearing at anything alive until it was dead. The villagers were terrified, but for survival, they worked together to subdue him. This disturbance resulted in the deaths of 2 elderly villagers, both bitten to death by the young man. The villagers unanimously agreed to burn him alive to prevent him from harming the village again. But just as they were about to act, something unexpected happened. A faint glow emanated from the young man's body, and he spat out a large amount of green sap. The sap, upon landing, miraculously fertilized the previously parched land, and small grasses visibly sprouted. The villagers were astonished. They had never witnessed anything so bizarre, but they had also discovered a way to survive. After experimentation and exploration, some villagers discovered that as long as the young man killed a living creature, he could spit out the green sap, and that sap had a magical effect, able to revitalize barren land and make crops grow faster and better. So the villagers brought poultry and livestock for the young man to kill, using the sap to irrigate their fields. In less than a week, they harvested a large amount of grain, instantly solving all their problems. Chapter 417. Bushin was stunned. Such a bizarre thing? And said, "Grandma, you haven't finished yet, have you?" The old woman nodded and continued, "Yes. If it only went this far, it wouldn't be a big deal." But later, as the village grew larger and the population increased, the green sap produced by the young man could no longer meet everyone's needs. So the village gathered a group of people and began to manage the young man's sap, distributing it according to the number of people. However, this distribution method wasn't satisfactory to everyone, and people began to look for other solutions. Some even wanted to leave the village. Things took a dramatic turn one night. A family tried to leave the village that very night to go to another city, but they were quickly discovered. The villagers, in order to ensure the village's secrets remained secret, it was previously agreed that no one could leave the village. After capturing the family, the villagers handed them over to the young man. The young man, like parched land receiving rain, was overjoyed to taste human flesh again, which greatly excited him, causing him to produce copious amounts of green sap. The villagers then discovered that having the young man eat people seemed to produce even more sap. From then on, no one dared to leave the village. However, as the empire's situation became more stable, the number of merchants and adventurers from outside began to increase. To prevent the village's secrets from being leaked, the villagers began to refuse entry to these people. But since the villagers were just ordinary people, preventing outside mages from entering the village was quite difficult. So someone came up with a plan to deal with those outsiders who didn't want to leave the village. Let the young man deal with them. After decades of domestication, the villagers had learned how to control the young man's behavior. At night, they would drag him into the rooms of visiting magicians. No one knows how he did it, but eventually all the magicians died, and the young man produced even more fluid, making the entire village richer. So some suggested opening the village to attract more people, allowing the young man to eat more people. But everyone was rational, knowing the risks were too great, and ultimately continued to refuse outsiders to prevent any accidents. Bizin asked doubtfully, "But we encountered more than just one zombie. You saw the whole yard." The old woman's eyes showed sadness as she slowly said, "As the young man ate more and more people, his strength grew stronger and stronger. He didn't know. How did he manage to turn those he killed into zombies, like him? But these zombies can't produce the green fluid. They lie in their graves during the day when nothing's happening, and if summoned by the young man, they crawl out and attack the target location." Annie frowned. "That young man is so strong, won't he turn on the villagers?" The old woman sighed. "Of course he will. A few years ago, the young man suddenly bit a manager to death and was about to go on a killing spree in the village. My son risked his life to lure him into the land of fallen gods. He somehow managed to cut off the young man's head. After losing his body, the young man didn't die, he could still produce fluid. The villagers locked him up, and he could never escape. But my son, because he was bitten by the young man, soon turned into a zombie too." Bizin and Annie exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Among the zombies they had just dealt with were quite a few at the Qi Yuan realm. What level was the young man who could control these zombies? Hua Yuan? Feng Yuan? And how did the old woman's son manage to decapitate the young man? "Is your son also a mage?" Annie asked. The old woman shook her head. "No, he's just a hunter. Nobody knows exactly how he did it. He was the only one who entered the land of fallen gods. An ordinary hunter, to decapitate a zombie at the Qi Yuan realm or higher, must have needed external help. It seemed there truly was a terrifying force in the land of fallen gods. Then why did you tell us to save the village? Annie continued. The old woman said, that young man has existed for over 100 years. Although he couldn't resist after the last outbreak, who knows if he won't break free again. After all, he can command those zombies to attack their targets, and he can also attack the villagers. The villagers are confident they can control him now, but I think that's a short-sighted approach. One day, our village will be destroyed by those people. Death is an inevitable end. Annie nodded. That's certainly possible. Those zombies are so powerful. How could they possibly be willing to be controlled forever? He's so obedient now only to gain more power, waiting for the next burst of strength. Bizen then asked, so how exactly did they control that young man? The old woman replied, that's a bit complicated. Originally, an adventurer escaped from the land of fallen gods, but died on the way. The villagers found some magical items on him, including a dagger from the land of fallen gods. The dagger was crystal clear, as if it were polished from crystal. That dagger seemed to possess a kind of magic. As long as the dagger was present, the young man would obediently follow orders. Then why did he have that outburst last time? The old woman sighed. It was all because of greed. Someone stole the dagger to gain control over the young man. Without the dagger to restrain him, the young man broke free and went on a killing spree. Luckily, my son was nearby, which prevented the casualties from becoming too severe. Finally, my son brought the young man's head back from the land of fallen gods before the dagger thief was found. The villagers then fed him to the young man, turning him into fertile fertilizer for this land. Dagger zombie. Annie pondered the old woman's words, trying to find some clues. Life force. But just then, a rustling sound came from outside. Bizen came to the door, flung it open, and the scene before them made everyone gasp. The courtyard was littered with corpses slowly writhing, each searching for its own parts and painstakingly piecing them together. Some zombies had already finished assembling, and when they saw the door to the house open, they shook their still unsteady heads and looked over. Holy crap! You can do this? Bizen couldn't help but exclaim. Annie immediately shielded the old woman behind her. We can't wait for them to fully recover. Is there any way to completely eliminate these zombies? The old woman looked terrified. I don't know. Annie thought for a moment, and summoned Born again. Brother Born, although these zombies don't have soul fire, they are still a kind of undead. If we use the power of the punishing heavenly soul, will it work? Born looked at the zombies searching for their heads and feet, feeling utterly bewildered. Even in the netherworld, he had never seen anything so outrageous. I give it a try. As he spoke, he activated the power of the heavenly soul of punishment, crackling with electricity. Bizen, seeing Born use the heavenly soul's power for the first time, stared wide-eyed. A zombie, its head already attached, lunged at Annie. Without a word, Born swung his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the zombie's head squarely. With a bang, the head exploded, scattering a gooey mess. Annie quickly deployed a water shield to protect herself from the spray. The headless zombie staggered a few steps, then went limp and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Seems to have worked, Bizen said. But is it because its head exploded, or because the heavenly soul of punishment worked? Born scratched his head. I'm not sure either way. It should work, right? He then unleashed several more bolts of lightning, exploding the heads of several other zombies. The old woman stared in disbelief, not only at how easily the zombies were annihilated, but also at the deafening explosions of purple lightning bolts crackling in front of her, spitting profanities. After a long struggle, even Born was panting heavily, not from exhaustion, but because his magic power was insufficient to continue using his heavenly soul. Helpless, Born had no choice but to return to the netherworld. Fortunately, the remaining zombies were few in number and relatively weak. Gradually, dawn broke in the east, and the remaining zombies began to leave the courtyard, ceasing their attack. It seemed the night's crisis had been successfully averted. Bizen let out a long sigh of relief, finally over sigh. I didn't even get a proper rest. And covered her mouth and laughed. It's good that you got a head start. You still have to wait here for Ailiel to come. Bizen chuckled. Could you help me take care of that young man first? With him around, these zombies will probably come after me again. I haven't broken through to the transformation realm yet. And thought about it and agreed, then asked, Grandma, where is that young man now? The old woman shook her head. I don't know, but the young man who came yesterday definitely knows. He's in charge of managing and allocating resources now, and he was probably the one who led this attack. I think his name is Heber. Bizen said angrily, all right, let's go find him now. And nodded and led Bizen back to her room. At this moment, Martin was still lying sprawled on the ground, seemingly still unconscious. Bizen cautiously approached and poked him with his toe. Is this guy alright? He was just startled. Was it really necessary for him to be unconscious for so long? Markham nudged, scratched himself, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Bizen was exasperated. And here I am, so worried. He then kicked Markham hard in the butt. Markham yelled and jumped up, waving his arms nervously. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. My flesh is tough and doesn't taste good. Bizen said disdainfully. You're quite self-aware. Hearing Bizen's voice, Markham squinted around, and seeing no zombies, relaxed. Phew. They're all gone? Gone? Bizen scoffed. What? You think they came just to scare you? We fought all night. You slept like a log, completely useless. Markham scratched his head awkwardly. I never seen those things before. They looked terrifying. It's not my fault. You guys were enough. Annie said, all right, stop fooling around. Let's go find Heber, and kill the kid to prevent future trouble. Kid? What kid? Markham looked confused. Bizen patted him on the shoulder. Don't ask, just follow me. Upon leaving the courtyard, Markham saw corpses everywhere, and was shocked. He had only seen one zombie last night, but he hadn't expected so many. He admired Annie and Bizen even more. The three left the courtyard and, following the old woman's directions, headed southeast of the village. At sunrise, many villagers were already out preparing for the day's work. Seeing Annie and her companions walking unharmed through the village, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost. A few young men, yawning, came out of their houses. Upon seeing Annie and the others, they instantly sobered up, all sleepiness gone, and turned to run back. These young men had gone to the old woman's house with Hebo the previous evening and naturally recognized Annie. Annie guessed they had gone to inform her. However, she didn't stop them. Since they were going to find Hebo anyway, having these people lead the way would actually make things easier. Soon, they arrived at Hebo's house. Hebo had already rushed out of the house. Upon seeing Annie, his pupils contracted, and he demanded sharply, How are you still alive? Bizen retorted irritably, It's just for one night's lodging, and you're trying to wipe us out? You're incredibly wicked. But those crooked zombies of yours can't handle us. You have to show some skill to kill us. Heber's face was extremely grim. His village had used these zombies to kill countless people. Even peak-level mages were no match for them. Yet this person, who looked young, could easily defeat dozens of zombies. It was truly beyond his expectations. He had originally planned to clean up the mess after waking up and deal with the old woman as well. But who would have thought this would happen? However, Hep still sneered, mocking, You're really being too clever for yourselves. If you had left the village earlier, I might not have been able to catch you. But you practically delivered yourself to my doorstep. So don't blame me. Annie frowned. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Hep smiled slightly. Those zombies were only good for dealing with ordinary mages. I initially thought you were quite young and weak, but you're surprisingly strong. So, I have to use other methods. With that, he drew a crystal-clear dagger from his waist. The dagger resembled the tooth of some kind of animal, gleaming with an eerie black light, and an aura of death emanated from it. Anne's eyes narrowed. This level of deathly power was beyond her comprehension. She had never seen such immense deathly power in any person or thing before. Chapter 418. Seeing Heber's arrogance, Markham, thinking the other was just an ordinary person, was no longer afraid. Instead, his courage grew. After all, his performance last night had been rather poor, and now was the perfect opportunity to take the initiative and redeem himself. Thinking this, he strode forward, reaching for the dagger in Heber's hand, and roared angrily, You brat! What makes you so arrogant? Yesterday you even dared to deliberately bump into me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Annie and Bizen, standing nearby, tried to stop him, but it was too late. Heber smiled coldly, took a half-step back, and simultaneously thrust the dagger forward. Markham showed no sign of backing down, immediately channeling his magic to create a wind shield to protect himself, and then continued to grab the dagger with his right hand. Annie inwardly cried out in alarm. The dagger in Heber's hand was no ordinary dagger. If Markham knew its origin, he certainly wouldn't dare to be so careless. The dagger seemed to encounter no resistance whatsoever, piercing directly through Markham's wind shield and heading straight for his chest. Markham was startled. At such close range, there was no time to dodge. Just then, a stream of water enveloped Markham's body, pulling him forcefully backward. With a thud, Markham fell backward to the ground, his clothes torn at the chest, a trickle of blood seeping from his skin, but fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. Markham, still shaken, looked fearfully at the dagger in Hepburn's hand. What is that? Hepburn clicked his tongue, lightly flicking the dagger in his hand, a few drops of blood washing off. Clearly, he was quite dissatisfied that he hadn't killed Markman one strike. Bizen said, "That dagger is a magical artifact used to control zombies, but I didn't expect it to be so sharp, almost killing a mage with just an ordinary person." Hepburn scoffed, "So what if you're a mage? Are you strong? I killed countless mages. What's the use of all that training?" As he spoke, a man took out an iron box, from which came an angry roar. Annie's gaze sharpened. That iron box should contain the young man's head. Bizen seized the opportunity, and unleashed a water arrow towards the iron box. As a EP401 level expert, he was absolutely certain of a successful hit, piercing the iron box and exposing the young man's head along with it. Then, at that moment, a surge of black energy erupted from the iron box, reflecting off the dagger in Hepburn's hand. The black energy quickly coiled around the dagger, and Hepburn slashed it, the dagger accurately striking the incoming water arrow and shattering it. What? Bizen was shocked. He could accept that the opponent could pierce Markman's wine shield with a dagger, but to shatter his water arrow was simply outrageous. Annie frowned deeply. Heber's aura had changed. If Heber was an ordinary person before, he was now an absolute powerhouse. The black aura slowly spread from the dagger to Heber's entire body, enveloping him completely except for a pair of blood-red eyes. His aura surged, like a demon emerging from hell, and the powerful force field even distorted the surrounding space. What is this? Bizen's mouth gaped open. He too had noticed Heber's abnormality, but could an ordinary person really undergo such a drastic change in an instant? Outsider. Heber spoke again, but this time his voice was drastically different, as if two people were speaking simultaneously. One was Heber's original voice, and the other was a weathered, chilling voice that sent shivers down one's spine. You already know too much. I have no choice but to kill you. This is all your own doing. The surrounding villagers remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to such things. The black mist around Heber rippled, then suddenly attacked Bizen, who stood in front of him. Bizen somersaulted, dodging the attack gracefully, and simultaneously swung his hand, shouting, "Mirror moon in the water." A cloud of mist gradually condensed, transforming into another Bushin beside him. The two Bushins moved rapidly in a crisscrossing pattern, simultaneously drawing their curved swords and slashing at Heber. Heber narrowed his eyes. He had never seen this attack method before, but he still swung his dagger at one of the Bushins. That Bizen was incredibly agile, his toes quickly touching the ground as he shifted sideways, while another Bizen attacked simultaneously, targeting Heber's lower body from the left. Heber was, after all, an ordinary person. Even with some combat experience, he was far inferior to the Bushins. However, the black mist surrounding him seemed to possess a mind of its own, suddenly writhing and extending a long, sharp spike, which pierced the attacking Bizen without warning. All of this happened incredibly fast. The Bizen couldn't dodge, and was pierced directly between the eyebrows. Seeing this, Hep burst into laughter, severing Bizen's head with a swift slash of his dagger. However, instead of a blood splatter, the severed neck of Bizen was glistening with fluid, clearly formed from condensed magic. Hep knew something was wrong, but by the time he turned around, the real Bizen's scimitar was already upon him. Driven by the threat of death, Hep's eyes turned bloodshot, and with a roar, the dagger in his hand erupted with a blinding black light, escaping Hep's control and slamming heavily into Bizen's scimitar. Bizen felt an immense force, staggering back 3 steps uncontrollably. Although the crisis was averted, Hep was still shaken. He could sense that the young man opposite him was far more powerful than any magician he had ever encountered before. He feared that ordinary methods would be insufficient to defeat him. Although Bizen hadn't succeeded, he had intimidated Hep's opponent and said, "Hep, I advise you to surrender. You are no match for me. If you continue fighting like this, you will surely die." Annie also said, "As an ordinary person, enduring such power must be extremely difficult. If you surrender now, I can still save you, otherwise, you might truly be devoured by this power. Mind your own business." Hep angrily waved his hand. "It's just a bunch of petty tricks." As he spoke, he forcefully reached into the iron box beside him. A sound of flesh being torn apart rang out, and Hep gritted his teeth and roared, "Aya!" The sound was incredibly shrill, as if it were tearing his soul apart. Mark retreated in terror, his face as pale as paper. Watching Hep's actions, he was filled with fear and confusion. What is he doing? Is he letting a zombie bite his hand? Heber didn't answer, only continuing his mad roar. As the black mist around Heber twisted, more death energy surged from the iron box, clinging to his body. This death energy burned like black flames, enveloping Heber's form. Then, all the black mist slowly merged into Heber's body, his skin turning dark and hard, as if he were wearing thick armor. Heber's eyes also slowly changed from blood red to dark red, emitting an eerie light. His gaze was filled with murderous intent and madness, sending chills down one's spine. Die! They all must die. A bloodthirsty roar erupted from deep within Heber's throat. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with boundless rage and savagery. He abruptly raised his head, looking at Mark and the others, his eyes flashing with a cold light. And in his hand, he held a huge black scythe, its blade gleaming coldly, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing this, even Bizen couldn't help but take a few steps back. Annie immediately waved her hand, summoning Born. Born's appearance startled the villagers. They had only ever seen zombies, never a moving skeleton. As a pure undead, Born was more sensitive to the power of death. He immediately noticed Hep's unusual behavior. This guy is acting strange. Annie asked how so. Born stroked his chin and said, "Don't you think this guy's aura is a bit like an elemental spirit?" Annie blurted out. "That's right." Born clapped his hands. "That's it, an elemental spirit. We encountered a spirit of death once in the death realm, and this guy's aura is very similar to that spirit." Annie gave a thumbs up and said, "If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have remembered." "But does the spirit of death have this kind of attack pattern?" Born shrugged. "We only seen the spirit of death once, without witnessing all its attack methods, so we can't judge for sure. However, this guy is probably related to the spirit of death to some extent." Hepburn looked at Born and after a long pause said, "There's even a necromancer here. It seems you're not the Marquis people. Then even if I kill you all, I have nothing to fear." Born also drew his soul-severing blade. "Relying on external forces like this is a considerable burden on yourself. It consumes not only the death energy of the zombies, but also your own life force." Hepburn laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. All you're saying is that you're afraid of my strength." He then swung his scythe fiercely, and a black slash flew towards Born. Born didn't dodge, directly cleaving away the opponent's attack with his soul-severing blade. In a flash, he appeared before Heber. Heber's eyes narrowed, startled by Born's speed, and he reflexively swung his scythe at Born's neck. Born parried with his blade, then spun and delivered a flying kick to Heber's chest. However, the kick had no effect. Heber's black armor seemed to come alive, writhing and enveloping Born's right leg. Heber laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Die!" His scythe swung again, aiming straight for Born's head. Born frowned. The armor tightly bound his leg bone, rendering him immobile. If the scythe struck, he would be severely injured, if not killed. Desperate, Born could only snap his right leg with a crack and then leap backward. "Brother Born." Annie cried out worriedly, "Your leg." Born waved his hand. "I'm fine." But he was also shocked. His opponent, an ordinary person, merely strengthened by that black energy, could contend with a powerhouse like him at the transformation realm. It was conceivable that an ordinary mage would be doomed in this situation. Born circulated his magic and uttered a low shout, "Bone strengthening." The bone in his right leg slowly regrowed, almost indistinguishable from before. Herb pulled out Born's right leg and tossed it aside with disgust. "Humph, you're no match for me. You better surrender. I make your deaths quicker." Born chuckled. "You only got a slight advantage, and you really think you're strong? Come on, let's exchange a few more blows." With that, he flashed again, his left hand outstretched, and with the circulation of magic, several thick bones suddenly appeared beneath Herb's feet, firmly binding his legs. Heber frowned slightly, wielding his scythe to sever the bone cage. In that brief moment, Born had already reached him, his soul-severing blade slashing down from above. Had Heber simply raised his scythe to parry, the blade's sharpness would have easily severed his opponent's weapon. However, Heber didn't do so. A large amount of black mist surged from his body, directly binding Born's arm, causing his attack to abruptly halt in midair. Although trapped, Born remained relatively calm, as he still had a killing move to unleash. He uttered a soft cry, "Soul-stealing!" An invisible force instantly enveloped Heber's entire body, his dark red eyes immediately losing their light, staring blankly ahead. Born chuckled, "Humph. Now you know how powerful I am." But his joy was short-lived. Born noticed something amiss. Normally, those whose souls were possessed would have their magic dissipate, becoming lambs to the slaughter. But the black mist binding Born not only didn't dissipate, it tightened even more, pressing down on his bones with a cracking sound. What's going on?" Born began to panic. However, the anomaly continued. Suddenly, the iron box beside him erupted with a series of roars, followed by a beam of dark light that shot into Hep's body. Hep convulsed and collapsed to the ground, but still didn't release Bourne. Bourne's arms were now bound, preventing him from severing the black mist. In desperation, he could only shout, "Retribution! Save me!" The soul-severing blade immediately flew from his hand, spun twice in the air, and struck the black mist, freeing Bourne. Bourne retreated, the soul-severing blade returning to his hand. The laughter of Sanction echoed in his mind. He, I helped you this time. How will you repay me?" Bourne retorted irritably, "If I kill this big black guy, all his power is yours." Sanction curled his lip. "What use is his power to me?" "Forget it. You can compensate me with some soul fire later." Bourne suddenly remembered something and asked, "Hey, you just came into contact with that black mist. Did you sense what it was?" Sanction thought for a moment and said, "Nothing special, probably just an avatar of the spirit of death, but it's very strong, you better be careful." Chapter 419. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. The spirit of death, an avatar? If an avatar possessed such power, how strong must the original body be? But why didn't my soul-stealing technique work on him? If it's just an avatar, it should have worked. Bourne was completely baffled. His soul-stealing technique, which had always worked, failed this time, and not only failed, but almost put him in a desperate situation. Sanction thought for a moment and said, "It's possible that the human named Heber borrowed the power of the spirit of death in some way, but under your soul-stealing technique, his original consciousness weakened, and the spirit of death stole his soul, leading to his current state." Bourne instantly understood. Looking at Heber's current state, he had clearly lost his original mind. His eyes glowed with an eerie dark red, devoid of any human emotion, filled only with bloodlust and slaughter. Bourne gave a bitter laugh. It seemed he had really gone to unnecessary trouble, only harming Heber instead. Heber's body was now completely possessed by the avatar of the spirit of death, turning him into a walking corpse. If he wasn't eliminated now, the entire village would be doomed. Suddenly, Heber's gaze fell on the crowd beside him. He sensed that the villagers seemed easier to deal with than Bourne and his group. So, he reached out his right hand and grabbed the young man who had been holding the iron box. The young man was terrified and cried out, "Heber, what are you doing?" "It's me! It's me!" "Roar!" Heber growled, then with a swift stroke, he decapitated the young man, blood gushing out. Hep's eyes gleamed with excitement before he bit down on the young man's neck and began to devour him. The surrounding villagers were terrified. Hep had used the power of zombies before, but he had never killed his own people. What was going on? Two young men mustered their courage and stepped forward to grab Hep, shouting, "Hep, wake up! Wake up!" But Hep completely ignored them. After devouring the mangled corpse for a while, he threw it aside, grabbed one of the young men's heads with each hand, and squeezed hard. Both heads exploded like watermelons, splattering red and white matter everywhere. At this point, the surrounding villagers finally reacted. Someone shouted, "Hep has gone mad. Everyone run." The crowd scattered like birds, leaving only Annie and her companions behind. Martin shifted back, and Annie said calmly, "If you dare to run, just wait for the people of Kachi City to tear you to pieces." Mark shuddered and huddled in a corner. Heber, having eaten 3 ewes in succession, seemed even stronger. He roared to the sky, his aura becoming even more terrifying. Then his gaze returned to Bourne, a slight smile playing on his lips, a smile that was truly chilling. Bourne involuntarily shivered. "My God, you better stop smiling, it's terrifying." Suddenly, Heber transformed into a cloud of black mist and charged towards Bourne. Bourne was already prepared. He slashed horizontally with his soul-severing blade, while simultaneously retreating rapidly. With a clang, the soul-severing blade clashed with the black scythe in the opponent's hand. The black mist on the scythe was immediately shattered, revealing a crystal dagger inside. However, the soul-severing blade struck the dagger but failed to budge it in the slightest. Bourne raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he'd seen a weapon that could rival the soul-severing blade. According to the Blade Maniac's explanation, the soul-severing blade sharpness was related to Bourne's own strength. Did that mean his opponent was stronger than him? In that moment of hesitation, his opponent grabbed Bourne's collarbone and shoved him aside. Bourne, out of control, crashed into a large tree, snapping the trunk in two. The tree, over 10 meters tall, crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Having landed a blow, Hep continued his pursuit. Black mist reattached to the dagger, forming a scythe shape, and slammed down on Bourne, who was pinned to the tree trunk. Bourne roared, unleashing a burst of blade energy that instantly severed all the branches. He then rolled away, dodging Hep's attack. This guy is really troublesome. They already exchanged 5 or 6 blows, with Bourne always coming out on the defensive, which was making him increasingly uncomfortable. Seeing the situation turning against them, Annie and Bizen rushed to help, but Bourne stopped them, saying, "Don't come any closer. This guy is tough, don't fight him head-on." Annie thought for a moment, then immediately channeled her fire elemental magic, shouting, "Wrath of the fire spirit, come forth." Puff puff puff. A ball of flame shot into the sky, condensing into a massive fire giant. The giant roared and slammed its fist down towards Hep. Hep roared back, simultaneously swinging his sword to firmly block the fire giant's fist. A shockwave radiated outwards from the two of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bourne charged forward, raising his left hand. A stone pillar rose from the ground, slamming into Hep and sending him flying. The fire giant raised its fists high, aiming at Hep, who had soared into the sky, and slammed them down. With a deafening roar, Hep took the full force of the blow, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Bourne knew that such an attack wasn't enough to defeat its opponent, so without hesitation, he leaped forward, pointed his finger, and a bolt of lightning shot out, heading towards Hep, who was embedded in the ground. Roar! Hep roared, its body surging with black mist, shattering the surrounding rubble. It transformed into a streak of black light, and flashed to the side. Crack! The lightning struck the ground, creating a violent explosion. Debris flew everywhere, piercing through the surrounding houses. TSK! Bourne clicked his tongue. That was a good opportunity, but unfortunately, its opponent dodged it. Suddenly, Bizen appeared behind Hep, thrusting his blade towards Hep's back. Hep whirled around, grabbing Bizen's neck with one hand and deflecting the attack, while simultaneously plunging her scythe into Bizen's abdomen. Bourne was startled, but quickly recovered, his figure flashing. Lightning bolts slowly coalesced around the soul-severing blade, causing it to glow with a deep purple electric light. At the same time, the pierced Bizen writhed, then with a bang, dissolved into a puddle of water. Before Hep could even react, she felt a violent surge of magical energy behind her. He roared and swung his sword backhand, blocking Bourne's soul-severing blade. However, this was within Bourne's expectations. Although the attack missed, the power of the heavenly soul of punishment attached to the soul-severing blade climbed up the scythe. The black mist seemed to have met its nemesis and quickly dissipated, leaving only the crystal dagger. The remaining power continued to spread upwards, and the black mist that came into contact with it seemed to boil and made a crackling sound. Roar! Roar! Hep let out a miserable cry, immediately pulling his hand back, his face filled with resentment and fear as he looked at Bourne. It worked. Bourne's eyes lit up. It seemed that the power of the heavenly soul of judgment did indeed have a certain restraining effect on the power of death. That made things easier. Bourne immediately activated the soul fusion technique at full power, unleashing the full power of the heavenly soul of judgment. Purple arcs of electricity began to appear around his body, and even Markham, standing some distance away, felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. "Annie! Cover me!" Bourne shouted. Annie moved at the sound of his voice. The power of death rapidly condensed, and a huge bone spear appeared in the void. Although the bone spear was a basic spell, as Annie's most frequently used spell, she had already reached a level of mastery, even higher. Its lethality against individuals was stronger than that of ordinary intermediate spells. "Go!" Annie roared, and the bone spear shot towards Hep, like an arrow released from a bow, carrying a strong gale and emitting a piercing whistle. Sensing the immense threat posed by the bone spear, Hep roared and tried to dodge, but the fire giant suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing him and making escape impossible. A cold glint flashed in Hep's eyes. He slashed his scythe, the blade twisting, as he sliced it across the fire giant's arm. Black mist instantly corroded the flames on the giant's body, and the flaming arm vanished in midair with a soft poof. Seizing the opportunity, Hep swung his blade, the blade colliding with the bone spear. With a deafening boom, the bone spear shattered, and Hep fared no better, being sent flying and crashing into the wall behind him, destroying the entire house. The fire giant, its magic exhausted, dissipated. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Hep emerged from the ruins with a bang, his face contorted with rage, roaring furiously at Annie. However, the next moment, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura, even stronger than Annie's bone spear from before, but looking around, he saw nothing unusual. Something unusual? If anything was unusual, it was that someone was missing. To be precise, a skeleton was missing. Suddenly Hep moved. He swung his scythe fiercely, slashing at the void ahead. A clang rang out, and Bourne instantly materialized. The scythe precisely blocked Bourne's soul-severing blade, But the power of punishment emanating from Bourne surged like a raging tide, engulfing Hep entirely. A series of crackling sounds erupted, and Hep screamed in despair as if electrocuted. Without hesitation, Bourne deftly twirled the hilt of his knife, the blade circling behind his opponent's back, the edge slicing through his throat with lightning speed. Splat! A spurt of black blood gushed from Heber's neck. Despair and terror filled Heber's eyes as he clutched his neck, but blood continued to seep through his fingers. With a clatter, the crystal dagger fell to the ground. The black mist surrounding Heber began to dissipate, gradually revealing his true form. Gulp, gurgle. Heber uttered an incomprehensible sound from deep within his throat, his eyes filled with resentment, but utterly helpless. His gaze gradually faded, and he finally collapsed heavily to the ground. Phew. Bourne let out a long sigh of relief. Finally done. Bizen stepped forward and kicked the lifeless Hepburn. What on earth happened to this guy? How could an ordinary person wield such power? It's all because of this thing. Annie picked up the crystal dagger from the ground. The dagger was cold to the touch, emitting a faint dark light, though its glow had dimmed somewhat. Annie's gaze shifted to the iron box. The young man the old lady was talking about should be inside, right? Bourne swung his dagger and struck the iron box, but when it was split in two, only a pile of white dust appeared inside, nothing else. Where's the young man? Bizen asked, puzzled. Annie stroked her chin and said, just now, the soul-stealing technique controlled Hepburn's true consciousness, allowing the Death Spirit's clone to manipulate his body. Doesn't that mean the Death Spirit's clone was originally in that young man, and only later transferred to Hepburn? From the old woman's description, we know the young man has existed for nearly 100 years. Now, without the support of the Death Spirit's clone, he's turned to dust. It's not surprising, is it? Bourne nodded. Indeed, it seems all this strangeness was caused by the Death Spirit. What was his purpose in doing this? What is it? And said, is it possible that it's not the spirit of death that wants to do something, but rather what the villagers want the spirit of death to do? Bizen suddenly realized, that's right, when that young man came out of the land of fallen gods, he was tainted with the power of the spirit of death. He was originally supposed to die and become a zombie, but later he ate living things and absorbed life force, and in this process, he gradually grew and became an incarnation of the spirit of death. And the greedy villagers have been feeding him living things, even people, for nearly 100 years, which is why his power has become so strong. Then, what about that dagger? Mark asked timidly. All eyes turned to the crystal dagger in Annie's hand. Bourne speculated, I sensed a powerful death energy within that dagger, mixed with other forces. I suspect it might be some kind of crystal expelled by the Death Spirit itself. It's precisely because it originates from the main body that it can control the actions of its clone. Annie nodded. You're right, I felt it too. So, the Death Spirit's main body should be in that fallen god land. Markham's eyes widened in fear. Then the ghost I saw before, could it be that Death Spirit? The true form of the spirit of death? Impossible. Bourne said, the true form of the spirit of death is condensed from pure death power. Especially this naturally formed spirit of death, its power is even more immense. Not to mention ordinary people, even the corpse of a Li Yuan level expert couldn't withstand it. Annie said, what you encountered before was very likely an avatar of the spirit of death. Over the past 100 years, countless people have died in the land of fallen gods, and many of them were probably killed by the spirit of death. It's not surprising that their corpses, corroded by death power for a long time, slowly became avatars of the spirit of death. Chapter 420. With the matter settled here, everyone needed to consider their next steps. Annie said, we still know too little about the land of fallen gods. I think the villagers probably know something, but they're unwilling to tell us. Bizen nodded, indeed, the old woman's knowledge is limited. Those who originally managed the young men should know much more. But getting them to talk will be difficult. Mark said, we even killed their leader Heber. It's good enough if they don't hate us. Killed Heber? Bourne gave a strange smile. Who said we? Killed Heber? We saved him. Markham scoffed. Look at Heber, he's dead as a rock. You say you saved him? Even a dog wouldn't believe that. Bourne laughed, ha, then watched closely. He bent down, placing one hand on Heber's chest. Death energy surged forth instantly, and he roared, resurrection. Black death energy enveloped Heber's corpse. In the blink of an eye, Bourne merged into Heber's body, and the death energy gradually subsided, returning the scene to silence. Markham stared in disbelief. What the hell is this? Bizen, witnessing resurrection for the first time, was utterly stunned by this bizarre magic and rushed forward to investigate. But Heber remained dead, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, his hand still clutching the wound on his neck, the bleeding gradually slowing. Mark joined in, looking at Hepburn's corpse, and said, "It's nothing. That skeleton wasn't playing us, was it? Did it just run back to the land of the dead?" Suddenly, Hepburn's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet with a somersault. Bussin and Mark were startled, simultaneously yelling and backing away, while Annie covered her mouth and chuckled. Hepburn stretched his body, pursed his lips, and said, "This body is far too weak, TSK, not even as good as Keller back then." Bussin and Mark's eyes widened in shock. You're that skeleton?" Bourne grinned. "Hee, what else? This Hepburn is long dead. Does this count as saving him?" Bussin exclaimed, "Such amazing magic exists in this world. It truly broadens my horizons." Bourne patted him on the shoulder. "There are many more amazing things. Let's go, let's ask the villagers." Then, the group began searching the village. The commotion had terrified the villagers, who hid in their homes, too afraid to come out. Annie, unsure who knew more, returned to her grandmother's house. The old woman stood anxiously in the yard, relieved to see Annie and the others return safely. However, her expression softened with caution when she saw Bourne. Annie waved, "Grandma, we're back. We dealt with that young man, and we rescued Hepburn." The old woman exclaimed in surprise, Is this true?" Bourne stepped forward and smiled. "Of course it's true. I came myself. How could it be false? These outsiders are good people. They saved our village from disaster. We must thank them properly." The old woman was momentarily stunned. "Hepburn, I feel you changed a lot." Bizen pulled Bourne behind him and chuckled. He's just a little excited, don't mind him. We wanted to ask if anyone else in the village is familiar with the land of fallen gods?" The old woman looked at Bourne. "If we're talking about familiarity, then it has to be Heber." Bourne quickly covered his head, wailing, "Ouch. My brain. My brain seems to be broken." The old woman was speechless for a moment. "Besides that, it's Aladdin." "Who's Aladdin?" Bizen quickly asked. The old woman replied, "Aladdin's relationship with Heber is SOSO, but he's quite well known in the village, because he helped my son lead the young man into the land of fallen gods. Although he didn't go deep inside, he definitely knows more than we do." The group exchanged glances, and Annie asked, "Grandma, could you lead the way for us? We want to find Aladdin to find out more." The old woman looked at Bourne again, and Bourne immediately feigned pain, clutching his head and wailing incessantly. The old woman, resigned, could only nod and say, "All right, I take you." She then turned and called out, "Xiao Dong, Xiao Shi, stay home and keep the door closed. Don't run around, understand?" The two children poked their heads out of the house and nodded vigorously. Led by the old woman, the group found Aladdin's house without incident. The door was tightly shut. The old woman hesitated for a moment, then went forward and knocked. With a creak, the door opened a crack, revealing a pair of wary eyes. These eyes scanned everyone at the door before uttering two words indifferently. "What is it?" Annie stepped forward and said, "Hello, we are." Before Annie could finish, the other party interrupted, "Get to the point." Annie awkwardly touched her nose. "We're heading to the land of fallen gods. We heard you know a lot about it, so we came to ask you for advice." The other party was silent for a moment, then looked at Bourne. "Heap, what are you doing here?" The old woman spoke first. "Heap is your nephew, and with the help of these people, he has escaped the clutches of those monsters and is now back to normal. It's just..." Before the old woman could finish, Bourne had a sudden inspiration, shouted, "Uncle," and rushed into the room. Aladdin didn't have time to stop him. The door was slammed open by Bourne, and a burly middle-aged man appeared before them. Aladdin, utterly bewildered, roared, "What are you doing? Get out." Bourne, however, ignored him, clinging to Aladdin with tears streaming down his face. "Uncle! They saved me, otherwise I would have been dead." His voice was sobbing, heartbreaking to hear. Aladdin was also at a loss for words. The old woman swallowed hard, then said, "It's just that he seems a little off." Aladdin's eyes twitched, and he shoved Bourne away. All right, come in and talk." Anne's face lit up, and she quickly led everyone into the room. Aladdin's house was fairly common in the village, of average size. Inside was a woman with a child, presumably his wife and child. His wife was also extremely surprised to see Bourne. Clearly, Hepburn and Aladdin's family didn't seem to have much contact. Aladdin escorted his wife and children to another room, carefully closing the door before returning to the group. His face was serious as he asked, "Are you going to the land of fallen gods to die?" Bizen corrected him, "Yes, we're going to the land of fallen gods, but not to die. What's the difference? Aladdin scoffed. Almost no one who goes to the land of fallen gods ever comes back. And frowned and asked, so what dangers are there? Aladdin's gaze deepened as he countered, do you know why it's called the land of fallen gods? And said, I heard the Lord of Kachi City say that it seems that place is where a god once fell here, creating a powerful magical field. Later, to seal this field, someone built a cave. That's the land of fallen gods. The old woman nodded. Indeed, the first inhabitants of our fallen gods village migrated here, and even earlier, people lived here. It was those people who sealed the land of fallen gods, and when our ancestors arrived, it had become the scene. Aladdin added, and they also erected a monument at the entrance, inscribed with the 4 characters Land of Fallen Gods in ancient script, warning people not to approach. You understand ancient script too? Annie asked curiously. Aladdin shook his head. Of course we don't, but adventurers often come here. Among those adventurers were knowledgeable individuals, who deciphered the script, which is how the Land of Fallen Gods and the Village of Fallen Gods came to be. Bizen suddenly understood. I see. But what does this have to do with those dangers? Could it be that after the god fell here, some great terror arose? Aladdin's expression turned solemn. What do you think? Even when an ordinary person dies, they produce a corpse aura that threatens living things around them, let alone a god. So the spirit of death is the power of a god after death? Annie immediately said. Aladdin looked at Annie approvingly. Although I don't know what it is, it should be the spirit of death you mentioned. That thing is incredibly strange. I never seen it myself, only heard about it from those who barely escaped. Although they escaped, they died soon after, and their deaths were very gruesome. Bizen quickly asked, what's so strange about it? Aladdin took a deep breath. It can release a black mist that is all-pervasive. Anyone who touches it will immediately have their mind controlled, then commit suicide or self-harm, dying in agony. Furthermore, it will turn all those it kills into zombies, and it will control its. The zombie army is slaughtering all living things that enter the land of fallen gods. Mark swallowed hard. I accidentally went in once before and saw a zombie, but I didn't see the death spirit you mentioned. Aladdin said, I don't know about that. After all, that's all the information I have. But I guess the death spirit is trapped in the land of fallen gods and has limited power. It probably can't control the entire land of fallen gods. Maybe you just avoided it when you went. Markham felt a chill run down his spine. If he had encountered the death spirit when he entered the land of fallen gods, he would definitely be dead. Aladdin added, but these are just speculations. Very few people can escape from the land of fallen gods. You should be grateful you're still alive. And said gratefully, thank you for providing us with this information. Aladdin waved his hand and said, if it weren't for you saving Hepper and turning him back to the right path, I wouldn't have told you all this. Bourne scratched his head, secretly wondering what? Did I act badly? However, Aladdin still advised, our understanding of the land of fallen gods is limited to this. There are many unknown dangers there. I advise you not to go. And smiled and said, don't worry, we know what we're doing. But what about you? Now that you lost the zombies' help, what are you going to do? Aladdin and the old woman exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with despair, and thought for a moment and said, why don't you move somewhere else? I know Marquis Marco, and I can have him arrange a new home for you. Aladdin's eyes lit up. Really? And nodded emphatically. Of course it's true. Grandma can vouch for me. The old woman also nodded and said, yes, I seen the Marquis's decree in her hand, but is the Marquis really willing to help us ordinary people? And smiled. Of course he is. Even if he isn't, he has to be. If he doesn't arrange things well, just tell me, and I teach him a lesson. Aladdin couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Hee, thank you for your kindness. By the way, did that young man get a map from my father-in-law? Bizen was taken aback and pulled out a map from his pocket, asking, you mean this? So that old man is your father-in-law? Aladdin nodded. This map was originally drawn by me, but he took it. However, some places were still unclear before, so I remarked them for you. He took the map from Bizen and marked several places on it, saying, this map only covers the outer areas and is based on accounts from those who escaped. You must avoid the red areas as much as possible. There are large numbers of zombies there, making it very dangerous. Once you get inside, I can't help you. Annie said gratefully, thank you so much. Without this map, we would have had to expend a lot of effort. It's been a great help. Aladdin gave Bourne a deep look. Heber's mother, my sister, died a long time ago. His father was a scoundrel who gambled and tried to escape the village, but was caught and fed to the zombies. I couldn't bear to see Heber fall so low, seemingly successful, but actually sacrificing his life to feed the zombies. Power. Now it's alright, Hep can live a normal life, and I can finally face my deceased sister with a clear conscience. Bourne felt a pang of sadness. Hep was dead, utterly dead. This comfort was nothing but an empty bubble. Uncle, I decided to leave the village tonight and go far away. We may never see each other again. Take care. Aladdin was taken aback, then shook his head and sighed. Go. It was my fault for not guiding you properly before. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, remember to come back to me. Bourne nodded. Okay, I promise. After doing all this, Annie and the others bid farewell to the old woman and Aladdin, and left Godfall village together. They planned to set off for the land of Godfall today, while Bourne left the village in the opposite direction. He planned to dispose of Hep's body and return directly to the Netherworld. Chapter 421. Are you sure you don't need me to go with you? Bizin asked, and shook her head. Don't worry, you just wait for Ailill to come to Godfall village. This matter is also very important. You must explain the situation to him as soon as possible, and he will know what to do. Bizin said helplessly. Alright then, you must be careful. Mark asked weakly, your map is detailed enough, so I don't need to go, right? Annie glanced at him. No. You have to go. If you want to come out alive, lead the way properly. Mark was almost in tears. Miss Annie, I know I was wrong. I've been reflecting on this every day for years. Why did I oppose you back then? Now, I reformed. I do anything you ask, as long as you don't let me go back to the land of fallen gods. Annie's suspicions deepened. You seen the zombie, haven't you? Just one zombie, it shouldn't have scared the renowned Imperial merchant Markham like this, right? Tell me honestly, what else did you see in there? Markham trembled, all color draining from his face. I'm not hiding anything, really. Annie said coldly, then stop talking nonsense. Let's set off now. The current situation doesn't allow me to waste time here. Without another word, she pulled Markham away from the land of fallen gods. The two rode swiftly on horseback, and around noon, they came upon a massive rock monument inscribed with ancient characters, seemingly carved with a knife, emanating a sharp and imposing aura. Annie clicked her tongue in amazement. It seemed the person who sealed this place was no ordinary individual. Even from the words themselves, one could sense their terrifying power. Markham swallowed hard and said, ahead lies the outer edge of the fallen god's land. Annie nodded, and stepped over the stone tablet without hesitation. Markham, his expression pained, could only follow helplessly. Upon entering the fallen god's land, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify. Annie felt her breathing catch in her throat, and the flow of her magic became difficult. This place is indeed strange, Annie murmured. However, this was expected. She steadied herself and continued forward. With the map in her hand and Markham's guidance, the two encountered no danger in the outer areas. But the deeper they went, the more rugged and treacherous the path became. The surrounding walls grew higher and higher, devoid of any vegetation, only bare rock with a depressing gray-black hue. The path wound its way through the mountains, and a massive cave could be seen in the distance. The cave entrance was pitch black, a gentle breeze whistling and humming, like the howls of a vengeful ghost, sending chills down one's spine. Upon entering the cave, strange, glowing green moss grew on the walls. Although the light had dimmed, the path was still barely discernible. Mark pointed ahead, saying, I rested a little further in, and then I escaped. Following Markham's gaze, the path ahead seemed to end, leaving only a still, perfectly calm pool of water. Beyond that, the path was blocked by a stone wall, with no way to proceed. Where did you put your money? Anne asked. Markham scratched his head. I put it in the corner, but it's gone now. And frowned, and went straight into the cave. The cave was very large, but apart from a pool of clear water, there was nothing else. Moreover, the temperature inside the cave was slightly warmer than outside. After a long trek, suddenly entering a cave did indeed make one feel drowsy. However, Anne knew that falling asleep in such a place was tantamount to suicide. She took a deep breath, feeling slightly more awake, and slowly walked to the edge of the pool. The water looked clear, but the scene within was invisible. The entire pool was like a black, bottomless pit, making one feel uneasy. Annie crouched down and scooped up some water from the pool. The water was icy cold to the touch, feeling no different from ordinary water, but Annie clearly sensed that it seemed filled with the power of death. If the zombies were created by the spirit of death, Then their presence in the water would inevitably fill the entire pool with this deathly power. This was a normal phenomenon. Annie was now certain that zombies lurked in this pool. Moreover, according to the map, to enter, one had to cross underwater, but with zombies lying in ambush, accidentally alerting the horde would be troublesome. However, Aladdin had also marked the area. Normally, the zombies were dormant, only becoming active at night. If the two of them quietly entered the water, without making too much noise, they generally wouldn't disturb the zombies. Annie turned back and asked suspiciously, "Did you hide the money somewhere else?" "The zombies wouldn't take your money, would they?" Mark protested. "How should I know? I was just running, my life was more important." Annie was speechless. Suddenly, she noticed a drag mark beside her. Markham had swindled tens of thousands of gold coins from Kachi City, no small sum, and it had taken him a great deal of effort to carry it all back. Could this mark be from someone dragging those coins away? Thinking this, Annie followed the drag mark, which extended deep into the pool below. Markham swallowed hard and asked, "Could it really be a zombie that took my money?" Annie stroked her chin. "It shouldn't be. What would zombies need gold coins for? They can't use them. There's no one else here, is there?" Mark shook his head. How could there be anyone else? Even if there were, they'd be dead by now. Annie was a little confused, so she stopped thinking about it and gestured for Markham to get into the water. Markham said with a pained expression, I can't swim." Annie was speechless for a moment, then conjured a water prison enveloping Markham. A bubble of air was nested within the water prison to help Markham breathe underwater. Markham was shocked to see Annie casually cast a dual-element spell. He had never heard of anyone being able to do such a thing. Then, Annie slowly led Markham into the pool. Markham felt his heart clench. He knew what was in the pool, and was incredibly nervous. Following the map's directions, Annie continued deeper underwater, where a hidden passage led directly over the stone wall to the true interior of the fallen god's land. After diving about 10 meters, Annie changed direction, preparing to go further in. However, just then, a black figure slowly floated past her, startling her. Markham was even more terrified. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, Annie quickly slapped him awake, preventing him from sinking. The black figure was a zombie, its body highly decomposed. It was unclear how long it had been submerged, but it had swelled up to a large size, resembling a giant fat man. Its eyes bulged, and its tongue was sticking out long. It appeared awake, but was actually in a deep sleep, simply drifting with the current. Annie pulled Markham around the zombie, and continued forward. However, they soon encountered a huge problem. Their path was blocked. Countless zombies floated densely in the water ahead, all in a slumbering state, drifting erratically with the current, completely blocking their way. If Annie and Markham wanted to reach the interior of the fallen god's land, they had to pass through this horde of zombies. Markham frantically shook his head at Annie, but she ignored him, seizing the opportunity to pull him into the horde of zombies. The zombies drifted with the current, occasionally creating gaps in the water, which Annie carefully used to weave through. Markham held his breath. To minimize his size, and avoid accidentally bumping into zombies, Annie had removed the water prison from Markham, leaving him only a small bubble. The air inside was limited, so he had to use it sparingly. After a while, Mark became numb. Moving through the horde of zombies, he could clearly see the faces of each one, exactly like the ghostly figures he had seen earlier. He suppressed his nausea, following closely behind Annie, his eyes fixed straight ahead, hoping only to leave this place as quickly as possible. However, an accident still occurred. Just as Markham was swinging his legs to push against the water, he accidentally kicked a zombie on the head with a loud thud, a sound clearly audible even underwater, indicating that Markham's kick was extremely powerful. Their hearts jumped into their throats, and they immediately stopped, watching the zombie nervously. The zombie trembled, then slowly raised its right hand. Annie immediately activated her spirit division technique, ready to counter the zombie's attack at any moment. However, the next moment, the zombie reached up and touched its head, where a large bump appeared, before falling back into a deep sleep. Annie and Mark breathed a sigh of relief. Annie glared at Markham, who shrank back, avoiding her gaze. The two continued forward, and soon they were nearing the exit. The number of zombies here had decreased significantly, and they quickened their pace. Seeing a light on the water surface ahead, Markham's heart leaped with excitement. He took a deep breath, and with a soft pop, the air in the bubble burst open, sending the icy pool water rushing into his lungs. Markham's eyes widened suddenly. He felt breathless, his lungs irritated, and he coughed violently. The air and water he coughed up were then inhaled again, only to be coughed up again. Markham's vision began to blur, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He frantically thrashed his limbs, trying to reach the surface for fresh air, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Suddenly, he felt himself touch something. Without thinking, he grabbed it and pushed down forcefully, using the recoil to float upwards. However, the next moment, a powerful hand grabbed his ankle, rendering him immobile. "Damn it!" Mark cried, tears welling in his eyes. His consciousness sank into the endless darkness, along with his body. Hiss, whoosh, boom! A deafening roar erupted from underwater, countless zombies screaming as they were blasted into the air, limbs flying everywhere, and a torrent of green sap raining down. Martin was also thrown out of the pool by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. The violent impact instantly snapped him back to reality. He vomited a mouthful of water, then greedily inhaled the fresh air. After taking a few deep breaths, Mark gradually regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he looked around and found himself on the shore, surrounded by the mangled remains of zombies. There was even a zombie head, its front teeth digging into the ground, slowly crawling towards him. Mark immediately stood up and kicked it away with a powerful kick, sending it flying back into the pool with a splash. "Wow, good kick!" a voice exclaimed from the side. Mark was startled and turned to see a skeletal figure holding a knife in one hand, its body shimmering with purple light, like Thor descending to earth. It was Born. Then he felt a hard kick to his butt. "Ouch!" Mark cried out, turning around angrily to find himself facing an enraged Annie. "Your kicking skills are really good. You woke up all the zombies in the pool," Annie said irritably. Mark scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. It's my fault. I'd be more careful next time." Annie let out a deep breath. "There won't be a next time. We're in big trouble now." Glug glug. Bubbles rose to the surface of the water. Mark stared blankly at the water's surface, only to see countless zombies slowly crawling out, their bulging eyes darting around, seemingly searching for who had disturbed their sweet dreams. What do we do?" Mark's mind went blank. He was terrified and didn't know what to do. "What else can we do?" "Run!" Annie turned and ran. Mark was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly ran after her. As soon as the two moved, the zombies reacted, charging towards them in various unusual ways, their roars echoing through the empty cave. Born stood motionless, sword drawn. He planned to hold off the zombies single-handedly, buying time for Annie and Mark to escape. He figured he could simply return to the netherworld. There was no real danger. He let out a long roar, shouting, 10,000 miles of ice. Whoosh! A powerful surge of water elemental magic radiated outwards from him, freezing the ground into a thin layer of solid ice. Under this powerful icy domain, all the zombies' movements were restricted, their pursuit speed drastically reduced. Roar! 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 Suddenly, a gigantic zombie roared twice, smashing the ice beneath its feet, then leaped out, swinging a claw at Born. Born's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Perfect! With a light step, he swiftly raised his soul-severing blade, and with a slicing sound, the zombie's head was severed. Chapter 422. Born scoffed, "This is nothing special, far inferior to the zombies of my netherworld." But then, the headless zombie suddenly swung its fist, slamming it into Born's chest. Born barely managed to take the blow, his ribs breaking instantly, and he staggered back dozens of steps before finally stopping. Born looked up at the headless zombie in shock. What's going on? He had killed zombies in the village before. Normally, a zombie without a head couldn't move. But what was this headless zombie? Even in the netherworld, the soul fire of ordinary undead resided in their heads. Although they wouldn't die after having their heads cut off, a headless body was still immobile. Therefore, Born hadn't anticipated this situation at all, taking a punch without warning. Fortunately, his cultivation level was now high, and a powerful protective magic flowed around his bones, preventing him from suffering too much damage. Born gently touched his broken rib with his left hand. As magic surged, the rib healed, the effect of the bone-strengthening spell, a low-level spell he acquired at the Temple of Death, rarely used before, but unexpectedly frequently recently. However, he also realized that these zombies were different from ordinary zombies. An ordinary zombie's driving force was the soul fire in its head. If its head and body separated, although the body couldn't move, the head could still move. Some undead even survived with only a head, finding a suitable new body. After all, the undead realm was never short of corpses. But the zombie before him was different. It had lost all self-awareness, and its driving force wasn't the soul fire, but pure death power. This death power originated from the outside world, the mysterious spirit of death. Bourne could easily imagine how powerful the spirit of death itself must be to create such a large number of powerful zombies from just a portion of that power. At this moment, other zombies surged out of the pool like a tidal wave, rushing towards Annie and the others. Bourne had no time to think. He continuously released water elemental magic to maintain the frozen domain, while simultaneously flashing forward. His soul-severing blade, with lightning speed and crackling power, slashed fiercely at the headless zombie. The power of retribution, as expected of the nemesis of death, utterly obliterated the headless zombie. But this terrifying situation did not frighten the zombie horde. Like wild beasts smelling blood, they continued their relentless charge. Bourne twirled his blade, then with a leap, he moved swiftly through the zombie horde like a butterfly flitting among flowers, cutting down everything in his path. Despite this, seeing the zombies still emerging from the water, Bourne felt a chill run down his spine, even though he didn't have a scalp. If it were an ordinary mage, even at the transformation realm, encountering such a massive horde of zombies would likely exhaust their magic and die, let alone the powerful zombies at the Qiyuan realm. Although their attack methods were somewhat simplistic, and not as strong as human Qiyuan mages, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, without the power of retribution, these zombies wouldn't be killed. Even with only a finger remaining, they could continue crawling forward on the ground until they killed their opponent. Bourne understood why the mages who had come here before had all perished. After roughly calculating the time, Annie and Mark should have already gone far away. Bourne saw no need to continue fighting the zombie horde. Further battles were likely to follow, and conserving magic was more important. So he vanished on the spot and returned to the netherworld. On the other side, Annie and Mark ran frantically, panting heavily. Seeing that the zombies weren't chasing them, they slowed their pace. Huff, huff, huff. Mark gasped for breath. Miss Annie. How do we get to the other side? Annie leaned against the wall to rest, but as soon as she did, she felt a chill down her spine. She quickly turned around and saw a gigantic ghost face staring menacingly at her. Annie was startled and almost screamed, but thankfully she realized in time that the ghost face was just a statue. Annie channeled her fire elemental magic, and with a poof, a ball of fire ignited. The flames instantly illuminated the entire cave, leaving Annie and Mark stunned. The cave was filled with ghost face statues. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were both crying and laughing. Everything had a different expression. There were probably over 100 of them, but each one had a different expression. My God! What the hell are these things? Mark asked in a trembling voice. Annie shook her head. I don't know, but one thing's for sure, these carvings are definitely not human. Hearing this, Mark boldly approached one of the ghost faces and examined it closely. The face was incredibly lifelike. It seemed to writhe as the angle changed. Mark couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Annie was startled and quickly stopped him, saying, Careful! But it was too late. Mark's hand had already touched the face. Several loud rumbling sounds followed, and the entire cave seemed to shake. Annie pulled Mark back, scolding, Are you crazy? Why are you touching everything? Mark said, feeling wronged. I don't know why, I just went up there like a madman. What do we do now? And steadied herself and took out a map from her pocket, examining it carefully. This shows there's a tomb ahead. We have to push open the tomb door to enter the next cave, but there's a very powerful zombie inside. Someone has to stay and deal with it. Mark immediately panicked. Miss N, you can't leave me behind. I risked my life to be with you. You can't do this to me. And frowned. How have I treated you? Isn't this giving you a chance to redeem yourself? Besides, I didn't say you had to deal with the zombie. Hearing this, Mark finally relaxed. However, the next moment, a whooshing sound came from the air. Anne's eyes narrowed, and with lightning speed, she threw out a bone shield, which landed right in front of Mark. With a clang, a silver needle emitting a cold, eerie light pierced the bone shield, the tip sinking halfway into it. What the hell? Mark yelled, cold sweat pouring down his back. If Annie hadn't reacted quickly, he probably would have been pierced through the heart. Annie frowned. This is no place to stay. Let's get out of here. But just as they moved, the ghostly faces beside them opened their mouths wide, and a barrage of silver needles rained down on them. Mark was terrified. He had never seen anything like this before, and he had already witnessed the power of the silver needles. He knew he couldn't possibly withstand so many needles on his own. Annie reacted swiftly, shoving Mark to the ground and simultaneously pushing outwards with both hands, instantly conjuring a thick bone shield. She curled up inside the shield, and the next moment, the silver needles struck the shield with tremendous force, making Annie gasp for breath. Her wrists felt like they were about to break as she braced herself against the shield. clang, clang, clang. The silver needles continued to strike. Markham, beneath Annie, screamed. Ah! My feet! My feet are still outside! Ah! Markham was considerably taller than Annie, so the bone shield only protected his upper body, leaving his feet exposed. This was bad. Countless silver needles pierced his feet, some even piercing through. Markham screamed for a while, then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Annie, helpless, could only grit her teeth and endure. However, the bone shield was also starting to break down. Many silver needles continued to pierce it, causing cracks to appear. In some places, the needles pierced through, exposing small sections of their tips. Beads of sweat began to appear on Annie's forehead. She had no idea how long the needles would continue to rain down. Fortunately, the needles weren't endless. After a short while, Annie clearly felt the pressure on her hands begin to weaken. However, just to be safe, she added another bone shield to prevent it from being pierced through. Finally, the rain of silver needles stopped. Annie waited another minute to make sure there was no further danger before kicking away the two bone shields. She took a deep breath of fresh air, lay down on Markham's body to rest for a while, and then sat up. The cave was now densely covered with silver needles. One bone shield was completely shattered, turning into a giant hedgehog, while the other was also riddled with needles. Annie secretly rejoiced that she had released an extra bone shield, otherwise, she would have been the one turned into a hedgehog. This barrage had greatly depleted Annie's strength. She looked at Markham beneath her. After being pricked, Markham had pulled his legs under the bone shield, but they were also pierced through, blood gushing out. Annie frowned. She hadn't awakened her light power yet, and couldn't use healing spells, but Markham's injuries needed immediate attention, or his life might be in danger. Annie quickly got up, turned, and patted Markham's face. Hey! Wake up! Wake up, are you alright? Markham's eyes remained closed. He was clearly unconscious. Annie gritted her teeth, and, taking advantage of his unconsciousness, reached out to remove the silver needles stuck in his foot. Some needles were shallow and easy to remove, but others were deeper, and Annie was helpless. She could only use wind elemental power to infuse the wounds, forcing the needles out from bottom to top. Some needles had pierced Markham's foot, leaving holes at both the top and bottom. After finally removing all the needles, Markham's foot was riddled with holes, his boot completely soaked in blood. Frustrated, Annie could only resort to the most primitive method, using fire elemental power to burn his wounds and seal the bleeding points. Only then did Markham slowly regain consciousness. Upon waking, he felt a burning pain in his feet, a pain that shot straight to his head, making him feel dizzy. Ouch! Markham groaned, my feet. And wiped the sweat from her brow and said, You're awake. How are you feeling? Markham cried out in pain, My feet hurt so much. What happened? Did I have them amputated? And sighed, Those silver needles were indeed powerful. Your feet were badly injured, but I already given you some basic treatment. You can rest here now, I can go myself. No! Markham cried out in alarm, Don't leave me. And comforted him, There shouldn't be any danger here anymore. I take you out when I get out. Markham shook his head vigorously, No. I can't stay here. Can I come with you? Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back. And frowned immediately, Is there something you're hiding from me? Markham's expression froze. After a moment's hesitation, he said with a pained look, sigh, Now that things have come to this, I have to tell you. Actually, I looked into the situation here. Someone tricked me into coming here. Huh? Annie was stunned. Liar you? Didn't you lie to someone else? Someone as smart as you would be fooled? Markham said with a bitter face, I had no choice. I couldn't survive in the Empire anymore. Without power, I would struggle through the rest of my life. Desperate, I met someone who told me I could bring money here, and he could give me power. I thought if I could really gain power like Nickel, I could also gain status and wealth, so you took a gamble, swindled a bunch of money, and brought it here? Annie's voice suddenly turned cold. Markham sensed Annie's anger and quickly waved his hands, saying, But I'm a victim too. He didn't deliver on his promise of power, so I took advantage of his inattention and escaped again. Annie took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Who was that person? Markham shook his head. I don't know. He was an old guy. I think he was an adventurer named Cell. What? Annie's eyes widened instantly. You said his name is Cell? Markham was startled by Annie's reaction. Ah. Yes, you know him? Annie felt her mind was in turmoil. Could it be that the adventurer named Cell was still alive? Perhaps even in this land of fallen gods? Then why was his diary in the misty forest? Where is he now? Annie asked. Markham swallowed hard. He was here when I escaped. We rested together here, and I don't know where he went after that. And shook her head helplessly. You deserve it. You even harmed innocent people in the end, and now the money is nowhere to be found. Think carefully about how you're going to explain this. Mark knelt down with difficulty, crying, Miss N, I know you have the ability to save me. Please help me. I will never forget your great kindness, and will repay your kindness for the rest of my life. And said impatiently, I don't need you to be my slave. You just wait here obediently. I'll be right back. Chapter 423. Mark immediately cried out, No! I surely die here by myself. Those zombies will catch up. Let me go with you. Annie retorted, What use are you? You don't know the way, and your leg is injured. You're just a burden. Mark quickly said, I know the way. When I discussed it with Syl, he told me about many mechanisms that weren't on the map. Annie was taken aback, then sneered, Do you think I believe you? You don't even know you can't touch the ghost faces on the wall. How could you possibly know about other mechanisms? Mark said apologetically, It was purely accidental. When I came with Syl, he hadn't lit any lamps, and I didn't see any of those ghost faces. Annie still didn't believe him and asked, Then tell me, how do we get to the next tomb chamber? How do we deal with that zombie? Markham said in a trembling voice, There are special markings on that tomb chamber, composed of ancient script. I can decipher them, but I don't know what to do with the zombie. Syl said he would handle it, but I ran away before we got there. Annie looked at the map again. It didn't mention the markings on the tomb chamber, only that it needed to be opened. Annie was hesitant. If she really took Markham with her, his current injuries wouldn't allow for fast movement, which would definitely slow down the overall progress. However, with Markham leading the way, and the map's guidance, Annie had indeed passed through the outer dangerous area very smoothly, without wasting too much time on the zombies. Seeing that, and was still hesitating, Markham said, Miss N, why don't you take me to the entrance of the tomb? If I can't decipher the markings, you can leave me there. If you can keep me with you, okay? Annie thought about it, and decided it was a good idea. The tomb wasn't far ahead anyway, and taking him there wouldn't waste too much time. So Annie nodded, waved her right hand, and summoned Puck. Poker looked around blankly and asked, Hey, little girl, what do you want me to do this time? Annie pointed to Mark sitting on the ground and said, Brother Poker, could you please carry this guy to the front? Poker's face fell. Little girl, you can't treat me like a porter just because I'm big. Annie clung to Poker's arm and pleaded, Brother Poker is the best, please help me this once. Poker was exasperated. Help, help, help. How could I not help? My little darling, remember to call me when there's a battle, so I can absorb more life force. Annie smiled and said, Don't worry, I call you the moment I have life force. Poker then picked Markham up, weighed him in his hand, and said with a sneer, Ugh, he's so light, no need to carry him, I just lift him up. And just like that, Markham's adult body looked like a chick in front of Poker. By the way, how's things going in the netherworld? Annie asked. Poker laughed twice. Haha, you know what? Now everyone in the lower tier netherworld knows about the Sharp Knife Legion. Our alliance with Mammon and Balzeb's Legion is even stronger. After they learned that the Grand Master was helping Asmodeus, they all said they offer more to win him over, but the Grand Master isn't falling for their tricks. He only agreed to maintain the cooperative relationship. However, recently someone couldn't stand it anymore and came to cause us trouble. Annie raised an eyebrow. Oh! Brother Born is already at the transformation realm, and still someone dares to cause trouble for you. Poker waved his hand. There are still many powerful figures in the undead realm, especially now that the situation in the lower level undead areas is chaotic. Mammon and the Balzeb Legion have suffered heavy losses, so naturally they're being targeted. Samuel sent troops to cause trouble for Balzeb before, but the captain taught them a lesson. Now it seems they sent even stronger people, so there's likely to be a fierce battle. Annie suddenly realized. No wonder you said you were very busy recently, so it was because of this. Poker nodded. Yes. They sent a transformation realm level 1 expert. In the end, the captain joined forces with a group of Balzeb experts to defeat him. Annie asked, Is Samuel very strong? Poker thought for a moment and said, according to. He's said to have reached the peak of the transformation realm, one of the 3 overlords of the low-level undead zone. Of course, this is just an avatar absorbing power in the low-level undead zone. His true body's level is unknown. Did he come in person this time? Poker shook his head. He and his guardians can't act personally, they be trapped in the Lord's Tower. It's probably his undead subordinates who came. I don't know their strength, but they're definitely stronger than the last one. Soon, they arrived at a narrow passageway. At the end of the passageway was a stone door, densely covered with ancient characters. Annie couldn't recognize them, and could only turn to Markham and ask, "Is this the tomb chamber?" Markham observed for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Opening this stone door leads to the tomb chamber, where there will be a very powerful zombie." Annie waved her hand. "All right, then open the door." Poker placed Markham in front of the stone door. Markham looked at the inscription, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then began to feel the stone door with his fingers. As his fingers moved, the ancient characters gradually emerged from the stone door, and slowly moved to their designated positions. Annie raised an eyebrow, recalling a similar situation she had witnessed in the broken grounds. Back then, to enter the mysterious underground chamber, they had to solve a riddle composed of ancient characters. If Douglas hadn't been there, they probably would have been helpless. Sweating profusely, Mark struggled for a long time, gritting his teeth, when suddenly a flash of light appeared on the stone door. Annie was startled and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" Poker reacted just as quickly, forcefully pulling Mark back, then stretching out one hand. A huge bone shield appeared before him. With a deafening roar, the bone shield shattered instantly, and a powerful shockwave slammed into Poker. Poker, who was wearing bone armor, also shattered it simultaneously. With several crisp cracking sounds, Poker's sternum and ribs broke, and he lost control, sending Annie and Markham flying backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. "Brother Poker!" Annie cried out. She was hiding behind Poker, and hadn't suffered any physical harm, but she had also felt the immense power of the shockwave. Poker clutched his chest and struggled to sit up. "I'm fine, that thing was really strong." Annie glared at Markham. "Can you even decipher the writing on it?" Markham was also terrified. He just had a brush with death. I don't know. That's what Eswalpeachwire told me." Poker took a deep breath and looked apologetically at Annie, saying, "Annie, I have to go back. I can't use my full strength like this. Have someone else come and help." Annie nodded. "Thank you for your hard work. Go back and recover. I won't bother you again for a while." A flash of dark light, and Poker returned to the netherworld. Who should I summon next? Annie was torn. In her opinion, Poker was easier to talk to, while Akeem and Burford seemed rather dull, especially Akeem, whose body was covered in bone spurs. He looked menacing. Bourne had used up a lot of magic fighting off the zombie horde, so summoning him now wasn't suitable either. After much deliberation, Annie decided to summon Akeem. As soon as Akeem appeared, Markham was terrified. Akeem looked even thinner than before, but his hunched body, along with his back and shoulder blades covered in bone spurs, made him several times more terrifying than Poker. Anne's eyes lit up, however, as Akeem's appearance seemed to have changed somewhat. The bone spurs behind him had become multicolored: red, blue, purple, cyan. Quite distinctive. Akeem's expression hardened, his fierce gaze fixed on Markham. He casually pulled out a bone spur and pressed it against Markham's neck. "Miss N, you summoned me here to kill him?" No. Markham waved his hands repeatedly. We're in cahoots? Did I give you permission to speak?" Akeem glared at him, making Markham tremble with fear. Annie chuckled at the sight. Hee, brother Akeem, he's right, we're on the same side now." Akeem then retracted his bone spikes and looked around, saying, "Where is this place? It's so dark, even more gloomy than the netherworld." After this commotion, Annie's tension eased somewhat. "This is the land of falling gods. Brother Poker was injured by the shockwave from that stone gate, so I had no choice but to summon you." Akeem exclaimed in surprise. "Poker has a thick tortoise shell, and he was still injured?" He and Poker were old comrades in arms. He knew better than anyone how strong Poker's defenses were. A shockwave that could penetrate Poker's defenses in one strike would require at least the transformation realm. Annie glared at Markham, angrily demanding, "Are you even capable? What did Syl tell you?" Markham thought for a moment, then replied, "He said that as long as you arrange the ancient characters in a row, the ones with more strokes first, and the ones with fewer strokes last." Annie was speechless. "So you have no idea what it says?" Markham nodded. "Yeah, how could I possibly know ancient characters?" Annie sighed. "I should have just thrown you into that pond, and let you play with those zombies." Markham frantically waved his hands. No. I can try again. Maybe I made a mistake." Akeem stepped forward and kicked Markham to the ground. "Try what? You used up your chance. I send you to the netherworld." He raised the bone spike in his hand. Markham was terrified, ignoring his injured foot, and frantically shuffled backward, crying, Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Annie stepped forward to stop him, saying, Wait, Markham, let me ask you one more time, what else did Syl say to you? Markham's mind raced, recalling his conversation with Syl. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, That's right. He said the stone door is related to ghost faces. I didn't know what ghost faces were before, but now that I think about it, aren't they the ones we saw before? Annie paused, related to ghost faces? But we can't understand these words at all. Even if we know it's related to ghost faces, it's useless. At that moment, Annie suddenly thought of something, focused her mind, and found Bourne through telepathic communication, Brother Bourne. Brother, is Grandpa Dao Quang awake? Before Bourne could answer, Dao Quang blurted out, he's awake. Just woke up. That was a really good sleep. Annie was overjoyed. With Dao Quang, this old relic, around, even ancient scripts wouldn't be a problem. Grandpa Dao Quang, please help me. There are some ancient characters here. I don't recognize them. Ancient scripts? Dao Quang was also taken aback, but he could only perceive the outside world through Bourne's perspective, so he didn't know where Annie was. Tell me, what do those characters look like? Annie quickly returned to the stone door and carefully described the ancient scripts on it. Dao Quang murmured, This represents a state of mind, meaning the cycle of life and death, where there is no absolute life, nor absolute death. Ah? Annie was stunned. Then how do I open the stone door? Dao Quang thought for a moment, but still had no clue, so he asked, Aren't there any other clues? Annie slapped her forehead, realizing she'd forgotten about that. There are many ghost faces carved on the stone walls here. If you trigger a mechanism, countless silver needles will shoot out from the mouths of these ghost faces. They're very powerful. It's said that these ghost faces are related to the inscriptions on the stone gate. That's it. Dao Quang laughed. This is really interesting. It must have been built by a powerful demon. Annie looked puzzled. Why do you say that? Dao Quang explained, From your description, those ghost faces should be the demon gods worshipped by the demon race back then. Their beliefs are much more complex than other races. Different demon races worship different demon gods, so there are hundreds. But no matter which demon god it is, the meaning they represent is the same. Death is life, life is death, life goes on, death goes on. What does that mean? Annie was somewhat confused. Dao Quang laughed, It's normal that you don't understand. This is the tradition of the demon race. They revere death and worship strength. Almost everyone is a powerful warrior. They are also skilled in conquest, constantly waging war, both internally and externally. According to them, those who die on the battlefield are considered heroes, and will return to this world as infants. Therefore, the demon race is perpetually reborn and never defeated. Annie was deeply shocked. She had previously witnessed the demon race's strongest warriors, 2 of them contending with the entire Divine Beast Mountain. Their power was unmatched. Dao Quang then taught Annie how to move the text to the designated location. As the text moved, the stone door glowed faintly again. Annie was incredibly tense, and Akeem assumed a defensive stance, ready to shield her at the slightest danger. However, this time, no danger appeared. The stone door trembled with a clang, then slowly began to open. Annie's face lit up with joy. It's done. Chapter 424. Markham was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't heard a single word of Annie and the Mad Blade's conversation. He only saw Annie close her eyes and ponder for a moment, then walk alone to the stone door and manipulate the ancient script. Finally, the door opened. This was unbelievable. How did she do that? Despite his confusion, the door was indeed open. Markham leaned forward, wanting to see what was behind it, but the next moment, a stench assaulted his nostrils. This stench seemed to have existed for millennia, almost knocking Markham unconscious. Then, a furious roar echoed through the cave. Roar! 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 Akeem immediately stood in front of Annie. Annie, be careful! Annie gripped her wand tightly in her right hand, also ready for battle. The stench was like the smell of countless corpses piled together, nauseating. Annie suppressed her discomfort, squinted, and peered through the crack in the door. She saw a gigantic figure slowly emerging from the darkness. The figure was tall and imposing, radiating a strong aura of death. As the figure drew closer, the stench grew stronger, almost suffocating. Annie's stomach churned, she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, and quickly retreated. Akeem held a bone spike in each hand, his eyes fixed on the stone door, ready to attack at any moment. Annie, meanwhile, concentrated, gripping her wand tightly, silently chanting a spell, preparing for the possible battle. The atmosphere in the cave became incredibly tense. All three held their breath, awaiting the appearance of the mysterious figure. As the stone door slowly opened, the enormous figure finally revealed its true form. A blue-faced creature with fangs, a head of fiery red hair cascading to the ground, a necklace of rotting skulls around its neck, and a massive club in its right hand. Its body was muscular and riddled with decay, yet its terrifying aura remained undiminished. "What kind of monster is that?" Mark screamed, dragging his injured leg to the side. Akeem's expression was grave. "Miss Annie, this thing might be a demon zombie. It's not easy to deal with," and nodded. "Let's try first. Brother Bourne hasn't recovered yet, summoning him is useless. We can only rely on you." Akeem gave a wry smile. It seemed he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. The giant zombie roared and charged towards Annie. Its speed wasn't fast, which made Annie breathe a slight sigh of relief. Akeem's eyes narrowed. He hurled a bone spike with his right hand. The spike emitted a sharp whistling sound as it hurtled towards the giant zombie. The giant zombie completely ignored the incoming bone spikes, its eyes still fixed on Annie. Its right club was raised high, and the next moment, the bone spike pierced its chest. However, contrary to expectations, the spike didn't pierce the skin and embed itself in the zombie's body. Instead, it shattered upon contact, causing no damage whatsoever. "Such strong defense," Akeem exclaimed in surprise. Even Poker wouldn't have dared to withstand such an attack head-on, demonstrating the sheer power of this giant zombie's defense. "I take it," Annie shouted, her wand flashing in the air, conjuring a bone spear which she hurled at the giant zombie. This time, the giant zombie finally sensed the threat and slammed its club down. With a loud bang, the bone spear shattered into pieces. Fortunately, this attack stopped the giant zombie. It stood frozen for a moment before attacking Annie again. Annie quickly retreated, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of powerful offensive spells with her wand. The deafening explosions echoed throughout the cave, causing many stones to fall from the ceiling. Akeem wasn't idle either. He rushed forward, taking advantage of Annie's suppression of his attacks, and forcefully thrust bone spikes into the giant zombie's abdomen with both hands. However, his movement was detected. The giant zombie, standing on one leg, dodged the attack with a turn, simultaneously swinging its club in a wide circle before slamming it down on Akeem. Akeem, missing his initial strike, lunged forward, sending the club crashing to the ground, sending stone chips flying and creating a large crater. Akeem rolled on the ground, planting a bone spike, then pushed off with both feet, launching himself into the air and leaping onto the giant zombie's head. The giant zombie, having just finished its attack, turned to look at Akeem, only to find him vanished, leaving only a bone spike. Confused, it was then met with Akeem's deadly strike. Akeem pulled two more bone spikes from his body midair, arching his back with immense power. The soul fire within his skull pulsed, unleashing the full force of death, which coiled around the two bone spikes and, with devastating force, slammed them into the giant zombie's back. Roar! This time, the giant zombie's tough skin failed to withstand Akeem's attack. The two bone spikes pierced through the skin with a soft thud, embedding themselves deep within the zombie's body, causing it to roar deafeningly. Akeem, using the momentum, kicked off the giant zombie again, somersaulted twice in the air, and landed steadily beside Annie, and was stunned. This series of movements demonstrated Akeem's superb combat skills, in no way inferior to Bourne's, and indeed, that was the case. Back then, Akeem single-handedly held off Shalanin, whose cultivation level was several times higher than his own, and even nearly managed to injure him during the battle. If they were at the same level, Shalanin would definitely not be a match for Akeem. Therefore, Akeem is now the undisputed second-in-command of the entire elite unit. When Bourne is absent, Akeem is in charge of all affairs within the unit, large and small. Of course, even when Bourne is present, it's the same, as Bourne is rather lazy about dealing with trivial matters. "Brother Akeem, you're so amazing," Annie said admiringly. If Akeem had any flesh, his face would have been bright red, but he calmly said, "This is nothing. Our battles in the netherworld are far more dangerous." Roar! Just then, the giant zombie, despite being hit hard, didn't fall. He struggled to pull two bone spikes from his body, pulling out a trail of foul-smelling green liquid, which he then casually tossed aside. Akeem frowned. One of the bone spikes missed its mark, otherwise, it would have pierced his head. Annie shook her head. Even if it pierced his head, it probably wouldn't have mattered. These zombies aren't powered by soul fire. Before, Brother Bourne used the power of retribution to deal with them. Akeem smiled wryly. Then what can I do? I don't have the power of retribution. Annie rubbed her head. But Brother Born hasn't recovered yet. Holding off the zombie horde used up too much of his magic power. The cost of using the Heavenly Soul Power was just too high. Heavenly Soul Power. Akeem suddenly thought of something, and with a backhand motion, he pulled out a bone spike. This spike was clearly different from the others, with faint purple patterns on it, seemingly containing immense power. What's this? Annie asked in surprise. Akeem chuckled and said, I recently learned a very peculiar spell called Elemental Bone Spikes. It looks like an intermediate spell, but it's actually pretty useless. It just allows you to infuse other elemental magic into ordinary bone spikes, but we in the netherworld don't have any other elemental magic. But this spell is different on me. I have the freakish captain by my side, he is magic of all elements, so he infused all the bone spikes on my body with it, including some kind of celestial soul power. I guess that's what you call the power of retribution. But this is just an experiment. I don't know how powerful it really is. Annie had already seen the colorful bone spikes on Akeem's back. At first, she thought they were just decorations, but she didn't expect them to have such a function. That's great. Now we have a way to defeat these zombies. Akeem shook his head. It's not that easy. There's only one bone spike carrying the power of retribution. If it fails, it'd be terrible. In that case, I lend you a hand. Make sure it hits its mark on the first strike. Annie raised her wand, ready for battle. Suddenly Markham, who had been cowering to the side, screamed. And Akeem both turned to look, only to see countless arms suddenly emerging from the stone wall, tightly grabbing Markham and forcefully shoving him into a crevice. Markham cried out in terror, Help! Miss and save me! And was about to step forward when Akeem stopped her. Don't move. Don't forget we still have a troublesome one in front of us. And glanced back and saw the giant zombie had already picked up its club again and was charging towards her. The situation was tense, leaving her no time to think. She could only swing her wand, quickly firing several ice spikes to block the giant zombie's attack, but she couldn't save Markham. With each scream, Markham was gradually squeezed into the crevice and fell deeper into the cave. Damn it! And cursed, increasing the force of her grip. 2 ice spikes pierced the giant zombie's defenses and stabbed into its eyes. The giant zombie roared again, swinging its club fiercely down at Annie. A flash of blue light appeared beneath Annie's feet. A gentle breeze swept by, and she swiftly retreated, dodging the attack. She then unleashed a series of attacks on the giant zombie. Akeem seized the opportunity to circle around to the side again. He had determined that the giant zombie before him was not an undead, possessing no self-awareness. This meant that his previous technique would work again. Being on the side, and given the giant zombie's thick defenses, ranged attacks were unlikely to be effective. So, he first fired a simple bone spike, which was unsurprisingly blocked, but successfully drew the giant zombie's attention. The giant zombie glared menacingly at Akeem, but the next moment, 2 bone spears pierced its shoulders, one on each side. The immense force sent its massive body flying backward, finally pinning it to the ground. Well done! Akeem exclaimed, leaping into the air. He gripped the bone spike imbued with the power of retribution tightly in both hands, channeling all his magic power once more, and plunged it down. Thud! The giant zombie, pinned to the ground, could only watch helplessly as Akeem's bone spike pierced its skull. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the bone spike exploded violently behind its head. The shockwave even hurled Akeem away. After all, it wasn't his own power, and even if he wanted to control it, he couldn't. Fortunately, Annie intervened in time, encasing it in a water prison, reducing some of the impact. The giant zombie fared much worse. It didn't even have time to roar before its head was blown to pieces, the power of retribution coursing through its entire body, reducing it to a mere corpse. Annie breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Akeem with concern. Akeem was weak, the battle had exhausted his magic, and the power of retribution had also backfired on him, leaving him somewhat immobile. Miss Annie, I may have to retreat now. Annie nodded. Yes, thank you, Brother Akeem. With a flash of dark light, Akeem returned to the netherworld, leaving only Annie and a 1,000-year-old demon corpse behind. Annie stepped over the corpse and walked straight into the stone door. Inside was a relatively enclosed space, where a huge coffin lay quietly, presumably belonging to the demon. Beside it were some writings, neither ancient nor human. Annie had no choice but to seek help from Dao Quang. Grandpa Dao Quang, I have some writing here. Do you recognize it? She then described the writing. After listening to Annie's description, Dao Quang fell silent for a long time. After waiting for a while, and seeing no reaction from Dao Quang, Annie couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Dao Quang?" Dao Quang sighed and replied, "Alas. This describes the origin of that demon zombie. He was a demon general who died in battle against the demons here. His soul was imprisoned, and the demons, in order to seal this place, could only place his body here as well. It seems he ultimately became a puppet. So this is the demon general's tomb?" Annie asked. Dao Quang nodded. "Yes, after passing through this tomb, we should see the demon they spoke of. That demon must be the spirit of death, right? It's hard to imagine that such a powerful spirit of death exists in this world." Dao Quang said seriously, "I advise you not to provoke that spirit of death yet. If this place was truly established by the demons, then it must date back to the War of the Gods, when this place was still ruled by the demons. And something that even the powerful demons couldn't completely suppress is not something you can contend with." And he looked at the coffin with a bitter smile. "It's too late now. I already arrived here, opened the stone door, and killed the demon zombies. The seal here is also loosened because of me. If that spirit of death escapes, the entire Norma Empire will likely be doomed. I must deal with it here." Chapter 425. Dao Quang nodded. "Then you better hurry. Once the seal is broken, the opponent's strength will definitely increase." Annie examined the structure of the tomb chamber, somewhat puzzled. "But there's no way out. How am I supposed to enter the sealed area?" Dao Quang thought for a moment and said, "Have you checked under the coffin? The demons left their general behind, surely to use his body to complete the seal. This coffin might be the entrance." Annie was taken aback. She hadn't checked the coffin yet. With a wave of her wand, a surge of magic power blew the coffin away, revealing a dark entrance beneath it. "It's here after all?" Annie's face lit up with joy. "Grandpa Dao Quang is so experienced. Thank goodness you were here." Dao Quang laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Little girl, you still have a lot to learn." Annie's mind stirred, and she summoned Burford. However, Burford's condition was strange. He was covered in dust and his armor was damaged. Upon appearing, he looked around blankly, only relaxing when he saw Annie. "Oh, it was Miss, and who summoned me? You scared me to death." And asked, "What happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" Burford wiped his face. "More or less. Can I go back a little later? Someone's chasing me, and I want to wait until they're gone." "Someone's chasing you?" And frowned. "Who is it?" "It's Samuel's men." Burford gritted his teeth. "They used a feint, ambushing my army from behind. Luckily, my men discovered it early, and the main force mostly withdrew. However, they had a squad of zombie dragon beasts that were too fast. If I didn't engage them, it would cause even greater losses. I had no choice but to fight them head-on, and I only escaped after the main force withdrew. What's their strength? Around the transformation realm. I'm no match for them. I could only fight my way back. Luckily, the city's defenses were well prepared, otherwise I'm afraid I would have been defeated there." Burford was still somewhat frightened. Annie asked worriedly, "Then when you go back, won't you be surrounded by the enemy?" Burford laughed. "Don't worry, I'm hiding in a crevice. Let me stay there a little longer, and they won't be able to find me. However, getting back to the Sharp Knife Army might be a bit difficult. Can you help me contact the commander and let him know what happened there?" Annie nodded and immediately informed Bourne of Burford's situation. Bourne was furious upon hearing this. "These bastards really think I'm easy to bully." "Annie, tell Burford not to worry. I lead the men and attack right now." Annie gave a wry smile. "I summoned you here to ask for your help, but it seems that's not going to happen. Just rest here for a bit. There might be zombies coming. If there are, go into the cave. If not, don't move. Return to the netherworld when the time comes." Burford shook his head. "I come with you. As a summoner of the undead, if I can't share the burden of the summoner, Poker will laugh at me when we get back. And your injuries." Burford dusted himself off. "Ha ha, it's nothing. I'm an undead, I'm tough. Besides, the previous battle didn't drain my magic much. I didn't directly engage the enemy general, I mainly resisted through the existing fortifications, so I still have a fighting chance." Annie hesitated for a moment, then finally agreed. "Okay, then come with me. But be careful if you encounter any danger, since you can't return to the netherworld right now." The two walked together into the entrance beneath the coffin. As soon as they entered, a dense aura of death assaulted their senses. Burford exclaimed in surprise this. "There's a powerful undead spirit here." Annie nodded and briefly explained the situation. "This is the land of fallen gods. What we know now is that there's a spirit of death here. It's likely that after the death of a god, its power evolved and was sealed here by the demons. Now, we loosen the seal, and we must eliminate this spirit of death. Otherwise, if it breaks free, it will surely cause a bloodbath. Berthoud clicked his tongue in astonishment. Is that so? What level is that spirit of death at? Annie shook her head. I don't know, but the zombies it creates are all at the transformation realm, so its true form is probably even stronger. Berthoud was somewhat bewildered. It's probably hard to find even a death spirit at the transformation realm in the netherworld, yet one has appeared in the prime material plane. Are you confident? Annie gave a bitter smile. Do I look confident? I only came to investigate, hoping to escape unscathed even if I couldn't defeat them. I didn't expect to loosen the seal here. Sigh. I should have never come. Berthoud scratched his head. You could have just ignored it. Annie said resolutely, we can't ignore it. This is the territory of my Norma Empire. Beyond the land of fallen gods lies the territory of the Marco family. My Norma Empire will be the first to be affected. The result will be countless corpses. We can't afford such losses. As they spoke, they arrived deep within the cave, where the death energy was even more concentrated, comparable to the death realm. Suddenly, a bright light appeared ahead. Annie's eyes narrowed, and she grabbed her wand. Berthold drew his long sword, ready for battle. The two approached cautiously, their steps light. However, the sight before them after rounding a bend left them both stunned, frozen in place. Before them lay a vast cavern, supported by 4 massive stone pillars, its floor covered in glittering gold and silver jewels, stretching as far as the eye could see. Am I dreaming? Berthold gasped, his mouth agape. Annie swallowed hard. This amount of gold and silver jewels was probably equivalent to the entire treasury of the Norma Empire. However, the scene evoked a sense of déjà vu, and subconsciously, she sensed an aura of extreme danger emanating from this place. Berthold bent down slightly, intending to pick up a gold coin from the ground, but Annie stopped him. Don't move. These gold coins are likely enchanted. Berthold nodded and asked, what do we do now? There are gold coins everywhere. We can't see the way. Annie looked around and saw a very narrow path encircling the stone wall. She said, let's go that way. The two followed the winding path upwards, gradually gaining a clearer view of the entire cave. Where did all this gold and silver come from? Berthold couldn't help but ask. Annie thought for a moment and said, probably left behind by adventurers or those who came in to fight. Over the years, countless people have entered this place. Those thousands upon thousands of zombies outside must also be from those who came here back then. Berthold scratched his head. Then why did they all gather here? Was it intentional? Annie frowned. That's hard to say, but one thing's for sure. These gold and jewels don't have legs. They didn't come here on their own. Just then, a small gap appeared in the road ahead. To get to the other side, they needed to cross about 10 meters, a distance even Berthold couldn't manage, let alone Annie. Using magic might be possible, but in this place, even the slightest fluctuation of magic could alert the spirit of death. What do we do? Berthold asked, turning around. Annie frowned and thought for a moment. How about this, you go first. You have a knife. You can use it to brace yourself against the stone wall. I won't go. Huh? Berthold was taken aback. What are you doing here if you're not going? Annie smiled. We came here to kill the death spirit, right? Naturally, we need to lure it out. Now that we're here, I vaguely remember encountering something similar in the misty forest. But that cave belonged to a poison dragon back then. What kind of dragon is in this cave? A dragon's lair? Berthold's eyes widened in shock. You mean, the death spirit's true form is a dragon soul? Annie nodded. Possibly. When I was studying at the Magic Academy, Dean Douglas said that dragons are a race that loves shiny things. The purer their bloodline, and the higher their cultivation level, the more they love collecting gold and silver jewels. So, I speculate that even if the death spirit isn't a dragon soul, there must be a powerful dragon beast here. So what are you going to do? Berthold asked. A powerful dragon beast is no easy opponent. Annie smiled mysteriously, and a gold coin appeared in her hand, as if by magic. Berthold's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood Annie's meaning and nodded. All right, be careful. Berthold leaped into the air, plunging his long sword into the stone wall beside him, then swung forcefully, leaping directly onto the path opposite. Seeing Berthold successfully cross, Annie smiled, winked at him, and tossed the gold coin into the air, making a soft clinking sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very crisp, remarkably clear in the empty cave. Instantly, the gold and silver jewels below began to tremble slowly, as if dancing gracefully with the gold coin in the air. Annie's lips curled into a smirk. Dragons are all the same. She then raised her wand and softly uttered, "Evil spirit, roar!" A gigantic phantom of an evil spirit appeared in the air. As Annie channeled her magic, the spirit's face grew increasingly ferocious, sending chills down one's spine. This massive surge of magic finally attracted the attention of the behemoth below. A deafening roar erupted, and the gold coins in the cave began to cascade. A massive black shadow slowly rose from beneath the coins. It was indeed a dragon, but its entire body was jet black, except for its red eyes, which gleamed with an eerie light. Its body was covered in hard black scales that shimmered with a dark glow. "It really is a dragon's soul," Annie exclaimed in amazement. The aura emanating from it confirmed its identity. A death spirit formed from a dragon's soul, its body entirely condensed from the power of death. "Roar!" The dragon soul roared, its eyes greedily fixed on the falling gold coin, but then its gaze shifted to the powerful, ethereal phantom emanating from it, momentarily unsure which to choose. Annie smiled. Dragons are really easy to deal with." In that instant of hesitation, the phantom opened its maw, unleashing a devastating sonic wave that struck the falling gold coin. The impact halted its descent, and the coin transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the dragon soul. The dragon soul's eyes blazed with bloodlust, and it too unleashed a breath of dragon breath. This breath was quite different from normal dragon breath, resembling more closely the breath of the black fire dragon beast. The two forces collided in midair, creating a violent explosion that echoed throughout the cave, causing the ground to tremble and sending rubble raining down. Annie's strength was still inferior. The evil spirit roared, resisting for a while under the black dragon's breath, before collapsing. The dragon's breath continued to slam towards Annie with violent force. However, Annie was prepared. A flash of blue light appeared beneath her feet as she quickly moved from her original position, leaping onto the ground covered with gold coins. The moment she stepped onto the coins, a burst of magic spread out, causing the other coins to clatter. There really is a restriction, Annie realized, reaching out to grab the gold coins. The dragon spirit, seeing this, flew into a rage, its thick limbs slamming into the ground as it charged towards Annie. Annie chuckled, "Just kidding, silly dragon." Then, she pointed her wand, and a bone spear shot out. To the dragon soul, the bone spear was like a needle. Blinded by rage, it pierced its chest almost without resistance. With a soft thud, the spear entered and exited, seemingly having struck nothing at all, its momentum undiminished as it slammed into the rock wall behind it. Annie frowned slightly, her feet flashing with azure light again, as she prepared to escape the dragon soul's pursuit. However, this time the dragon soul was far too close, and she couldn't shake it off. The dragon soul chased, unleashing its breath, creating a series of explosions behind Annie. Dragon roars, explosions. The entire cave descended into chaos. This guy's core isn't in his chest, Annie wondered. The elemental spirits she'd seen before all had their cores in their chests, so she hadn't doubted it this time, attacking the dragon soul's chest directly, only to fail. Now Annie was in a very awkward situation. She couldn't escape, and she couldn't fight back. "Hey!" Annie rolled over a pile of gold coins and hid behind a stone pillar. The long run had left fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and her magic power was also greatly depleted. She rarely used wind magic, and the drawbacks were becoming apparent. If only Brother Born were here, Annie thought to herself, but she knew that Born was currently rushing to the netherworld to provide rescue, and had no time to come. Forcibly summoning him would likely delay important matters. Chapter 426. Regardless of whether the Samel Legion will launch a full-scale attack on the Vanguard Legion from this point onward, Burford is currently in a critical situation. Once the necromancy spell expires, he will have to return to the netherworld. Being in enemy territory at that time, his chances of survival are slim. Because Annie was very fast, and with the gold coin pile as cover, the dragon soul lost its target for a moment. When it tried to find her again, Annie had already hidden behind a stone pillar. The dragon soul exhaled scorching breath from its nostrils, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and slowly paced around the gold coin pile, searching. It first swatted the gold coins away with a claw, then observed its surroundings for a while, before its gaze locked onto the stone pillar. Its lips trembled slightly, revealing pale, terrifying fangs. A trickle of saliva slowly dripped from its mouth, landing on the gold coins, with a teeth-grinding hissing sound, instantly turning the coins into molten gold. Thump, thump, thump. The dragon's footsteps drew closer, each step seemingly pounding on Annie's heart, making her tense. The dragon slowly peeked its head behind the stone pillar. Annie quickly moved, dodging its probe in the opposite direction. The two, human and dragon, began circling the stone pillar. 1 circle. 2 circles. 3 circles. Roar! 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 The dragon finally couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a deafening roar. Annie knew something was wrong and quickly lunged forward. The next moment, the stone pillar behind her shattered with a single blow, sending debris flying that nearly hit her. Fortunately, Annie quickly activated her bone shield, blocking some of the impact. With the pillar shattered, the dragon's vision was unobstructed, and it immediately spotted Annie lying on the ground. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of breath. Annie felt the approaching heat behind her and knew something was wrong. Ignoring the pain, she sprang to her feet and created another ice wall to block the attack. However, the dragon's soul's power was simply too great. Its breath shattered the ice wall instantly, exploding with a deafening roar. Annie was once again thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the gold coins. Ouch! Annie cried out in pain. The impact had taken a heavy toll on her. Up above, Burfoot was extremely worried. He wanted to go down and help Annie, but he restrained himself. They had already discussed a plan, and if he went down now, the plan would be ruined. Annie clutched her bleeding arm, a stubborn glint in her eyes. I really underestimated this dragon's soul. She had to think of another strategy now, or the plan would end before it even began. The dragon's soul, having landed a successful blow, seemed extremely pleased with itself, slamming its forelimbs into the ground as if showing off its power to Annie. Annie wiped the blood from her mouth, slowly rose, and the spirit division within her body automatically activated, causing the surrounding magic to converge upon her frantically. The dragon soul paused slightly, raised its head, and sniffed, seemingly sensing something. Then, its eyes suddenly blazed red, and it let out an excited roar, roar. Roar! Roar! Annie didn't know what was causing its excitement, but it certainly wasn't good news, as the dragon soul seemed to be gathering power, preparing for a fatal blow. Feeling the magic had accumulated enough, Annie unleashed the evil spirit roar again, while the dragon soul opened its massive jaws, preparing for another head-on clash. This time, Annie wasn't simply casting magic. Empowered by the spirit division technique, she compressed her magic power to a certain level for a high-intensity output, making its power undoubtedly greater. Roar! Awoo! The sonic waves and dragon breath clashed again, this time with an even more violent explosion. The entire cave trembled, and the gold coins on the ground clattered. Annie frantically unleashed the death power within her. She had to use this move to restrain the dragon soul's attack, otherwise, given the dragon soul's immense strength, other techniques would be largely useless. Sure enough, supported by the vast amount of magic power, the roar of the dead successfully withstood the dragon soul's breath, and a delicate balance was achieved in their confrontation. Seeing the opportunity, Annie shouted, "Attack! Attack its head!" Burford acted immediately, leaping from the height, arms outstretched, each wielding a long sword. He twisted his waist, spinning wildly in the air like a top spinning vertically, still falling. Because the magical energy in the entire space had been disrupted by Annie's spirit-splitting technique and her battle with the dragon soul, Burford's full magical power went unnoticed by the dragon soul. It had no idea of a descending sword technique. Only when Burford had reached a certain height did the dragon soul slightly notice him, looking up in confusion. However, at such close range, even if the dragon soul wanted to react, it was too late. Under Annie's hopeful gaze, Burford slammed into the dragon soul's head. With a crack, the longsword pierced the dragon soul's skull, cleaving it in two. A violent surge of death energy erupted from the dragon soul's body, accompanied by a piercing roar. But all this filled Annie with an inexplicable unease. She subtly channeled her magic, preparing to approach, when suddenly, a change occurred. After piercing the skull, Burford's momentum didn't falter, slashing his way to the ground. His longsword snapped from the impact, but fortunately, Burford's constitution was strong enough to prevent him from being smashed to pieces. The next moment, the death energy surging from the dragon soul seemed to come alive, transforming into a cloud of black mist that instantly enveloped Burford. Annie was startled, for she clearly saw that the dragon soul's head also lacked any sign of a core. In other words, the dragon soul's core remained undamaged. Damn it! Annie pointed her wand, and a stream of water gushed forth, striking the black mist, but failing to penetrate it. Annie's death power had been exhausted in the battle against the dragon soul, leaving her only with elemental magic, none of which were as powerful as her death power. Annie tried using ice spikes, wind blades, and fireballs, but none of them worked against the black mist. It seemed Burford was in grave danger. Just as Annie was about to tell Bourne about the situation and ask for help, the black mist gradually dissipated. Annie peered intently into the mist, and saw Burford standing motionless, head bowed, hands hanging limply at his sides. Annie couldn't help but call out softly, "Burford, how are you?" However, Burford seemed not to hear her call at all. He remained motionless for a long while before slowly raising his head. The soul fire flickering in his empty eye sockets had changed from blue to a deep, blood-red hue. Annie's heart skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding washed over her, causing her to involuntarily take a few steps back. Just then, the surrounding black mist reformed behind Burford, forming a new dragon soul spirit. This time, Annie saw it clearly. Because Burford had severed the dragon soul in two, its internal structure was a chaotic mess, destroyed by the blade's energy. If the dragon soul didn't reform its body, the battle would be impossible. Therefore, the dragon soul essentially unmetallized its entire body, except for its core, before reassembling. During this process, Annie keenly noticed an anomaly. Its spine. When the dragon soul reformed its body, only its spine remained unmetallized. Furthermore, the instant Burford attacked the dragon soul's head, the dragon soul shifted its body to deflect the blade away from its spine, ensuring its safety. This meant that the core of this dragon soul spirit was neither in its chest nor its head, but in its spine. However, despite understanding this, Annie was now completely unable to pose any effective threat to the dragon soul. More importantly, Burford's state was extremely strange at this moment. His blood-red eye sockets radiated a terrifying killing intent. Only bloodlust and rage remained, devoid of any other emotion. And opened her mouth, a bitter feeling rising in her heart. If she hadn't come to this land of fallen gods unprepared, this wouldn't have happened. Just then, Burford moved. His eyes were icy as he looked at Annie, emitting strange gurgling sounds, like those of an ordinary wandering skeleton soldier. Immediately, Burford transformed into a streak of light, lunging towards Annie. Annie waved her wand, and an ice wall appeared before her. Burford, blocked by the ice wall, clawed and scratched at it, sending shards of ice flying. "Burford, wake up! It's Annie!" Annie shouted, hoping to awaken Burford's self-awareness. But this method was clearly ineffective. Seeing that he couldn't break through the ice wall, Burford actually took a few steps back. Then, the dragon spirit stepped forward and smashed the ice wall to pieces with a single claw. Immediately afterward, Burford charged again, wielding a longsword broken in half, aiming a vicious slash at Annie's neck. Annie rolled away, dodging the attack, then scrambled to her feet and ran. Her feet flashed with azure light, and her speed increased exponentially, instantly leaving several figures in her wake. The dragon spirit roared, its massive wings flapping powerfully, creating a gust of wind that interrupted Annie's spell casting. Then, it unleashed a breath of dragon breath. Having exhausted all means, Annie was truly desperate, and could only turn to Born for help. "Brother Born, are you free? Burford's consciousness has been controlled by the dragon soul, and the situation is quite critical." Upon hearing Annie's description, Born immediately replied, "Summon me quickly. I already repelled the enemy, so even if Burford returns, he won't be in any danger." Annie was overjoyed and quickly channeled her magic, summoning Born. As soon as Born landed, he saw the dragon soul charging towards him. He immediately roared, "Soul Stealer!" A strange magical force acted on the dragon soul, causing it to momentarily lose its focus. Taking advantage of this, Born leaped up, drew his soul-severing blade in his right hand, and slashed fiercely at the dragon soul. Annie promptly warned, "Its core is on its spine." Upon hearing this, Born unleashed a slash aimed directly at the dragon soul's back. However, the dragon soul quickly broke free from the soul-stealing control, roaring as its massive tail arced through the air and lashed out at Born. Born swung his soul-severing blade to block the dragon soul's attack, but the powerful impact still sent him flying a considerable distance. "Brother Born, are you all right?" Annie rushed forward, asking anxiously. Born frowned and shook his head. "I'm fine. What's wrong with this dragon soul spirit? Why isn't it affected by soul stealing?" Dao Quang chuckled. "Little guy, you met your match." Born scratched his head. "Teacher, stop watching and tell me how to deal with this guy." Dao Quang slowly said, "Just like the little girl said, the core of this dragon soul spirit is on its spine. This dragon soul spirit is formed from the power of death, and its core is the soul of an ancient demonic dragon. This demonic dragon is most skilled at controlling minds, and its proficiency in soul magic far surpasses yours. It's gone inside, that's why your half-baked soul-stealing technique won't work on it." Annie smiled bitterly. "Then what should we do? I already fought this dragon soul. It's very strong, close to the peak of the transformation realm. I originally had a chance to defeat it, but I didn't know where its core was at first. wasting 2 opportunities, which led to Burford becoming what he is now. Dao Quang thought for a moment and said, the demonic dragon was also a hegemon in ancient times. It can be said to be the ancestor of the zombie dragon beast, black fire dragon beast, and demon poison dragon beast. It is indeed difficult to deal with, but it's not entirely hopeless. Annie said anxiously, Grandpa Dao Quang, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us already. Dao Quang then said directly, dragons all share a common flaw. They are incredibly arrogant and look down on everyone else. In their eyes, no other race in the world is as noble as theirs. However, they do have the right to be arrogant. Dragons with pure bloodlines are born at the Qi Yuan realm. As young dragons, they can roam the heavens and earth, and as adults, they are on average Qi Yuan powerhouses. Moreover, many can break through their shackles and become dragon gods. Currently, this dragon soul spirit, because it is in a spiritual state and has been sealed for many years, has limited power. Its power has diminished somewhat. Judging from the timeline, it must have been a dragon god who perished here, and thus became what it is today. The question then arises, what will happen when a proud soul resides in a wretched body? Upon hearing this, Born slapped his forehead and blurted out, Teacher, do you mean to guide it to self-destruct? Dao Quang's face darkened, and he spat, What self-destruction? Foolish. Annie laughed, I know. You mean to disrupt its magical flow by constantly making it cast spells beyond its current capabilities. Dao Quang chuckled. The little girl is clever. The two of you should use the soul-splitting and merging technique together. With the power of this technique, it will surely ignite the dragon soul's arrogance. It will want to fight you with even greater power, thus increasing your chances of winning. Chapter 427. Born thought for a moment and said, But isn't the soul-splitting and soul-merging technique enough? What will we do after disrupting its magical flow? Breaking through its defenses will be a huge problem. Dao Quang said indifferently, That's not my concern. If you still can't handle it even after weakening the dragon soul to that extent, then you're not a suitable master for the soul-severing blade. I have to consider whether I should train someone else. Born pursed his lips, then asked Annie, You have a lot of good stuff. Is there anything that can be used? Annie took out her breast-protecting mirror and rummaged through it. Nothing special. Oh, right. Annie took out a small booklet from the breast-protecting mirror, with a single piece of paper floating inside. What's this? Born was taken aback, unable to see anything special about the paper. Suddenly, Dao Quang exclaimed, A talisman? Huh? Born was even more bewildered. What's a talisman? Annie added, I stole this from Roy. I don't know what it does. I used one at White Tiger Mountain, and it felt very strange. Dao Quang said seriously, It's normal that you don't know. This thing was also brought from another world by that person. This talisman looks crudely made and has a simple content. It shouldn't be from that person's hand, but rather someone's imitation. Born asked, Then what does this thing do? Dao Quang shook his head. I don't know. I know nothing about talismans, but I know this thing is extraordinary. Even if it were to be imitated, only a god-level figure could do it, so the power of this talisman is definitely immense. Annie was even more puzzled. But I used one before, and there wasn't any earth-shattering reaction. Then describe what happened. Annie nodded and recounted her experience at White Tiger Mountain in detail. Dao Quang listened attentively, and at the end, he laughed, I see, it's a curse-type talisman. What do you mean? Born asked. Dao Quang slowly explained, The power of this talisman isn't manifested in specific killing power, but rather in weakening the cursed person's strength in other ways. For example, this talisman should reduce the cursed person's luck, causing them to be plagued by bad luck and making everything they do go wrong. Annie's eyes widened. There's such a thing? Dao Quang laughed, of course. There's a lot you don't know. But with this talisman, dealing with that dragon soul will be much easier. Annie smiled slyly, looking at the dragon soul, which was still in a dazed state. Although soul stealing hadn't completely restrained it, it had still had some effect on it, but now that the effect had dissipated, the dragon soul shook its head and glared fiercely at Born. Born reached out and took the only talisman from Annie's hand, taking a deep breath. Annie warned, There's only one talisman, so be careful. Born nodded, and with a leap, charged towards the dragon soul. Seeing that Born had taken the initiative to attack, the dragon soul seemed to be provoked, roaring and unleashing a breath of dragon fire. Born dodged while continuing his charge, the dragon fire relentlessly pursuing him, yet unable to harm him in the slightest. Born's movements were now incredibly swift. Ordinary attacks rarely struck him unless the attacker was far stronger than him. Approaching the dragon soul, Born rolled to dodge its claw, simultaneously unleashing a swift slash with his soul-severing blade. The dragon soul shattered the attack with a breath of air, then lashed out with its tail. Born ducked, bracing himself with his left hand. A burst of fire erupted beneath his feet, followed by a deafening explosion. Using the recoil, Born shot forward like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding the tail lash and passing between the dragon soul's legs, arriving behind it. The dragon soul reacted swiftly, unleashing a torrent of breath before Born could even regain his footing. Startled, Born hastily used his soul-severing blade to defend, but was sent flying. Seeing this, Annie rushed forward, firing a fireball to distract the dragon soul and provide cover for Born. Just then, Born shouted, "Watch out!" Annie sensed someone approaching from behind. She dodged to the side, and a broken blade pierced her left shoulder, sending a chill down her spine. A flash of blue light appeared beneath Annie's feet as she quickly created distance. Looking closely, she saw it was Burford. Burford was completely out of his mind, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Annie, his entire body surging with magical power. Burford's actual strength wasn't particularly high, barely reaching the mid-stage of the Qi-Yuan realm. But for some reason, the power he displayed far exceeded the Qi-Yuan realm, even making Annie feel threatened. However, under the intense strain of his magical power, Burford's body was cracking, seemingly struggling to keep up, and even his movements were becoming somewhat erratic. "This guy's been controlled by the dragon's power," Dao Quang said in a deep voice. Annie asked, "How can we save him?" "He became like this because of me." Dao Quang thought for a moment and said, "The dragon's power comes from its own soul power. This power is very difficult to remove unless the controlled person's own soul is extremely strong enough to repel the dragon's power. But clearly, this little skeleton doesn't have that ability." Annie looked anxious and said, "Is there really no way?" Dao Quang shrugged, "Unless you can kill this dragon soul. Once the dragon soul dies, everything it controls will be released." Annie's eyes sharpened as she looked at the dragon soul. It seems that's the only way. Born had already returned and came to Annie's side somewhat disheveled. Annie quickly asked, "Brother Born, how is it?" Born smiled and waved. The only talisman in the booklet in his hand was nowhere to be found. "I personally took action. There's nothing I can't handle. Just now, when I swiped it between its legs, I managed to flick it onto its leg. That thing is truly magical. The moment it touched the dragon soul, it disappeared into its body. You couldn't even see it." Then he asked Dao Quang, "Teacher, how long will it take for this talisman to take effect?" Dao Quang shook his head. "I already told you. I don't know much about talismans. You just have to wait." Born shrugged. "No problem. Let's start planning now. Annie, are you ready?" Annie nodded. "We can start anytime." The two of them began to circulate the spirit-splitting and soul-merging technique together. The entire space in the cave seemed to be suddenly stirred up. The spirit-splitting and soul-merging technique was like a giant millstone, constantly disturbing the surrounding magic power. Upon sensing the change in magical power, the dragon soul's eyes gleamed with even greater excitement. It reared up, unleashing a deafening roar. Sensing the dragon soul's emotional fluctuations, Dao Quang's heart tightened. He muttered, "So it's him." "Who?" Born was taken aback, unsure what Dao Quang was talking about. Dao Quang shook his head. "It's alright, don't worry about anything else. You must kill this dragon soul, or the consequences will be dire." Hearing the seriousness in Dao Quang's tone, Born accelerated the operation of the soul fusion technique, causing the spirit division technique to create an even more powerful magical storm. The dragon soul was equally relentless, frantically accumulating power, its body shrouded in black mist, death energy surging wildly. Suddenly, Born sensed a dangerous aura. Almost instinctively, he swung his soul-severing blade backward. With a crisp clang, the soul-severing blade precisely blocked Burford's attack, severing another piece of the opponent's broken sword. Born's gaze sharpened. "Looks like I have to deal with you first." "Sorry." Immediately, Born slashed his blade, striking Burford's shoulder with the back of the blade, shattering his collarbone. Burford staggered from the blow, nearly falling to the ground, his broken sword slipping from his hand. Born kicked the broken sword away, then took a step forward, grabbing Burford's neck with his left hand and twisting hard. With a snap, Burford's head, along with his broken collarbone, was torn off. Born looked at Burford, whose mouth was still opening and closing in his hand, and laughed, "You can stay here for a while." He then tossed Burford's head aside. Without Burford's interference, Born and Annie focused all their attention on Dragon Soul. At this moment, Dragon Soul had completed its power accumulation, reaching its peak. Even from a distance, Born could clearly feel the terrifying power emanating from it. Born clearly sensed that the dragon soul was challenging them. Just as Dao Kuang had said, after experiencing the immense power of the soul-splitting and soul-merging technique, the dragon soul unleashed its inherent arrogance and began casting a powerful spell, one that exceeded its current level of power. Sure enough, the next moment, the dragon soul's magical energy suddenly stalled. The rapidly spinning stream of magic energy seemed to have crashed into a dam, exploding with a deafening roar. The dragon soul let out a miserable howl, and the black mist dissipated with a bang. "Attack!" Dao Kuang shouted. Without needing his reminder, Born had already charged forward shouting, "Soul stealing!" To ensure success, Born started with soul stealing. Even if he couldn't control the dragon soul, it would still cause some trouble. Sure enough, as soon as soul stealing was unleashed, the red light in the dragon soul's eyes dimmed, but quickly returned to normal. However, Born had already reached the dragon soul's side, his soul-severing blade slashing towards the dragon soul's back with unstoppable momentum. Just as the dragon soul was about to retaliate, the magic power within its body surged uncontrollably, causing its form to become somewhat ethereal in the clash. "It's done!" Blade Maniac exclaimed with delight. It seems the talisman really worked. Born, a seasoned veteran, didn't need to think much when faced with this opening. His magic power surged, transforming him into a streak of light, tearing through the air with a sharp slash, precisely severing the dragon soul's back in two. The chaotic magic power that had been clashing with it instantly found an outlet, surging wildly outwards. Annie was startled and quickly erected two ice walls in front of her, shouting, "Brother Born, be careful!" Born sensed the anomaly but didn't turn around. Instead, he conjured a bone shield behind him. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted. The dragon soul's power could no longer be controlled, resulting in a violent explosion. The force of the explosion blasted the gold coins beneath their feet into dust, scattering them everywhere. The entire cave was bathed in a golden glow, filled with smoke and dust, and boulders crashed down, making it appear precariously unstable. The powerful impact instantly shattered the ice wall in front of Annie. Annie clutched her head, using magic to protect her vitals, and was thrown backward by the shockwave, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Her soft armor was torn, and many parts of her skin were cut and bleeding. Born's situation was even worse. He was closer to the dragon soul, and with only a bone shield behind him, it shattered into bone fragments under the shockwave. His black fire dragon leather armor and helmet also shattered, the bones in his back fractured inch by inch, and even cracks appeared on his skull. Fortunately, Born managed to channel his magic in time, casting the low-level spell Bone Strengthening and simultaneously curling himself into a ball to reduce the area of impact. Even so, his soul fire was still damaged, flickering for a moment and shrinking in size. Whoosh! As the dust settled, Annie struggled to crawl out of the golden dust, coughing twice. Cough, cough. "Brother Born." Cough, cough. A trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. She frowned, wiped the blood away, and then lightly tapped her wand. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering some of the golden dust in front of her. "Over here." The blade madman appeared as a phantom, pointing Annie in the right direction. Annie quickly ran over and saw Born lying on the ground, 80% of his bones broken. Fortunately, his skull was still intact, and his soul fire was still flickering, though much weaker. "Brother Born." Born struggled to turn over. "I'm alright, just a little injured." Dao Kuang sighed, alas. "I didn't expect the dragon soul's power to be so strong. It seems I underestimated it. If I hadn't intervened at the last moment to protect your soul fire, you'd probably be nothing but a skeleton by now." Born smiled bitterly. "Thank you, teacher, you saved my life again." Dao Kuang waved his hand. "Don't say that. Don't use magic for a while. Go back to the netherworld and rest well." 2 tears streamed down Annie's face. "Brother Born, I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. I shouldn't have called you here." Born reached out and touched her face. "Silly girl, what are you saying? I'm your summoned spirit, your affairs are my affairs. Alright, I should go back now. Check on Burford." Annie turned around and saw Burford's head still lying quietly on the ground, but the blood red in his eyes was gradually fading, and his soul fire had returned to normal. However, he had not yet regained consciousness. "He seems alright, so you two should go back and get some rest," Annie said. Born nodded, and then, with a flash of dark light, both Born and Berthold vanished from their spots, returning to the land of the dead. The entire cave fell silent once more, with only Annie kneeling amidst the golden dust scattered on the ground. Chapter 428. Phew. Annie breathed a sigh of relief. Defeating the Dragon Soul meant the mission was essentially complete. At least the Norma Empire was no longer threatened by it. However, just as Annie was about to head back, the ground in the center of the cave suddenly began to collapse, showering down gold dust and revealing a huge void. Annie frowned, suddenly remembering that Mark had been sucked into a gap earlier, but he wasn't in this cave. Did that mean there were other spaces here? Besides, Syl's adventure diary clearly mentioned an altar, but in this cave where the Dragon Soul was located, there was no altar, only gold and silver treasures everywhere, not even a place to step. Could the altar be down here? Annie looked at the bottomless black hole, hesitant. She herself was severely injured, and Bourne and Burford were also incapacitated. Only Akeem and Poker were truly available. The situation was dire. If there were any more dangers within the black hole, things would be disastrous. However, having come this far, Annie was still somewhat unwilling to give up without going in to check. The adventurous spirit deep within her adventurer's soul was making her waver. After careful consideration, Annie sat down cross-legged. Going on an adventure in this state was unwise. She should at least recover here first. With that thought, she began to circulate her spirit division technique, and a vast amount of magic power began to gather within her body. Previously, the Dragon Soul spirit had undergone a violent explosion due to a magical conflict and the effect of the curse, resulting in the entire space now filled with pure death energy. This energy was originally the source of the Dragon Soul's power, and given time, it might condense into a new Dragon Soul spirit, though that would take a very long time. This deathly power now nourished Annie, continuously repairing her body under the influence of the Spirit Division chapter, and replenishing her magical energy. Gradually, Annie felt a surge of heat throughout her body, a powerful current enveloping her from top to bottom. After this intense battle, Annie actually broke through, and her momentum showed no signs of slowing down. Her magical energy continued to surge violently, reaching even greater heights. Several hours later, Annie finally slowly opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. This adventure, though dangerous, had yielded enormous rewards. The deathly power alone had helped her break through 3 levels in quick succession, reaching the 6th level of the transformation realm, and her injuries had also been significantly alleviated. And stood up, stretched her body, and felt the abundant magical energy within her, unsure whether to feel joy or worry. Just then, footsteps echoed from the black hole. Annie's gaze sharpened, and her right hand swiftly drew her wand, preparing for battle. Gradually, 2 figures emerged. When Annie saw their faces, she was speechless with astonishment. The 2 men, upon seeing Annie, also paled and turned to flee. Annie's eyebrows shot up, and she shouted, "Mark! Aladdin! Stop right there!" Mark and Aladdin didn't turn back, continuing to run inside. Annie hesitated for a moment, then stamped her foot and gave chase, her wand flashing with light to illuminate their path. "Stop right there!" Annie shouted angrily, "Tell me what's going on." Mark and Aladdin remained silent, heads down, running frantically. Mark even tripped and fell, but he ignored it, rolling to his feet and continuing to run. And waved her wand, a blue light swirling beneath her feet, and she shot forward like a streak of light. After her breakthrough, her strength was greater, and her speed was even faster. She quickly caught up with the 2, and waved her wand again, and a surge of water erupted, enveloping the 2 from behind. The difference in their strength was significant. They were no match for Annie, and were instantly subdued. Bone prison. Immediately afterward, white bones erupted from the ground, piercing through the water prison and firmly fixing the 2 in place, rendering them unable to move. Mark, his face ashen, yelled at Aladdin, "Think of something." "I don't want to die." Aladdin, equally shocked, looked at Annie in disbelief. You broke through?" Annie slowly walked up to them. "Yes, I did break through, but only just now. If you 2 don't want to die, tell me honestly, what exactly happened?" Aladdin's expression softened slightly, and he said calmly, "You're the strongest person I ever seen in the land of fallen gods. But even so, you can't kill me." Annie frowned slightly. She clearly sensed that Aladdin wasn't very strong, so why did he have the confidence to say such things? Mark protested, yelling, "You can't die, but what about me? You tricked me into coming here, now I lost my money, and I'm going to lose my life too. Isn't that a huge loss for me?" Annie pressed her wand against Mark's throat. "Since you don't want to die, then you tell me what happened?" Mark trembled violently. He knew Annie well. As a necromancer, she had never shown mercy. He swallowed hard and slowly said, You mustn't be agitated. I tell you everything." Aladdin's eyes widened. "If you dare say anything, you die right now. Let's see who can kill him." Annie glared back, her magic surging, her aura soaring that Aladdin's breath caught in his throat. And continued, looking at Markham, "Tell me quickly, I can still save your life, otherwise." Markham trembled. "I tell you. This Aladdin is Syl." "What?" Anne's eyes widened instantly, looking at Aladdin in disbelief. "You're Syl?" Aladdin grinned, sneering. "At this point, there's no point in hiding it anymore. That's right, I am Syl. To be honest, when I found out my diary was in your hands, I was really shocked. God is indeed omnipotent and omniscient. Your arrival was all within God's prediction. I advise you to give up the struggle." "Give up the struggle?" Anne laughed in anger. "Don't you see the situation? You're the ones who have been captured by me, okay?" And then realized that if Aladdin was just an ordinary villager from Godfall Village, how could he have escaped from Godfall unscathed and drawn a map of it? Although the map was somewhat crude, it had all the necessary markings. If Aladdin could penetrate to this depth, his strength must be considerable. Now it makes sense. Aladdin is actually Syl, hiding in Godfall Village under an assumed name. As someone who came from Godfall, it's not surprising that he knows the route. Then Annie asked Markham, "So what exactly happened? Why are you with Syl? Were you lying to me before?" Markham honestly replied, Yes, I lied to you before. Syl told me this was an ancient ruin, where a god had descended to earth. He said if I could help the god complete a task, I could gain infinite life and immense power, so I agreed. I was bewitched. Please let me go." Annie gritted her teeth and said, "So you've been here before, right?" Mark nodded. "I've been here. To gain the Dragon Soul Spirit's approval, I brought all my possessions and offered them to the Dragon Soul Spirit. He let me in, and here I saw the god, and witnessed Syl receiving the god's blessing." "The god's blessing?" Annie looked at Syl. "I remember you. The date in the diary is very long ago now. Logically, you should be over 300 years old, right? Humans don't live past 300. How did you manage that? Is it because of some divine blessing?" A proud glint appeared in Syl's eyes. "I am indeed over 300 years old. It's all thanks to the gods. My mission was to find you and bring you here." Annie frowned. "When you first came to the land of fallen gods, I wasn't even born yet." Syl smiled. "Gods are omnipotent. They can foresee the future, including you finding my diary and investigating this place." Annie's heart sank. She had encountered this situation before. The old Emperor Norma possessed precognitive magic, but his predictions were rather vague. If a powerful figure from the divine plane could also foresee magic, then their predictions would be far more extensive and comprehensive. "So his goal is the spirit division technique?" Annie asked in a deep voice. Seer laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, you're indeed clever. That's right, God's will is to find the lost spirit division technique. There are 3 in total, and you possess one." Annie's eyes darted around. "Oh, how did you know I possess a spirit division technique? Did God tell you personally?" Seer nodded. "Of course, and just recently. God's will is never wrong." Annie's lips curled into a smile. She already had a plan. It seemed that the so-called god still couldn't freely use precognitive magic, or perhaps it was suppressed by the power of the main plane, preventing the power of precognitive magic from manifesting, leading to inaccurate predictions. In fact, Annie possessed 2 spirit division techniques, one of which she obtained from a magical secret realm. And the fact that Seer had survived until now must be because the so-called god had somehow diverted a portion of his divine power to help him increase his strength and prolong his lifespan. As a powerful being from the divine plane, such a thing wasn't impossible. "Now that I'm here, what are you going to do? With your strength, you're no match for me. Don't you know that?" Markham's expression turned bitter. "Our original plan was to let you die at the hands of the demon zombies, but you not only killed the demon zombies, you even killed the Dragon Soul Spirit. This is something we never expected." "Ha ha ha." Sir laughed loudly. "Foolish. Markham, you are utterly foolish. God is omnipotent. He must have foreseen this." "What?" Markham cried, "But I don't want to die." And put her wand away. She had a pretty good grasp of the situation. It seemed these 2 were acting on the god's instructions. In that case, she decided to go and meet the so-called god to see what his true purpose was. "Where is that mysterious altar?" Syl was overjoyed to hear this. He had been worried and would turn back immediately. "It's not far ahead." "I lead the way." Markham cried out. Can I not go?" "No." And then Syl simultaneously rejected his offer, and then waved her hand, dispelling the bone prison. Syl and Markham immediately regained their mobility. Syl sneered at him, saying, "I must say, you're quite bold. Knowing God was looking for you, you still dared to go." and scoffed, since he's omnipotent, he wouldn't have sought out a piece of trash like you. He spent hundreds of years luring me here. I'm just curious, what exactly is this so-called God, and what is his purpose? Syl said no more and began leading the way. He had walked this path countless times. Because he was blessed with divine power, he could maintain his long lifespan, so he had to come here frequently to receive God's will and extend his lifespan. At the same time, over such a long period, his strength had reached the transformation realm, but he couldn't use it lightly, as this power wasn't his own. Each use reduced his lifespan. After wandering around for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at a relatively open area. The rock walls here had a faint, ethereal blue hue, making the visibility not too dark. In the center was a high platform, accessible only by climbing stairs. 5 small pillars surrounded the platform, their shafts carved with intricate magical patterns, clearly indicating they were no ordinary objects. And was also stunned by this sight. She hadn't expected such a wondrous place to exist within the Norma Empire. This is the altar. By placing a magic stone of the corresponding element atop each of the 5 pillars, the altar can be activated, summoning the gods. The higher the level of the magic stone, the stronger the altar's power, Sir explained. And frowned and asked, only 1 magic stone? Such a low consumption? Sir nodded. Only 1. There's only 1 slot. It can't hold more magic stones. Of course, higher level magic stones will prolong the gods' descent and unleash greater divine power. Annie pulled 5 magic stones from her pocket, 1 each of the elements of water, fire, wind, thunder, death, and light. Years ago, in the magical realm, she had stolen many magic stones from the Holy Sun, including some relatively rare light element magic stones. Syl raised an eyebrow. You have quite a few magic stones. Annie ignored him and leaped onto the altar, asking, how do I match the elements? Syl replied, there are ancient characters engraved on them. I know a little about them. Just follow my instructions. But before Syl could finish, Annie had already taken action. She quickly placed a water elemental magic stone on top of a pillar, which emitted a blue light. A blue line spread down the pillar and meandered into the center of the altar. Chapter 429. Seer's eyes widened. Annie had placed the correct stone. The pillar where she had placed the water elemental magic stone corresponded to the water element. You understand ancient script? And ignored him. In truth, she didn't understand ancient script at all. She had only consulted Dao Quang through soul communication. She didn't trust Sir. If he played some trick on her, causing her to place the wrong magic stone and resulting in a backlash from the altar's formation, it would be disastrous. Under Sir's grim gaze, Annie placed the remaining magic stones onto their corresponding pillars. Beams of light instantly illuminated the entire altar. Rumble. The altar trembled violently, then shone brightly, an ancient aura emanating from it, and quickly jumped back, creating some distance from the altar, while Sir prostrated himself on the ground, his face filled with piety. Whoosh! 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 Countless points of light began to flash rapidly, gradually converging into the shape of a human figure. However, this figure was extremely blurry. Not only was the face indistinct, but it was also merely a silhouette. However, even this silhouette filled Annie with a tremendous sense of threat, a feeling no less oppressive than when she encountered the Pope at Divine Beast Mountain. This is? Syl was stunned. What level of magic stones are you using? Annie thought for a moment and said, they're all at the Qi Yuan realm. One of them is at the Hua Yuan realm. My God! Syl had never used such high-level magic stones to summon a deity before. After all, with his strength, killing a magical beast at this level wouldn't be difficult, but he dared not overuse his magic power, so he usually used those at the Qi Yuan realm, or at most, the Li Yuan realm. This time, the illusory image of the deity was even more solid, which greatly excited Syl, who shouted repeatedly, My Lord God, I completed my mission and brought Annie here safely. Annie. The illusory image seemed not to have adjusted to the current state, and hesitated. Who is she? Syl quickly explained, didn't you ask me to find the woman who possesses the spirit division technique? It's her. She can cast magic of various elements. I already investigated this clearly, and it's completely consistent with the spirit division technique she cultivates. Upon hearing this, the illusory image's aura suddenly surged, and its speech became much smoother. This is the woman? Syl pointed at Annie and said, it's her, but we are no match for her. She even defeated the guardian dragon soul just now. The illusory image turned its face, seemingly looking at Annie, then reached out and grabbed her. Annie felt a tremendous force acting on her, and her entire body was uncontrollably thrown towards the altar. Little girl, summon born. At this moment, Dao Quang's voice rang in Annie's mind. Without a second thought, Annie cast a necromancy spell. A dark void appeared in the void, followed by a powerful slash that erupted from within without warning. The phantom of the god was startled and immediately abandoned Annie, unleashing a golden light to block the slash. Who goes there? The phantom's voice held a hint of wariness. Born slowly emerged from the black hole. His injuries hadn't fully healed, and his soul fire was somewhat weak, but his aura had changed, becoming incredibly powerful, exuding an aura of dominance over the world. Annie knew that the one controlling Born's body was Dao Quang. Dao Quang sneered, "Humph. A junior from the God of Light dares to be so audacious, causing trouble in the prime material plane. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" The divine phantom flickered slightly. "You're also from the God of Light?" "No, you're from the realm of the dead." "Are you the God of Death?" "Humph." Dao Quang said disdainfully, "You don't need to know who I am, but you can't touch my people." The divine phantom looked at Annie and said, "This little girl has something I need. I can spare her life, but I must obtain the spirit-splitting technique." Dao Quang shook his head. "No. The spirit-splitting technique has already been fused with her. Forcibly separating it will damage her foundation, causing her cultivation to dissipate and turning her into a mortal. Don't even think about it." The divine phantom frowned. "Really? There's absolutely no room for negotiation? I can offer you something in exchange." Dao Quang's attitude was resolute. "I don't care about your things. Don't waste your time. With me here, no one can touch her." A stalemate ensued. After a while, Dao Quang asked, "I'm quite curious. Why would someone from the God of Light want the spirit-splitting technique? You should know what the ultimate fate of those who cultivate this technique is, right?" The divine phantom sighed. "Of course I know. This technique seems powerful, allowing one to cultivate different elemental magic simultaneously, but the further one progresses, the greater the side effects. The different elemental magic will clash within the body. This clash is irreconcilable. The stronger one becomes, the stronger the clash, ultimately leading to death by explosion. Since you know this, why bother coming all this way to the main plane to find the spirit-splitting technique? Are you just bored? But I have a reason why I absolutely must obtain this technique." The divine phantom said solemnly. "What reason?" "I cannot say, but if necessary, I will obtain it at all costs." The divine phantom's aura began to surge. Dao Quang frowned. "If that's the case, let me see just how powerful this alter-form clone of yours really is." With that, Dao Quang pointed his soul-severing blade forward, unleashing a pressure that suppressed the opponent's aura. Annie quickly dodged to the side. This level of battle was extraordinary. Even a slight touch from the aftershocks would likely reduce her to ashes. The divine phantom made the first move. With a single hand raised, a beam of light shot out, piercing the darkness and illuminating the entire cave. With a long howl, Dao Quang unleashed a powerful slash with his soul-severing blade, cleaving the pillar of light in two. He then retaliated with two more slashes, his figure flashing as he rapidly closed in on his opponent. The phantom of the god shouted, "Holy sword of light!" Countless points of light coalesced into a long sword, which then clashed with the charging Dao Quang. Instantly, magical energy surged throughout the cave, radiating light. The inherently conflicting elements of death and light clashed violently, creating a deafening roar that echoed around them. Shockwaves radiated outwards from the two figures. Even though Annie and the others were quite a distance away, they were still caught in the shockwaves, flying backwards and crashing heavily into the rock wall. Fortunately, they were unharmed. "Oh my god!" Mark uncovered his head and curled up in a ball. "What kind of battle is this? It's terrifying. I want to go home. I'm not playing anymore." Sil was also stunned. In his mind, the phantom god was the only true god in the world, and no one could rival him. However, the reality was right before his eyes. A skeleton soldier emerged from the black hole, and its aura was even stronger than the phantom god's. The two were locked in a fierce battle. His image of the omnipotent and invincible true god began to waver at this moment. He looked at Annie with some fear. So you also have the protection of a true god. No wonder you're so fearless." Annie waved her wand, erecting an ice wall that barely blocked the shockwave in front of her. She calmly replied, "What true god's protection? I don't know. I only know that if we don't get out now, we'd probably be buried alive." Sil looked up and saw the entire cave trembling violently. Countless fragments of rock were falling, and a huge crack was spreading across the dome. It seemed the entire cave was about to collapse due to this battle that shouldn't have happened here. "Let's go! This place is about to collapse. It'd be too late if we wait any longer," said Mark hurriedly. Sil gritted his teeth, still somewhat unwilling, staring intently at the divine phantom locked in battle. I won't leave. I stay here and watch the battle end. My true god will not lose. Don't be silly, said Annie. Even if he wins in the end, you'll be crushed into mincemeat after this place collapses. What's the point then? Syl shook his head. My lifespan and power come from the god. If he's gone, if the altar is gone, I immediately vanish into nothingness. It doesn't matter whether I escape or not. Annie immediately realized that if that were the case, there was really no difference between escaping and staying, but she wasn't going to die with him. Shil, I ask you one last time, after all these years, haven't you gained anything at all? Shil was taken aback. You mean the spirit division technique? Annie nodded. That's right. Although I obtained the spirit division technique, it's only a fragment. Just like you said in your diary, the true spirit division technique was divided into 3 parts. Do you have any information about the other fragments? A light gleamed in Shil's eyes. Yes. He had survived for so many years, his only goal every day being to find the spirit division technique. Even at night, the image of the spirit division technique would appear in his dreams. This was his mission, and also his nightmare, an obsession that had imprisoned him for hundreds of years. Now, he was about to die, about to end this long search. What, then, was the meaning of his century-long search? Annie, I don't know you, but we are connected by some unseen force. You obtained my diary and found me here, freeing me from endless time. Although you caused my mission to fail, I don't hate you. I'm willing to give you the information I gathered over the past century. Annie was overjoyed. As expected, I knew you couldn't have come up empty-handed. Don't worry, if the clues you provide are useful, I might be able to help you. Syl shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't believe, and could possibly have any way to keep him alive. Actually, when I was investigating in the Hairy Empire, some clues pointed to the Western Ghost Realm, but as a human, I couldn't set foot in that region and had to return empty-handed. If you really have the ability, you can go there and search. The Western Ghost Realm, Annie exclaimed in surprise. Many possibilities flashed through her mind, but she never imagined it would be the Western Ghost Realm. That mysterious continent in the West has been a forbidden land since ancient times. Neither humans, elves, nor any other race dared to set foot there, for there dwelled a special race. The demon race. The demon race has been a dominant force since ancient times. They revere martial prowess and consider themselves the strongest in the world, and they certainly possess the strength and resources to back it up. Demon infants are born quickly reaching the Qi-Yuan realm, possessing magical adaptability second only to the elves. Their physical bodies are also incredibly strong, comparable to magical beasts. The only race that surpasses the demon race in physical strength is the giant race. However, this powerful race, due to its arrogance, has incurred the hostility of other races, forcing them to retreat to the barren western lands. For countless years, they have hoped to launch a counterattack, but their inherent limitations led to their defeat in the last War of the Gods, when various races united to inflict heavy damage, leaving them unable to recover for tens of thousands of years. However, regardless of anything else, the demons are the sleeping lions of this continent, and no one doubts their strength. Even the currently powerful Holy See remains wary of them. Currently, the main force of humanity's fight against the demons is the Hairy Empire, followed by the Amras Empire. These two empires have suffered from demonic incursions for years, but they have stubbornly maintained their defenses to ensure that humanity's living space is not compressed. This is also the capital that the Hairy and Amras empires have to leverage to gain benefits from other human powers. Anne's expression was serious. This news essentially made her abandon any thoughts of searching for the final copy of the Spirit Division technique in the near future. At least, she needed to stabilize the situation in the Norma Empire first. Rumble. The cracks at the cave ceiling widened, and the falling rocks grew even larger. The battle between the Blade Maniac and the Phantom of the God continued, the two locked in a fierce struggle, but overall, the Blade Maniac held a slight advantage, as he was using his own power, while the Phantom of the God was indirectly wielding divine power through the altar. Annie grabbed Hill's hand, trying to run outside, but Hill broke free, his face contorted with pain. Annie, go! Take the fruits of my 300 years of work, and go find the Spirit Division technique. I wish you success. Annie was about to pull him back when Markham stopped her. Oh, don't worry about him. If he wants to die, let him die. Let's go! Let's go! Rumble. A huge rock crashed down between Annie and Hill. Annie quickly retreated, knowing she couldn't wait any longer. She stamped her foot and ran outside with Markham. Markham was familiar with the route, and after a few twists and turns, He soon returned to the Dragon Soul Spirit's cave, where rocks were still falling. Annie glanced at the gold dust on the ground, estimated its quantity, and then waved her hand, collecting some into her breastplate. After all, a portion belonged to the residents of Kachi City, which she would return to them later. The remainder could be donated to Reiner as military funds. The two continued running, crossing the underground river. The zombies in the river had all turned into rotting corpses, completely still. The Dragon Soul Spirit that controlled them had dissipated, and they had finally returned to peace. When they saw the steel marking the land of fallen gods, Annie and Mark breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then, a violent rumble erupted behind them, and the entire land of fallen gods collapsed, turning into ruins. Chapter 430. Mark swallowed hard. Thank goodness, I almost died in there. And glared at him. Mark, you tricked me again. Mark took 2 steps back, then collapsed to his knees. What, miss, and I know I was wrong. I never do it again. Please forgive me this time. I'm willing to be your slave. I do anything you ask. And scoffed. With your meager strength, what can you do? Tell me the truth now. How did you meet Syl? Markham's face fell. Now that Syl was dead, there was no need for him to hide anything any longer. Actually, it's like this. After Marcello's defeat, Emperor Reiner began a purge. I originally supported the first prince, and many businesses in the capital used his name. I was doing it under the guise of something, but it was all confiscated later. Luckily, I escaped the capital city beforehand, and went to Jonathan's territory to develop my business under an assumed name. However, without capital, I had to start all over again, and even had to avoid my former trading partners. Soon after, I went bankrupt again. Just when I was destitute and thinking of ending it all, Syl appeared. Actually, he was the one who approached me first. I don't know why he approached me, but he gave me an opportunity to work for the so-called true God in order to gain unlimited life and immense power. Of course, I was tempted. At that time, I was at my wit's end, and it was a golden opportunity for me to turn my life around. I couldn't let it go. However, what he asked for was too difficult. A large sum of money was needed to pave the way. It was said that to see the true God, one had to go through a guardian spirit, and only with enough money could the guardian spirit allow passage. So I went to Kachi City, swindled enough money there, and went with Sir to the land of fallen gods. There I really saw the true God, and the true God gave me a task, to cooperate with Sir to lure you here. So everything in Kachi City, and the land of fallen gods was part of your plan? Annie asked. Mark nodded. Yes, I know you used to be an adventurer. As an adventurer, you certainly wouldn't give up such a good adventure destination. With Sir's assistance, you were successfully hooked. Annie frowned. What about Aladdin's identity? Did Sir start preparing this a long time ago? Mark shrugged. I don't know. He had this identity from the beginning, seemingly to cover his tracks. Annie pondered for a moment and continued, Sir communicated with the so-called God through the altar. Didn't the God ever need to contact him? Mark said, no, the altar is only one way. The God is? We can't actively find Syl, but Syl will come to see the God periodically, as he needs divine power to sustain his lifespan. Annie nodded, secretly contacting Dao Quang through soul communication. Grandpa Dao Quang, how's the situation on your end? Dao Quang replied weakly, don't worry, that kid has been buried, and I removed the array on the altar. No one from the divine plane will come out from there anymore. However, this time it consumed too much of my power, and I need to sleep for a while. You must be careful in your actions from now on. Annie was somewhat worried. Thank you so much this time, otherwise I would have been doomed. Please rest well, we will be careful. Also, there's something else I need to tell you. Dao Quang said, that brat from the God of Light's plane probably won't let this go easily. He might try to cause you trouble in other ways. However, I noticed he doesn't have precognitive abilities. His ability to know your movements in advance and make preparations suggests he learned about them through some kind of transaction. In that case, he might also obtain help from others through a transaction to find you in the prime material plane. So be careful. After saying this, Dao Quang fell silent. Born sighed, it's really hard on you, teacher. You always cause him trouble. Annie nodded, yes, if only there were a way to help Grandpa Dao Quang restore his physical body and return to his peak strength. Born said, with our current level, thinking about these things is too early. Let's focus on improving ourselves. One day, we do it. Annie glanced at Markham, still kneeling on the ground with a fawning expression, a hint of disgust in her eyes. She didn't want to keep him alive, but killing him like this would be too easy. After some thought, Annie decided to take him back first and hand him over to the residents of Kachi City, believing he would receive the punishment he deserved. However, just as Annie was about to leave, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed from the ruins of the fallen god's land. The collapsed ground, with its mix of soil and gravel, began to swirl slowly, forming a massive vortex. Annie unconsciously took 2 steps back, simultaneously drawing her wand, her heart filled with doubt and apprehension. Could it be that the phantom of that god hasn't dissipated yet? Markham scrambled to escape, but a suction force pulled him directly into the vortex. Annie couldn't even react in time. Markham screamed in agony, crying for help, before falling silent. Annie's anxiety intensified. This was something she hadn't anticipated. What was happening? Then, the void in the vortex widened, and an altar slowly floated out, the very altar where the divine phantom had appeared. But now, the altar had lost its inscribed magic circle, becoming completely ownerless. Annie's eyes flashed. She swung her wand, unleashing a burst of magic that struck the altar, causing it to tremble slightly before crashing to the ground. Annie breathed a sigh of relief. It was just an altar. Its power wasn't particularly strong. She stepped forward, staring blankly at the towering altar. Why had it spontaneously emerged from the ground? And why had it sucked Mac in? To figure out what was happening, Annie leaped onto the altar again. The light on the altar was now dim, and in the center, a figure seemed to be slowly being devoured. It was Mac, who had been sucked in earlier. It was too late to rescue him. Mac was beyond dead, completely absorbed into the altar, seemingly being drained of its power. Annie slowly walked to the center of the altar, unaware that blood was dripping from her arm, the blood reflecting a reddish glow on the altar. Standing quietly in the altar, Annie suddenly felt a strange sensation. It seemed her breath was resonating with the altar, and some power within the altar was strengthening her body, making her even stronger. What's going on? Annie wondered. This altar is definitely a valuable item, but it's just too big. Otherwise, I would definitely take it with me. However, as she thought this, the altar trembled, then suddenly shrank to the size of a palm, lying quietly at her feet. Annie bent down, picked up the altar, and swallowed hard. It can do that? Suddenly, the enhanced power vanished, and the entire fallen god village returned to calm. Annie scratched her head, completely baffled. Now that the Blade Madman was in a deep sleep, no one could answer her questions. Helpless, Annie could only put the altar into her bosom. After all, the heart mirror was already overflowing. Returning to Fallen God Village, the scene had changed drastically. The village, which had flourished because of the life force extracted from the dragon soul spirit, was now completely ruined. The young people had either left or fled, leaving only the elderly, weak, and disabled. However, a group of people had appeared in the village, Iliel and his men. When it arrived, Iliel and Bizin immediately came out to greet her. Bizin looked it over with concern. "Are you alright? Are you hurt? You were gone for so long, I was so worried." And smiled and said, "See, I'm perfectly fine." "Huh? Where's Markham? Did he escape?" Bizin frowned. Anne's lips twitched. "He tried to escape, but he couldn't. He died in the land of fallen gods." Bizin snorted. "He deserves it. I disliked that guy for a long time." And turned to Iliel. "Your Excellency, have you been waiting long?" Iliel waved his hand. "It's all right. Waiting for you isn't something I should do. Prince Bizin already told me about the situation, and I sent the message to His Majesty and Marquis Jonathan through secret channels. I reckon they're already making preparations." And nodded. "Once His Majesty finds out, he'd definitely take the initiative to contact the Kingdom of Sharia. Then we just wait for the papacy and the Hairy Empire to show a weakness." "What weakness do you need them to show?" Iliel asked. And smiled mysteriously. "Do you remember when His Majesty ascended the throne? The Pope personally attended, and later went directly to the Hairy Empire. So something big must have happened in the Hairy Empire, but both sides are keeping quiet. Someone is investigating this matter, and I think they almost finished." Israel asked in surprise. "Someone dares to investigate such a sensitive matter? Did you arrange it?" And waved her hand. "How could I have that ability? Actually, the Adventurers Guild has been investigating this matter. Lord Jafari is expected to take action soon. You should keep an eye on the Hairy Empire's movements." Israel nodded. "That's easy. I sent people to the border to scout immediately." As they were walking, and saw the old woman from before, alone with 2 small children, standing at the village entrance watching her. And walked over, patted Xiao Dong and Xiao Shi's heads, and asked with a smile, "Why are you still in the village? Aren't you going to leave?" Xiao Dong, in his childish voice, said, Grandma said our family is poor and we don't have the money to travel far. Annie looked at the old woman, who sighed, I lived here my whole life. If I leave, I don't know how I survive. Annie pointed around and said, without the young man's help, the village is poor in resources. Staying here would truly be unbearable. Don't worry, I arranged for you to settle in Kachi City. I give you a monthly allowance, enough for your livelihood. With that, Annie took out 100 gold coins from her pocket and placed them in the old woman's hand. For people in such a remote village, 100 gold coins was a huge sum. The old woman looked down at the gold coins in her hand, lost in thought for a moment, and continued, here's the money for you, consider it a token of gratitude. Use it to go to Kachi City. I speak to the city lord, so don't worry about anything. The old woman was about to say something when turned and walked away. She could only clutch the gold coins in her hand, looking at and with gratitude in her eyes, and say to the two children, remember this big sister, her name is Anne. She's a hero of the empire, and our hero too. Anne. The two children looked confused, but this name would forever be etched in their hearts. Ailill asked, shall we go back to Marco City now? And thought for a moment and asked, what's the situation in the empire now? Ailill replied, after you left, the Vatican and others noticed something was wrong. Everyone connected to you disappeared. So the Vatican intensified their search, mobilizing all the churches and clergy throughout the empire, but it was all a waste of time. Recently, people from all the major empires withdrew, especially those from the Austin and Harry empires. They seem to have left in a hurry. I wonder what happened. And frowned. The Duchy of Sharia should have already begun its operation. We killed the main force of the Thompson family in the Endless Sea, and now the Thompson family is in a power vacuum. Evar, as a powerful figure, wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass. As for the Harry Empire, that's a bit unclear, but their retreat has reduced the pressure on us. Ailill nodded. Yes, that's true. After all, the papacy's power here also developed from its homeland. Many churches outwardly comply but inwardly oppose us, and are actually on our side. And asked, what about the people we trained before? Are they well hidden? Ailill replied, don't worry, we transferred them to Jonathan's side. Most of them have already broken through to the peak of the Li Yuan realm, and some are progressing rapidly. Some of them have already reached the peak of the Qi Yuan realm, and they probably reach the Hua Yuan realm soon. This is all thanks to you. Annie exclaimed in surprise, so fast? Ailill chuckled, they're all veteran powerhouses. They've been suppressed for too long, and now that they have ample resources, their strength has increased by leaps and bounds. However, because their breakthroughs were too rapid, their realms are somewhat unstable. They all slowed down their cultivation speed to ensure a more stable flow of magic power. Annie nodded, that's the right approach. Excessively pursuing cultivation speed has many side effects and isn't conducive to long-term cultivation. By the way, what are your current realms? Ailill rolled up his sleeves. Jonathan and I are already at the peak of the Qi Yuan realm. His Majesty seems to have just broken through to the Qi Yuan realm, so we're not planning to continue breaking through. We consolidate our strength first. Chapter 431. Your cultivation levels haven't been discovered, have they? Annie asked with some concern. Ailill waved his hand. Don't worry, we hold high positions, and there haven't been any battles lately. We don't need to take action, so our strength won't be exposed. They haven't suspected us either, so everything is safe. Annie nodded. That's good. But before we begin, we need to resolve one thing. Ailill became serious. What is it? Rescue Amida. Annie's gaze fixed intently on the west. Ailill's heart skipped a beat. The region has been held captive in the Harry Empire for 10 years. We know nothing about the situation there. How can we possibly launch a rescue? And smiled. With our current strength, fighting the Harry Empire is still quite difficult. However, it seems there are some problems within their own country. I'm preparing to go there alone to try and rescue the regent. Otherwise, if war breaks out, the regent will definitely be in danger. Ailill frowned. But that would put you in a dangerous situation. To put it bluntly compared to. But you are far more important than the regent now. And sighed. However, only I can do this. Your strength is insufficient to undertake such a difficult task. But don't worry, I was able to venture alone into the Endless Seas and the Austin Empire, and I also returned safely from the Harry Empire. Now you need to tell His Majesty something. Instruct him to place the Empire's main war forces in the west. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, he should launch a full-scale attack on the Harry Empire. Meanwhile, the 1,000-strong legion we trained should be transferred to the east, secretly crossing the Noxus Mountains to cooperate with the Saria Kingdom in a surprise attack on the Cartwright territory. Ailiel's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. I relay this to His Majesty verbatim. I reckon Marshal Evar thinks the same way. However, Ailiel quickly added with concern, what about the Holy See? Archbishop Augulus has directly entered the Empire, leading a group of believers and Knights of Light in their activities. Shouldn't we deal with them before taking any action? And nodded. Contact Farid about this. The Adventurers Guild will handle it for us. Ailiel frowned. Actually, I've been wanting to ask this for a while now. What is the Adventurers Guild's purpose in helping us so wholeheartedly? Could there be some problems? And sighed. I thought about that too, but it seems we can only rely on them now. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to contend with such a massive force as the Holy See. Of course, if there's an opportunity, I hope you can find out the Adventurers Guild's true intentions. Knowing your enemy is the key to making preparations. Israel nodded and said, all right, but as it stands, managers at Farid's level are only receiving orders to fully support you. They might not know the real reasons behind it. Perhaps we should start with Jafari, that might yield some results. And thought the same way. After all, she had gone through thick and thin with Farid, Phineas, and others, and had already established a very deep friendship. If they really had any ulterior motives, they would probably have already revealed them. In the days that followed, Israel escorted, and all the way to Fana village, the closest village to the Harry Empire. Jonathan rushed out to greet her immediately. He had already received advance notice from Ailiel, and had hurriedly come from Rambo City. Seeing Annie safe and sound, Jonathan was overjoyed. He laughed and stepped forward, grasping Annie's hand. Annie, you're finally back safe and sound. However, thinking of Annie's upcoming trip to the Harry Empire, he became worried again. Are you really going to the Harry Empire alone this time? Annie nodded. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I'd be less of a target if I go alone, making it harder for them to find me. Besides, with my strength, I can travel freely throughout most of the Harry Empire, making my actions more convenient. Jonathan said, Neas has already reached the peak of Chiyuan. Why don't you have him accompany you? After all, he's quite skilled, and you can look after each other if needed. Annie shook her head. The Empire still has many things to do. It's better for Uncle News to stay here. Marquis Ailiel should have told you about my plan, right? Jonathan nodded. I have. His Majesty has probably received the news, and will contact Marshal Evar soon. Don't worry, we handle it well, and catch them completely off guard. Annie smiled. Of course I'm relieved. The army of my Norma Empire may be a little weaker in terms of cultivation level, but in terms of combat power, it's second to none. I believe that in your hands, the Empire can definitely return to its peak and achieve glory. Annie's words ignited the passion of both Jonathan and Ailiel. Ailiel asked, then when will we bring Nickel and the others back? And thought for a moment and said, no rush. After I rescue the regent from the Harry Empire, it will be difficult to return home via the border. We can go to the Elf Forest and bring them back together. Then, it will be time for our great counteroffensive. After a brief explanation, and calmly crossed the border and entered Harry Empire territory, amidst the reluctant gazes of Jonathan and Ailiel. Currently, the border walls that were originally controlled by the Harry Empire have been occupied by the Rambo family's army, and the Harry Empire's border guards have retreated 30 kilometers away. Due to the heavy losses suffered by the Black Claw Mountain Legion and the border guards in the last battle, and the lack of reinforcements, they are now struggling to fight against the Rambo family's army. However, they also know that the Rambo family's army will not actually attack, otherwise, the papacy and the Austin Empire would not have stood idly by. The current situation is a kind of balance. Currently, the troops on the Harry Empire's border are temporarily under the command of Brian, backed by General Resider of the northern frontier. However, Brian has lost interest in sealing off the border. In his view, Annie must be in the Norma Empire, and since she returned from the magical realm, she must have brought with her a large amount of the realm's essence. It's no longer possible to continue containing the Norma Empire's development. Therefore, the border blockade isn't very tight. With Annie's strength, she easily crossed the defenses and reached the heart of the Harry Empire. Under the cover of darkness, Annie rode alone along the mountain paths. She had been in the Harry Empire for 3 days, avoiding all armies and towns as much as possible. Fortunately, the Harry Empire is sparsely populated, with most areas uninhabited, which made Annie's movements easier. The capital of the Harry Empire was located in the northeastern region, a city called Shurkan. Annie wasn't sure of the exact route, but she could roughly determine the direction. As long as she headed northeast, even if she deviated slightly, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After crossing a hill, she saw a brightly lit area in the distance, seemingly a small town. Annie reined in her horse, her brow furrowing slightly. It's not unusual for a town to be brightly lit. Even in bustling markets, business is still going strong until the early hours. But the lights in this town were clearly different. They were moving. This meant that the lights were from torches, and there were many of them, suggesting some large-scale event. And thought for a moment. Since it was already night, even if she wasn't in a hurry, she should find a place to rest nearby. She might as well go into the town and see what was happening to get a better understanding of the current situation in the Harry Empire. With that thought, Annie spurred her horse and galloped down the hill. Sullivan was now in a terrible predicament, looking at the dense swarm of bandits ahead, his mind a complete mess. He was originally the deputy captain of the Imperial City Guard, possessing strength at the 3rd level of the Qiyuan realm, a considerable skill. His career was progressing smoothly, and he was on the verge of being promoted to captain of the guards. However, a drunken slip of the tongue at a banquet offended his superior, resulting in his direct transfer to the minor city of Masakafu as a city lord. Seeing that the city lords of the surrounding towns were only at the Liyuan realm, he felt resentful. Having nothing better to do, he tried every means to pull strings and find someone to speak on his behalf in the capital, hoping to get himself transferred back. Several months passed, and there was still no news from the capital. Just as Sullivan was becoming somewhat disheartened, a bombshell announcement struck him. Bandits were attacking. Sullivan had known for some time that bandits were active in the area, but the surrounding towns were weaker than Ninzobaranzan. Logically, bandits would target the weakest points, so Sullivan hadn't paid much attention. However, he was incredibly unlucky. Bandits had come looking for trouble. If the people in the capital found out, they would likely criticize his incompetence and mismanagement, leading to the town's plunder, and he'd probably be demoted to some godforsaken place. This band of bandits was the notorious Gargoyle Bandit Gang, led by a necromancer who could summon gargoyles to fight. They were powerful and wreaked havoc in the region. The Empire had repeatedly failed to suppress them, and since the gang was relatively small, they were eventually left to their own devices. This put Sullivan in a difficult position. Ninzobaranzan's original garrison was less than 2,000, while the opposing bandit group numbered 4,000, twice the size of the defenders. Coupled with the nighttime attack, the defenders had no time to react, and the city gates fell instantly. The bandits stormed into the city, looting and plundering, plunging the entire town into chaos. Sullivan immediately led his men out to fight their way out, managing to repel one wave of bandits and hold onto one street. The situation was now extremely dire. Just what I feared. Sullivan slammed his fist against the wall, his teeth grinding. Ahead, the bandits launched a new attack. These vicious bandits grinned maliciously, brandishing their long swords, and charged towards the city's defenses. The soldiers of Ninzobaranzan were mostly male residents of the city, with magical adaptability, far inferior to the regular army. Seeing these bandits attack, they were already terrified, and before Sullivan could even give the order, some had already begun to retreat. Sullivan roared angrily, "Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Listen up, everyone. Hold off their attack. I already sent someone to the Northern Frontier Legion for reinforcements. Lord Red will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer, and we achieve victory." Hearing this, the soldiers gained some confidence, but still hesitated. After all, if they lost the initial morale, it would be difficult to regain it later. Fortunately, Sullivan had his own core group, about 50 men, all skilled former members of the Imperial Guard. Their quality was beyond question, and they were the first to charge to the front, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. The Imperial Guard was no pushover. They routed the vanguard of bandits from the outset. Seeing this, the soldiers regained their confidence and charged forward with roars. Sullivan breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, as long as they held this main road, they should be able to hold out until Redstead's army arrived. However, before he could relax for long, a group of bandits suddenly rushed out of the alleyway on his left, charging straight at him. Sullivan was startled and quickly swung his sword, slaying several bandits in front of him while shouting, "Left flank attack! Block it!" But then, a blade of wind tore through the air, killing 3 soldiers in quick succession and clearing the path ahead. Simultaneously, a flash of blue light appeared, and the blade struck Sullivan. Sullivan's gaze sharpened, and he roared, "Die!" Simultaneously, his right hand thrust his long sword straight forward, a meter-long wielder of azure wind elemental magic extending from the blade, aiming directly for his opponent's heart. The opponent deflected Sullivan's sword with his blade, then spun and slashed diagonally. Sullivan's heart tightened, the man fell backward, the the sharp blade grazing his cheek, and he could even feel the chilling killing intent emanating from it. The moment he hit the ground, Sullivan sprang up, quickly retreating 4 or 5 meters, creating distance between himself and his opponent. He said in a deep voice, "Who goes there? State your name." The opponent sneered, brandishing his long sword, and arrogantly declared, "I am Raphael, the vice-captain of the Gargoyle Mountain Bandits." "Prepare to die? Raphael?" Sullivan frowned. "I never heard of anyone like you in the Gargoyle Mountain Bandits." Raphael's lips curled into disdain, his eyes filled with icy coldness. "That's right. This person is none other than Raphael, who served as the temporary manager of the Adventurers Guild in Misty City. He originally only possessed peak stage transcendent realm strength, and despite his diligent work in Misty City, he had no room for further improvement. Later, he clashed with Annie and passed on her information to Mycroft of the Amra's investigation team, leading the entire team to believe that Annie was in the Norma Empire, thus endangering Warren and his companions. This greatly displeased Farid, but Raphael later fulfilled his agreement with Mycroft, waiting at the border for them to bring him back to Amra's. However, Mycroft ultimately broke his promise. Instead of bringing Raphael back to Amra's, he simply abandoned him in the Hairy Empire. Chapter 432. Mycroft was absolutely capable of such a thing. The information Raphael provided was initially quite valuable, but in the end, they failed to find Annie, and even lost track of Warren and others connected to Annie, essentially gaining nothing. Therefore, Raphael was of no value, and continuing to keep him around would be a waste of resources, so Mycroft simply abandoned him halfway through the journey. When Raphael awoke alone, the Amra's investigation team was nowhere to be seen. He was struck dumb. He knew without a doubt that he had been abandoned. He could only take things one step at a time, wandering northwards in this completely unfamiliar foreign land. Fortunately, this was the Hairy Empire. Anyone who knew magic knew how to break through to the Liyuan realm, and he learned about the secret realm from some people. During his time working at the Adventurers Guild, he had accumulated some savings. He used all his money to purchase a low-quality secret realm, and successfully broke through to the Liyuan realm. Whether it was because the people of the Norma Empire were generally more talented in cultivation, or because they had been suppressed for too long, Raphael's strength increased by leaps and bounds after his breakthrough, but he always harbored a deep resentment. The Adventurers Guild looked down on him, making him an acting manager for several years. The Amra's Empire also looked down on him, abandoning him halfway through. He never forgot these things. He cultivated like a madman, vowing to show everyone that he was not a waste, and that those who had abandoned him would eventually recognize his worth. However, he soon discovered a crucial problem. He was out of money. All his money was used to purchase the secret realm, but he still needed to live and eat. He couldn't starve to death. However, with his strength at the Liyuan realm, finding work was easy. Soon, a wealthy merchant entrusted him with escorting a shipment of goods, promising a generous reward. Raphael readily agreed, but he clearly underestimated the bandits of the Hairy Empire. While escorting the goods through the northern mountains, he encountered the Gargoyle Mountain Bandits. The bandit leader was a Qiyuan realm expert, and Raphael was defeated in just a few moves. But he was unwilling to give up. He fought desperately, falling and getting up again, spitting blood and swallowing it back. He struggled repeatedly until finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. His magic power was exhausted, his strength depleted, and he was almost completely drained of blood. His eyes were filled with endless resentment and anger. He couldn't even move a finger. The bandit leader, impressed by his bravery, rescued him and took him back to his stronghold, inviting him to join the bandit group. At first, Raphael was somewhat resistant, but the bandit leader told him that there were countless bandits and outlaws in the Hairy Empire, all forced into banditry by the imperial nobles when they had no other choice. It was simply a profession, a way to earn a living. Who was more noble than whom? Raphael was persuaded. He used to be a mid-level member of the Adventurers Guild. While not of particularly high rank, most people would at least bow and greet him. But now he was a wanderer, far from home, abandoned, the worst possible situation. Could it get any worse? However, Raphael still made one condition. The bandit group must give him a secret realm. The bandit leader agreed without hesitation. After all, those who could use the secret realm origin were preparing for a breakthrough. Only when Raphael reached the peak of the Liyuan realm and prepared to break through to the Qiyuan realm would he need the secret realm origin. Wouldn't this strengthen the bandit group? This was a good thing. In the days that followed, Raphael began his bandit career, leading his men to rob and plunder caravans daily. Due to his decisive actions and strength, he quickly gained the approval of the entire bandit group. Finally, one day he reached the peak of the Liyuan realm, and the bandit leader, as agreed, gave him a low-quality secret realm origin. After breaking through to the Qiyuan realm, the bandit leader made him the vice-captain. Raphael then intensified his actions, beginning to investigate the surrounding towns. First, he set his sights on the city of Masakafu. This city had the weakest defenses, and its lord had only recently been appointed from the empire, his foothold unstable, and his understanding of the town perhaps incomplete, making him an ideal target. However, the Gargoyle Mountain bandits rarely attacked towns from the very beginning. Towns were generally well fortified and garrisoned, making them difficult to breach, and even if they did, the losses would likely outweigh the gains. But Raphael was confident. He had already scouted the internal roads of Menzoberranzan and planned a surprise attack under the cover of night, catching the enemy completely off guard. More importantly, he was certain the city lord was incredibly wealthy. In the Hari Empire, the gap between rich and poor was enormous. In the more remote villages, people lived worse than animals, and cannibalism even occurred during famines. But in the capital, Stonehill City, it was a completely different story. High-ranking officials and nobles lived in luxury, indulging in extravagant lifestyles. Moreover, Stone City is different from other places. Those who can reside in Stone City all have connections. They are either wealthy or powerful. Even the lowest-ranking suburban residents are worth as much as minor nobles in remote towns. Therefore, Raphael concluded that this new city lord was definitely rich, and quite wealthy at that. This money would be his capital for breaking through to the transformation realm. Having made all the necessary preparations, Raphael, under the cover of night, led a band of bandits in a surprise attack on Masakafu City. As he expected, the town's garrison was utterly ineffective, offering virtually no resistance. He instructed his men not to plunder the homes of commoners, as there was nothing worth taking there. The truly wealthy were in the city lord's mansion. Therefore, the bandits advanced quickly and with relatively concentrated strength, allowing them to run rampant throughout the city. Finally, on a street, they encountered fierce resistance. It was obvious that the city lord himself had intervened. Raphael was overjoyed, for this was exactly what he wanted. If Lord Sullivan had been a coward, hiding in the Lord's mansion, he wouldn't have been able to act easily. After all, the Lord's mansion was the center of the town, its defenses formidable. A second-rate bandit group like theirs would have faced considerable difficulty in breaching it. But now that the Lord himself had taken action, everything was much easier. Raphael climbed onto the roof of a nearby house, traversed a narrow alleyway, led a group of elite soldiers around to the side, and then suddenly charged out, scattering the defenders into chaos. Raphael immediately locked onto Sullivan and pounced upon him with all his might. However, the moment the two clashed, Raphael's heart sank. He already knew Sullivan's strength was around the third level of the Qiyuan realm, and after so much training, Raphael had also reached the third level of Qiyuan. Yet, during their exchange, he clearly felt that his opponent's magical power seemed more abundant, and his aura more solid. This puzzled him greatly, but he quickly composed himself. Things had come to this point. If he could kill the city lord before him, he could seize all of his wealth. A glint of greed flashed in Raphael's eyes again, and he swung his sword. The two locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Sullivan was horrified. His opponent was merely the vice-captain of a bandit group, yet he possessed such strength. What would happen if the captain arrived? It would be even worse. He had already decided against a direct confrontation, and to wait for reinforcements. However, it seemed the enemy didn't share this view. Raphael's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and the bandits' morale soared. The defenders' casualties were mounting. At this rate, the defensive line would soon crumble. Sullivan gritted his teeth. He needed to strike at the heart of the problem. If he could eliminate the enemy leader first, the situation might immediately reverse. With this thought, his entire body surged with magical power. He flicked his long sword, deflecting Raphael's blade aside, and simultaneously lunged forward, his sword tip aimed straight for Raphael's heart. Raphael, who had been smug and thought he had the upper hand, was caught off guard by his opponent's sudden attack. He quickly turned to the side, but the longsword sliced through the leather armor on his chest, leaving a bloody mark on his skin. "Ah!" Raphael cried out in pain, leaning back as he raised his right foot and kicked the hilt of the sword, simultaneously somersaulting away. Sullivan pressed his advantage, his sword flashing with wind elemental magic, relentlessly pursuing Raphael like a persistent leech. Raphael felt a chill run down his spine, a deathly fear gripping him. He cried out, "Help!" "Humph! Useless indeed." An arrogant voice rang out, followed by a dark figure flashing from the side, slashing horizontally at Sullivan with a blade that gleamed with an eerie magic. Sullivan was startled, forced to retreat several steps. Who goes there? The newcomer sheathed his sword, revealing a dark face, red hair, a thick beard, and a tattered black robe. However, his neck and wrists were adorned with gold and silver, a striking contrast. Big brother? Raphael exclaimed in surprise. You weren't coming, were you? The man addressed as Big Brother sneered. If I hadn't come, you'd be dead right here. Raphael swallowed hard. Thank you for coming to my rescue, Big Brother. The man waved his hand. No need for words. Let's deal with the problem at hand first. Sullivan frowned. He didn't need to ask. The man must be Max, the leader of the Gargoyle Mountain Bandits. Max, we have no grudge against each other. What's going on today? Why are you attacking Menzoberranzan? Max smirked. Heh, why do you think we are? We're bandits. Robbing and plundering is perfectly normal for us, isn't it? If you know what's good for you, surrender now and hand over all your money, and I might spare your life. Sullivan gritted his teeth. He wouldn't believe the man's lies. If he surrendered, whether the man killed him or tortured him would be entirely up to him. He calculated the time and turned to his deputy, asking, How is it? Have Lord Red's reinforcements arrived? The deputy, pale-faced, shook his head. No, sir. Are they not coming? Sullivan's eyes widened. Not coming? Why not? Isn't this the duty of the Northern Frontier Legion? The deputy was on the verge of tears. But it's been so long. Even if they were on the way, our men would receive the news, but there's been no movement at all. Sullivan was struck dumb. Without reinforcements, how could they hold out? How could they defend the city? Before he could react, Max waved his hand, a flash of black light, and a gargoyle was summoned. The gargoyle had a blue face, fangs, and wings on its back, like a bat. It charged into the ranks of the defenders, killing 3 soldiers with its bare hands. The other soldiers were terrified. Some had already begun to abandon their armor and flee. Sullivan knew his defeat was inevitable. He was utterly incapable of defeating the gargoyle, much less salvage the current situation. However, just as Sullivan was losing heart and preparing for a desperate last stand, an ice spike ripped through the night sky and pierced the gargoyle's back with a whoosh. Thud. The gargoyle, pierced through the heart, let out a piercing scream. Aya! Immediately, 3 more ice spikes shot forth. The gargoyle tried to dodge, but it was too slow and was pinned to the ground. Max's eyes narrowed. He quickly waved his hand, sending the gargoyle back to the netherworld. Had he been any later, the gargoyle would likely have been killed. Even so, he was still shocked. The gargoyle's strength had reached the 3rd level of the Qi-Yuan realm. Even a typical Qi-Yuan realm expert would find it difficult to injure it, yet the opponent had only fired 4 ice spikes, nearly killing the gargoyle. What kind of power was this? Sullivan's eyes lit up. A formidable opponent had arrived, Max said grimly. Who is this expert? Why don't you show yourself? From the shadows, a figure in black robes slowly emerged. She wore a cloak, obscuring her face, but judging from her build, she appeared to be a woman. Max narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? Why are you helping Menzoberranzan? The woman slightly raised her wand in her right hand and tapped it lightly. A stream of water gushed forth. Max sneered. You underestimate me. You think you can defeat me with a water prison? However, when Raphael saw the water prison, his eyes widened, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he cried out, Watch out! But it was too late. When Max tried to defend himself against the water prison, he discovered it was like a sticky sphere. His wind blades were useless against it, and he simply sank in. Max was shocked and tried to block, but he was completely engulfed by the water prison. Sullivan was stunned. One move. Just one simple, basic, and common water prison technique, and the leader of the Stone Golem Mountain Bandit gang was subdued? The black-robed man casually tossed Max aside, and with a snap, the water prison disintegrated. Max's eyes rolled back, water gushing from his mouth. He was completely unconscious. Lord, you taking care of this, is that all right? Sullivan swallowed hard and nodded. Then the black-robed man turned his gaze to Raphael. Chapter 433. Raphael trembled violently, pointing at the man in black robes. How did you get here? The man in black robes sneered, lifting his cloak to reveal if you can be here, why can't I? Raphael suddenly remembered something, turning to Sullivan and shouting, Lord Sullivan, she is. However, before he could finish, a stream of water enveloped him, and he could only struggle frantically in the water prison, his mouth agape but unable to utter a sound. And flicked her wand slightly, pulling the water prison closer, and whispered to Raphael, Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? What you done is enough to kill you 100 times over. Fear flashed in Raphael's eyes, real fear. Even when fighting Max, He had never been so utterly powerless. Anne's presence was too overwhelming, leaving him no chance to resist. He immediately shut his mouth obediently, adopting a pleading posture. Anne snorted coldly, removed the water prison, and Raphael fell out, lying on the ground coughing incessantly. Sullivan's soldiers swarmed him, and subdued him. The rest was easy. With the 2 leaders of the Gargoyle Mountain bandits captured alive, the remaining bandits naturally fled. Sullivan ordered his men not to pursue them, but to focus on cleaning up the city. After the battle, the city was in chaos and needed to be cleaned up immediately. The city walls and gates needed to be reinforced to prevent further bandit attacks. Only after completing all this did Sullivan have time to find Anne. He first bowed deeply to her, then respectfully said, "Thank you for your righteous intervention. You not only saved me, but also the entire city." Anne smiled and said, "I just happened to be passing by and saw some trouble in the city, so I came to help." "Lord, you don't need to be so polite." Sullivan asked, "May I ask your name? I will report your merits to the royal family, and they will surely reward you handsomely." Anne thought for a moment and said, "My name is Anna, and I'm an adventurer." "No need for rewards. There is something I need your help with, Lord." Sullivan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, tell me, and I do my best if it's within my power." Anne originally wanted to ask about Amida's whereabouts, but that would be too direct, and he would definitely suspect her motives. So she chose a more roundabout approach. "I want to go to Stone Canaan, but I don't know the way. Does the Lord have a map of the Empire?" Sullivan smiled and said, "I thought it was something important." "Oh, it's a map." He then beckoned to his deputy, "Go to my study and fetch the imperial map." The deputy acknowledged and trotted away. Sullivan continued, "If it's just this small matter, it's hardly enough to express my gratitude. Is there anything else I can help you with?" And smiled, "Actually, I went to Stonehenge to find an old friend. He joined a royal legion and mentioned in his reply that he's guarding a nobleman from an enemy country. I want to see him, but even if I get to Stonehenge, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find him." Sullivan frowned. Guarding a nobleman from an enemy country, that's not a job anyone can do. Besides, private communication is not allowed during the guard period. He has already violated the rules, but that's a minor matter. Seeing him won't be so easy. Annie asked, "Why is that?" Sullivan explained, "Originally, we didn't have the concept of an enemy nation, but the Empire created a secluded region specifically to imprison demon prisoners captured by the Ghost Realm. Now, if you're talking about an enemy nation, it can only be the Norma Empire, which recently went to war with the Empire. The nobles captured from the Norma Empire are most likely imprisoned there as well. Everyone there, including prisoners and guards, is unable to contact the outside world, and ordinary people can't even get close." Annie frowned slightly. "What's the name of that place, and where is it?" Sullivan looked intently northward. "In the northern wasteland, in a natural desert. Unless you can fly, there's absolutely no way to escape by human means. And it's about 300 kilometers from Stonehill City, with sentry posts along the way. Are you sure you want to go?" 300 kilometers? That's to the Misty Forest," Annie exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Sullivan's deputy had already brought the map. Sullivan unfolded it and pointed it out to Annie. "Look, this is Stonehill City, and this is the northern wasteland. Due to its harsh climate and natural defenses, even the Orcish armies that invaded back then never set foot there." Annie leaned closer to the map and looked carefully. The northern wasteland did indeed border the Misty Forest, with a ring of towering mountains beside it, like a pure white gem set at the border between the Hairy Empire and the Misty Forest. And was almost certain that Amida was here. This was her destination. Sullivan continued, "Since your friend has become a guard there, he'd be serving at least 10 years before he's released. I advise you not to go." A hint of melancholy appeared on Anne's face, then she asked, "How can I become a guard there?" Sullivan paused, then smiled wryly. "Everyone avoids it, unwilling to be a guard. You're not thinking of volunteering, are you?" And nodded, "Yes, if I have the chance to be a guard there, I should be able to see my friend." Sullivan was moved. "Your bond with him is so deep, it's truly admirable. Generally, those who become guards there are at least at the Chi Yuan realm, because the demons are powerful, and if you're too weak, you're easily killed. Most people in the Empire who have reached the Chi Yuan realm are unwilling to go to that awful place as guards, so only those who have made mistakes and are being punished will go. The length of service depends on the severity of the mistake, and once the term is over, they regain their freedom." And exclaimed in surprise, "Wouldn't that mean? So, it's not just a prison for the detainees, but also a prison for the guards?" "You could say that," Sullivan said. I had a classmate who was exiled to the northern wastelands for making a mistake. He was supposed to serve for 10 years, but he died there before the 3rd year was up. The environment there is absolutely terrible, and they could be attacked by demons at any time. Danger is everywhere. Have you thought it through? Annie took a deep breath. Yes, I have. If it's really that dangerous, I can't let my friend suffer alone. I must go see him. Sullivan was deeply moved and immediately slapped his thigh. Good. You're truly loyal and righteous. Well then, I happen to have to go to Stone Canyon City. You come with me. I have someone help you get a guard's position, but it will be at least 10 years of service, during which time you won't be able to contact the outside world. And exclaimed with delight, That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Lord City Lord. Sullivan waved his hand with a wry smile. No need to thank me. A strong man like you is rare even in the Imperial Army. Sending you to the northern wastelands is a waste of talent. But it's all right. If you come out of the wastelands in 10 years, you can come find me, and I give you a job in the Royal Guard. Just then, a soldier ran up and saluted Sullivan, saying, reporting, Sir, things have been handled properly in the city. We annihilated nearly 300 people, and captured 80, including the bandit leaders Max and Raphael. And asked, Lord City Lord, what are your plans for dealing with these bandits? Sullivan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, This victory was entirely due to your help. How would you like to deal with him? And waved her hand. Never mind, I have no experience. Let's follow the city's rules. But please hand Raphael over to me, I have some questions for him. Sullivan waved his hand and said, All right. Men! Bring Raphael here so miss, and can deal with him. Raphael, who was standing nearby, was immediately lifted up by soldiers and brought before Anne, and smiled and said, Thank you very much, Lord City Lord. Please allow me to speak with him alone. Sullivan dismissed everyone around, and cleared out a room in the City Lord's mansion for Anne to use as she pleased, and led Raphael into the room, closed all the doors and windows, and then turned to Raphael. Raphael was now ashen-faced. He sighed deeply and said, Why didn't you kill me? And raised an eyebrow. Isn't it a joyful thing to see an old friend in this foreign land? Why would I want to kill you? Raphael said, But I might reveal your identity. And shrugged. It doesn't matter. You know my strength. Escaping from here is a piece of cake. But you, if you reveal my identity, yours will be exposed too. Guess what they do to you? Raphael lowered his head and said, Sigh. I didn't expect that after so much time, the gap between us has widened so much. What kind of monster are you? How did you break through so quickly? And smiled. Since you already broken through to the Chi-Yuan realm, you should already know about the magic realm. Do you know that I escaped from the magic realm back then? You come? Raphael was speechless. He finally understood the difference in power between them. Fine, kill me or do whatever you want, I admit defeat. Annie shook her head. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already. Why go through all this trouble? I do have something I want to ask you. Raphael asked, Something to ask me? What is it? Annie said solemnly, You've been in the Hairy Empire for so long, have you noticed anything unusual? Raphael frowned. Unusual? What do you mean? For example, the papacy. A look of understanding appeared on Raphael's face. Oh, I know that. There's a very obvious phenomenon in the Hairy Empire now, that is, the papacy's control has weakened. For example, in this city of Menzoberranzan, there are no churches in the city, and no clergy preaching. Why is that? Anne asked. Raphael replied, I don't know the specifics, but the papacy's power here is indeed very weak, otherwise, there wouldn't be necromancers serving in the army. Also, I heard that the Hairy Empire's royal family is rather indifferent to the papacy, but a few years ago a high-ranking official from the papacy visited, which made the royal family somewhat more restrained. At least in Stonehill City, the papacy still has a certain degree of influence. And nodded. That high-ranking official must be the Pope and Grand Protector Peter. No matter how arrogant the Hairy Empire's royal family is, they can't contend with the Pope. What's the attitude of the common people towards the papacy? Raphael's expression turned strange. When it comes to the common people, the papacy is basically irrelevant. The Hairy Empire isn't like ours. The people here are fierce, and bandits roam freely. There's a small bandit every 5 miles, a big bandit every 10. These outlaws naturally don't believe in any doctrines. Ordinary townspeople struggle even to eat and wear, and with the unrestricted exploitation by the nobles, where would they find the time to be religious? And unconsciously began to feel pity for the people of the Hairy Empire, then asked in a chilling tone, You've been a bandit for so long, you must have done a lot of bad things, right? Raphael quickly waved his hands. No, 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 I'm not some vicious person. Coming here was purely accidental, and I didn't start as a bandit, I was just escorting goods. Even so, his eyes still darted away. And didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer, and instead asked, I give you two choices. One is to return you to the Lord of Menzoberranzan and let him decide your fate. I choose option 2, Raphael said without hesitation, and frowned. Why the rush? I haven't even said what the second option is yet. Raphael shook his head. You don't know the situation in the Hairy Empire. They're constantly fighting the Western Ghost Realm, which is extremely draining on their manpower. Of those who go to the western border, only 1 in 10 returns alive. It's basically a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Those who do return suffer severe mental trauma. Their minds are often not sound. Therefore, the Empire often sends captured bandits and outlaws to the border to fight the demons. People like us who attack towns basically can't escape. We're definitely going to be sent there. And smiled. But you're quite strong, maybe you can survive there. Living would be worse, Raphael exclaimed. Unless I achieve great merit, I spend my whole life on the battlefield. I'd rather die a quick death than be sent to the border. And shrugged. Since that's the case, you have no choice. I give you a mission. If you complete it to the best of your ability, I take you back to the Norma Empire and give you your freedom. Raphael's eyes lit up. He had enough of the Hairy Empire. The atmosphere there was too oppressive. Even being a bandit was utterly unpleasant. If he could return to the Norma Empire, with his current strength, he could definitely make a name for himself. Is that true? And didn't say much, simply raising her hand and drawing a contract circle. You may not believe me, but you cannot disbelieve the power of a contract. Come on! Raphael excitedly stretched out his hand and pressed his palm onto the magic circle. Chapter 434. The next day, and Sullivan set off for Stone Can. Sullivan didn't see Raphael, but he wasn't too bothered. After all, it had been agreed beforehand that Raphael was still under Anne's control, and even if she released him, it would be Anne's own decision. Sullivan was very polite to Anne throughout the journey, after all, and had genuinely saved his life. If Anne hadn't intervened, he might already be a corpse. And also liked Sullivan's character very much. He was quite upright, and most importantly, he knew how to repay kindness, which Anne greatly admired. The two chatted casually along the way. Sullivan would often talk about his time as the deputy captain of the guards in Stone Can, and Anne listened with great interest. Suddenly, Anne asked, Lord Sullivan, what brings you to Stone Can City? It wasn't specifically because of me, was it? Sullivan shook his head, a hint of anger flashing across his face. No, it's mainly because the Northern Frontier Legion failed to arrive in time to rescue us. Even now, there's still no news. I don't know what they're doing. I must report this to the military and make Red pay. And naturally knew who Red was. He was the one who led the investigation in the Norma Empire, causing a series of incidents. Rescuing towns is the Northern Frontier Legion's duty. This should be considered dereliction of duty. Sullivan retorted angrily, yes. It's definitely dereliction of duty. No matter the reason, there shouldn't be no news at all. And cautioned, but Red is, after all, the Northern Frontier General, and with his Imperial Marquis status, even if he makes a mistake, he won't be severely punished. But you, if you offend him, I'm afraid. Sullivan sighed, the aristocratic circles are utterly corrupt now. There are countless people like Red side. If I don't speak out, I'm afraid no one will care. My Hairy Empire has been established for 1,000 years. We can't let it fall into such a state of decay. Anne's eyes gleamed. Sullivan's thinking was different from others. As a nobleman herself, he could see the decline of the aristocracy so clearly, truly rare. Lord City Lord, you are so righteous. Anna admires you greatly. Someone as clear-headed as you shouldn't be overlooked. Sullivan waved his hand with a wry smile. Don't try to comfort me. As they talked, the city walls of Shurkin City came into view. Shurkin City was the first city built by the Hairy Empire. Over 1,000 years ago, the first emperor of the Hairy Empire led the human army to repel the demon invasion, laying the foundation for the western territory of human settlements. After defeating the orcs, he established the Hairy Empire, becoming a leading superpower on the continent. Stonehill City was the heart of the entire empire. From the outside, it appeared to be constructed from a type of black rock unique to the Hairy Empire. This rock was incredibly hard, possessing strong earthquake resistance and even capable of cushioning magical attacks, making Stonehill City known as the most impregnable city in the world. The dark Stonehill City exuded a solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere. Anyone who came before its towering walls couldn't help but feel a profound sense of awe. And was no exception. The closer she got to Stonehill City, the faster her heart raced, as if the walls bore the relentless cries of 1,000 years of war. Seeing Annie's expression, Sullivan smiled and said, "It's strange that someone as powerful as you has never been to Stonehill City." Annie laughed awkwardly. "I've been cultivating diligently in my hometown since childhood, rarely venturing out. I long yearned to visit Stonehill City, and this is my first time here. It's truly awe-inspiring." Sullivan smiled and explained, "Stonehill City has withstood countless battles. It has withstood attacks from the demons, the orcs, and even the elves. Yet, Stonehill City has always stood firm, and no one has ever successfully breached its gates. This is the pillar of our hairy empire. As long as Stonehill City stands, the hairy empire will never perish." Sullivan's tone was filled with pride, and he couldn't help but gesticulate excitedly. The two gradually approached the city gate. After checking Sullivan's identity, the gatekeepers immediately let them through. Although Sullivan had been demoted, his status remained, and the gatekeepers dared not make things difficult for him. Annie, however, noticed something amiss. Other people passing through the city gate seemed to be subjected to strict checks, while some were directly bribing the guards to speed up their entry. It seems the corruption within the hairy empire is extremely severe. Even lowly gatekeepers are constantly exploiting the people. However, the city itself is still bustling with activity. The streets are filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, a dazzling array of goods on display, and throngs of people. And Sullivan had to dismount and walk, slowing their pace. "Why are there so many merchants here?" and asked curiously. Sullivan smiled. "There are many wealthy people here. Merchants are profit-driven, they go where the rich are. In the entire empire, I'm afraid only Stonehaven has good business. Other towns, like my Menzoberranzan, aren't so great." Annie walked up to a vendor selling magic cores and asked, "How much are these?" The vendor, a middle-aged man with a mustache, saw that Annie was a young girl and assumed she was just asking casually. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "Go away, little girl. These are magic cores, not toys." Sullivan's expression changed, and he was about to speak when Annie stopped him. Annie smiled at the vendor and said, "Uncle, of course I know these are magic cores. Do I look like I can't afford them?" As she spoke, she pulled out a bag of gold coins from her pocket, at least 500 of them. The vendor's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh, I was blind. Miss, which one do you fancy? The magic cores here are all top quality, you can't buy them anywhere else." Annie picked up a water elemental magic core, examined it carefully, and asked, "Where do you get your magic cores?" The vendor smiled obsequiously. "Hey, you clearly know your stuff. My magic cores are all from adventurers in the north. After hunting magical beasts in the misty forest, they immediately preserve them, and only take out the cores when they bring them to town. That's how you get the freshest magic cores." Annie glanced at him. She curled her lip. What was so special about a magic core? Pure nonsense. But she didn't call her out on it. Instead, she asked, "Since it's from a magical beast in the misty forest, it's nothing special. How much for this one?" The merchant held up 2 fingers, 200 gold coins. Annie frowned. "This should be the magic core of a water elemental beast around the 5th rank of the Liyuan realm, right? Why are you charging so much?" The merchant raised an eyebrow. "Oh dear, you don't know. This water elemental beast is a deep pool dragon beast. Dragon beast magic cores are naturally more expensive, but the magic power within is extremely pure. You can feel it for yourself." Annie channeled a wisp of magic into the magic core, and indeed sensed a pure water elemental power, far more potent than other magic cores. It seemed the merchant hadn't lied. Annie put the magic core down and asked, "Do you have any higher level magic cores here?" The merchant nodded quickly, "Yes. Look at this." He produced a black magic core as if by magic. Annie's eyes narrowed. "A death element magic core?" The merchant chuckled, "Yes. This is a top quality item I acquired at a high price, but since you're a water elemental mage, you probably can't use it." "What level is this?" Annie asked directly. The vendor hesitated for a moment, then answered, "It's a Peak Yuan level core. It's said to be a death python that roamed the western ghost realm, which adventurers managed to kill and obtain." Annie's lips twitched. The people of the hairy empire were truly audacious, selling death-powered cores so openly on the street. If this happened in the Norma Empire, a group of Knights of Light would probably arrive in the next second, tie the shopkeeper to a cross, and burn him alive. "Are you interested in this?" Sullivan asked. Annie shook her head. "I'm just curious. Stonken City really sells everything. Are there many undead monsters here?" The vendor shook his head. "Precisely because they're rare, they're scarce. They usually come from the Western Ghost Realm. I spent a fortune to buy this magic core. I think you're a lucky one, so I won't raise the price. I sell it to you at cost price, 2,000 gold coins. Annie stroked her chin, took the magic core from the vendor, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Then she took out a bag of gold coins, and threw it on the stall along with the previous one. Here, count them yourself. Upon seeing this, Sullivan exclaimed, "Oh dear, what kind of junk costs 2,000 gold coins? Miss Anna, don't be fooled. While death-type magic cores are rare, they're not worth that much." And smiled and said, "It's all right. This uncle has chatted with me for quite a while. Consider it a reward for him. Let's go!" The merchant, counting his money, was overjoyed. The magic core was indeed at the peak of the Qi-Yuan realm, but it was worth at most 1,000 gold coins. He had raised the price by half, thinking the other party might try to lower it further, but he hadn't expected to encounter such a straightforward person who paid immediately. He had made a huge profit. Saying it was at cost price was a complete lie. The merchant had picked up the magic core himself. It was practically free. Selling it for 2,000 gold coins was already a very satisfactory price. Sullivan gave Anne a wry smile. "Miss N, aren't you a water elemental mage? What use is a magic core imbued with the power of death?" Anne smiled slightly. "Nothing much. I just think that magic core is strangely pretty." Sullivan's eye twitched. This reason was impossible to refute. However, Anne's heart was in turmoil. If it were just a magic core, she wouldn't really care, but the death power within it clearly showed signs of being manipulated. Perhaps only a necromancer could detect the subtle changes. But with so many people around, Anne dared not unleash her own death power recklessly. She would wait until they found a relatively safe place to examine it further. Sullivan led and through the streets and alleys, finally arriving at the palace. The palace guards, seeing that it was Sullivan, didn't stop him much and let him in directly. And hadn't expected to enter the Hairy Empire's palace so easily, thanks in large part to Sullivan's former position as deputy captain of the Imperial Guard. After entering the palace, the two headed straight for the military headquarters. Sullivan, familiar with the place, found a clerk, explained their purpose, and, with the clerk's help, they easily met with Minister of War Gert. Gert's appearance completely overturned Anne's perception of soldiers. He wasn't the tall, imposing officer she usually saw. Instead, he was short, stout, and quite old, with gray hair, looking rather frail. However, Sullivan warned her not to underestimate Gert. Upon seeing Sullivan, Gert greeted him warmly. "Oh, isn't this Sullivan? How are you doing in Minzobaranzan?" Sullivan bowed. "I'm fine, Lord Gert. It's been a long time. You seem to be in much better health." Gert waved his hand with a smile. "I'm old and useless. Once this year is over, I retire and go back to my hometown to farm. By the way, what brings you here?" Getting to the point, Sullivan said seriously, "Lord Gert, a few days ago, Minzobaranzan was attacked by the Gargoyle Mountain bandits. We immediately sent a request for help to General Redside of the military region, but they not only didn't reply, but also didn't provide timely assistance. If it weren't for Miss Anna's chance to pass by and help, I wouldn't be seeing you today." Gert's expression faltered, and he looked at Anne. "Oh, this young lady is quite skilled. I remember the leader of the Gargoyle Mountain bandits is a Qi-Yuan level 5 expert. He's not someone to be trifled with." And smiled and replied, "You flatter me, it was just good luck." Gert stroked his beard and continued to Sullivan. "So, you want to file a complaint against General Redside?" "Exactly," Sullivan said decisively. Gert sighed, stood up, and patted Sullivan on the shoulder. "Young man, I originally had a past with your father, and should have supported you more, but unfortunately, your straightforward nature isn't suited for the political arena." Sullivan sincerely said, "I know you helped me a lot over the years. If it weren't for your mediation, I might not be the Lord of Minzobaranzan, and I don't know where I'd be demoted to. I'm always grateful." Gert nodded appreciatively. "To be honest, you offended Dason last time. Since returning from the magical realm, that guy has been highly regarded by the royal family, and has been confirmed as the next Chancellor of the Exchequer. Therefore, generals from all the military regions are extending olive branches to him, including Red. Since you were demoted because you offended him, Red naturally won't help you. It's even possible that this was orchestrated by Dason." Sullivan clenched his fists upon hearing this. "Damn it! He used to be in the Royal Guard, the same rank as me. Why does he think he can ride roughshod over me just because he came out of the magic realm? Besides, I didn't really offend him." Gert shook his head with a wry smile. "You say he was lucky to get a spot in the magic realm. Isn't that considered offending him? Someone as arrogant as Dason, If you don't praise his abilities, you say he was lucky. How can he not be angry? Chapter 435. Punished for words. And was greatly shocked. It seemed that power in the upper echelons of the Harry Empire was extremely centralized. Even a mere Dason could use his power to subject his subordinates to such unfair treatment. Such a thing would never happen in the Norma Empire. Let alone a mere candidate for Minister of Finance. Even if someone were the actual Minister of Finance, any manipulation of imperial finances would be quickly discovered by the censors, and the evidence would be presented directly to the emperor. If any noble-formed cliques harmed imperial interests, or openly attacked dissidents, it would be tantamount to treason. Even the once powerful Marcella wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. But the Harry Empire was different, perhaps due to the different military and political systems of the two countries. The Norma Empire was a feudal system, with the three marquises each managing their own fiefdoms, but simultaneously required to be loyal to the royal family. The royal family possessed absolute authority, and no one in the Norma Empire would consider overthrowing the royal family. After all, the Norma Emperor was the strongest human in his time. What he left behind was not just bloodline, but a pride that had endured for millennia. This created a tripartite balance of power within the Norma Empire, with the three marquises vying for power and checking each other. For a century, the marquises fought amongst themselves, but the royal family was rarely involved. The Harry Empire, on the other hand, operated on a military district system. The entire empire was divided into 6 military districts. Each district's general, as the highest-ranking official, oversaw all affairs. Each district was self-sufficient, and the royal family rarely intervened unless faced with an insurmountable problem. Of all the military districts, 2 were the most powerful: the Central Military District and the Demon-Suppressing Military District. The Central Military District, as its name suggests, was located in Shurkin City. While its area was relatively small, the presence of Shurkin City made it rich in resources and teeming with skilled warriors. Although it hadn't engaged in large-scale battles in recent years, no one doubted the Central Military District's strength. Another demon-slaying military district is located in the western part of the empire, bordering the Western Ghost Realm. They fight demons year-round, honing a formidable army through constant combat. Not only are they incredibly strong, but they are also fearless and relentless in battle, displaying a fierce and aggressive fighting spirit that makes them formidable even against demons. In contrast, Red's Northern Frontier Military District is far inferior, ranking at the bottom of all military districts. Even so, Red still holds a superior position within his district. Therefore, Sullivan's actions are quite unusual. The city of Menzoberranzan, under his jurisdiction, belongs to the Northern Frontier Military District, and Red is his superior. He himself went to the capital to complain about his superior. If this were to become public knowledge, it would likely cause further trouble. Sullivan himself was aware of this situation, so instead of seeking help from others, he went to the Minister of Military Affairs, Gert, who had always been very supportive of him. Gert sighed and shook his head. "Sullivan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but my abilities are limited now. I'm getting old, and many young people are eyeing my position. His Majesty will probably make me retire after the new year. No one listens to me anymore. I really can't help you. I advise you not to fight them. That's how the officialdom is. Whoever gains power can keep winning. You need to know to look up at the sky and not rush headlong into the sun." Hearing this, Sullivan slumped back into his seat. Annie patted his shoulder, comforting him. "You're a city lord now. There's nothing to worry about. Manage your town well, and I believe you have a chance to return to the capital." Sullivan gave Gert a grateful look, then respectfully said, "Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Gert. I know what to do." Gert smiled and nodded. "Good that you know. I pretend I never saw you this time. You should hurry back to the city. There are many things waiting for you." Sullivan quickly said, "By the way, Uncle Gert, there's something else I'd like to report to you." Gert raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what is it?" Sullivan pointed at Anne and said, "This Miss Anna wants to become a guard in the Northern Wasteland. I wonder if you could arrange it." Gert frowned. "What? Do you even know what the Northern Wasteland is?" And nodded. "I know. Lord Sullivan has already explained it to me, but a friend of mine went there to be a guard, and I want to go and keep him company." Gert's expression turned serious. "Nonsense. The Northern Wasteland holds important criminals. This is a matter of great importance and cannot be taken lightly." "A joke?" And shook her head repeatedly. "I'm not joking. I really want to go there, even if it's just for a period of service." Sullivan chimed in, "Uncle Gert, Anna saved me before. She has the strength of the transformation realm. She's more than capable of being a guard." Please help her. Gert stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, the guards in the northern wasteland change frequently these years. This time, I have you fill in. But you should think it through. You serve at least 10 years. If you change your mind halfway through, no one will help you. Anne's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Gert. I do my best. Gert shook his head with a wry smile. Everyone else is afraid of being sent there, but you're eager to go. Don't blame me for not warning you. The environment there is extremely harsh, and you're just a young girl. Before Gert could finish speaking, Annie patted her chest and said, Don't worry, I'm not some rich heiress. I can handle this. Gert raised an eyebrow. Oh, where do you live? Annie had already prepared her answer. My family lives in the Linheim military region. We've been fishermen for generations, so I never left that fishing village and am not very familiar with the outside world. Gert frowned. Then how did you get a friend who went to the northern wilderness? How did you meet him? Annie said, My little fishing village is isolated from the world. There's nothing to do for fun. Plus, my father is very focused on my cultivation and doesn't let me go out. So, when I'm bored, I write letters everywhere, and this friend of mine always replies. That's how we became more and more familiar. Gert's expression softened. So you don't even know what he looks like, or if he's using his real name, yet you're going to find him like this? Annie nodded. You meet all sorts of people in life, good and bad, but true friends are few and far between. I don't want to regret it later, so I go there and find him, fulfilling my wish. Gert exclaimed, It's rare to find someone as loyal and righteous as you in my hairy empire. All right, I grant your wish and send you to the northern wasteland. While I still have some power, I give you 5 years. Annie didn't care. Whether it was 10 years or 5, she wouldn't obediently serve there. Once she found Amida, she would immediately find a way to escape. However, she also knew that the northern wasteland was heavily guarded, and escaping with Amida wouldn't be an easy task. With the negotiations nearly complete, Gert let Sullivan return home, while he personally arranged for Annie to join the next contingent heading to the northern wasteland. After filling out the necessary forms and completing all the formalities, Annie was assigned to depart in 3 days for the northern wasteland. Accompanying her was another man, a deputy general from the central military region, a 9th-rank Qiyuan expert. He had failed to protect local nobles during a battle against bandits, and was therefore punished by being exiled to the northern wasteland. This man, named Matthias, was also a burly man with a distinctly hairy appearance. While going through the procedures, he complained incessantly that Guy insisted on taking that road. I told him not to move, but he wouldn't listen, and in the end, he got killed by the bandits. What could I do? This kind of thing gets me 10 years of service? Is there no law anymore? The registration clerk, eyes lowered, remained unmoved, seemingly accustomed to this situation. Seeing that the clerk ignored him, he turned to Annie. Noticing her small stature and girlish appearance, he became curious. Huh? You've been exiled to the northern wilderness too? What kind of mischief could you possibly have gotten yourself into? Annie was exasperated and retorted, And what mischief have you gotten yourself into? Matthew glared at him and said, I haven't done anything wrong. Then why are you asking me? Matthew was instantly speechless, awkwardly laughing. Yeah, sorry. But they don't even spare a little girl like you. These guys are really awful. Annie remained noncommittal. After completing all the formalities, Matthew extended his hand to Annie and said, My name is Matthew, from the Central Military Region. From now on, we're colleagues. Annie raised an eyebrow, but didn't take the other's hand. My name is Anna, from the Linjun Military Region. Seeing that the other wasn't particularly interested, Matthias scoffed, Anna, don't blame me for not warning you. Newcomers to the northern wasteland are always bullied. Seeing how young you are, I doubt you're very strong. Without my protection, you probably have a tough time. Annie smiled. Oh? You're so kind as to protect me? Matthews flexed his muscular physique. My greatest strength is my helpfulness. In the Central Military Region. Who doesn't know my name, Matthew? I'm going to the northern wastelands for 10 years. I bet everyone come to see me off. Looks like you're quite popular. So why didn't anyone plead for you when you were sent to the northern wastelands? Matthew was speechless. Well, they must have pleaded for me. I just didn't know. Those bastards up there are so stubborn. Pleading probably wouldn't have done any good. 3 days later, arranged by a minor official in the Military Affairs Department, Annie and Matthew arrived at the north gate of Stonken City and boarded the same carriage to head to the northern wastelands. Whoosh! The cold north wind blew across the barren land, stirring up a cloud of dust. Matthew looked at the empty city gate, falling silent, his face full of disappointment. And, forcing a smile, patted his shoulder. "Brother, don't be sad. People probably don't remember you left today, that's why they didn't come to see you off." Matthew glanced at, and, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. You're right." The official, seeing them off, scoffed. "You didn't actually think anyone would see you off, did you? Matthias, let me tell you, you're not as popular here as you think. If you were, you wouldn't be sent to the northern wasteland for such a small matter." Matthias's face changed, and he angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The official scoffed. "Now that you're about to leave, I won't hide it from you. You've been a good-for-nothing in the army, and you already offended many people without realizing it. This time, instead of pleading for you, everyone's kicking you while you're down, which is why you're being punished like this. I advise you to think it over carefully. You probably face plenty of trouble in the northern wasteland too." Matthias's face turned ashen. How could this be? I always been conscientious and diligent, and I never made a mistake. No mistake, I help others in need too, why are they treating me like this? The clerk sneered. What diligent and conscientious? It's all nonsense. Have you given your superiors any gifts? Have you provided any benefits for your subordinates? Look at the troops you lead, everyone wants to leave. Haven't you thought about why? Matthias retorted angrily, just because I didn't give gifts, I'm being forced to serve for 10 years? That's so unfair. The clerk shrugged. That's not necessarily true. If you can emerge unscathed from the northern wilderness, you might even gain the favor of the royal family. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, who knows? Matthias fell silent. He knew that those who came from the northern wilderness were generally entrusted with important responsibilities. After all, persevering under such harsh conditions was enough to prove their ability and loyalty. The clerk finished tidying up the belongings, cracked his whip, and gave the horse a sharp neigh. The horse spurred its horse forward, pulling the carriage northward. Through the window, Matty watched the receding city of Shurkin, a strange sense of desolation washing over him. This was the officialdom of the central military region. Upright and honest men were never given important positions, while sycophants rose to high ranks. Countless people like him had been demoted, today's would be tomorrow's. What future did the hairy empire have? And, seeing Matthew's forlorn expression, sighed inwardly. His experience was so similar to Sullivan's. It seemed the hairy empire wasn't lacking in resilient individuals, but these people were rarely appreciated. They were either demoted to remote regions as minor nobles, or sent to the northern wastelands, or the western border to endure harsh environments and the torment of high-pressure combat. This is the hairy empire, once a superpower, now so corrupt. How many more years can it withstand the demon invasion? Annie sighed, withdrew her gaze, and quietly entered a meditative state in the carriage. The journey from Stonkin City to the northern wasteland would take about a week by carriage. They didn't need to do anything on the journey, so Annie wouldn't waste this precious time. Instead, she would focus on cultivating and improving her strength, providing greater protection during the rescue of Amina. Swish, swish. White snowflakes began to fall from the sky. A fierce north wind swept across the land, making the falling snow ahead resemble a trembling white veil, obscuring the road ahead. In the distance, a majestic snow-capped mountain appeared, stretching for miles, like a high wall. Chapter 436. Hey! We arrived. The driver called out rudely, and snapped out of her reverie, lifting the curtain to look outside. They had arrived at the foot of a mountain, before them a towering, steep peak that exuded an oppressive aura. This is the northern wasteland? Anne asked in surprise. Marshall shook his head. This isn't the northern wasteland. We have to cross this mountain. It's a ring-shaped mountain with a vast interior, large enough to hold about 3 towns. The driver was exchanging documents with the guards at the foot of the mountain when he called out, "Bring out your documents for registration." Marshall jumped out of the carriage first, handing over his documents. The officer carefully examined Marshall's documents, asked a few questions, stamped them, and returned them to him. Next, it was Anne's turn, and handed over her documents as well. The officer frowned upon seeing them and exclaimed, Anna? I never heard of that name before. Continuing to read, he saw that it was personally approved by Gert, and his expression grew even more surprised. He looked at Anne and asked, "Where are you from?" Anne replied, "I'm from the Linhai military region." It should be written on the document. "Which town in the Linhai military region?" he asked in the Linhai military region dialect. Fortunately, Anne had done her preparation very well. She immediately named a town in the same dialect, and this town happened to have a fishing village under its jurisdiction. The officer nodded slightly. "All right, you can go in now." and breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the carriage. She hadn't wasted her 3 days in Stonehill. Instead, she had specifically sought out a gathering place for merchants from the Lehigh military region, learned a little of their dialect, and familiarized herself with the region's geography, all in preparation for this situation. After all, here, Sullivan wouldn't vouch for her, and the officers wouldn't be as easy to talk to as Gert. Once back in the carriage, the clerk who had brought them returned, and a soldier took over driving the carriage through the checkpoint and up the mountain. Due to the steep mountain path, the horses moved very slowly. And wasn't in a hurry. She was already here, so there was no rush. Instead, she chatted with the soldier. "Brother, this is my first time in the northern wasteland. Could you tell us about the situation there?" The soldier seemed somewhat uninterested. "There's nothing special there. It's just a frozen wasteland. Just follow orders and stay there until the time is up. I hope you don't die there." Annie asked, "The northern wasteland is behind this mountain, right? Can we move around freely in there?" The soldier paused, then turned around with a half smile. "You can move around freely, but I advise you not to. It's not like the outside world. It's full of unknown dangers, and it holds thousands of very powerful demons. If you don't want to die, don't wander around. Stay in the guarded area." "Guarded area?" Annie asked. "What's that?" The soldier replied, "The guarded area, as the name suggests, is where the guards stay. The entire Ring Mountain is divided into 12 guarded areas, each with a squadron of about 40 men, responsible for patrolling and controlling the entire area. I don't know where you be assigned, but it's best not to be in the first guarded area." Matthias became interested. Why can't we go to the first guard area?" A hint of fear flashed in the soldier's eyes. "That's hell. There are 2 extremely powerful demon lords, who always launch surprise attacks on the guard area, killing the guards. 10 people have died in recent years." Annie was shocked. "They kill guards so recklessly. Doesn't the Empire do anything about it?" The soldier scoffed. "Do what? How? They're all locked up here. But the captain of the first guard area is extremely strong, enough to fight them. He seemed to have taught them a lesson a while ago, and they're a little more obedient now. This is truly dangerous." Annie was secretly alarmed, and asked, "I heard that nobles from enemy countries are also imprisoned here." "Oh, you mean the ones from the Norma Empire?" the soldier asked nervously. "That guy's probably already dead," the soldier said dismissively. Annie clenched her fists instantly. "Why? Wasn't he an important hostage of the Empire? Wasn't anyone protecting him?" the soldier asked, somewhat surprised. "Why are you so concerned about him?" Annie quickly composed herself. "I'm just curious. Logically speaking, such an important hostage shouldn't be allowed to die so easily, right?" the soldier shrugged. "That's hard to say. Anyway, once someone comes to the wasteland, there's no such thing as protection. Whether he survives or not depends entirely on his own abilities. But with his transcendent realm strength, a demon could crush him with a single finger." Annie's heart sank. If Amida was really dead, then everything she did was in vain. However, she had to leave no matter what. She had to find him alive or dead, and was determined to find Amida. Even if it was just a corpse, she would bring him back to his homeland. She couldn't let him die in such a place without knowing why. The journey up the mountain took a whole day. As evening approached, a soldier called out, "All right, the carriage can only go this far. You have to make your own way up." And then Matthias braved the fierce wind as they emerged from the carriage. The soldier pointed upwards and said, "See the checkpoint? Go there." And looked up and saw a lone checkpoint standing atop the mountain in the hazy blizzard, connected only by a thick iron chain. Looking back, the soldier had already driven the carriage down the mountain, their luggage piled on the ground. In reality, and didn't have much luggage, just some clothes. Most of the luggage belonged to Matthias, just to make it look like he was carrying much. Matthews rubbed his slightly frozen hands, then shouldered a large bundle, and began to climb. And stored her bundle in her breastplate, where the advantage of her spatial artifact became apparent. The two finally reached the summit, where a guard post was already waiting to meet them. After checking their documents, the officer assigned them guard posts. And Matthew could only stand aside and wait silently. After a while, the officer said, "You're really out of luck. Only the first guard post is short-staffed right now, so you go there. Here, this is your guard token, don't lose it." Annie took the iron token, which was engraved with Anna and a number 756-9265. "Where do we go now?" The officer pointed ahead. "Report to the waiting area ahead. The platoon leader of the first guard post will come to pick you up." And Matthew had no choice but to leave the warm outpost again and walk forward. After walking about 200 meters, the sight before them shocked them both. A ring of high mountains stretched for miles, like an insurmountable wall. Facing them was a sheer cliff, its face as straight as if cut by a knife, smooth and covered with a thick, hard layer of ice. And had no doubt that no one, unless they could fly, could climb such a high cliff with their bare hands. Below the cliff lay a flat expanse of land, stretching as far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of white. "This is the northern wasteland," Anne exclaimed, her mouth agape, marveling at the wonders of nature. Matthew was also utterly shocked. "This is my first time here too. I heard it's a terrible place, but I never imagined it would be this amazing." Just then, a burly man emerged from a crevice in the rocks and waved to them, saying, "Hey, you two newbies, come over here." Annie and Matthew exchanged a glance and walked over together. Inside the crevice was a small space with a fire burning inside. Below it was a stone pillar with an iron chain attached, extending down to the bottom of the cliff. The burly man held out his hand and said, "Show me the documents. I need to verify them." Annie smiled wryly. "We already been verified 3 or 4 times along the way. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? This isn't a safe place." The burly man took the documents and said impatiently, "What do you know? Verifying documents is necessary to prevent someone from impersonating another person and getting punished." "Someone actually did that," Matthew said. "They were discovered and I heard they were sent straight to the western border. It was awful." The big man finished examining the documents, wrote something on them, and then returned them to the 2 men. Annie asked, "Are we just going to wait here?" The burly man nodded. "Yes, I already notified the captain of the 1st Guard District. Just wait a moment, he'll be here quickly from the 1st Guard District." Annie asked, "How did you contact him? Is there some kind of communication method here?" The burly man pointed to a pile of stones nearby. "There's another checkpoint down here. If I have a message to pass on, I throw a stone down. The message is engraved on the stone, and it's imbued with wind elemental magic to slow its descent. It won't break as it slides down the iron chain. The people at the checkpoint will act according to the message. For example, this time they pass the message to the 1st Guard District, and the captain of the 1st Guard District will come to pick them up personally. This method of transmitting messages is very primitive, extremely time-consuming, and inefficient, but in this environment, it's probably the only option." Matthew then asked, "What if the imprisoned demons attack the outpost?" The burly man shrugged. "What can we do? Run. Find the nearest guard post and hide. Those outposts are very rudimentary anyway, they won't hurt the demons. Then the demons can just run up the chains." The burly man waved his hand. "It's not that simple. If the outpost is attacked, they shake the chains at a certain frequency to send us a message. We immediately pull the chains back up. Even if the demons capture the outpost, it's useless, they simply can't climb up." Annie nodded. "I see. Different rhythms of shaking the chains transmit different messages." The group chatted, and before they knew it, it was dark. The burly man lay down in his blankets and said, "They probably won't arrive until tomorrow morning. The conditions here are basic, so make yourselves at home, just don't go out." Annie looked at the fierce wind whipping around outside the crack in the rocks and smiled wryly. "Even if you told me to go out, I wouldn't." Matthew took some clothes from his luggage and laid them on the ground to keep warm. Annie wasn't afraid. She possessed fire elemental power, which slowly warmed her body. However, she still symbolically wrapped herself in a thick garment and huddled in a corner. Annie carefully sensed the energy. The elemental magic here was extremely violent. Taming this magic would require a great deal of effort. The improvement in cultivation through normal meditation was barely noticeable. Even the guards, including the imprisoned demons, would likely find it difficult to increase their strength in this environment. After a while, the burly man began to snore loudly, the sound echoing throughout the cave. He had lived here for years, and was used to the frigid climate and the deafening roar of the storms, but Anne and Matthew were different. Neither of them could even enter a meditative state, especially Matthew, who tossed and turned, finally sitting up abruptly. "Hey Anna, are you asleep?" Anne sighed. "It's a blizzard outside, and there's thunder rumbling inside. How can I sleep?" Matthew threw off his clothes and reached for the fire. The conditions here are just awful. I can't even stand it for a day, let alone 10. And asked, "How much do you know about this place?" Matthias shook his head. "Who bothers about things here? I didn't know much about it before, and very few people around me talk about it." And tightened her clothes. "So, you're staying here for 10 years. What are your plans?" Matthias thought for a moment and said, "I'm already at the peak of the Qi-Yuan realm. I thought this strength would be enough here, but it seems not. Luckily, I still have a secret realm origin. Once I settle down here, I find time to break through. I think you should break through sooner. And said, it was safer on the way here. The magic here is chaotic, making your breakthrough riskier. Matthias smiled wryly. I didn't know the environment here would be so harsh. I was thinking of consolidating my cultivation before breaking through. This is something I didn't expect, Annie sighed. We're both unfamiliar with this place. I hope the captain of the 1st Guard District is a good person and will take care of us. Give me a break. The burly man who had been snoring woke up and said in a muffled voice, that guy is brutal and bloodthirsty, notoriously ruthless to his subordinates. Don't expect him to take care of you. You better think about how to survive. Not everyone who dies in the 1st Guard District was killed by demons. Annie and Matthias's faces darkened upon hearing this. How bad was their luck? The blizzard outside continued, and the two inside the crevice felt as cold as the gloomy weather. Chapter 437. Dawn broke, the blizzard subsided, and the morning sun shone brightly on the mountaintops. Clang! 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 The 3 sleeping men were suddenly awakened by a loud clanging of metal against metal. The burly man quickly got up, lowered the iron chain, and said to the 2 still groggy men, Get ready, we're leaving soon. Matthew scratched his head. Get ready for what? I didn't sleep well last night. I need to catch up on some sleep. Don't blame me for not warning you. Your captain isn't easy to deal with. You better make a good impression first, the burly man said as he operated the iron chain. Annie didn't seem to feel anything. She had successfully entered a meditative state in the latter half of the night, and was now quite energetic. After quickly tidying herself up, she asked, Did they climb up using these iron chains? The burly man nodded. You have to climb down from here later, but don't worry. There's a special magic array engraved on these chains to reduce pressure. Even if you get tired, you can rest briefly up there. It depends on whether your captain is willing to let you rest. Matthias cursed as he stood up. Damn it, who is that damn captain anyway? I'm an imperial nobleman, after all. Once my 10-year term is up, I'm going back to the capital. If he dares to bully me, I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Oh! I heard someone wants to deal with me. Just then, a cold voice came from below the iron chains. Matthias and Annie both trembled. The voice was icy and chilling, carrying boundless killing intent and powerful pressure. And could sense that this pressure was honed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was something ordinary people couldn't imitate. Then, a thin figure leaped up and landed steadily in front of the 3. The burly man's wrinkles deepened, forcing an ugly smile. Captain Addison, congratulations on adding another new recruit. Addison said expressionlessly, Just new cannon fodder, huh? Annie quietly sized up the man. He didn't possess the typical tall stature of the Harrys. Instead, he was rather thin, appearing to be about the same height as Annie. However, his overall aura was like a drawn sword, making it difficult to look directly at him. A vertical scar ran across his left eye, as if it had split the eye open, making him look rather frightening. You're the first to call me cannon fodder, Mattia grumbled, clearly annoyed. Addison, also sizing them up, noticed Mattia's displeasure and coldly said, Whether you're cannon fodder or not, we find out down there. What are your names? The burly man introduced them. This is Matthew, from the Central Military Region. This is Anna, from the Lehigh Military Region. All right, follow me. Addison beckoned and jumped off the iron chain first. Mattia and Anna followed closely behind. The iron chain was equipped with a magic circle, allowing the 3 of them to fall effortlessly. This magic circle was unique. It seemed to operate on its own, amplifying the user's power in some way. Even so, after about half an hour, Mattia was already panting heavily, but Addison showed no sign of stopping. Hey, I can't run anymore, can I take a break? Matthias shouted. Addison didn't slow down at all, and said coldly, If I don't see you within 2 minutes of landing, you're dead. Holy crap! Matthias was momentarily stunned, already a bit behind Edith. Helpless, he could only muster his strength and grit his teeth to catch up. And was slightly better off than Matthias, after all. Her cultivation level was higher and her magic power more abundant, but she was still extremely shocked. The speed was already incredibly fast, even she was struggling, yet Edith could maintain such high speed while keeping his breathing stable. What kind of magical control was that? She had heard from the big man that Edith was at the Fengyuan realm, and Annie wasn't far from the peak of the Huayuan realm, but compared to him, there was still a gap. Oh my god, I really can't go on. Matthias's face was pale, he was panting heavily, and his hands gripping the iron chains began to tremble. Due to the slowed speed, he was once again outpaced by Edith. And followed behind Matthias, Seeing that he was indeed struggling, she placed a hand on him and released a wisp of magic power. Matthews felt a surge of power flow into his body, restarting his nearly depleted magic power. He glanced gratefully at Annie. "Thank you." Annie shook her head. "Let's go!" The two remained suspended a short distance behind Addison. After a while, they finally saw the ground below. When Addison was about 20 meters away, he released the iron chain and leaped down, landing with a thud. What a monster! Mathias cursed, simultaneously channeling his remaining magic to increase his speed. He and Annie landed beside Addison at the perfect 2-minute mark. Addison calculated the time, a rare smile appearing on his lips. "Very good, you made it just in time. No punishment needed." Matthew collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He hadn't expected to suffer so much on his very first day in the northern wasteland. Annie leaned against the cliff face, her forehead beaded with sweat. Even with her vast magical power, she was nearly exhausted, demonstrating just how high the cliff was. Below the cliff was a stone hut, presumably the outpost the burly man had mentioned. Two men emerged, greeted Addison, and without even glancing at Annie and Matthew, returned to the hut. After resting for a while, Addison asked, "Are you rested enough? We need to leave." Mathias's complexion had improved slightly, but his magical energy was still quite depleted. "Can I rest a little longer? My magical energy hasn't recovered yet." Addison frowned. "Why are you so slow? At this rate of recovery, you would have been dead on the battlefield long ago. We don't have any more time for you, let's go." Mathias groaned as he looked at Anna. "Tell me, what can you possibly recover in such a short time?" And secretly activated her spirit division technique, which slightly accelerated her recovery, but it had only taken less than 10 minutes is indeed a bit short. "Captain, will the road ahead consume a lot of magic?" Addison said calmly. "You should have felt it too. In the northern wasteland, the elements of heaven and earth are very chaotic. It's very slow and difficult to recover magic. Under these circumstances, you need to learn how to use magic efficiently, and at the same time strengthen your physical training to minimize magic consumption." Annie's face fell. She had never trained her physical skills before. When close combat was required, it was usually Bourne who went in, and she would cover for him. Now, she was being asked to start training her body. This was like a bolt from the blue. Before the two could say anything more, Addison immediately started walking. Mathias quickly scrambled to his feet. "Damn, is this for real? Slow down, slow down." The sun was already high in the sky. In a vast snowfield, the three of them were moving quickly. They had no horses, no tools, relying solely on their own 2 feet, yet their speed was almost as fast as a horse's. Matthews was now on the verge of tears. His face was covered in bruises from falls, as the ground was a layer of compacted ice, extremely slippery and difficult to traverse. One wrong step, and he was down. And was alright. After all, water was one of her most frequently used elements, so walking quickly on the ice wasn't difficult, though it did require some magic power in maintaining balance. "Good heavens, how much longer do we have to run?" Mathias complained. "It's about 100 miles from here to my first guard post, which is relatively close," Addison said. 100 li is considered short? Ouch. With a thud, Matthew slipped and fell again, but he didn't stop. He rolled on the ground, got up, and continued running. Otherwise, with Edison's speed, he would have been left behind very quickly. Edison glanced at him and said, "The checkpoint is in the 4th guard area. To save time, we're crossing it directly from the middle, which is already considered fast." Annie's heart sank. "So, there's a high chance we encounter imprisoned demons here?" Edison said calmly. "That's right." "What? Scared? Damn it!" Matthew, seemingly drawing strength from nowhere, rushed forward a few steps and arrived beside Edison. "What are you doing? There are only a few of us. What if we encounter demons? Isn't this suicide?" Addison scoffed. "If you're scared, just stick close. I won't care if you fall behind, I just ask for more people." Annie saw figures moving in the distance, but they only watched Addison from afar, not approaching. Were those the imprisoned demons? Why is the Empire imprisoning so many demons? Can't they all be executed? Annie asked. Addison replied, "It's a decision from the Empire's higher-ups. We just need to carry it out." "You ask so many questions." Annie pouted. It seemed Addison was indeed difficult to deal with. After an unknown amount of time, Mathias began to feel dizzy and lightheaded. Running non-stop in this environment had not only depleted his magic power, but also strained his eyes. Everything before him was a blur of white, either snow or ice, and the sunlight made it even more blinding. Matthias had nearly collapsed several times. And he wasn't in much better shape. By the latter half of the race, she was dragging her legs along. Just as the two were about to give up, Addison finally said, "Oh, we're here." This "we're here" sounded like heavenly music to their ears. A sliver of magical power seemed to emerge from their previously parched bodies, and they used every ounce of strength in their legs to run the last bit of distance. They arrived at the headquarters of the 1st Guard District, a very peculiar building, like a giant lump of black iron, placed abruptly in the snow-white wasteland. But in this barren wasteland, it was undoubtedly a very good place to take shelter. Matthew and then collapsed onto the ground at the entrance to the camp. Ignoring them, Addison opened the heavy iron gate and dragged the two men, each like a dead dog, inside. Inside, only one person was busy at work. Seeing Addison return, he immediately shouted, "Wow, Captain, you brought back the new recruits." "Fireman, go boil some water, I'm going to take a shower." Addison took off his coat and tossed it aside, then sat down in a chair with an air of nonchalance. "All right." The man called fireman immediately set off, but stopped after one step, turning back to ask, "What about these two?" Addison waved his hand. "Boil some water for them too." "Understood." Fireman snapped his fingers and quickly went to the back and looked around the room. They seemed to be in a living room, quite spacious, almost like the main hall of Gore Castle. There were 4 doors at the back, leading to different rooms. She wondered what was inside. A moment later, fireman called from behind, "The water's boiled. Come on over." After resting for a while, Annie and Matteo had regained some energy. They shuffled their aching, numb limbs to their feet and followed Addison to the back of the living room. This appeared to be a huge dining room, with a row of tables and chairs neatly arranged, and further in was a bathroom. Addison glanced at Annie and said, "We don't separate the men's and women's bathrooms here, but don't worry, if anyone." Before Addison could finish, Annie walked directly to the huge bathtub, touched the hot water inside, and said, "I know. If anyone dares to peek, I break their legs and gouge out their eyes." Fireman chuckled awkwardly, "You're our first female member here, so this hasn't happened before. I find a way to set up a special shower area for you later. Oh, and the accommodation too." Annie smiled, "Thank you so much." She turned and went into the changing room. Editor said to Matthew, "You shower with me." Matthew, who was about to go to another changing room, stopped abruptly, looking at Editor with a shocked expression, his voice trembling. You, what do you want to do?" Seeing his expression, Editor kicked him in the butt. "What are you afraid of, you big man? From now on, everyone showers together here. Save resources and time." Matthew, groaning from the kick, left the bathroom. Editor and fireman also left, closing the bathroom door behind them, letting Annie shower first. Annie finished dressing and, seeing they were gone, went into the bathroom with a sigh of relief. As her stiff, tired body touched the warm water, a wave of comfort washed over her, causing Annie to involuntarily groan. So this was what bathing in winter felt like. Annie hadn't had a proper bath in days, constantly traveling, leaving her sticky and smelly. As a noblewoman who had always been meticulous about cleanliness, Annie had an incredibly high tolerance for such things. She never expected to find such a pleasant bath in this northern wasteland. Before she knew it, Annie's eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 438. And was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Matthew's voice called from outside, "Anna! Anna! Are you done yet? We've been waiting for ages." Annie snapped out of her daze, quickly climbed out of the bath, dried herself with fire elemental power, and took a clean set of clothes from her chest mirror to change into. All of this was done in less than a minute. She then opened the door. Sorry. I haven't bathed in so long, I accidentally fell asleep." Annie's face flushed. She hadn't expected to fall asleep in the bath. Fireman waved his hand, saying, "It's all right, people often experience this." Matthew rushed into the bathroom, hastily pulling off his clothes before jumping into the tub. When Addison's icy voice rang out, "Rinse yourself first, or go change the water yourself." Matthew's body twisted 180 degrees in midair, returning to the edge of the tub. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Where's the shower?" Annie pointed to something resembling a water pipe nearby. "That's it." Matthew grabbed the pipe, and hot water flowed out, washing over him. Matthew let out a long sigh of relief, a look of enjoyment appearing on his face. Addison said to Fireman, "Take Anna to the dorm and help her unpack." Fireman asked, "Which squad is she assigned to?" Addison hesitated for a moment, then said, "Into my squad." Fireman then led Anna to the dorm. It was more of a sleeping room than a dorm, 10 beds and 10 cabinets were crammed into the room. 5 beds had items on them, indicating they were occupied, while the other 5 were empty. Annie asked, "Why are there only 5 people? Where are the others?" Fireman's eyes showed some dejection. "They're all dead? Our squadron was originally full with 40 men, but now there are only 21. With you two, that makes 23. Captain Addison is also a squad leader, so there are only 5 left." Annie asked, "How did they die?" Fireman shrugged. "How else could they die? Of course, they were killed by demons during missions. But some of them have been dead for a long time. The higher-ups aren't sending any new recruits. The reason you two are here is probably because the other guard areas are full. After all, everyone knows the first guard area is the most dangerous. Why are the demons always fixated on this place?" Fireman sighed. "Because this place is also very important to the demons. This is the only side of the entire crater that faces south, and the mountain wall extends inward, forming a natural windbreak. Therefore, the living conditions here are better, and the demons hope to find a more stable environment here." Annie nodded. She had already noticed some clues on the way here, and hearing Fireman's words, she became even more certain of her guess. She then asked, "Where are the others? Why are you here alone now?" Just as she finished speaking, a commotion arose outside. "Hey! Fireman! We're back! Quickly get some food! Ugh, I'm dying of heat! Yesterday there was a blizzard, and today the sun is out. What kind of weather is this? Fireman, I want to take a shower." Fireman smiled wryly. "Look, they're back, aren't they? Come on, I introduce you." Fireman led Annie out of the dormitory and back to the living room, where 5 burly men were sprawled out on chairs. Upon seeing Annie, they all fell silent. Then one of the men jumped up, shouting, "Holy crap! There's a woman here?" Fireman chuckled. "Captain Otto, this is a new member Captain Addison just brought back named Anna. She's our first female member in the 1st Guard District." Otto quickly stepped forward. He was tall, with a full beard that obscured his face. "Anna, hello. I'm Otto, the squad leader of the 1st Guard District. You don't have a team yet, do you? Join our team." Before he could finish, Fireman interrupted, "Don't even think about it. She's already joined Captain Addison's team." Otto's face immediately fell in disappointment. "Ugh, I thought it was some kind of perk. He's got a new team. Think of yourselves first." "You can't say that," Fireman retorted. "Captain Addison only has 4 people, and he's always given the best support to the rest of you. What are you complaining about?" Otto grabbed Fireman and said, "Hey, is she here to replace you? You're a grown man, spending all your time cooking and tending the fire at the base. It's such a waste. Come on, let's go outside for a walk." Fireman's expression changed, and he quickly pulled away from Otto's hand. "No way. What can I do with my limited abilities? Besides, Anna might not even be a fire elemental mage." Everyone looked at Annie, who gave an awkward smile, conjuring a water sphere with her hand. "Excuse me, I'm a water elemental mage." Annie didn't want to be trapped in the base, otherwise she wouldn't have a chance to investigate Amada's whereabouts. Just then, Addison and Matthias, who had just finished showering, came out of the bathroom. They weren't bothered by the large number of people in the living room, casually found a place to sit down, and drank a cup of hot water. Matthews walked over to Annie and asked, "So, how many people are in the dorms?" Annie countered with a half smile, "Guess. There's a prize if you guess right." Matthews pursed his lips. "This place looks pretty big, but for lowly soldiers like us, we'd probably have to share 3 to a room?" Otto, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha. This recruit is really something, ha ha ha." Matthews was a little taken aback. "Huh? Not 3? Annie shook her head with a smile. "No, it's 10 to a room, but it's not full yet. There are 5 of us there." "There are 6 now," Addison said calmly. "Huh?" Otto was taken aback, then reacted and exclaimed, "No way. Boss, that's a bit unfair of you. You want both newbies?" Addison raised his eyes and stared coldly at him. "You have a problem with that?" The two were vastly different in stature, but Addison's aura easily overwhelmed Otto. Otto unconsciously took a half step back and said awkwardly, "Hey, all right, you're the boss, you decide. Anyway, I have enough men." At this moment, the base's door opened again, and another group of more than 10 people rushed in. They were chatting enthusiastically when they saw 2 strangers appear in the living room and immediately stopped. A blond man and a bald man walked out and asked Addison, "Captain, who are these 2?" Addison slowly put down his water glass, stood up, and said loudly, "Now that everyone is here, before dinner, I have an announcement to make." He pointed to Anne and Matthias and said, "These are Anne and Matthias, the new team members assigned to my squad. From now on, you be teammates, so get along well. Fireman, you need to tell them the rules of our first guard zone, including their duties." Fireman replied, "Okay." Addison continued, "You already met Otto, so I won't introduce him. This blonde man is squad leader Abramovich, and that bald man is squad leader Oakes. They are the most elite members of our squadron, so you should learn from them." Anne and Matthias nodded in agreement. Abramovich didn't react, but Oakes muttered, "Why is there a woman here? What use is a woman? What a nuisance." Addison ignored him and waved his hand, saying, "All right, let's eat." Everyone headed towards the restaurant. Abramovich stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome to the team. How long will your service be?" Maddie replied, "My minimum term is 10 years. Annie said, "My term is 5 years. "What?" Abramovich and Maddie were both stunned. "How can there be a 5-year term? Isn't the minimum 10 years? Annie shrugged, "I don't know about that." Oakes walked up from behind and said sarcastically, "TCH, it's because she's so frail. They must have pulled some strings to shorten her service time, afraid she'd die here. But this little girl has pretty powerful connections. She got 5 years off." "Hey! How dare you talk like that?" Matthias snapped, clearly annoyed. Oakes paused slightly, then glared at Matthias. "Oh, still not convinced? You newbie really don't know any manners. Here, even if you're not convinced, you better keep it to yourself. Understand?" "Why should I?" Matthias, equally hot-tempered, glared back. Oakes suddenly extended his right hand, moving with lightning speed, without emitting any magical fluctuations, so Matthias was completely unaware of the impending danger. With a thud, Matthias's head was slammed against the wall, and everyone turned to look. Matthew felt a tearing pain in his head, and let out a blood-curdling scream, "Aya! Because I'm stronger than you." Oakes snarled, "Now do you admit defeat?" Matthew braced himself against the wall, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile. He was pinned to the wall, unable to move. "You bastard, I won't submit." "Hey!" Addison spoke up, "That's enough." Oakes glanced at Addison, then reluctantly released his grip. "Kid, you better remember this. I don't care who you are outside, but here you better behave yourself. Next time, watch your mouth." Matthew hissed, rubbing his head. He was about to say something more when Annie stopped him. "Hey, don't be a hero." Matthew gritted his teeth, his anger finding no outlet. This farce didn't cause much of a stir. Everyone seemed to be used to such things. Firemen quickly brought out the food, and everyone found a seat and sat down to eat their hot dinner. Dinner here was nothing special, just some ordinary potatoes and leafy greens, no meat. Fireman sat down next to Annie and asked with a smile, "How's our food?" Annie smiled and said, "It's all right, just no meat." Fireman shrugged, "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Not many animals can survive in this wasteland. Even these potatoes and leafy greens are supplies that are periodically thrown down from above. Food shortages are our biggest problem here." Matthias asked, "Since you can throw potatoes down, why can't you throw down a cow or a pig?" Fireman laughed, "You don't know this, but actually, a powerful magical beast lives on this cliff. This beast is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. If we throw down cattle or pigs, it will definitely attract their attention. Then all we find will probably be a pile of bones, and it might even attract those magical beasts to attack the base, which would be even more of a loss." Marcius exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of magical beast is that? It can even intercept people in the air?" Fireman's eyes flashed with fear as he said, "That's a wasteland snow eagle, a unique water elemental magical beast found here. While its strength is average, the air is its domain. You absolutely mustn't provoke them." Sitting opposite him, Addison said calmly, "You can't provoke them anyway, unless you're courting death and try climbing that rock wall." Annie asked, "Is there really no life in this wasteland?" "What do you mean by wasteland snow eagles?" Fireman chuckled, "It's not that there's nothing at all, but they're extremely rare. Even if you encounter one, you might not be able to catch it. Since the creatures here can survive in such a harsh environment, they must have something extraordinary about them. They're either fast or incredibly strong. In any case, they're not easy to mess with. The wasteland snow eagles usually prey on a type of rodent, and occasionally they snatch a wasteland antelope." Listening to Fireman's explanation, Annie gained a general understanding of the wasteland. Not only was the environment harsh, but it also harbored dangerous creatures, making it unsuitable for human survival. The fact that these guardians had stayed here for so long was truly admirable, of course, They weren't there voluntarily. Fireman, you know quite a bit about this place. I thought you were just providing support from the rear. Matthew mumbled, his mouth full of potato. Fireman scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. My strength is rather weak, only at the 3rd level of Chi-Yuan, practically at the bottom here. But luckily, I'm a fire elemental mage, so the captain didn't assign me to patrol missions. Staying here for support is a way of putting my skills to use. If I were outside, I'd probably be dead by now. Abrader laughed. Don't let Fireman's appearance fool you. He's a veteran here. He's been here for 15 years. 15 years? Annie and Matthew were both surprised. Annie scrutinized Fireman, then asked, You look to be only around 30 years old. Did you come here in your teens? Fireman nodded. Yes, my father committed a crime and committed suicide out of guilt. They arrested me and exiled me here. Fortunately, Captain Addison took me in. Chapter 439. Addison gently placed the cutlery on the table, wiped his mouth, and said, All right, enough chatting. Otto, you be on watch with Annie and Matthew tonight. Get some sleep now, so you be alert tonight. Otto didn't hesitate, quickly taking his plate to wash it, and Annie and Matthew followed suit. Otto chuckled, You two are new here, so you definitely need to do more work to learn faster. Like tonight's watch. It's not like your usual routine outside, there's a lot to do. And asked, Oh? What could be going on so late at night? Otto explained, During the day, we patrol our respective zones and gather intelligence on the demon's movements. We rarely have time to repair the base, and Fireman can't do much by himself, so these tasks fall to us night watchmen. Anyway, I'm going to rest now. You two should get some sleep too. I wake you up when it's time. After tidying up, the three returned to their respective dormitories. Annie and Matthias shared a room. Annie's bed was at the far end, next to Matthias's. Matthews lay sprawled on the bed, fully clothed, and soon began snoring. After a long day of travel, he was exhausted. At this point, he could fall asleep anywhere, even a rock, let alone a bed. Annie sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly circulating the Spirit Division manual, entering a meditative state. She could now completely replace sleep with meditation, and the effects were even better. With the help of the Spirit Division manual, Annie could absorb more magic power than others in this barren environment, which was acceptable compared to others, though of course far inferior to what she could obtain outside. After an unknown amount of time, a shout rang out, Hey, Anna. Matthew. Wake up, it's time for our shift. Annie woke up first, relatively alert, while Matthew, still sleepy-eyed, yawned repeatedly. What time is it? Matthew asked, rubbing his eyes. Otto said, It's 10 o'clock at night. Everyone else needs to rest. Let's go! Otto led the two out of the dormitory, winding their way to the dining hall. Matthew asked suspiciously, What? Are you treating us to a late-night snack? Otto didn't answer, but walked to a nearby iron gate. The gate was incredibly thick. Even someone as strong as Otto struggled to open it. Once the gate was opened, the sight inside made Annie and Matthew gasp. It was filled with all sorts of magic stones, all held in small nets. Annie recognized these immediately. They were perfect for filling magic cannons. A staircase on the side of the room led directly to the roof. Otto turned to Matthew and said, Go and close the door. After Matthew struggled to close the iron door, the room was plunged into darkness. Otto lit an oil lamp and gently placed it on the table. Listen carefully. Don't touch anything here. These are war supplies, for life-saving purposes. Annie nodded and then asked, Are we going on night watch? Why are we here at the war supplies depot? Otto didn't answer and walked up the stairs. There was another iron door there, but it looked easier to open, and a gust of cold wind blew in. Otto climbed up the stairs and waved, Come up and you see. Annie and Matthew exchanged a glance, then climbed the stairs one after the other. Once upstairs, the view opened up dramatically. The entire rooftop was a single, open structure, like a city wall, topped with a stone roof that provided shelter from the wind and rain. Although the wind was still strong, it was better than nothing. However, what surprised Annie the most was that the entire rooftop was filled with magic cannons. A rough estimate suggested there were as many as 30. Although the calibers were relatively small, it was known that smaller caliber magic cannons were more accurate, playing a crucial role in small-scale battles. So many magic cannons, and you only have a few people, can you even use them all? Matthew exclaimed. Otto gave a wry smile. Theoretically, we could, but we're short-handed right now, so it's not ideal. Overall though, these things are more of a deterrent than a practical tool. We rarely use them in normal times. Annie approached a magic cannon and carefully examined its mechanism. The magic array was incredibly intricate, and the internal components were meticulously designed. It was clearly a custom-made masterpiece, far superior to the magic cannons the Austin Empire had sold to the Norma Empire. The two were incomparable. With these magic cannons, those demons wouldn't dare approach, Annie exclaimed. Otto shook his head seriously. Don't underestimate the demons. They are naturally brave and skilled in battle. These magic cannons may deter them for a short time, but they can never extinguish their fighting spirit. Since I arrived at the first guard zone, we have been attacked by demons 9 times. They don't confront the magic cannons head-on, but instead find a breakthrough through surprise attacks, night raids, or other means, thus causing us huge losses. Maggie swallowed hard. Huge losses. How huge? Otto sighed. In the most recent attack, we lost 7 men, including my predecessor, putting our first guard district in grave danger. Fortunately, the 2 adjacent guard districts provided timely support, preventing the base from being captured. Annie felt a chill run down her spine. With so many magical cannons, they were still battered like this by the demons. If this place fell into demon hands, it would be an extremely troublesome problem. Leaning against the railing, Annie saw only darkness ahead, with only the howling of the cold wind all around. There was no other sound. Captain Otto, how do you usually scout the area? I think the visibility here is less than 10 meters, and if there's heavy snow, it'd probably be even lower. Otto gave Annie an approving look. You're quite good. Looks like you have some skills. We're completely isolated here. If we're attacked, we need to make a sound immediately to let others know. So our mission isn't to detect enemy activity. Annie's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Otto incredulously. You mean? Under their shocked gazes, Otto casually walked over. At the door, he slammed the door shut. That's right, we're cannon fodder. If the demons attack, they either attack from the front or from here. We'd be the first to be attacked. Our mission is to blast them before we die. Matthias pinched his leg hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. You mean, we're cannon fodder? Otto shrugged. Not you, we are. We're all cannon fodder. The Empire put us here to be cannon fodder. My predecessor was on night duty when he was suddenly attacked by demons. After fighting back for almost 10 minutes, he was torn to pieces. And took a deep breath. She truly couldn't understand why the Hairy Empire had set up such a place. If these demons were all prisoners, there was no need to keep them here. They could either be killed outright or crippled so they could never use magic again, making them easier to manage. But the Hairy Empire allowed them to do as they pleased. They could attack the guards and even kill them. Keep in mind, the guards here were at least at the Qi Yuan realm, equivalent to a deputy general in the army. Even if they had made mistakes and deserved punishment, they shouldn't have been allowed to die such a miserable death here. Seeing Annie's expression, Otto basically guessed her thoughts and smiled, saying, Don't be too pessimistic. Actually, apart from our first guard area, the other guard areas are much less dangerous, just the living conditions are worse. In the second guard area next to us, some people were released recently after their terms expired. A cold wind blew by, and Matthias shivered. In this cold weather, are we really going to stay here all night? Otto lit a fire and said, Come on, come huddle together, it'd be warmer. Annie looked around and said, Shouldn't we observe the surroundings? Otto waved his hand. It's useless. If the demons really attack, even if you look, you won't be able to see anything. We better cheer up, adjust our condition, and try to hold out for as long as possible. Hey Matthias, go get a magic cannon. Matthias was speechless. What do you need a magic cannon for? Otto laughed heartily. Put it aside. If the demons attack, we just fire the cannon and use the explosion to alert the others. That's the most efficient way. They were already sitting not far from the wall, and Mattia quickly pushed a magic cannon over. Otto seemed to be in a good mood. He quietly pulled something wrapped in rags from behind his back, saying mysteriously, Hee, you two are lucky to be on guard duty with me tonight. Look what this is. Mattia seemed uninterested. Being out all night was truly unpleasant, and coupled with the dangers he heard about, he was even more terrified. He had no interest in anything else. And looked at Otto's hand. The rags were mottled with red and yellow stains, seemingly blood. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Oh! Is it meat? Otto lifted the rag and laughed loudly. Ha ha, you're right, it's meat. Inside was the hind leg of an unknown animal. Judging from its size, the animal didn't seem very large. Otto quickly cleaned the hind leg with his knife, then wiped it with the snow around him to remove the surface dirt. And grimaced at the sight, but reluctantly snatched the leg from Otto's hands. With a flick of her finger, a stream of water gushed out, washing away the grime completely. Otto was overjoyed. Yes, you're a water elemental mage. That's wonderful. He then looked at Matthias. What elemental mage are you? Matthias proudly extended a finger, and an arc of electricity flashed. I'm a lightning mage. Otto curled his lip. TCH, then it's useless. Matthias was taken aback, then retorted, why? My lightning power is renowned for its formidable attack power. Otto shrugged. What good is formidable attack power? Can it surpass the demons? Let me tell you, the most useful element here is water. We have a unique environmental advantage, provided, of course, that you, Anna, learn how to utilize it. How to utilize the environment. Annie was somewhat confused. She hadn't heard Dao Quang mention this before. Otto lowered his voice. Take Captain Addison, for example. He's also a water elemental mage. You should learn from him whenever you have the chance. The strength he can demonstrate here far surpasses what he displays outside. Mentioning Addison, Matthias' face contorted with resentment. Ugh, don't even mention him. Coming from the entrance almost killed me. He ran like a madman. I don't know how he has such stamina. Otto gave him a disdainful look. You don't understand. He's training you. In this environment, the most important thing is endurance. Your stamina is your lifeline. If you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, you probably be the first to die. Matthias snorted, somewhat unconvinced, but unable to refute it. After all, his magic power hadn't fully recovered to its peak, showing how slow magic power recovery was here. Otto continued, he's been here the longest. I don't know who he offended. Such a powerful person is being buried here and suffering by the Empire. Don't let his small stature fool you. He trains extremely hard every day. In battle, he can flexibly utilize everything, including the environment. Now, the demons here fear him the most. They all call him the Devil Captain. Annie covered her mouth and laughed. Even the demons call him a devil. What exactly did he do? Otto gazed into the distance, seemingly recalling the events of that time, and slowly said, it's said that Captain Addison once led a patrol when they were attacked by demons. All his team members perished, except for him, who fought to the very end, engaging the demons in the heart of the wasteland for 10 days, killing 10 powerful demons, and finally intimidating them before returning safely. 10 days? What did he eat? Matthias asked in surprise. Otto smiled slightly, grabbing some snow from the side. Here, that's what he eat. Annie felt a surge of respect. Addison certainly didn't eat snow for 10 days, but he definitely didn't carry much food, not enough to last 10 days. To be able to fight the demons in the heart of the wasteland for 10 days was something no ordinary person could do. At this moment, Otto's leg meat was sizzling and dripping with oil. He wiped the drool from his mouth and was about to cut off a piece to taste when Annie stopped him. He looked at Annie suspiciously. What's wrong? Annie pulled a salt shaker from her pocket and handed it to him. You're not going to eat this like this, are you? Here, sprinkle some salt. Matthias's eyes widened immediately. Anna, why do you carry salt with you? Annie scratched her head awkwardly. She couldn't very well say that she took it from a spatial artifact. She could only say, I used to be a chef for a while. However, halfway through her sentence, Annie saw a pair of green eyes staring at her from across the wall, making the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She instantly stood up, dropping the salt shaker to the ground. What's that? Chapter 440. Huh? Matthias was still completely bewildered, not having reacted at all. Otto, on the other hand, reacted the fastest, springing into the air, his long sword already drawn, cautiously scanning his surroundings, but finding nothing unusual, and had already drawn her wand, biting her lower lip. Those fleeting green eyes from just now would have been mistaken for an illusion by an ordinary person, but it was different. She had great confidence in her senses. Enhanced by the spirit division technique, she could detect subtle movements faster and more accurately than the average person. What's going on? Otto frowned and asked, what did you just see? A pair of eyes. Annie replied, a pair of bright green eyes, right outside the wall. Otto's brow furrowed even more. He dared not approach the wall to investigate. If what you saw is real, then this is a serious problem. Matthew, go and call Captain Addison. Only he can confirm the situation in person. Matthew, realizing the potential danger, rushed to the door and asked, how do I open this door? The door isn't closed. Just pull it up. But just as Matthew was about to lift the door, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the wall beside him, a chilling aura spreading out. Annie's eyes widened, and she shouted, Matthew, watch out. At the same time, she waved her wand, and an ice wall appeared behind Matthew. But the next moment, with a loud crash, the ice wall shattered, and the opponent's fist slammed into Mattia's chest. Mattia felt as if he had been hit by a mountain, and he spat out blood and flew backward. Otto cried out in alarm and charged towards the iron gate, his longsword gleaming with a dark light as he slashed towards the opponent's neck. The dark figure blurred, transforming into a cloud of black mist, causing Otto to miss his target. Having missed his attack, Otto immediately turned and shouted, "Anna, fire!" And, who was about to check on Matthias's condition, reacted instantly to Otto's words. The magic cannon beside her was already loaded, it only needed the fuse lit to fire. But just as Anna extended her wand, preparing to light the fuse, the dark figure suddenly appeared again, attacking Anne. Anne's gaze sharpened, and her entire body erupted with magic power, several ice spikes condensing in the air and shooting towards the dark figure. The shadowy figure seemed caught off guard by Annie's swift reaction, its movements momentarily halting as an ice spike pierced its shoulder, emitting a howl, a whoa. But just as Annie prepared to attack again, the shadowy figure vanished in a puff of black mist. "Are you all right?" Otto approached Annie. Annie shook her head. "I'm fine." "What was that?" Otto said gravely. "That was a branch of the demon race called the Shadow Demon. They're extremely troublesome. Be careful." With that, he casually ignited the magic cannon. A deafening roar erupted as the cannon spat out a ton of fire, the projectile slicing through the night sky and exploding violently in the distance. Annie rushed to Matthias's side. Matthias's chest was caved in, his ribs broken, blood and foam gushing from his mouth. "How are you?" "Hang in there." Matthias opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "Don't speak, I take you down now." "No!" Otto immediately said, "Wait for the others to arrive. We shouldn't touch him rashly. The demon's movements are unclear, we mustn't act rashly." And said anxiously, but he's seriously injured. If he doesn't receive timely treatment, that won't do either." Otto roared, "Didn't I know he was injured? You need to calm down. Captain Addison and the others will be here soon." Sure enough, a short while later, the iron gate opened again, and Addison led a group of people onto the roof. Seeing Matthias lying heavily injured on the ground, he immediately waved for someone to carry him down. Then he quickly walked to Otto and asked, "What happened?" "It was the Shadow Demon." Otto replied, "They suddenly attacked us. Luckily, Anna discovered it in time, otherwise I probably would have been hit too." Addison frowned. "Shadow Demon? They're asking for trouble." He then walked to the wall and looked outside. The wasteland was silent and dark at night. There was no sign of the Shadow Fiend. Otto walked to Addison's side and said, "Anna injured that Shadow Fiend just now, and they probably escaped. What do we do now?" Addison's gaze was deep. "They sent out a Shadow Fiend to ambush us. They must have something planned. I don't believe they just left like that." He turned to Abrader. "Abrader, you stay here to replace Matthew. Everyone else, go back down and wait for orders. Be on high alert tonight." "Yes, sir," everyone answered in unison. Afterwards, everyone except Abrad returned to the base, leaving only 3 people on the roof. Abrad picked up a piece of charred leg meat from the fire and laughed at Otto. "Look at you, wasting food. If the captain finds out, you'd be punished by cleaning toilets for a month." Otto scoffed, snatching the meat away. "I'm on duty late at night. What's wrong with having a midnight snack? Don't try to take mine." He then used a knife to trim off the charred parts, cut a slice, and handed it to Annie. "Anna, thank goodness you noticed in time, otherwise our losses would have been much greater." Annie didn't take the meat but asked, "What exactly are shadow demons? Why can they turn into black mist? What's going on?" Abrad took the meat and put it in his mouth, chewing it carefully. "Little Anna, it's normal that you don't understand. The nobles in the Empire haven't had contact with demons for a long time. I've forgotten how terrifying the demons are. Actually, there are 8 branches of demons, and the shadow demons are just one of them. They're good at espionage and assassination. Just like you saw before, they can transform into a cloud of black mist and move freely through the night." Annie was shocked. "How did they do that?" "It's incredible." Abramovich shrugged. "There's nothing incredible about it. Different demons have different talents and skills. You won't find it strange anymore after you've seen more of them." Otto said, "The demon's strength comes purely from their talents. For example, these shadow demons can hide their forms and strike unexpectedly. They're very difficult to deal with. I suffered at their hands before." As he spoke, he tore off his shirt from his shoulder, revealing his strong shoulder muscles, which were covered with several crisscrossing scars. "It's all thanks to the shadow fiends. I first encountered them back then, and I didn't know how to deal with them. I used all my strength but couldn't hurt them at all. Instead, I got completely tormented. Luckily, Captain Addison saved me in time. Annie frowned. If they turn into black mist as soon as they're attacked, how are we supposed to deal with them? Otto laughed. Didn't you just hurt him? You're really impressive, casting spells so fast. But you still need to be careful. Casting spells like that will drain your mana. Abramovich said, the best way to deal with shadow fiends is to make the surroundings bright. Their invisibility is based on a dark environment. If the surroundings are bright enough, they can't hide. So you see, they only dare to stay hidden for a short time. They rather come here during the day than cause trouble. Otto added, even when they turned into black mist, we can still attack them, but it's very difficult. They have a core, the source of their power. If we can destroy that core, they'd be injured, or even killed. Annie nodded. I see. But there are no lights here, and even if there were, they wouldn't illuminate such a large area. What if the shadow demon attacks again? Abramov looked up at the ceiling and laughed. Our Captain Addison has gone to great lengths to deal with the shadow demon, acquiring some good stuff. Annie was a little confused and looked up as well. She saw a ceiling made of black rock, nothing special. But the next moment, Abramov raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning. The lightning struck the stone ceiling without making a sound. It seemed as if the ceiling absorbed the lightning. Then, a pale purple light began to flash from the center of the ceiling, slowly spreading across the entire ceiling, illuminating it brightly. What is this? Anne asked in surprise. Otto chuckled. To counter the shadow demon's nighttime raids, Captain Addison specifically searched the wasteland for some lightning stones and laid them on the rooftops. Whenever lightning strikes them, the lightning stones light up. Don't underestimate these small lightning stones. They're extremely rare, probably fetching tens of thousands of gold coins outside. Annie asked, then why not just light the lightning stones from the start? Brad smiled wryly. You're really putting me in a difficult position. Lightning stones have limitations. First, in the entire first guard zone, only my magic power is sufficient to power such large lightning stones. Second, these lightning stones can only light up for 1 hour, and then you have to wait about another hour before they can be lit again. So lighting them up from the start isn't really feasible. Annie sighed. If that was the case, there was indeed no way around it. These lightning stones could only be used for 1 hour. If they were lit randomly, it would be easy for the enemy to time their attacks perfectly and launch a sneak attack when the lightning stones couldn't light up. Abrador hadn't infused much magic into it, so the lightning stone quickly dimmed, plunging the roof into darkness once more, with only the flickering flames remaining. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, extinguishing the fire with a soft poof. Otto, who was eating meat, cursed and prepared to relight it. But just then, a sharp whistle rang out, and 2 dark figures leaped out from the wall, attacking the 3. Here we go again! Otto tossed the meat aside, drew his sword, and charged. Abrador immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the stone roof, illuminating the entire structure. The 2 figures screamed and scurried into the shadows. Trying to run? Otto gave chase, his longsword slashing fiercely at one of the shadowy figures. Illuminated by the lightning stone, Annie finally saw the shadow demons' faces clearly. Their skin was dark, their faces deeply wrinkled, like those of centenarians. They wore black robes, their limbs were very long and thin, and they didn't seem particularly powerful. Yet, just moments ago, they had shattered Annie's ice wall with a single punch and severely injured Matteo. The 2 shadowy figures parried Otto's attacks, occasionally transforming into a cloud of black mist to evade them, which greatly annoyed Otto. I help you! Abrado shouted, a flash of lightning beneath his feet as he charged forward, engaging the 2 shadow demons in combat. Anne nervously observed the situation. From the battle, she could tell that Abrado and the 2 shadow demons were evenly matched, and Otto hadn't used any magic. She wondered if he didn't want to deplete his magic too early, or for some other reason. Anna, keep an eye on your surroundings. Otto shouted to Annie, breaking the silence of the battle. Anne was startled, then realized that if the shadow demons attacked, were other demons also lurking nearby? She quickly went to the wall and peered into the darkness. But it was pitch black outside. Even with the illumination from the lightning stones, she couldn't see much further. Just as Annie was considering calling Addison and the others up, a whooshing sound rang out, and with a whoosh, an arrow shot out from the darkness, heading straight for Annie's forehead. Almost instinctively, Annie swung her wand, and an ice wall appeared before her. With a crack, the arrow pierced the ice wall, but deviated from its original trajectory, striking the top of the stone with a clang, knocking down a small fragment of the lightning stone. Annie immediately looked in the direction the arrows had come from, and saw a dark elf staring fiercely at her. A dark elf? Annie exclaimed in surprise. She had seen a dark elf once before at Divine Beast Mountain. It was Urzer, the martial arts master of the Dark Elf clan, a super strong warrior who could challenge the Pope. This one was clearly of the same race. Brad looked at the arrows lying on the ground, his brow furrowed. The Dark Elves are here too? What's going on? But before he could think further, a series of whooshing sounds filled the air as countless arrows rained down on the roof like a storm. Get out of the way! Annie yelled, quickly dropping to the ground. The two shadow demons also transformed into a cloud of black mist and quickly fled the rooftop. Otto and Abramovich were shocked. Their current position was extremely awkward, with no cover whatsoever. Wouldn't they be riddled with bullets? Otto had a flash of inspiration. He pulled Abramovich and hid behind a nearby magic cannon. Then, he unleashed his magic, and instantly, with a cracking sound, countless bone fragments seemed to come alive, bursting forth from the ground and quickly enveloping the two of them. Next, countless arrows began to clatter against the rooftop. Due to the angle, Annie was lying prone in the corner, and the arrows couldn't reach her. However, Otto and Abramovich weren't so lucky. But what surprised Annie even more was Otto's magical attribute. It was the power of death. This truly surprised her. Chapter 441. Even more surprisingly, the strange bone magic released by Otto actually possessed quite strong defensive capabilities. Countless arrows struck it, but not a single one penetrated. They all remained embedded on the outside. Of course, the power of these arrows wasn't as great as the one fired by the Dark Elf earlier, but it was still quite astonishing. Annie knew her ice wall couldn't achieve that. Once the rain of arrows stopped, Annie quickly went to Otto and the others. The bone magic, having lost its magical support, turned into a pile of bone dust, scattering all over the ground. "How are you?" Annie asked. Brad shook his head, brushing the white bone dust off his head. "I'm fine. Luckily, Otto was here, otherwise I'd be a hedgehog today." Otto quickly looked out through the wall, and saw shadowy figures below, seemingly quite a few dark elf archers. "Let's fire a couple of shots at them." Brad nodded. "Okay. I've been wanting to do that for a while." With that, the two each operated a magic cannon, loaded it with magic stones, aimed it at the dark elves below, and lit the fuses. Boom! Two cannon shots rang out, and the dark elves below scattered like birds, hastily fleeing the range of the magic cannons. Otto laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Come on. Let's see if your arrows are stronger, or my magic cannons." The iron gate below opened again, and Addison and the others rushed out, stunned to see the ground littered with arrows. These are arrows from the Dark Elves?" Abramov nodded. "Yes, I don't know what got into them, attacking us in the middle of the night. Luckily, we had Otto's high-level defensive magic." Annie was secretly alarmed. So it was advanced magic. That made sense. "Captain Otto, you're a necromancer? Why haven't you summoned any undead to fight?" Otto waved his hand. "Only one of my summoned undead is capable of fighting, but it consumes too much mana. It's not worth it." Addison went back to the wall and looked down. The dark elves outside had all retreated. Below was quiet, except for the thick white smoke rising from the spot where the magic cannon had hit. "The dark elves have made their move. This seems unusual," Addison muttered to himself. Annie brushed the bone dust off Otto's clothes and asked, "Are dark elves also demons?" Otto shook his head. "No, they belong to the elf race, but unlike the peaceful, sincere, and kind-hearted elves, they are dark, cruel, and ruthless, more like demons. They were driven to the Western Ghost Realm during the previous Elf Civil War, but they never mingle with demons. This is strange today." Just then, the lightning stone that had been flickering overhead for so long flashed a few times before going out, plunging the entire roof into darkness. "Damn it! The lightning stone's timer's up!" Abrato shouted. Before everyone could adjust to the darkness, a scream was heard from behind. "Aya! What happened?" Addison whirled around to see a teammate's throat ripped open by a dark figure's claw, blood gushing out. The teammate standing next to him, well-trained, reacted immediately, drawing his sword to strike, but the dark figure instantly vanished in a cloud of black mist. "Watch out, everyone! The Shadow Fiend is back! These guys are relentless!" Otto roared, chasing after the black mist. Edison immediately shouted, "Form ranks. Those with lower strength, stay on the inside and move ammunition. The rest of you, focus on defense." Everyone quickly followed Edison's instructions, forming a circle. The outer layer held specially made shields, ready for defense, while the inner layer each carried a large bag of magic stones, prepared to reload their magic cannons. Annie was also placed in the inner layer. Everyone could see that this young girl wasn't good at close combat, and was easily attacked by the Shadow Fiend. Otto chased for a while, but the Shadow Fiend eventually escaped. Suddenly, another black shadow rushed out, slamming into the outer shield with a loud thud. That shield, specially requested by Edison from his superiors, was made of black iron, incredibly hard, and its defensive power could be enhanced by infusing it with magic, making it perfect for fighting elusive opponents like the Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Demon, having missed its attack, quickly transformed into black mist and fled. At the same time, a spear emerged from a gap in the shield, striking the black mist just as the Shadow Demon escaped. The black mist twisted and roared, "Awoo!" before disappearing even faster. "This is truly bizarre," a Braider complained. "I never seen a dark elf and a demon team up before. Should we try to capture one and interrogate them?" Addison shook his head. "Don't act rashly. Something's definitely amiss. We better be careful." Oaks chuckled. "I don't see anything to doubt. They're probably here to welcome our new team members." Otto rolled his eyes at him. "Shut up if you can't speak properly." Just then, a strange sound came from the darkness in the distance, a low growl like that of some wild beast, a cry from deep within its throat, "Awoo!" Addison's expression changed, and he shouted, "Defend!" The next moment, a series of rapid bangs erupted from all directions as dozens of dark figures darted about, fiercely attacking the team's formation. After withstanding one wave of attacks, Addison immediately ordered, "Attack!" The tightly packed shields immediately expanded outwards, revealing gaps on both sides. The team members, who had been poised to attack, channeled their magic, unleashing a barrage of colorful attack spells that instantly illuminated the entire rooftop. However, the Shadow Demons moved very quickly, and this first wave of attacks had little effect. Another volley of spells followed, still with little success. But then, the sound of arrows whistling through the air echoed from outside the base. Addison's expression changed, and he shouted, "Tighten the formation again! Defend the top!" Thump, thump, thump! Everyone huddled together, the shields forming an iron barrel around them, with 2 more shields added on top, though some gaps remained. Seeing this, Otto simply raised his hand, and a bone shield blocked those gaps. Clang, clang, clang! Arrows rained down on the shields like a storm, some embedding themselves in the bone shields. Everyone gritted their teeth, struggling to defend themselves, but thankfully, the entire volley was blocked. Without hesitation, Addison pushed aside his shield and rushed to a magic cannon, shouting, "Load it quickly!" The group, all well trained, rushed to the cannons, loading their magic stones. At Addison's command, a deafening roar erupted as over 10 cannons fired simultaneously, blasting a large hole in the open ground ahead. Some dark elves, who hadn't managed to escape, were caught in the blast shockwave, coughing up blood and flying through the air, before being carried away by their companions. "Haha, now you know how powerful I am," Otto shouted excitedly, pumping his fist. However, his joy was short-lived. Another scream rang out nearby. A teammate had been ambushed from behind by a Shadow Demon, who ripped open his heart, leaving a gaping wound in his back. His teammates rushed to his aid, but the Shadow Demon had already vanished in a cloud of black mist. "Damn it!" A Braider looked around warily. "Editon, shouldn't we retreat first? Without the light of the light stones, we're at a huge disadvantage against the Shadow Demons." Otto said, "An hour has passed, hasn't it? Let's try lighting them again." A Braider shook his head. "What's the use of lighting them? They just retreat and wait for the light stones to dim again, then they can launch another attack. It's a dead end." Just then, Annie suddenly said, Why can't we block their retreat?" Everyone looked at Annie. Oak sneered, "What a boastful statement. Blocking these guys' retreat is easier said than done. They come and go without a trace. Even a head-on confrontation is difficult. So, she's just a little girl with no experience." Otto smiled wryly. "That's almost impossible. We can't even get behind them." Addison, however, asked with interest, "Anna, what's your idea?" "Tell me." Annie calmly replied, "We're on the roof now. Since those Shadow Demons want to come to the roof, they can't just fly up. They have to go through the walls. If we set up some people guarding the entrance, and then the lighting stones on the roof light up, the Shadow Demons will inevitably have to go back into the shadows along the walls. At that point, the people guarding the entrance can rush out and catch them off guard." "No," Oaks objected as soon as Annie finished speaking. "This plan is too risky. We need to open the base's gates. If the demons launch a fierce attack at this time, the base will inevitably fall. This wind. We can't afford the risk. And said, what battle doesn't involve risk? If we stay trapped here, only able to passively take hits, I believe the people in the first guard zone can't all be cowards, otherwise they wouldn't deserve to be the strongest squadron. Addison thought for a moment and said, Ox, you're fast, you be in charge of the next mission. After you rush out, you need to observe the surrounding situation immediately. If a large number of demons attack, retreat immediately. Oak's eyes widened. Boss, are you serious? This little girl's words can't be trusted. Shadow demons are extremely fast. If they sneak into the base, it will be a disaster. So you have to take responsibility. Addison said without room for doubt. Anna will go with you. She be responsible for intercepting the shadow demons, and you be responsible for observing the situation. Don't let anything go wrong. Oaks gritted his teeth and glared at Annie. It was all your fault for coming up with this terrible idea. Let's go! Then Oaks, along with the 5 others and Annie, opened the iron gate and returned to the base. Oxes, his face grim, ignored the questioning looks from the others, and went straight to the base entrance. Annie saw Mattia lying on the ground, barely alive. She went to check on him. Someone had already given him basic treatment, and he seemed to be alright, at least not in mortal danger. Annie felt slightly relieved and went to Oak's side. Oak snapped, I don't know what got into the boss, actually believing your nonsense. Let me tell you, if anything goes wrong with this mission, I'm not finished with you. Annie said sullenly, this is the only way. Otherwise, nobody will get any rest tonight. We eventually be exhausted by the Shadow Fiend, and then how will we deal with the dangers ahead? Ox waved his hand. Enough talk. Everyone follow my orders. Be careful once you're out there. If you encounter something you can't defeat, don't fight it head on. Hit, and retreat immediately. Don't linger. Yes. The others whispered in response. Boom. The sound of magic cannons echoed from above again. It seemed the battle had begun again. Ox placed his hand on the handle of the iron door. The lock had already been opened. He was just waiting for the right moment to rush out. Suddenly, a beam of light shone into the base through the crack in the door. Oak's eyes widened, and with a sudden burst of strength, he flung the door open with a clang. He shot out like an arrow, his body flashing with a blue light, wind elemental magic, and followed closely behind, and as soon as she rushed out, she ran into a cloud of black mist. Without any hesitation, and shot out 3 ice spikes. The black mist was clearly startled, trembling slightly as if trying to dodge, but the ice spikes had already struck it. With a soft thud, the core of the mist was hit, letting out a blood-curdling scream, Aya. The black mist then suddenly solidified, revealing the shadow demon's true form. Annie wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. She immediately fired 2 more ice spikes, one piercing the shadow demon's heart, and the other exploding its head, splattering its brains everywhere. The death of one shadow demon greatly boosted the confidence of the other team members, who each found a fleeing shadow demon along the wall and engaged it in fierce combat. Oaks didn't join the battle. Instead, he quickly darted around the perimeter, scouting the situation. What he saw sent chills down his spine. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly returning to the base entrance and shouting, Retreat! Retreat now! Hearing this, the fighting immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed towards the base entrance. Annie was the first to return, asking what happened. Oak's face was deathly pale. After everyone had returned to the base, he slammed the iron gate shut and locked it securely. Immediately afterward, a series of banging sounds came from outside, as if something was frantically attacking the iron gate. Addison returned from the rooftop and, seeing the base's iron gates were intact, breathed a sigh of relief. How's the situation? He asked. Oak swallowed hard. Boss, things are bad. I saw a blood demon outside. What? Addison's expression changed. Blood demons here too? Ox rubbed his stiff face. He's here. I saw him from afar, and he charged at me. If I hadn't been fast enough, he probably would have caught up. Then he glared at Annie. It was all your fault for giving me that terrible idea. You almost scared me to death. Chapter 442. Addison waved his hand and said, It's not Anna's fault. Did you get anything? Ox said irritably, You have to ask her. I don't know. Annie said, We killed 2 shadow fiends, but we don't know about the wounded ones. What? Oak's eyes widened. He had been cautiously checking his surroundings as soon as he went out, and hadn't noticed the battle here. He hadn't expected them to kill 2 shadow fiends. This was already far beyond his expectations. Addison smiled slightly. Very good, well done. The enemy was already outnumbered. Every loss is a loss. Abramovich also laughed. Looks like those shadow demons didn't expect us to go out and ambush them directly, hence the hidden loss. They're probably furious now. Addison waved his hand. Don't be too happy yet. We already lost 2 people, and Matthias can no longer fight. The situation hasn't improved. Abramovich, hurry back to the roof. Don't wander around here. Since there are blood demons outside, we can't just go out anymore. We must hold out until dawn. Abramovich quickly climbed onto the roof. Everyone who had participated in the battle stayed in the base to rest and recover their magic power. But clearly, Annie and the others' tactics had successfully enraged the demons outside. They intensified their attack, and explosions echoed from the roof. Addison and Oakes went to the roof to help, leaving only Annie and Fireman in the base. How long is this battle going to last? Fireman muttered, resting his chin on his hand. Annie nudged his shoulder. You don't seem nervous at all. Aren't you afraid the demons will invade? What's there to be afraid of? Fireman seemed nonchalant. With Captain Addison around, those demons can't get in. You trust Captain Addison that much? Fireman took a sip of water. If I don't trust him, who do I trust? He's our anchor. With him around, we're not afraid of anything. Annie was speechless. She checked Matteo's injuries again. After resting for so long, Matteo's complexion had improved considerably. Did you bandage this? Annie asked. Fireman nodded. Who else could it be but me? Everyone else is busy fighting. This guy is lucky, he survived being hit head-on by the shadow demon. Do the demons attack often? Fireman shook his head. It's been a long time since I've seen such a large-scale attack. It seems the demons came prepared, and the appearance of the blood demons is a first. Annie asked, what are blood demons? Haven't they appeared in this area before? Fireman explained, the blood demons are a very terrifying branch of the demons. They don't usually attack the guarded areas. They generally operate in the central area of the wasteland. Only Captain Addison has fought a blood demon head-on before, so he's the one who knows the most. I don't know much, only that blood demons are bloodthirsty, and their attack methods are quite bizarre. It's said they grow stronger the longer they fight, but I don't know the specifics. Bloodthirsty? Grows stronger the longer they fight? Annie was completely confused. However, the next moment, a deafening roar erupted from the iron gate, and at the same time, a cacophony of shouts came from the rooftop. Fire! Fire now! Boom! Boom! The sounds of magic cannon fire, and various sharp whistles filled the air. Fireman jumped to his feet, grabbed a large pile of magic stones, and headed towards the rooftop stairs. Almost simultaneously, the iron gate to the roof opened, and a bread peeked out. Upon seeing Fireman, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Fireman tossed all the magic stones he was carrying out, and a Brad slammed the iron gate shut. Annie frowned. What's going on? Is there fighting outside? Fireman nodded. Yes, all the magic cannons have been fired. It seems the enemy has quite a few people. Fortunately, it's getting light, so the Shadow Fiend isn't very effective anymore, and the enemies in the distance no longer have the cover of darkness. Rumble. The fierce battle was still raging outside. Annie was restless and wanted to go up and check, but Fireman stopped her. Anna, don't go. The situation is unclear. Captain Addison must have a reason for keeping you down here. Don't act rashly, Annie said anxiously, but everyone is fighting desperately up here, and I have to wait here. It makes me uneasy. Fireman comforted her. Don't worry, Captain Addison definitely has a plan. It's just not your time to shine yet. Just then, the iron gate above was opened again, and Addison roared, close the armory door. Before Annie could react, Fireman, his face pale, rushed to the armory door and slammed it shut. At the same time, a deafening roar erupted outside, sending the entire base trembling. What happened? Annie asked, her face filled with shock. It's the blood demon. Otto led a group back into the armory. The blood demon has gathered its blood power and launched a fierce attack. Our front line has fallen. Everyone on the roof had retreated, and the small armory instantly became extremely crowded. Awoo! Countless terrifying roars echoed from outside the armory, along with the grating sound of sharp objects scraping against the iron doors. Boss, what do we do? Oakes was the last to enter, closing and locking the roof door tightly. Edison frowned deeply. The commotion here should have reached upstairs. We need to buy time and wait for reinforcements. This place should hold out for a while. The blood demon's attack needs a long recovery period. They won't be able to break through the defenses here anytime soon. Annie was still shaken. What was that? Can blood demons be that powerful? Otto explained, that's how blood demons are. If given enough time to prepare, they can unleash a devastating attack. The shadow demons and trolls were covering for us, preventing us from interfering with the blood demons, which gave them the opportunity. So we're just going to stay here? Annie asked. That's all we can do for now, Anna. Otto's words were cut short by another terrifying howl from outside the iron door. Everyone froze, their expressions shifting. Oaks exclaimed in horror, "There's another blood demon?" Upon hearing this, Annie realized the gravity of the situation. If they remained inside the armory, they were trapped, waiting for the blood demon to breach the iron gate, allowing the demons to storm in and unleash a bloody massacre. Edison gritted his teeth and roared, "Open the secret passage." "Let's go!" Ox cried out. "Don't we care about the base?" Edison roared, "Is the base more important than our lives? We take it back when we have the chance. Now everyone, listen to my command. Evacuate through the secret passage." "There's another secret passage?" Annie was slightly surprised. It seemed the person who built the base was incredibly meticulous, having considered every possible scenario. Everyone hurriedly moved the pile of magic stones aside, then Otto punched the floor to pieces, revealing a dark, gaping hole. Addison beckoned, and the group began to walk into the hole. Annie followed the fireman into the tunnel. The tunnel was completely dark. Annie could only place her hand on the fireman's back and move quickly alongside him. There was another person behind her, but it was too dark for Annie to recognize. After running through the tunnel for a while, the demon's roars gradually faded, leaving only the panting of the group. Annie gradually relaxed. Now that they had escaped through the secret passage, it seemed they were temporarily safe. The demons couldn't possibly know there was another tunnel here, and certainly wouldn't pursue them. Even if they did, the narrow passage wouldn't be suitable for such large demons. "How much longer until we reach the surface?" Annie asked. The fireman, panting, whispered, "Almost there. This secret passage leads deep into the wasteland. We'd probably meet up at the second guard area after we come out." A short while later, a light appeared ahead, and the group began to emerge from the tunnel one by one. Outside was a vast expanse of white snow. After Annie emerged, she discovered that Otto was following behind her, and he and Addison were carrying the unconscious Matthew. Just as the two were about to lift Matthew out of the tunnel, a sudden change occurred. An arrow shot out like a meteor, piercing the throat of one of the team members. The powerful force sent the member flying, pitting him to the ground. "What happened?" Otto exclaimed in shock, but what he saw next terrified him. Not far ahead, a small squad of dark elf archers were drawing their bows, preparing a volley of arrows. Addison's eyes narrowed, and he immediately roared, "Everyone, retreat!" Realizing they'd been ambushed, the group quickly ran backward. Addison, helpless, could only abandon Matthew in the tunnel and flee with Otto and Annie. Immediately afterward, the sound of arrows whistling through the air filled the air, accompanied by screams from the team members. 2 more members had been struck by arrows, thankfully only in the legs, not fatally. Roar! Several angry roars rang out, and 5 trolls, their powerful legs swaying, charged out of the snow, swinging their massive hammers at the group. The group was terrified, their formation instantly thrown into disarray. They scattered, unwilling to confront the trolls head-on. Whoosh! A massive fireball descended from the sky, striking the center of the group with a deafening boom. Instant flames shot into the sky, and several nearby members were blasted away by the shockwave, rolling several times on the snow before finally coming to a stop. The Balrog. The Balrog is here. How could this be? Oaks cried out in disbelief. Chaos reigned. Annie was completely scattered. Disoriented, she tried to find Addison, but surrounded by fleeing teammates and menacing demons, she couldn't see him at all. Suddenly, a roar erupted behind her. Almost instinctively, Annie leaped forward, and with a deafening crash, a giant hammer slammed into her spot. A troll glared at her fiercely. His previous missed attack had enraged him, and he charged again, swinging his hammer at Annie once more. Annie's eyes narrowed. With a flick of her wand, an ice wall appeared before her. The hammer struck the ice wall with a clang, leaving a crack, but failing to shatter it. Annie felt certain that this troll's strength was only around the 8th level of the transformation realm, far inferior to the shadow demon and dark elf who had launched the surprise attack earlier. Those two had already broken through to the transformation realm, and could shatter Annie's ice wall with a single blow. Since the opponent was weaker than her, Annie grew bolder. A flash of azure light appeared beneath her feet, and she dodged the troll's attack like a ghost. At the same time, she thrust her wand forward, firing an ice spike at close range. At such close range, and given the troll's inherently slow movements, there was no way for him to dodge. The ice spike struck his chest squarely. However, to Annie's astonishment, the ice spike shattered upon contact with the troll, failing to cause him any damage. It should be noted that while ice spikes are a basic spell, they possess strong penetrating power, making them one of Annie's favorite offensive spells. Yet, this time, they had failed. The troll patted his chest, revealing a mocking expression, and then stiffly uttered a few words, "Humans, too weak." Annie was speechless. To be looked down upon by a troll was truly unprecedented. Annie took a deep breath. Since the ice spikes couldn't penetrate his defenses, she would try using a low-level spell to enhance her bone spear, her strongest attack at the moment. Besides, the surroundings were already in chaos. No one would notice her actions. A cloud of black energy surged from Annie's body, slowly condensing into a bone spear, carrying boundless deathly power, pointing towards the troll. The troll sensed the immense threat emanating from the bone spear. Its eyes narrowed slightly, and it involuntarily took 2 steps back. But then it roared and charged towards Annie. Annie roared, "Go!" The bone spear slicing through the air, with a hissing sound as it shot out. Annie was extremely confident in the bone spear. She was sure it would pierce the troll through the heart this time. However, the next moment, Annie felt a chill suddenly appear behind her. Without thinking, she stumbled forward, but it was too late. A cloud of black mist swept past her, leaving a trail of blood. Ah! Annie collapsed to the ground, her back stained crimson with blood. A shadow demon had silently approached and attacked her without her noticing. At the same time, the troll roared, swinging its massive hammer down on the bone spear. Its muscles bulged, and a red light spread from its feet up to its hand, then to the hammer. With a crisp crack, both the hammer and the bone spear shattered simultaneously, turning into dust in a shower of particles. The troll was also thrown back several steps by the powerful force, barely managing to regain its footing. Annie was stunned. This troll at the 8th level of the transformation realm had actually withstood her bone spear. It was simply unbelievable, but there was no time for her to think further. The shadow demon attacked her again. She quickly rolled off the ground, channeled her wind elemental power, and fled rapidly into the distance. Chapter 443. And was inwardly groaning. She had come to find Amina, but instead of finding him, she had been caught in a sudden demonic attack. Even the strongest guard squadron, the first guard zone, had fallen. Now, all the members were in an unparalleled predicament. If they didn't find a way out, the first guard squadron would likely be wiped out, and couldn't worry about anything else. She was now being relentlessly pursued by a shadow demon at the peak of the transformation realm, and a troll at the 8th level of the transformation realm, but with incredibly strong defense. At this moment, she was far from her original group. The entire wasteland stretched endlessly, and even she herself didn't know where she was. The shadow demon behind her was getting closer and closer, and even Annie's full activation of her wind elemental magic was to no avail. "Awah!" The shadow demon roared, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it clawed at Annie's back. Annie gritted her teeth and leaped aside, dodging the attack. Simultaneously, she waved her wand, a flash of dark light forming a magic circle, within which a dark opening appeared in the air. There was no time to hesitate. She had to get Born to help. Born calmly stepped out of the magic circle. Having exhausted himself earlier and needed a long rest, he had now recovered to his peak condition. Not only that, but he had also broken through his cultivation level, now only 1 rank below Annie. Upon seeing the shadow fiend before him, Born was stunned. He had never seen such a creature before. "Annie, is this the shadow fiend you mentioned?" Annie had already briefly explained the situation to Born through soul communication, including information about the shadow fiend. Annie nodded. "Brother Born, be careful. This shadow demon's attacks are incredibly strange, and its cultivation level is higher than ours." Thump, thump, thump. A series of rapid, heavy footsteps approached. A gigantic troll, panting heavily, caught up, grinning maliciously at Annie. "What the hell is that?" Born exclaimed. Annie said gravely, "It's a troll. It moves slowly, but it's incredibly strong and has a very high defense. Even my bone spear couldn't hurt it." Born gasped. He knew the power of Annie's bone spear all too well. The fact that it could withstand it meant its defense was comparable to Pox. Thinking of Pox, Born suddenly realized that this troll's size was somewhat similar to Pox. Before Born could react, the shadow demon had already transformed into a cloud of black mist, rapidly darting around Born, searching for an opportunity to attack. Born drew his soul-severing blade facing outwards, ready for battle. "Roar!" The troll roared, conjuring a massive ice hammer in its hand, which it swung at Born. Born pushed off with both feet, advancing instead of retreating. He slashed upwards with his soul-severing blade, easily deflecting the force of the ice hammer, then spun back, aiming for the troll's abdomen. However, although the troll was slow, its combat instincts were extremely strong. The ice hammer, which had been swung, circled around and returned to the troll's side, deflecting the soul-severing blade with a clang. Simultaneously, the troll raised its massive foot and kicked towards Born's chest. Born felt the troll's immense strength and was secretly astonished. This force was significantly greater than that of undead of the same level. Seeing the approaching foot, Born roared Soul Steel. A strange force suddenly erupted, momentarily stunning the troll. Its massive foot rose, but hesitated to strike. Taking advantage of the moment, Born spun around, charging up the troll's leg to its face, his soul-severing blade aimed straight for the troll's throat. But just then, a whooshing sound rang out, and a cloud of black mist silently appeared behind Born, its sharp claws swiftly reaching for his head. TSK! Born could only parry with his soul-severing blade, simultaneously retreating rapidly to create distance. This shadow demon is truly troublesome. Born cracked his knuckles. The brief exchange with the shadow demon had given him a first-hand experience of the terrifying penetrating power of its claws. Brother Born. Annie called out from the side, I help you. A smile curved Born's lips. Annie had been injured and her magic power depleted, preventing her from joining the battle. Now, after a short rest, she had recovered somewhat. With Annie's help, Born was confident he could deal with these two demons. Crackling sounds. Ice crystals began to condense around Born, wisps of cold air emanating from him. Then, he let out a low shout. 10,000 miles of ice seal. Whoosh! The power of his domain instantly expanded, encompassing both the shadow demon and the troll. In the wasteland's environment, 10,000 miles of ice seal maximized the domain's power, undoubtedly the best choice. The shadow demon's flickering figure froze, its movement speed significantly restricted. Ice crystals also appeared on the troll's feet and joints, further slowing its movements. Born pointed his soul-severing blade, its blade flashing with lightning, the power of the heavenly soul punishment. This time, he would use all his power to end the battle as quickly as possible. Ready? Born asked. Annie nodded, her entire body surging with magical power. Wisps of black energy coalesced in front of her, forming a phantom of an evil spirit. The spirit opened its maw, unleashing a deafening roar, a whoo. Restricted by the vast expanse of ice, neither the shadow demon nor the troll could dodge, and they were struck head-on by the powerful sonic attack of the evil spirit's roar. The shadow demon also revealed its true form from the black mist, its body swaying, clearly suffering a great shock. With a deafening crack, a thunderclap exploded beneath Born's feet. The immense impact propelled him, like a cannonball, towards the shadow demon. Lightning crackled on his soul-severing blade, a purple streak flashing as it swept towards the shadow demon's head. However, the demons, true to their powerful magical defenses, quickly regained their senses after a brief moment of disorientation. Seeing Born's approach, the shadow demon was terrified, letting out a fierce howl as it tried to transform into black mist and flee. However, Born wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. Without warning, a stone pillar rose from the ground, slamming the shadow demon back as it tried to escape. Under the shadow demon's incredulous, terrified gaze, the soul-severing blade sliced across its neck with unerring precision. A black head shot skyward, and a powerful shadow demon at the peak of the transformation realm perished. Seeing the shadow demon killed, the troll was terrified. It turned to flee, but trapped in a vast, frozen domain, it was barely faster than a tortoise. Born didn't stop, quickly giving chase, lightning crackling around him. The troll was in despair. It had initially thought she was just an ordinary human girl, easily dealt with, but it had encountered a formidable opponent. Undead? Don't kill me. The troll uttered a few words haltingly, his eyes pleading. The soul-severing blade stopped at his brow. Born narrowed his eyes and asked, You understand human language? The troll nodded. I learned a little. Annie also approached, asking in a low voice, Why did you attack the first guard zone this time? The troll fell silent. Born pushed the soul-severing blade forward, shouting, Answer the question now, or I kill you immediately. Blood was already seeping from the troll's brow. He began to panic. No, I say, someone, united, all the demons, to break out of the wasteland. What? Annie frowned. You mean the demons weren't united before? The troll nodded. Yes, the blood demon was a loner. The shadow demon had an eccentric personality. The dark elves were arrogant, everyone looked down on. No, who? Annie gestured for Bourne to sheath his soul-severing blade, then asked, "Who is that person? Is he also a demon?" The troll shook its massive head, saying, "No, he is a shepherd." "A shepherd?" Annie was confused. "What's a shepherd?" "I don't know, but I can take you there." Bourne frowned. To be able to unite the previously scattered demons, this person's power is definitely considerable. "Annie, you better be careful." Annie was silent for a moment, then asked the troll, "Where did you learn human language?" The troll hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's a shepherd." Annie's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately asked, "Are there any other humans imprisoned here?" The troll thought for a moment and said, "No, nothing." Bourne and Annie exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Bourne shook his head, saying, "That's impossible. The regent was only at the transcendent realm back then. Even if he could survive in this harsh environment, he couldn't possibly unite these powerful demons." Annie said with hope in her eyes, "How will we know if we don't go and see? Even if it's not the regent, he's been here for so long as a human, he must have news of the regent. I must go and see." Then, she turned to the troll and commanded, "If you don't want to die, take me to see the shepherd. I release you when we get there." The troll obediently nodded, "Follow me." Bourne sighed, "Then I go back first. Call me if anything happens. Be careful." Annie nodded, "Understood. Also, Picket Cadix helped me before. Could he provide some more information about the demons? It might come in handy later." Bourne agreed and returned to the netherworld. Annie leaped onto the troll's back. "Don't try anything funny. Even if you bring your allies to fight me, I kill you before they get here." Fear flashed in the troll's eyes, and it could only stammer, I understand." The troll carried Annie deeper and deeper into the wasteland. The troll smelled terrible, but Annie didn't care. After all, having someone to help her travel, saving her from trudging through the icy wilderness, was already a great relief. Annie patted the troll's back and asked, "Do you know Cadix?" The troll was taken aback. "Huh? You know the great general?" His voice was filled with reverence at the mention of the great general. "I met him. He's a good man." Annie smiled. "When I was in danger at Divine Beast Mountain, he was the one who came to my rescue." The troll was shocked, then roared, "You lie, the great general would rescue humans?" Annie shrugged. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. He's tall, bigger than you. He's a troll too, right?" The troll nodded, proudly stating, "Of course. He's the pride of our troll race, the strongest of the entire demon race." Annie smiled. "He even invited me to visit the Western Ghost Realm." Suddenly, she remembered that Cadix had thrown her a token, so she retrieved it from her breastplate and waved it in front of the troll. "Look, this is the token he gave me back then, I wasn't lying to you." Seeing the token, the troll's eyes widened in disbelief. You really met the great general?" "Of course." Annie toyed with the token. "Unfortunately, the situation was too urgent back then, I didn't even get a chance to talk to him for long." She then looked at the troll and asked, "With your strength, what level are you considered among the demons?" At this, the troll immediately slumped. "I have been trapped here for 30 years, missing the best age for cultivation." Annie scratched her head. "You're already at the 8th level of the transformation realm. You're considered a master, right?" The troll shook his head. "No. There are many stronger than me. We, on average, are all at the Fengyuan realm." Annie frowned. "Do you have many Fengyuan realm experts? Then why haven't you been able to defeat the Hairy Empire?" The troll snorted. "The Hairy Empire is nothing." He hesitated for a long time, unsure how to phrase it, so he skipped that part and continued, "Our experts are also restricted by the Northern Elves, and internally, they're not united, which is why the Hairy Empire is so arrogant." Annie thought about it and agreed. To the north was the Elven Forest. The elves would never allow the demons any opportunity. More importantly, their mortal enemy, the Dark Elves, was in the Western Ghost Realm, an irreconcilable conflict. "Then do you have many Supreme Realm experts?" Annie continued. The troll arrogantly replied, "We have many Supreme Realm experts. The trolls have the most." Annie knew this troll had no reason to lie. The demon's strength could completely crush any human force. Only if all of humanity united could they possibly fight the demons. Fortunately, the elves were holding them back in the north. Otherwise, relying solely on the Hairy Empire, they would likely have already been driven deep into the demon realm by the demons. "Hey troll, do you want to get out?" The troll growled, "Of course. I want to get out. Isn't that obvious? Annie smiled. Then can you cooperate with me? I have the token of Cadix, which proves I'm not your enemy. Your current methods not only won't get you out, but will also weaken yourselves, but I can help you. The troll's eyes darted around. Clearly, he couldn't handle such a complex problem. I don't know. Annie scoffed. Never mind. I talk to the shepherd when I see him. Thump, thump, thump. The troll continued walking deeper into the wasteland, leaving deep footprints in the endless snow. But a gust of wind blew, and the footprints were quickly buried, returning to their original state, as if no one had ever been there. Chapter 444. How much longer? Annie had been meditating on the troll's back for a while, but they still hadn't reached their destination. After traveling all day, Annie's stomach was growling with hunger, so she had no choice but to take out some dry rations from her breastplate and eat. Almost there, the troll said in a muffled voice. After talking along the way, the troll had lowered his guard. After all, the token in Annie's hand was genuine, and Cadix held absolute prestige among the demons, not to mention he was also a troll. Annie leaned against the troll's head, casually asking, how did that shepherd manage to unite all the demon races? Are all the demons under his command now? The troll shook his head. No, he just united the blood demons, shadow demons, and trolls, dark elves, and no others. He provided a constant supply of food. Annie was taken aback. A constant supply of food? What does that mean? This wasteland is barren. Where would there be any food? Could he conjure it up? The troll hesitated for a moment. He said before, I didn't believe you. Now, I tell you. Actually, he's raising a herd of desert antelopes. Huh? Annie was even more confused. Dark antelopes should be considered magical beasts, right? And if he can raise sheep, can't you just go and steal them? The troll shook his head. He has the blood demon supporting him. Why does the blood demon support him? I don't know. The sky had completely darkened. The troll stopped and said, how about we rest here? It's inconvenient to travel at night. Annie was speechless. Then why are you going to raid the base at night? The troll looked innocent. That was the plan. I'm out of strength. He plopped down on the ground. He hadn't stopped fighting Annie since the beginning, and his stamina was long gone. If Annie hadn't kept urging him, he wouldn't have wanted to travel like this. Helpless, Annie jumped off the troll's back. But it's freezing here, and there's a blizzard at night. Where are we going to hide? The troll didn't answer. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a huge crater with a loud boom. Annie was startled. Just as she was about to ask, the troll started digging with both hands, quickly creating a hole. Go inside, the troll said, pointing to the hole. Annie peeked out. Below was still ice. She didn't know how thick the ice was, but it should provide some shelter from the wind. The troll burrowed into the hole first, then reached out to catch Annie. He then channeled his magic, conjuring a massive block of ice to cover the troll, instantly blocking out some of the outside noise. Annie exclaimed, you really know how to do things. The troll curled up into a ball, closing his eyes. We are trapped here. We've gotten used to it. That single word, gotten used to it, contained so much sorrow and helplessness. As the troll's breathing gradually calmed, Annie sighed, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began circulating her spiritual energy, entering a meditative state. The next day, after a night's rest, the troll had recovered completely. Not only that, he had miraculously broken through to a higher level. The troll clenched his fist, his face filled with disbelief. I haven't broken through for over 10 years. Overwhelmed with emotion, even his speech became more fluent. Annie understood that this was all thanks to the Spirit Division chapter, which had straightened out the chaotic elemental magic here, forming a powerful magic field. Although not as strong as the outside world, it was undoubtedly a godsend for the troll, who had been trapped here for so long. Breaking through to the 9th level of the transformation realm was no problem at all. The troll danced with joy, smashing the ice block above his head with a punch and leaping out of the burrow with a triumphant howl. A woo! Annie, seeing the troll's excitement, was also pleased. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. I'm Annie Gore. You can just call me Annie. The troll scooped up Annie and tossed her high into the air. Thank you. Annie! I'm a troll. Annie was speechless. I know you're a troll, but you should at least have a name, right? Like your great general, who's called Cadix. The troll caught Annie and said, "Demons don't have names. Only when they reach the 401 realm do they get names." Annie laughed. "Then you'll be breaking through to the 401 realm soon. Have you thought about what to call yourself?" The troll scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "No, I don't know how to choose a name." Annie thought for a moment. "Then I give you one. Since you like using a hammer as a weapon, how about Hammer?" The troll was overjoyed, excitedly lifting Annie up and shouting, "Hammer, I am Hammer. I am Hammer." Annie giggled, and the two, one human, one troll, created a harmonious scene unprecedented in 1,000 years. Swish, swish. Suddenly, a commotion arose, and 5 dark figures swiftly appeared before Hamel. Annie looked closely, and saw a group of dark elves. One of them was speaking to Hamel in a low voice. Hamel's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Annie, and then muttered a few words in response. However, the dark elf immediately frowned, his tone becoming sharp, and the dark elf beside him also looked hostile. Hamel placed Annie behind him, and then roared angrily at the dark elves. "What's going on?" Annie patted Hamel's thigh. Given her height, she could only pat up to this point. Hamel turned around and said, "They want to capture you. I won't let them." At that moment, the dark elves suddenly moved. 2 dark elves bypassed Hamel from the side, and charged towards Annie. Hammer roared in fury, conjuring a warhammer in his right hand, and slamming it down on one of the dark elves. The elf was visibly startled, but reacted swiftly, dodging Hammer's attack. However, another dark elf had already reached Annie. Undeterred, Annie took 2 steps back, flicked her wand, and a stream of water surged forth, instantly enveloping the dark elf before tossing him aside. The sneak attack had failed, and the dark elf leader was visibly exasperated, his face contorted with rage as he screamed. Hammer, undeterred, returned the roar with equal fury. The dark elf who had been forced back by Hammer seized the opportunity, circled around him again, drew his bow, and fired an arrow at Annie, and waved her wand, and an ice wall blocked the arrows. At the same time, she leaped out from behind Hamel, shouting, "Don't attack yet." The dark elf leader, clearly caught off guard, paused for a moment, then glared at her fiercely, speaking in a human language with a slight accent. "Human, I don't know how you bewitched this troll, but we dark elves will not let humans pass through here. Prepare to die." He spoke much more fluently than Hamel, but with a heavy accent, it was difficult to understand without careful listening. And raised her hands, saying, "I came here with no ill intentions. I'm here to find the shepherd. The shepherd will not see you." The dark elf roared, drawing a black longbow from his back, nocking an arrow, and pointing it at Anne. Annie's heart skipped a beat. The arrow looked incredibly familiar. Wasn't it the same one that had pierced her ice wall back at the base? "Don't attack yet." Annie cried out quickly, "I know Urzur." The dark elf leader was startled. Her right hand, which was about to release the arrow, couldn't retract it in time. She could only quickly fire an arrow into the air. The arrow whistled through the air and struck the ground in the distance, exploding with a loud bang and sending up a cloud of ice shards. Annie clicked her tongue in amazement. The dark elf's archery skills were truly impressive. "You know the martial arts master?" The dark elf leader's eyes held suspicion, but since she could call out the name, it meant she did know something. The dark elves had never directly fought the Hairy Empire, but frequently clashed with the northern elves. Therefore, the name Urzur was little known among humans, but it was a household name among the elves. Annie breathed a sigh of relief. The other party was willing to talk, which was the best-case scenario. "I met Master Urzur at Divine Beast Mountain before he saved me, and I haven't had a chance to thank him yet." "Impossible," the dark elf leader roared. "The Master Urzur would never save a human." His reaction was exactly the same as Hamel's yesterday. Annie shrugged and said, "He left in a hurry, and didn't give me any token, but he really did go to Divine Beast Mountain to save me." "I won't lie." The dark elf leader hesitated and asked, "When did that happen?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "About 3 years ago, when the magic realm closed." The dark elf leader pulled over an archer beside him, and questioned him twice in Elven language. The archer answered tremblingly, and then the dark elf leader's expression changed, his gaze turning deep as he looked at Annie. "The martial arts master did indeed go to Divine Beast Mountain 3 years ago, but he didn't say why. I don't believe he went there specifically to save you." Annie took out Cadix's token and said, "The martial arts master went to Divine Beast Mountain with General Cadix. This is the token General Cadix gave me. They fought side by side at the time, and they should have returned to the Western Ghost Realm together." The dark elf leader looked at the archer again, and the archer nodded, seemingly confirming Annie's statement. The dark elf leader was finally shocked. If Annie was lying, then the token in her hand was definitely not lying. He had no doubt that the troll in front of him was helping this human because of the token of Cadix. You're really the martial arts master's friend? The dark elf chieftain still found it hard to believe. Annie nodded. He helped me, so naturally I consider him a friend. And now I want to help his people, that is, you, escape this cage. The dark elf chieftain's brow furrowed deeply. You can lead us out? As far as I know, you're just a newcomer to the First Guard District. What ability do you have to lead us out? Annie raised an eyebrow. You know that? Looks like your intelligence is quite timely. The dark elf chieftain scoffed. TCH, there are only a few people in the First Guard District, and they all been here for over 10 years. They never seen you before, so you're obviously new. Annie shrugged. My method is actually very simple. Cooperate with the people in the Guard District and escape together. The dark elf chieftain was stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha! I thought it was some brilliant idea. Then his face turned incredibly grim. Are you playing me? The Guard District. These people were sent by the Hairy Empire to supervise us. Do you think they let us out? And unconcerned, took 2 steps forward and countered with a smile. Do you think they want to be here supervising you? Upon hearing this, the dark elf leader was stunned. Yes. These guards were originally punished for their mistakes, and were sent here to serve, the shortest term being 10 years, the longest even reaching lifelong service, like Addison in the First Guard District. Didn't they want to leave? Weren't they imprisoned here too? But wanting humans and demons to cooperate is simply a pipe dream, isn't it? And interrupted the dark elf leader with a smile, continuing to persuade him. But have you considered that you're already united by one human? Why can't you unite with other humans as well? Sometimes, temporarily setting aside racial animosity isn't a bad way out. The dark elf leader was clearly persuaded, but he still said, the shepherd is different from other humans. He's genuinely helping us. And opened her arms, her eyes sincere, and said, me too. I believe, and Hamel said from the side, she helped me break through. The dark elf leader's gaze fell on Hamel, and he nodded, saying, you were only at the 8th level of the transformation realm before you did break through. Could this be the work of this human girl? Hamel nodded. She was able to unify the chaotic magic power. The dark elf leader's eyes narrowed slightly. If this was true, it would be nothing short of a miracle for the demons imprisoned here. And he looked up, slightly surprised, and asked, you knew all along? Hamel grinned, but the smile was somewhat eerie, revealing a row of fangs. We trolls live in dangerous areas and are used to sensing the movement of magic, even while we sleep. The dark elf leader finally sighed, beckoning the other dark elves back to him. All right, I take you to see the shepherd, but you must promise that under no circumstances will you harm him. Annie immediately replied, of course, I'm going to cooperate, I won't harm him. In that case, follow me. The dark elf leader waved his hand, and the other 4 dark elves immediately scattered, while he led the way. Hamel reached out and lifted Annie onto his shoulder, and the 3 of them continued walking forward. Chapter 445. They really captured the First Guard District? In a stone cave, a emaciated demon, looking like a walking corpse, asked in astonishment. Across from him sat a canine demon with a mouthful of sharp teeth and a hunched back, drawing something on the ground with his hand. You corpse demons wouldn't join them, would you? The corpse demon's eyes flickered slightly. We are sworn enemies of humans. That shepherd is human, after all. I will not accept him. The demon with sharp teeth grinned. We ogres are the same. Humans are food to us. Who would join forces with their prey? The corpse demon leaned closer and asked, but now the blood demons, shadow demons, trolls, and flame demons have all been won over, and the dark elves are helping them too. The flame demons were still somewhat hesitant, but now the First Guard District. They captured it, and the Balrog will probably join them wholeheartedly. What should we do? Just watch. The ogre's face was also full of worry. The succubus and the dream demon are both hiding in the shadows and unwilling to come out. Right now, only the 2 of us have the numbers. If we could capture one of the guarded areas, maybe we could stand up to them. The corpse demon waved his hand. Cough. Can the other guarded areas compare to the first guarded area? Even if we capture it, what's the point? When the people from the Hairy Empire come, they just take it back. Then what should we do? If they keep going like this, I'm afraid the succubus and the dream demon will be persuaded by them too, the ogre said, distressed. The corpse demon thought for a moment, a dark look appearing on his face. If all else fails, We take advantage of their journey to the first guarded area and kill the shepherd. The ogre's eyes lit up. Then he said worriedly, but the shepherd is protected by blood demons. It'd be difficult to attack. The corpse demon laughed. Even if the blood demons are strong, there are only 2. With so many of us, we can send some to hold off the 2 blood demons while we assassinate him. It'd definitely work. The ogre nodded slightly. What's the shepherd's cultivation level? Can our men defeat him? The corpse demon laughed loudly. It's quite interesting. That shepherd was originally only at the peak of the outer Yuan realm. He only barely broke through to the Qi Yuan realm with the help of the blood demons. Our lads can handle him perfectly well. The ogre stroked his chin. Then how do we get close? We need to know. There are still dark elves and trolls on the outskirts. I don't want to fight trolls. Those guys are as strong as bulls. The corpse demon thought for a while, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Why don't we pretend to surrender, and then take advantage of the situation when we see the shepherd? The ogre slapped his thigh and jumped up. I knew you corpse demons were smart. You came up with a plan right away. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up, or they all have moved to the first guard district. The 2 set off immediately, each taking their subordinates, heading towards the center of the wasteland. Not long after, they encountered 2 demons clad in red armor. These 2 demons were plump and excited, chattering away. They stopped talking when they saw the large group of corpse demons and ogres approaching. Fire demons? The ogre leader was slightly taken aback. They must have just returned from the first guard district. Should we go and say hello? The corpse demon leader's lips curled into a smile. Of course. If we can go in with the Balrogs, our chances will be even greater. The ogre leader chuckled and walked towards the 2 Balrogs. Where are you 2 brothers headed? The Balrogs looked at the ogre leader warily. To see the shepherd. What are you doing here? The ogre leader laughed. What a coincidence. We're also going to see the shepherd. We're going the same way. One Balrog frowned. Didn't you always advocate against associating with the shepherd? Why the change of heart today? The other Balrog snorted. Humph. They're just jealous because we captured the first guarded area. Brother, ignore them. Let's hurry and find the shepherd to claim our credit, or those shadow demons will beat us to it. The ogre leader thought to himself. He thought to himself, you Balrogs are just as opportunistic, always wavering and only joining when you have the advantage, and now you're talking about us. But on the surface, he still smiled and said, oh brother, you're joking. We're just considering the bigger picture. After all, our demon race and the human race are irreconcilable enemies, so it's not easy for us to easily trust the shepherd. But things are different now. The corpse demon leader stepped forward and said, the shepherd has already demonstrated his strength, leading everyone to break through the first guard zone. We know we can't do that, so we want to join your ranks. The 2 Balrogs exchanged a glance, and the Balrog underling whispered, Big brother, we haven't officially joined yet. If we could bring the ogres and corpse demons with us, the shepherd would probably think more highly of us, right? The elder flame demon frowned deeply. The ogres and corpse demons are indeed powerful. If they join us, our chances of escape will be much greater. However, taking them to see the shepherd so easily is letting them off too easily. Then, the elder flame demon said loudly, since you want to join, I think the shepherd will definitely welcome you. The ogre leader's face lit up with joy, but his happiness was short-lived. The elder flame demon changed the subject, however. We fought tooth and nail to capture the first guard zone, and you did nothing. Now you're reaping the benefits without lifting a finger? That's unfair. You have to contribute something, otherwise the other demons who participated in the battle won't agree. The ogre leader's expression changed, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Tighten up, he thought to himself, cursing, that shameless bastard. All he wants are magic crystals? He's utterly wicked. The corpse demon leader tugged at the ogre leader's sleeve, signaling him to calm down, and stepped forward, saying, we're all in the wasteland, what can we offer? Just some magic crystals, but these crystals are priceless. I'm sure the shepherd won't make us hand them over. The Balrog grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Heh, that's none of our business. Go try it yourselves, and see if those dark elf worms will let you pass. The corpse demon leader's expression changed slightly. If they encountered trolls on their way, it would be fine. Trolls are simple-minded and easily fooled. But dark elves were different. They inherited the high intelligence of their elven ancestors, and given the already strained relationship between dark elves and ogre/corpse demons, they wouldn't be allowed to pass. The corpse demon leader said in a deep voice, you captured the first guard zone, didn't you? There are plenty of magic crystals there, aren't there? What we have is nothing. The flame demon elder brother sneered, that's different. You need to hand over the magic crystals to show your sincerity. Otherwise, how will we know if you really want to join? The ogre leader couldn't stand it anymore. He shoved aside the corpse demon leader standing in front of him, and shouted sharply, "What are you flame demons? A bunch of opportunists. Do you really think you're something special? Even without your introduction. What can they do? The shepherd's goal is to unite all the demons. I don't believe the dark elves would be so foolish as to shut us out. If the shepherd blames them, do you think they feel good?" The flame demon leader was taken aback, not expecting to push the other party to such a point. He scratched his head and said, "Why are you so agitated? It's not like we're asking you to hand over the crystals right now. Forget it, forget it. You're such a stingy person, tch." The ogre leader was furious. The corpse demon leader sighed, pulled him aside, and then shoved 2 magic crystals into the flame demon leader's hand. These magic crystals were of very poor quality, provided by the Hairy Empire to the guards here. Sometimes, the demons would attack the guarded areas to steal some magic crystals. These were the ones the corpse demon had stolen from one of the guarded areas. Of course, there is another way to obtain cultivation resources, which is to kill the magical beasts in the wasteland. However, there are very few magical beasts in the wasteland, and the few that exist are very powerful. Generally, demons do not dare to provoke them too much, and those that can be provoked are fast and difficult to catch. Therefore, even low-quality magic crystals are priceless here. Ordinary people wouldn't trade them. The flame demon looked at the magic crystal in his palm, grinned, and said, "Heh, corpse demon, you're more sensible." He then pocketed the crystal and waved, "Alright, we're all demons, we should work together. Let's go see the shepherd." The ogre leader, still angry, whispered to the corpse demon leader, "Why did you actually give those 2 idiots crystals?" The corpse demon leader sighed, "Great things don't concern themselves with trifles. It's just a few crystals. If we can successfully kill the shepherd, all the crystals he has will be ours. Let's just get in first." The group continued walking. The flame demon brothers boasted about their battles, while the corpse demon leader just smiled along, remaining silent. The ogre leader, however, kept a gloomy face, looking sullen. Along the way, they encountered 4 groups of checkpoints, including shadow demons and dark elves. However, after clarifying the origins of the corpse demon and the ogre, and with the flame demon accompanying them, they were allowed to pass without much hindrance. The ease with which they passed was almost unexpected. The corpse demon and the ogre leader were overjoyed. This gave them a chance to get close to the shepherd. A single decisive blow would claim all the shepherd's wealth. In the distance, a herd of desert antelopes gradually came into view, numbering in the thousands. These were genuine magical beasts. With these desert antelopes, how could they possibly lack magic cores for cultivation? Just as they were about to continue forward, a terrifying aura gradually gathered, and a crimson figure, accompanied by a foul stench, suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. The ogre leader immediately put on a smiling face and said, "Yo, Blood Demon, long time no see." Blood Demon's expression suddenly changed as he sized up the group before him and asked, "What are you doing here?" The Flame Demon elder brother patted his chest and said, "We brothers participated in the battle against the first guard zone, so now we can join openly, right?" The Corpse Demon leader said, "Although there were some misunderstandings before, the ogres and I discussed it, and decided to join as well. We came specifically to see the shepherd." Blood Demon remained non-committal. "That's for the shepherd to decide. You can't all go to see him. The rest of you stay here. The 3 of you come with me." The Corpse Demon and the ogre leader glanced at their subordinates, then followed Blood Demon into the flock of sheep. The desert antelopes were enormous. After the 3 entered, only the Balrog could still see the outside. The Corpse Demon and the ogre could only see the densely packed antelope legs, constantly swallowing their saliva. The Blood Demon warned, "Don't touch these sheep, or you die." The ogre leader chuckled dryly, "Blood Demon, I'm quite curious. Although the shepherd saved you, can you really resist so many desert antelopes?" The Blood Demon glanced at him indifferently. "The shepherd can keep me from starving. But if I touch these sheep, how long can I be happy? A year? 2 years? And then what? Will I still have a chance to escape?" The Corpse Demon leader understood his meaning. "With your strength, you can easily take his place. The shepherd, after all, is just a human, not of our kind." Before the Corpse Demon leader could finish speaking, the Blood Demon grabbed him by the throat, his eyes chilling. "If you dare lay a finger on the shepherd," he said, "I kill you immediately." The Corpse Demon leader, gasping for breath, struggled to breathe, pounding on the Blood Demon's arm. "Let go. I won't move." "The shepherd," he cried. The Blood Demon released him, coldly stating, "The shepherd possesses great wisdom, and only he can control these antelopes. He is my only hope of escaping. I will not allow anyone to disrupt him and my plans." The others dared not say another word, silently pressing forward. Finally, they pushed through the flock of sheep and came to a clearing. In the center sat a middle-aged man, his beard and hair almost dragging on the ground, seemingly unkempt for years, making him look like a wild man. He was surrounded by rings of pale blue light, channeling the chaotic water elemental magic around him, transforming the cold wind and blizzard into layers of warm, pure elemental power that spread throughout the surrounding space. The ogre leader's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly lunged forward, charging towards the shepherd while shouting, "Attack!" A cloud of black mist erupted beneath the ogre leader's feet, and a massive magic circle radiated outwards from him. More than a dozen rotting arms rose from the ground, tightly binding the blood demon. The blood demon roared furiously, "What are you doing?" The flame demon, bewildered, froze in place. The ogre leader was upon the shepherd in mere breaths. He could already smell the shepherd's scent. However, the shepherd remained lost in thought, completely unaware of the impending danger. "No!" The blood demon screamed in despair, struggling to break free from the ogre's grasp, but it was too late. The ogre leader grinned savagely and swung his sharp claws, aiming a vicious strike at the shepherd's head. Chapter 446. But at this critical moment, a skeleton soldier suddenly appeared between the two, his right hand gripping a pale white bone blade, which he firmly blocked the ogre leader's claws with a clang. The ogre leader's claws had already touched the shepherd's bushy hair, even severing a few strands that floated down slowly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't advance an inch. Then, a stench of blood assaulted the air, and the ogre leader quickly withdrew. A cloud of blood mist exploded where he had been, revealing the blood demon. The blood demon's face was contorted with rage, his hair bristling, in a state of frenzy, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. "Ogres! Corpse demons! You're courting death!" Seeing the assassination attempt fail, the corpse demon leader immediately moved to the ogre leader's side. Meanwhile, the sounds of fighting came from outside. It seemed the waiting ogres and corpse demons had also launched their attack simultaneously. The corpse demon leader roared, "Our demon race will absolutely not allow a human to be our leader. It would be an insult to the glory of our ancestors. No matter what extraordinary abilities the shepherd may possess, I refuse to believe that a mere Qiyuan realm cultivator could be so powerful." At this moment, the shepherd, awakened by the commotion around him, found himself before a skeleton and a blood demon. He slowly stood up and looked at the blood demon, asking, What happened?" The blood demon shielded him behind him, saying, "It's an ogre and a corpse demon. They used the pretext of joining the alliance to approach and ambush you. It was my negligence in protecting you. If it weren't for this skeleton soldier, a great disaster would have already occurred." "A skeleton soldier?" The shepherd looked at the skeleton in confusion. "Thank you for saving me, but who are you?" The skeletal figure's jaw clenched, and he chuckled, "Your Excellency Regent, long time no see." The shepherd shuddered, his brow furrowing instantly. Who are you?" Just then, a young girl emerged from the flock. Her eyes were moist as she looked at the shepherd, her voice choked with emotion as she whispered, "Uncle Amina." The shepherd's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. He rushed to the girl, his voice filled with expectation and hesitation, and asked, You are Annie?" Annie nodded emphatically. "Yes, I am Annie." "Ha ha!" Amina threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter filled with boundless joy and exhilaration. The laughter quickly subsided, turning into sobs. "Heaven have mercy! Heaven have mercy! I, Amina, have persevered for nearly 10 years, and it's finally over." Annie stepped forward and grasped Amina's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Uncle Amina, these 10 years have been so hard on you." Amina, his face streaked with tears, gently stroked Annie's hair. "Annie, you've grown up, that's wonderful. But how did you find me? Why are you here? Has the army of my Norma Empire attacked?" Annie shook her head. "Not yet, but soon. I come to take you home." She then briefly recounted what had happened since Amina left. Amina listened intently, his expression shifting between tense clenching of fists, angry glares, and joyful laughter. "I never imagined that in the 10 years I was gone, the Empire would develop like this. It's all thanks to you." And shook her head. "It's not my achievement, it's everyone's." Amina's expression dimmed slightly. "Alas, you are all striving for the prosperity of the Empire, while I'm trapped here wasting my life. I'm such a pathetic regent." And immediately said, "How could that be? His Majesty and everyone are very concerned about you." To ensure you wouldn't be harmed during our uprising, they sent me specifically to find you. Amida's eyes were filled with gratitude. And thank you. You had a long journey too. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Your reunion is indeed touching, but now doesn't seem like the time for idle chatter. The ogre leader looked at the suddenly appearing Annie with a grim expression, speaking in a heavily accented human language. You, a human, are the summoner of that skeleton soldier? I never would have guessed. Annie frowned, turned to the ogre, and said with disdain, What are you? You're really ugly. Upon hearing this, the ogre leader's face turned green with rage. Oh, you can even change color. Born chimed in with a laugh. Damn it! The ogre leader roared, charging towards Annie. You're just food. I tear you to shreds. But the next moment, a whooshing sound rang out, and a jet of blood shot towards the ogre leader's back. The blood demon had struck. The ogre leader roared in frustration, dodging the attack with a mid-air somersault, and turned to shout to the corpse demon leader, Cover me. The corpse demon leader didn't act immediately, but instead nudged the stunned Balrog brother. Hey, want to join us? We give you a share of these antelopes. The flame demon, finally snapping out of his daze, exclaimed in surprise, You're really here to kill the shepherds? The corpse demon leader was speechless. We already started, and you're still asking this kind of question. Honestly, it's better to go it alone than to follow humans. Think it over. We outnumber you, so our chances of killing the shepherds are high. If you help us now, I give you some antelopes, otherwise, forget about it, and you have to give back the 2 spirit stones I gave you. The flame demon wanted to refuse, but seeing the herd of antelopes beside him, his mouth watered involuntarily. What do you want me to do? The corpse demon leader chuckled. The flame demon was easy to fool. It's simple. I can't handle this by myself. Blood demon, come help me. The ogre alone can easily handle those humans. The flame demon immediately shook his head. No, no, no. I don't want to fight the blood demon, he's a madman. The corpse demon leader whispered, It's not like you're going alone. Don't you trust my strength? The flame demon hesitated, but nodded, all right. But I can't beat him. If he goes berserk, I have to run. The corpse demon leader waved helplessly. I know, let's go. Let's go! With that, the corpse demon leader pressed his hands to the ground again, and a magic circle appeared. Dozens of zombies crawled out of the magic circle. Born's eyes widened. No matter what level of necromancer he was, it was impossible to summon so many zombies to fight at once. Even a necromancer at the Supreme Realm could only summon a maximum of 7 undead through necromancy and enhancement magic. On the other hand, ordinary people simply did not have enough magic power to support such a number of undead to stay in the main plane. The zombies immediately pounced on the blood demon, who, unfazed, swept his hand away, unleashing a burst of crimson light that instantly killed 10 zombies. This move truly shocked Born. It seemed the demons were not to be underestimated. Then, the flame demon roared, conjuring a massive fireball in his hand and hurling it at the blood demon. The blood demon transformed into a cloud of blood mist, quickly dodging the fireball, which struck the ground with a deafening roar. The surrounding antelopes, startled by the explosion, scattered in all directions, making the space slightly larger. The ogre leader laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Excellent, now no one will cause trouble. He licked his dry lips with his long tongue, his gaze towards Annie and Amida like that of prey. But just as he was about to make a move, a murderous aura swept over him. He instinctively shifted to the left, a cold glint flashing as Born revealed himself, his soul-severing blade slashing downwards, almost grazing the ogre's face. Missing his target, Born reversed his blade, unleashing a swift, fluid horizontal slash. The ogre leader broke out in a cold sweat, but being a peak stage transformation realm expert, he immediately extended his right claw to block the blade. Even with the soul-severing blade sharpness, it failed to sever his sharp nails, instead embedding itself deeply. Born was quite surprised. The ogre leader sneered, his left claw viciously grabbing at Born's head. Born slightly tilted his head, then spun around, swinging the soul-severing blade horizontally again, this time with even greater force and power, utilizing all his magical energy. The ogre leader was startled. Weapons capable of damaging his nails were rare. Another hit would be disastrous. He had no choice but to retreat quickly. Born's swing missed, but his objective was achieved. Forcing his opponent back at least ensured the safety of Annie and Amina. What kind of technique is that? The ogre leader asked grimly. It's like a shadow fiend. Are you a shadow fiend in disguise? He quickly shook his head. Shadow fiends don't look like that. How did you do that? Born twirled his blade, pointing the tip at his opponent. Heh heh, I won't tell you. Ogre, huh? I suggest you give up now, or you be the one in trouble. Arrogant! The ogre leader roared. Just a skeleton soldier, daring to spout such low-level tricks in front of me? Die! With that, the ogre leader prepared to attack again. Just then, a voice rang out, Wait! The ogre leader stumbled, glaring at Annie. What? Annie walked to Born's side, looking directly into the ogre's terrifying eyes, and said, What is your purpose in killing the shepherd? Is it merely to seize the cultivation resources here? The ogre leader sneered, Otherwise what? But even without cultivation resources, tasting human flesh wouldn't be bad. Annie shook her head. I truly overestimated your demon race. I thought demons would be a group of ambitious, powerful beings eager to escape this prison. The ogre leader glared. That's nonsense. Who trapped here doesn't want to escape? But what's the use? Leaving aside the guarding army, even the steep, slippery mountain walls are insurmountable obstacles. How easy is it to escape? For so many years, no one has been able to leave from here. Annie smiled slightly. What if I told you I had a way to get you out of here? The ogre leader burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a joke. You, a human, want to lead us demons out? Don't you even listen to what you're saying? I'm not joking, Annie said solemnly. I'm not from the Hairy Empire, and I have little animosity towards demons. In fact, one of your demon race's supreme experts once saved my life. With that, she produced Cadix's token. Upon seeing the token, the ogre chieftain was immediately horrified. The great general's token? Where did you get it? The great general gave it to her personally. At this moment, Hemel arrived late. He had gone to meet his chieftain after returning, hence his tardiness. General Cadix and Master Martial Arts of Urzer went to Beast Mountain together to rescue Annie. That's impossible. The ogre chieftain took 2 steps back in horror, but hearing these words from a troll forced him to believe it. Lord Cadix despises humans. Why would he rescue a woman like you? And patted Born beside her and said, Don't forget, I'm a necromancer. My summoning of the undead is connected to Pike in the netherworld. Gulp. The ogre chieftain swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the battle between the corpse demon, the Balrog, and the blood demon also stopped, and they all looked in this direction. And continued, I know it's hard for you to believe me as a human, but the shepherd has shown us that humans and demons can coexist peacefully, even cooperate. Actually, I entered the northern wasteland as a guardian. I met many guardians. They weren't here voluntarily to watch over you. They were forced, essentially being punished here. I think you can totally unite with the guardians and escape together. Unite with the guardians? The corpse demon leader frowned deeply. This is the first time I heard of such an idea. What's your plan? Seeing the corpse demon leader's interest, and continued, It's simple. I persuade the people in the first guardian district, and then we find a way to unite. Other guard areas, let's find an opportunity to use the iron chains at the exit to rush up. Once we're outside the wasteland, the sky's the limit. The corpse demon leader stared intently into Annie's eyes. How confident are you? 20%. Annie answered decisively. After all, some people's time limits are approaching, and they be out soon. They won't be willing to take the risk again. But those who have been here for a long time, like 20, 30, or even longer, will definitely be willing to give it a try. The tense atmosphere between the two sides immediately eased. The ogre leader looked at the corpse demon leader and asked in a low voice, Isn't 20% too low? The corpse demon leader shook his head. It's better than no hope at all. I've been trapped here for endless years, and I don't want to stay any longer. Chapter 447. The ogre leader's eyes widened. You really believe this little girl's nonsense? She's human. Even if she says there's a 20% chance, she might still be lying. The corpse demon leader fell silent, somewhat non-committal. Annie continued, I know it's hard to convince you in a short time, that's alright, but at least now it's impossible for you to kill the shepherd. Next, I will cooperate with the shepherd to bring all the demons in the Alliance out of this hellhole. After that, you can do whatever you want, I won't interfere. But one thing, within the Alliance, you must listen to me. The blood demon frowned and looked at Amida. Amida nodded to him, saying, This is someone I trust very much. I guarantee with my life anything she says. The blood demon shook his head. You should know, I only listen to you. Amida gave a bitter smile and said nothing more. The corpse demon and the ogre leader exchanged a glance, then quickly retreated, leaving behind the words, You're lucky today. I see how much trouble your alliance can cause. The blood demon wanted to give chase, but Annie stopped him. Let them go. Now is not the time to chase them. The blood demon frowned and asked in a deep voice, Who exactly are you? Annie smiled. Who I am isn't important. You just need to know that I'm trustworthy. My goal was to get Uncle Amida out of here, but after seeing the situation, I have a new idea. I think Uncle Amida thinks the same way. Amida nodded. My original plan was also to unite with the demons and find a way to escape, but only now have we achieved a little success. Annie, are you really going to join forces with the Watchers? Annie turned and asked, Blood Demon, did you capture anyone from the first guard zone this time? Blood Demon then beckoned, bring the human over. The dark elves who had just arrived from the outer perimeter immediately brought over, escorting a man. Upon seeing the man, Annie softly called out, Captain Abrader? Abrader looked ashen-faced, his body covered in wounds, the most serious being a penetrating wound in his left shoulder, from which something had pierced, and was still bleeding profusely. Hearing Annie's voice, he forced his head up, his eyes widening instantly. Anna? What are you doing here? This is... Annie quickly stepped forward, taking out medicine and bandages from her breastplate. Don't speak yet, let me bandage you. The dark elves nearby tried to stop her, but at Blood Demon's signal, they released their grip and took a step back. Annie skillfully bandaged Abrader's wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. The wound was simply too large. Abrader waved his hand, his eyes dim. Don't waste your time. I don't have much time left to live. Even if you stop the bleeding, what good will it do? I've been captured by the demons. I can't escape death. No! Annie cried anxiously, sweating profusely. She wasn't skilled at healing wounds, and usually only dealt with simple injuries. Faced with this situation, she was truly at a loss. You can't die. Hold on. Seeing Annie's flustered state, Amida gave the Blood Demon a look. The Blood Demon pursed his lips, reluctantly stepped forward, pulled Annie aside, and pressed his hand against Abrader's wound. Abrader's gaze sharpened, and he let out a desperate roar. Blood Demon. Even if I die, I take you down with me. As he spoke, his magical power began to surge. And was startled and quickly grabbed his hand, comforting him. Abrader, calm down, the Blood Demon isn't trying to kill you. Hearing this, Abrader's magical flow paused slightly, then he felt a strange power enter his body, guiding his blood back into his veins. His flesh was also writhing, as if trying to regrow. This? Abrader was speechless with surprise. You're saving me? After a while, Abrader's bleeding stopped, and his wounds were much better than before. The Blood Demon withdrew his hand, shaking it with a look of disgust. Humph, if it weren't for the shepherd, I wouldn't have saved you. The shepherd? Abrader looked at Amida. You're that nobleman from the Norma Empire? After all these years, you're still alive? Amida walked up to him. If it weren't for the Blood Demon protecting me, I would have died long ago. In this wasteland, I can only rely on demons, not my fellow humans. Don't you think that's ironic? Abrader turned his head away. But you're a nobleman from an enemy country. This is the royal order. But your royal family indulges in lavish palaces in Stonecan, singing and dancing every day, living a life of luxury and debauchery, while you're left here eating potatoes and cabbage every day, living in constant fear, your lives always in danger. Is such a royal family worthy of your loyalty? Annie's voice struck Abrader's heart like a heavy hammer. And continued, which of us guards who came here did so voluntarily? Which of us wasn't framed? What wrong did we do to deserve this punishment? Are those high-ranking officials, who plunder the people of Stonecan City and commit atrocities every day inherently superior to us? Abrader gritted his teeth and said, but what can we do? We can't escape. This place is a cage, trapping not only the demons but also us guards. Unless the time limit is reached, we can't get out. Why can't you get out? Have you tried? And asked, looking directly into his eyes. Of course, someone has tried, Abrader said. A guard tried to escape through the exit by exploiting the rules, but was discovered and thrown off the cliff. He was pecked to a skeleton by the snow eagles in midair. Then why not think of other ways? Like you said, we guards aren't the only ones trapped here. Abrader's expression changed, and he looked at the surrounding demons. You mean, a coalition with the demons? Annie nodded. That's right, a coalition with the demons. Only by uniting can we truly escape. Impossible. Abrader immediately shook his head. Demons are cruel and bloodthirsty, no one can cooperate with them. Annie pointed at Amida and asked, then what do you think this is? Amida has been here just as long as you, but he has no supplies, no comfortable base to hide in, and can only survive under the protection of the Blood Demon. Now he's even united with the 4 major demon races. This is a living example right in front of us. Don't you believe it? Abrader opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The blood demon then said, I don't really want to cooperate with humans, but the situation is what it is. Compared to being trapped here forever, I rather concede. The dark elf leader, the shadow demon leader, the troll leader, and the fire demon were all present, nodding in agreement. The troll leader had already learned of Annie's identity, and the Cadix token from Hamel, and had informed the other demons. Now, everyone had tentatively accepted Annie. Abrader was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that this situation would arise. It was simply a fantasy. If someone had initially told him about uniting with the demons, he would have scoffed and ridiculed them. But now, the reality was staring him in the eye. The 4 major demon races were gathered here, and they were all under the command of a human, a noble from an enemy nation known as the Shepherd. Editon won't agree, Abrader said dejectedly, trying to calm himself. Why? Annie frowned. He's persisted for so long, hoping the royal family would acknowledge his strength and transfer him out. If he cooperates with the demons now, wouldn't all his years of effort be wasted? Besides, some guards are nearing their expiration dates. Since they're about to leave, they definitely won't join us, and might even report us to their superiors. Then we all be doomed. You're right, Annie said. However, I already considered this. For people like Captain Addison, we can't simply win them over. We need to present the facts and let them know that only by working with us can we survive. Once they all join us, we need to reorganize the people in the 12 guard districts, focusing on recruiting those guards, who still have more than 10 years left. What do you want to do? It's simple. Now that the first guard district has fallen, the higher-ups will definitely send reinforcements. We just need to defeat them, and the morale of the guards will be low. On the other hand, we can unite with some of the guards and retake the district before the higher-ups can react. This will demonstrate our strength and attract more guards to come and seek refuge. Abramov frowned. But this will inevitably attract the attention of the higher-ups. What if they send more reinforcements? And laughed. You're overthinking it. Who would want to come to a place like this? Now that the guard district has been retaken, the royal family won't send anyone else. They just think the last time they said people was unnecessary. Abramov gave a wry smile. You really know a lot about the royal family. And shook her head. I never dealt with the imperial royal family, but I can see some clues from various aspects, including military, politics, economy, and people's livelihood. In short, your royal family is rotten to the core. Abrad's gaze darted back and forth between Anne and Amina, tentatively asking, You two know each other? And flashed a bright smile and countered, Captain Abrad, how long have you been here? Abrad was taken aback, unsure of the question's meaning, but still replied, 12 years. In another 30 years, I can leave. Then you probably don't know me, but I can tell you, I was originally from the Norma Empire, and I came here specifically to bring Uncle Amina home. Abrad suddenly realized, his gaze towards Annie changing. To cross the border and get here, you must have gone through a lot, right? You really are a loyal and righteous person. Alright, I'm willing to join you, but I can't say what will happen next. Annie turned to the group, her face serious. Now we're all in the same boat, sharing both glory and loss. We must put aside our prejudices, work together, overcome this difficulty, and break free from this cage. Please rest assured, I have no selfish motives. I simply want to get everyone out of here. Once we're outside, I won't interfere with where you go or what you do. The blood demon said calmly, I don't trust you, but I trust the shepherd. Since the shepherd says you're trustworthy, I try it with you for now. If halfway through. If there are any problems, I withdraw with my men immediately. No problem. Annie shrugged. If it doesn't succeed, what reason do I have to keep you following me? The troll leader said, You possess the great general's token, making you a distinguished guest of our trolls. I can't control the other demons, but we trolls trust you. The dark elf leader hesitated for a moment before adding, although we don't know if it's true or not, you do seem to have some connection with the martial arts master. In that case, we're willing to believe you. The shadow demon leader's eyes flickered. I heard that one of my peak transformation realm experts died at your hands. Annie's heart tightened. Some demons must have witnessed the shadow demon chasing her. That's true, but the situation was special at the time, and I didn't have time to explain to him. The shadow demon leader waved his hand. No need to say more. The fact that you managed to kill him despite being outnumbered 2 to 1 is enough to prove your strength. We shadow demons are willing to give it a try. The flame demon elder brother scratched his head. We all follow you. So I have nothing more to say. Sorry about what happened earlier. The blood demon glared at him. You have the nerve to say that? Annie nodded. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Our first task is to unite with the other demons. Can anyone tell me what the situation is with the other demons? The blood demon said calmly, don't even think about it. The ones who came to assassinate the shepherd were ogres and corpse demons. These two demons are inherently hostile to humans. Trying to win them over is simply a pipe dream. The shadow demon leader added, the other two, succubi and dream demons, although powerful, but they never concern themselves with worldly affairs. I haven't seen them in a long time. Does anyone know where they are? The flame demon raised his hand and said, I did see a succubus once. I wanted to say hello, but she almost killed me. Thinking about it now still terrifies me. Annie smiled slightly. That's great. Take me to see the succubus. I have a way to persuade her to join us. The blood demon frowned. That's impossible. I know the succubus. That girl is stronger than me. She's currently trying to break through to the middle stage of the 401 realm. If anyone disturbs her cultivation, she attack without hesitation. I can't even protect you then. It's all right. Annie smiled. Just take me there. I have a plan. The blood demon didn't know what her plan was, but he could only shake his head helplessly, and said to the others, you proceed according to the plan. The flame demon and I will be right back. Chapter 448. Annie shook her head slightly and said, Brother Blood Demon, you don't need to go. Let Flame Demon take me. You need to stay here and oversee things. Also, I want to know the exact location of the Dream Demon. Could you help me find out? The Shadow Demon leader said, leave this to me. I send someone to find you. Thank you very much. Annie then set off with Flame Demon. On the way, the Flame Demon hesitated and said, I only take you there. You have to find her yourself. I'm not going. Annie laughed. What? Are you that afraid of her? The Flame Demon's face showed fear. Among the demons imprisoned here, only the Blood Demon, the Succubus, and the Dream Demon have reached the 401 realm. And among them, the Succubus has the most eccentric personality. Not to mention me, some demons were killed by her for mistakenly trespassing on her territory. My Flame Demon clan only has my brother and me left here. I don't want to leave my brother here alone. Annie raised an eyebrow. Why are there so few flame demons? Cough. It's because we don't often appear in the border areas. My brother and I wouldn't have been captured here in the first place. It's all. Sigh, let's not talk about the past. A while later, they arrived at an ice forest, filled with vertical icicles forming a dense grove. The Balrog stopped at the outer edge, pointing inside and saying, the succubus is inside. Go in yourself. Annie nodded and stepped inside. This ice forest was quite large, at least from Annie's perspective. It seemed to stretch endlessly. The surrounding chill didn't seem to spread due to the icicles. In fact, it was warmer than outside. As Annie walked, she sensed something strange. Many icicles were cut in half, the breaks jagged and uneven, as if they had been sawed open bit by bit. Deeper into the ice forest, Annie could no longer see the Balrog when she looked back. Just then, a clear, cold voice suddenly entered her ears. A human dares to come here? Are you a new guardian? Annie's heart skipped a beat. The voice seemed to have pierced through the limitations of space, resounding directly in her mind. This was simply unbelievable. Only born, Xiaoxue, and Xiaolu could do such a thing, and now Xiaolu was also unreachable due to the barrier of the secret realm. Excuse me, are you the succubus sister? I came here specifically to find you. Sister? The voice was slightly surprised, seemingly curious about this form of address. It's been a long time since anyone called me that. What an interesting human. Whoosh. A gust of cold wind blew by, and a graceful figure appeared not far ahead. The figure was alluring and captivating. Even without revealing her true face, it was enough to shake one's soul. Annie quickly stepped forward. Hello, I'm Annie from... However, before she could finish her sentence, a deafening boom resounded in her mind, plunging her into chaos. In a daze, Annie saw a bright light before her eyes. She struggled to open them, and finally saw what it was, the Spirit Division Technique. Annie shuddered. The Spirit Division Technique. The final chapter of the Spirit Division Technique. If she could obtain this chapter, wouldn't she be able to cultivate the complete Spirit Division Technique in the future? The first 2 chapters of the Spirit Division Technique alone had already brought her immense benefits, allowing her to easily challenge those of higher cultivation levels. What kind of power would the complete Spirit Division Technique possess? Come, here lies even greater power. Once you obtain it, you can have everything. A seductive voice whispered in her ear, a voice that seemed to possess a magical power, capable of stirring the deepest desires within one's heart. And felt a surge of heat within her, and she involuntarily began to walk towards the spirit division technique. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. However, after taking only 3 steps, another voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Anne! Summon me quickly! Anne's gaze sharpened. It's Brother Born. With almost no thought, she lightly waved her wand, summoning Born. The instant Born appeared, he unleashed soul stealing, and with a bang, the scene before Annie's eyes shattered, and she was returned to the icy forest. Ah! A scream rang out as the succubus glared menacingly at Born, roaring, Undead! Who are you? How did you manage to break my illusion? Born shielded Annie behind him, his gaze burning as he looked at the succubus. Succubus, I am Born. I have a deal with Asmodeus in the undead realm, and my summoner needs your help. The succubus was taken aback. Lord Asmodeus? She was originally my clan's chieftain, reincarnated as an undead. What deal do you have with her? She was being targeted by other lords in the lower undead territories, and I am currently helping her rebuild her legion. The succubus was clearly skeptical. What proof do you have? Born casually waved his hand, and a playing card flew out, bearing the name Lucy. The succubus caught the card, her heart skipping a beat. This is Jessica's card? You really are Lord Asmodeus' servant? Born shook his head. I'm not her servant. We're partners. Do you believe me now? The succubus frowned and asked, Then why did you come to me? Annie said, Sister Succubus, I want to unite all the demons and guardians of the wasteland to escape from here. I solemnly invite you to join us. Escape from here? The succubus covered her mouth and smiled. This isn't a joke. What? Don't you know that demons and humans are sworn enemies, with irreconcilable conflicts since ancient times? How could they possibly form an alliance? But now I'm halfway there. The blood demon, shadow demon, troll, Balrog, and dark elf have all agreed. What? The succubus was clearly taken aback. You already gone this far? She remained silent for a long while, then looked at Born, a strange glint of hope flashing in her eyes. The Balrog paced back and forth outside the ice forest. He had sensed magical fluctuations within it earlier, likely emanating from the succubus. Could it be that the little girl had already been killed by the succubus? The Balrog was uncertain. After all, Annie had seemed so confident before. If she died so easily, it would have ruined everyone. A moment later, a cloud of black mist rapidly approached and stopped in front of the Balrog. It was the shadow demon leader, who immediately asked, Where is that human Annie? The flame demon pointed deep into the icy forest. Inside, I don't know if she's dead or alive. The shadow demon frowned. I found the dream demon's location. Can she really persuade these two old fogies? The flame demon shook his head. I don't know. If she doesn't come out by nightfall, I'm going back. If it weren't for the blood demon's sake, I wouldn't have helped her. Now look what's happened. She's courting death by going after the succubus. The succubus isn't so easy to talk to. Even her silver tongue is useless. The shadow demon sighed. If she dies, we lose another hope. I actually hope she succeeds. The flame demon scoffed. Come on, I don't know where she got the general's token from. It's just luck. After waiting for a while, Annie still hadn't emerged. As darkness fell, the flame demon grew impatient. Let's go! We're not waiting anymore. He turned and left. Just then, shadow demon grabbed him. Hey, look! What's that? Flame demon paused, turning to see two figures emerging side by side from the icy forest. It was Succubus and Annie. Flame demon's eyes widened. Holy crap! She really did it. Shadow demon reacted first, rushing to Succubus's side. Sister Succubus, long time no see. Succubus gave him a seductive glance. Little brother Shadow demon, long time no see. You gotten even more handsome. Seeing Succubus in a good mood, Shadow demon felt relieved. It seemed Annie had indeed succeeded. Annie asked with a smile, Brother Shadow demon, have you heard anything about the dream demon? Shadow demon nodded. I found it, but my men dare not venture too far. You better go see for yourself. The succubus raised an eyebrow. Oh! You're going to drag that old man into this too? Leave this to me, I have some connections with him. Annie was overjoyed. That's wonderful. The succubus smiled seductively and tapped Annie's nose. Little girl, consider this something you owe me. You have to pay it back later. The succubus's voice was incredibly alluring, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Even Annie, a young girl, blushed instantly. Then, led by the shadow demon, the succubus successfully found and persuaded the nightmare to leave. The nightmare looked like a little old man with a long horn pointing straight to the sky, appearing very strange, but no one dared to underestimate him. When the group returned to the Blood Demon camp, the entire camp erupted in excitement. The Blood Demon was utterly astonished. He had spent so much time trying to recruit these two, yet Annie had managed to bring them over in just one day. Blood Demon. Your strength is still so weak. Hee. The Dream Demon's voice was hoarse, like a broken gong, extremely unpleasant. The Blood Demon's eye twitched. You old codger are the same. Hiding in your cave cultivating hasn't improved you at all. Their eyes clashed, sparks flying. The succubus casually waved her hand, and a strange magical energy emanated, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere between the two, and everyone felt much more at ease. You two are really something. You can't even keep quiet once you meet. The succubus swayed her hips as she walked up to the Blood Demon. Blood Demon boss, now that we're all here, shouldn't you tell us what to do next? The Blood Demon scoffed, I'm not some kind of leader. This human named Annie is our leader. Ask him if you have any questions. All eyes turned to Annie. Annie waved her hand, there's no such thing as a leader. We're all cooperating, with only one goal, to escape from here. The plan is simple, we split into 3 groups. The first group, led by the Blood Demon, Succubus, and Nightmare, will guard the first guard area and intercept the reinforcements sent by the Hairy Empire. The second group, consisting of myself, Abrador, and Uncle Amina, will go to recruit some guards. The third group, led by the Dark Elves, Trolls, and Balrogs, will cooperate with us, attacking the surrounding guard areas to create chaos, ideally capturing. Take one of the guard zones, but be careful not to kill anyone. The Shadow Demon leader asked, what about us? You're responsible for gathering intelligence and protecting the rear. The ogres and corpse demon stances are still uncertain, so be prepared for a sudden attack. The Blood Demon nodded, you thought this through. When do we move? Now! That night, in the pitch-black wasteland, all the demons except the ogres and corpse demons sprang into action. They split into several small teams and dispersed, moving rapidly towards their respective mission locations. This operation was unprecedented. The demon race was already divided, and the ability to simultaneously mobilize such a large demon force was extremely rare, even in the outside world. Annie, Abrado, and Amina set off early the next morning to find the members of the first guard zone. According to Abrado, they would likely flee to the nearest other guard zones, namely the 2nd and 12th. Based on the direction of the previous battles, the 2nd guard zone seemed more likely. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the 2nd Guardian Zone base, which was now a chaotic mess, clearly the site of a recent battle. According to the plan, some trolls had attacked the area the previous night. After a fierce battle, the trolls retreated, and the 2nd Guardian Zone base was saved. The appearance of Annie and her companions quickly attracted the attention of the guards. Someone immediately recognized Abramovich and Annie, and ordered the base gates open to let the 3 in. Abrado, you're still alive? Otto rushed forward and hugged Abrado tightly. When I saw you get pierced by the Shadow Fiend's claws, I thought you were dead. Abrado cried out in pain, ouch. Be gentle. My wounds haven't healed yet. Addison also came out, his gaze shifting from Abrado to Annie, and finally landing on Amina. Who is this person? I never seen him before. Abrado swallowed hard. Let's not talk standing here. Let's go inside. Seeing Abrado's evasive words, Addison sensed something was wrong, but still followed Abrado into a room. Abrado said apologetically, everyone, could you please leave for a moment? I'd like to speak with Captain Addison alone. Everyone looked puzzled, but still left, leaving Annie, Abrado, Amina, and Addison inside. Addison frowned. What on earth are you guys doing? Annie took a deep breath, pointed at Amina beside her, and slowly said, Captain, didn't you want to know who he is? Let me introduce him to you. He is the leader of the Demon Alliance, Regent Amina Norma of the Norma Empire. Chapter 449. Edison's gaze immediately darkened. Anna, this is no joke. I'm not joking. Annie looked directly into Edison's eyes. Besides, Abrador wasn't saved by anyone else, it was the Blood Demon who saved him. Edison looked at Abrador, whose expression was strange. Come to think of it, it really was the Blood Demon who saved him. He could only nod. Edison extended his right hand, magic power gathering in his palm. His tone was chilling. Give me a reasonable explanation now, or I will consider you traitors and execute you all on the spot. Abrador quickly said, No. Edison, calm down. How can I calm down? The leader of the Demon Alliance is right in front of me. If I kill him, what good will killing him do? Annie interrupted him. Kill him, and then let the demon clan fall apart again, while you continue to be the guardians of this godforsaken place, fighting each other with the demon clan's powerful members until you die? Addison remained silent, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. So what? This is my mission, a mission bestowed upon me by the Imperial family. Have you ever considered why this is the case? Why are these demons imprisoned here without any restrictions, while you, the guards, have no advantages other than your status and this dispensable base? Is that reasonable? Go and see other prisons. Are the prisoners handcuffed and shackled? Are their magical powers restricted? Do they dare to confront the guards head-on? Annie's barrage of words left Addison speechless. He slumped down, his magic dissipating, his gaze fixed on the ground. He sighed, I know we're being punished here too. No matter how hard I try, I can't get out. My mistake was too grave. The royal family will never forgive me. Addison. A braider murmured you. I never asked you why you came here? Addison raised his eyes. In the entire northern wasteland, only the fireman knows why I came. But now I have nothing to hide. Actually, I offended the royal family because, due to your negligence, the young prince is dead. Abramovo gasped. You're a palace guard? Addison nodded. That's right, I'm a squad leader of the palace guards. After being punished, my cultivation level was damaged. Although I reached the Fengyuan realm, it's too difficult to advance further. Given the crimes I committed, even if you killed me, I wouldn't have anything to say. But Lord Gerd was merciful and secretly pulled strings for me, finally getting the Emperor to demote me here. I've been here for over 30 years, and my cultivation hasn't improved an inch. If nothing unexpected happens, I will die here, forever with this endless wasteland. His tone was filled with boundless sorrow. Abramovich patted him on the shoulder. What happened to you back then? Why did you let the little prince die? Addison looked up, recalling what had happened. Back then, I had just graduated from the Magic Academy and served in the army for a while. My strength reached the transformation realm, and I was spotted by Lord Gerd, the then minister of the Imperial Guard, and joined the Imperial Guard. After serving in the Guard for a few years and achieving some success, I was promoted to squad leader and assigned to the prince's palace. At first, everything went smoothly, but one winter, the princess gave birth to the prince's grandson. The grandson was taken away to be bathed immediately after birth, and I stood guard at the door. However, the palace maid, who had been bullied by the princess every day, harbored resentment and murdered the grandson in the room, drowning him in a basin of water. This was later discovered, and as the captain of the guard, I was held accountable and punished. The palace maid was thrown into a snake pit on the spot, and was devoured alive by thousands of snakes. A braider was horrified, and images of swarming snakes tearing apart human flesh, with countless sharp teeth flashed before his eyes. But what does this have to do with you? Even if you weren't guarding the door, someone else would be. No matter who it was, it wouldn't change the outcome. Addison slumped down. What can I do? I'm just unlucky to have encountered this. No, Annie said solemnly. It's not that you're unlucky, it's that the Imperial family doesn't know people. Look at this place. How many people like you are here? They haven't done anything wrong, they just offended high-ranking officials, or taken the blame for others, and they've been sent here to suffer endless torture. This is unfair. Addison raised his eyes to look at Annie. So you brought this nobleman from the Norma Empire here just to tell me this? Those? Annie shook her head. Of course not. I want to take you out, to let your talents shine on a higher and bigger platform. Addison chuckled self-deprecatingly. I've been here for so long, thinking every day about achieving something to impress the higher-ups and get me reinstated. But as you can see, all my efforts have been in vain. What other way do you have to take me out? Unite with the demons. Addison had suspected something, but when Annie actually said those words, he was still startled. Anna, no one has ever tried this before. After all, demons are bloodthirsty and warlike, and there are sworn enemies. No, Annie said, pointing to Amida. Someone has already tried it. He's a living example, proving that uniting with the demons is feasible. Amida bowed slightly to Addison. I know you, Captain Addison. You're very famous among the demons. In fact, I almost died at your hands back then. That was my first year here. My strength was only at the outer Yuan realm. If I encountered demons or your guardians, I would surely die. Therefore, I tried my best to avoid contact with any of you. But food was scarce in the wasteland, so I could only catch some wasteland rats to eat by digging through the ice. Sometimes, even wasteland rats were hard to find, so I had to eat the moss on the ground. One day, while I was searching for food under the ice, a battle broke out above. It was you and the blood demon. Your battle was so intense that I was also affected under the ice. I thought I was going to die. Addison frowned. I do remember that time. The blood demon wasn't good at sustained combat. In the end, he was no match for me and fled wounded. I originally thought he was dead. Amina nodded. Indeed, he seemed to have escaped, but actually, he slid down through a crack in the ice and bumped into me. It was fate. You're a water elemental mage. Although the damage you caused him was significant, I was able to slowly help him heal some of his injuries. At first, I didn't think too much about it. I just felt sorry for him and helped him. He and I recovered together under the ice for almost a month before he regained some strength. The blood demon is a good person. I saved him, and to thank me, he gave me a magic scroll, saying he had obtained it before. It was useful for humans, but useless for demons. I learned the magic on the scroll, called the Fountain of Life, a high-level spell, very difficult to learn. Seeing that I was struggling to learn it, he somehow helped me break through to the Liyuan realm. I then used the Fountain of Life spell to start raising some wilderness creatures. At first, they were small, then they grew larger. Finally, I discovered that wilderness antelopes were the easiest to raise, so I started raising sheep. Wait a minute. A brat interrupted. What kind of magic is that? How can it even raise sheep? Amida smiled wryly. It's not an offensive or defensive magic, but a support magic that can accelerate the growth of living beings. However, I'm not proficient enough in it yet, so it only works on some wasteland plants. But with plants, it can naturally attract some magical beasts, so raising sheep is no problem. Annie's heart skipped a beat. This magic is a bit like the zombies in Godfall Village. Except one uses spring water, and the other uses juice. Amida continued, those wasteland antelopes are also magical beasts, and their magic cores can also be used for cultivation. Therefore, Blood Demon and I essentially have a mobile granary, and we won't be troubled by resource shortages anymore. Blood Demon is already more powerful than other demons. I had quite a bit of influence, and soon other blood demons joined me, while the number of antelopes I was raising also increased. After some time, the blood demon I had rescued broke through, becoming the third demon in the wasteland to reach the Fengyuan realm. This attracted other demons to gradually join us. First it was the shadow demon, then the trolls and dark elves came, and just recently, the flame demon joined us. Edison was secretly shocked. Although it was just a few words from the other party, everyone knew how much hardship and danger it took to achieve this. As far as I know, there is also a succubus and a dream demon hiding in the wasteland. Both of them have reached the Fengyuan realm, but they haven't come out to make any moves. They haven't joined you? Emma glanced at Annie and chuckled. Just yesterday, she persuaded the succubus and the nightmare to come. Addison's eyes widened. Anna? How did you do that? I've been here for over 30 years, and only encountered the nightmare once. The nightmare's attack methods are extremely peculiar, and its strength is immense. How could you so easily persuade it? Annie shrugged. The succubus had persuaded the nightmare. She hadn't exerted much effort. Don't worry about that. That's the situation now. I sincerely invite you to join, but you can refuse. I won't force you. Addison's face darkened. Then you should know that if I refuse, none of you will leave here. Annie nodded. Of course I know. Your strength is above ours, and to prove we have no ill intentions this time, I didn't bring a single demon with me. What about last night's attack? Annie smiled. No one was hurt, right? Addison shook his head. No, indeed. Then he suddenly realized, you were demonstrating your strength. Those trolls were sent by you. Annie's smile deepened. Since you noticed, you should know that if the troll horde attacked with all their might, the second guardian zone wouldn't have held out. And this was just one troll. Imagine how immense a force would be if all the demons and the guardians united. Addison remained silent for a long time, finally sigh. You might be right, but it's really difficult for me to believe this can succeed. Now that the first guardian zone has fallen, the higher-ups will definitely send people down to suppress it, and I, as the captain, will certainly be blamed. No way. Annie laughed. I already arranged for the blood demon, succubus, and nightmare to guard the first guard district. We're just waiting for them to arrive, so we can deliver a heavy blow. Addison frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't that expose our strength from the start? The Empire will send even more powerful warriors to suppress us. What will you do then? That's where you be needed, Captain Addison. Me? Addison looked bewildered. What can I do? Go and take back the first guard district. Let them know that even without help from above, you can control the situation. Addison pondered for a moment. A moment later, his eyes widened in shock. You actually thought of this? But then he added, but relying solely on blood demons, succubi, and dream demons might not be enough to fight against those above. Do you have any backup plans? So how many people will they send down? What's their strength? Based on my estimation, following past practice, they send around 100 people, mostly at the transformation realm, with 5 at the abundant realm level. Annie nodded slightly. It seemed that in terms of strength, the Harry Empire was indeed stronger than the Austin Empire, but the Harry Empire's geographical location limited its development potential. There is indeed a gap in strength between the two sides, but don't forget, they're in the first guard zone's base. It won't be easy for outsiders to break in. That being said, if you can't deliver a decisive blow, you probably won't achieve the desired effect, Addison said. Amida chuckled, don't forget my 1,000+ desert antelopes. What? Addison was utterly shocked. You mean you can control those antelopes to attack? Amida waved her hand, not really. Just drive them onto the battlefield, and the explosion of the magic cannon will startle them, causing chaos. Addison's eyes gleamed. You really thought this through. If I'm not mistaken, you want to recruit other watchers, right? Annie smiled, that's right, but that requires your help, you legendary watcher. All right. Addison readily agreed. Since we come this far, I be frank. Although the watchers are being punished here, overall they're not in great danger, and survival isn't too difficult. If you want them to join, you must achieve something. So I want you to win the first battle. After that, I consider bringing everyone into the alliance. Chapter 450. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Sullivan was on the verge of tears. In just a few days, he had been demoted again from his position as city lord. The reason? He had gone to complain about Redder, and although he hadn't succeeded, his complaint had been discovered. Redder was furious and immediately stripped Sullivan of his position as city lord, incorporating him into the Northern Frontier Legion. Sure enough, Gert was right. He had really made a mistake. He shouldn't have come to Stonkin City. He had truly had the worst luck imaginable. Now, Redder had led a small group of about 100 men to the northern wasteland in a hurry. It was said that the demons below had rioted and occupied a guarded area base. This matter wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't small either. At least in Redder's eyes, it was just a minor matter, but if it reached the ears of the royal family, it would be a major issue. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Redder was, he had to go down and resolve this problem. Sullivan was somewhat worried. He, Lord Torgate, had previously assigned Anna to the guard post in the northern wasteland. Now that a riot had broken out below, would she be in any danger? But even his worries were useless. The situation was completely beyond his control. What's the situation down there? Red asked the officer before him, standing at the mountaintop outpost. The officer was the burly man who had previously escorted Annie and Matthias. He replied tremblingly, it's been 4 days. The situation isn't good. The demons have completely occupied the first guard post, and the members there have suffered heavy casualties. They're all hiding in the second guard post now. Any movement from the other guard posts? The officer shook his head. The demons are still harassing other guard areas in small groups. They dare not make a move. What a bunch of useless trash. Red scoffed. Just some demon prisoners, and they've been bullied like this. They disgrace the Empire. He then waved his hand. Let's go! Everyone follow me down. Let's see if those demons have 3 heads and 6 arms. Red was the first to slide down the iron chain, and everyone else followed. Sullivan was also visiting the northern wasteland for the first time, and was a little apprehensive, but urged on by the others, he gritted his teeth and leaped onto the iron chain. Upon arriving in the wasteland, finding no demonic ambush, Resider briefly reorganized his troops, confirming everyone was dismounted, before solemnly declaring, the mission is simple. Teach these demonic trash a lesson, show them the power of humans, and let the guards here see the true measure of the strong. Awah! The soldiers roared excitedly. They weren't planning on a long stay, they were just there to show off. For them, dealing with this trouble was a piece of cake. This 100-strong force consisted of at least a mid-stage Qi Yuan realm expert like Sullivan, with the main force at the Hua Yuan realm, including 5 Feng Yuan realm experts. Adding Residor, who had recently broken through to the mid-stage Feng Yuan realm, the entire force could practically roam the wasteland unchallenged. Redside was considered a once-in-a-century genius of the Harry Empire. At a young age, he became the Grand General of the Northern Frontier Military Region, commanding the entire Northern Frontier. Originally only at the Transformation Realm, he relied on the connections and relationships accumulated by his father to firmly control his army, making even the Feng Yuan experts very obedient to him. In the following years, apart from going to the Norma Empire because of Annie's matter, he did not concern himself with anything else and focused on cultivation. Finally, he broke through to the 5th level of Fengyuan, which made his subordinates admire him even more, and his reputation soared to its zenith. However, even in such a triumphant moment, there were always those who foolishly provoked trouble, such as the foolish lord of Minzobaranzan and the stupid demons of the northern wastes. Redstead didn't take them seriously at all, treating it as just another trip after his seclusion. Traveling at night was somewhat disadvantageous for them, so Redstead ordered them to set up camp and rest on the spot, setting off early the next morning for the 1st Guardian District's base. After a long trek, they finally approached their target. Redstead didn't immediately advance, but stopped a kilometer outside the base, observing the surroundings. Sullivan tucked his head into his coat to keep the cold wind from entering his collar. Through the crowd, he could see a fortified-like building in the distance. That must be the 1st Guardian District's base. It seemed to have magical cannons on it. If the demons had indeed occupied it, then taking another step forward would put them within range. Redstead took out his binoculars and looked towards the top of the base. Rows of magic cannons were aimed at them, and there were a few figures moving about, but clearly not many. Humph. They really underestimated us. Redstead sneered. The enemy isn't many. If we spread out, their magic cannons won't be able to do much damage. Now, everyone split into 10 teams and attacked from different directions. The group immediately split into 10 teams as previously planned. Sullivan was relatively lucky this time, assigned to the left flank team, where he wouldn't be in too much danger, since the teams in the center would be the ones drawing the most fire. Charge! Red commanded, and the troops charged forward in unison. Almost simultaneously, a deafening roar erupted as the base's magic cannon spat out tongues of fire, massive magic projectiles tearing through the sky and hurtling towards the troops. However, the magic cannons were extremely inaccurate, and with only a handful of demons operating them, scattered projectiles fell to the ground. Despite the impressive display, they had virtually no effect on Red's army. After wave of volleys, some were injured by the shockwaves, but most had reached the base entrance, where the cannons were no longer able to reach them. Red led the charge. Since all the bases were designed with 2 sets of switches, Red didn't need to attack the door, he could simply unlock it. However, just as he was about to open the door, the magic cannons above ceased their bombardment, but a deafening hoofbeat came from his left. What's going on? Red looked to his left in confusion, and what he saw completely stunned him. Thousands of antelopes were charging towards them, their horns adorned with ice crystals, their bodies clad in ice armor, a defense mechanism. While they weren't particularly offensive, so many antelopes charging at once was no joke. Instantly, the group on the left was thrown into chaos, screams and roars filling the air. What's happening? Red exclaimed in alarm, immediately shouting, "Everyone, don't panic. Stick to the wall. Don't run around." But his voice had no effect whatsoever amidst the deafening hooves. Rumble. The antelopes continued their frenzied stampede, seemingly guided by some unseen force. Rise was enraged. He punched an antelope charging at him, knocking it to the ground. Looking at the chaotic mess his ranks had become, his heart bled. It's over. What's the point of fighting now? We already lost more than half our men by the time we reached the base gate. If we go back like this, we'd be laughed at. The chaos didn't last long. About half of the men managed to reach the wall, avoiding the antelope's charge. The others fared much worse. The stronger ones could use magic to resist, while the weaker ones were simply trampled over by these beasts. Rise gritted his teeth. When did these demons become so clever? They can even control magical beasts. It's unbelievable. General, should we continue fighting? Sullivan had somehow appeared beside Rise. He was terrified, but thankfully, as a wind mage and having been at the front, he was fast enough to avoid being crippled. Seeing him, Red was furious. This guy had run off to Stonkin City to complain the moment he emerged from seclusion, and now he was asking such a stupid question. He slapped him across the face, knocking Sullivan to the ground with a loud crack. Anyone who asks me that kind of question again, I kill them. Seeing Red's enraged expression, Sullivan dared not say a word, but his eyes were filled with resentment. This man was responsible for his current predicament. One day he would make him pay. Red turned around, reaching for the doorknob, preparing to open the base's gate. However, the next moment, the gate was forced open by a powerful force. The door had been damaged in the previous battle and wasn't locked. The blood demon behind it had been waiting, poised to pounce on Resider. The blood demon race's most powerful attack was a special magic called Blood Burst, requiring a long charging time and intense concentration. Therefore, it was rarely used in one-on-one combat, but it was incredibly effective in this situation. It was this very move that had blasted open the base's door before. Resider roared, concentrating all his magic power in his fist, creating a massive cyan shockwave that blasted the door open with a deafening boom. He was thrown more than 10 meters away, unharmed but feeling numbness in his arm and a sharp pain in his wrist. Resider shook his hand, his gaze turning grave as he looked inside the doorway. The blood demon stood silently in the doorway, its eyes filled with boundless killing intent. "Kill them!" Resider roared, drawing his long sword with a clang and charging towards the doorway first. The crowd reacted quickly, drawing their weapons and launching an attack. Sullivan scrambled to his feet, about to charge forward, when suddenly a scream erupted ahead. A figure was thrown through the air, landing with a thud in front of him. He stared intently, then stumbled in horror. It was a dried-up corpse, drained of all its blood, completely dead. A Fengyuan expert. This blood demon is at the Fengyuan realm. "Everyone be careful!" Redside shouted from ahead. Without a second thought, Sullivan turned and fled. What a joke. Asking a mere Qiyuan realm nobody to fight a Fengyuan realm demon? Wasn't that suicide? He didn't want to become a dried-up corpse, but before he could take 2 steps, a dark shadow enveloped him, plunging him into complete darkness. In this darkness, he could see nothing. It was as if all light had vanished. What's going on? Sullivan was terrified. He swung his long sword with all his might, but no matter how he swung, he couldn't cut through the darkness. The next moment, the scene before him abruptly changed. His eyes widened in shock. Before him lay the city of Stone Can, and turning around, he saw the royal palace. While he was still stunned, a hand slapped his shoulder, startling him. He swung his sword back. "Hey, wait!" The man called out quickly. The man's voice was somewhat aged, but his breathing was very steady. Sullivan quickly stopped swinging his sword and looked closely. He recognized the man as Gert. "Lord Gert, what are you doing here?" Gert chuckled. "Why can't I be here? This is Stonehill City." Sullivan looked at him suspiciously. But I was just fighting demons in the northern wasteland." "What wasteland? What demons?" Gert patted his shoulder. "The royal family has taken a liking to your talent and summoned you to the palace, preparing to appoint you as the head of the palace guard. Are you ready?" "Huh?" Sullivan was completely stunned by this news. "Head of the palace guard? Am I dreaming?" "Ahem, what are you still standing there for? Today His Majesty will personally receive you and bestow upon you an official title and rank. Don't be late." Before Sullivan could ask any further questions, Gert pushed him into the palace. Entering the familiar palace, the maids and guards all bowed respectfully to him, something he had never experienced before, making him momentarily believe it. Upon reaching the main hall, surrounded by ministers, and with the emperor seated high above, Sullivan finally realized, "Holy crap. It's for real. What nonsense are you spouting?" Gert slapped him on the back. "Hurry up and kneel down to receive your reward." Sullivan quickly knelt, trembling with excitement, his heart screaming, "Great! Great! Finally, someone has recognized my talent. My time to shine has finally come. Ha ha ha." However, just as he was filled with excitement, awaiting the emperor's reward, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the ministers beside him. He rarely interacted with them, and even when he was in the hall, he hadn't paid much attention to their appearances. Now, upon seeing her, he was immediately puzzled. Why do these people look so familiar? That looks like the pancake vendor from the east of the city? Isn't that the lieutenant of Menzoberranzan? And, holy crap, isn't that Anna? The moment he saw Anne, his mind exploded. No way. How could Anna have gotten into the palace? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Something's seriously wrong with this scene. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the surrounding scenery began to distort, and Gert, who had been standing behind him, was stretched and flattened, gradually transforming into a tall, thin old man. Human girl, shouldn't we kill this one?"